Chapter 1. The Contest in the Valley. In the 16th year of the Tianhe era, early spring graced the land with its rejuvenating presence. It was a season of revival, where gentle breezes caressed the earth, bringing forth a refreshing essence. The Valley of Divine Healers, shrouded in an aura of mystery, was adorned with rare flowers and exotic herbs, abundant in precious medicinal resources, resembling a celestial paradise. Within this enchanting valley lay the Wuyo Pavilion, a tranquil sanctuary akin to a radiant gem embedded in this mystical terrain. Beyond the pavilion, the jade bamboo grove unfolded, a breathtaking spectacle. The slender bamboo stalks reached skyward, their leaves swaying delicately in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound, as if whispering secrets of the earth. Draped in a crimson garment, Yunshi stood out amidst the lush green bamboo, resembling a resplendent rose blooming on emerald branches. With two swords in hand, she gracefully practiced her swordplay within the grove. Like a spirited sprite, she danced with her blades, each movement imbued with strength and elegance. Her lithe figure soared through the air, seemingly melding with the surroundings, akin to an ethereal being transcending the mundane world. Her raven locks flowed in the air, akin to black satin billowing gracefully, in an instant. Her dual swords whirled faster, slicing through the air with a crisp, whistling sound, as if the blades were jubilantly exclaiming their excitement. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, crossing her swords to send a flurry of bamboo, leaves swirling around her, animated by her motion, twirling and fluttering with a unique allure. At that moment, a figure clad in a green robe, wielding a long sword, lunged towards Yunshi with the agility of a swift leopard. His movements were swift and fierce, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Yunshi sensed the familiar sword intent, a smile gracing her lips, a blend of confidence and exhilaration. With a deft twist, she countered with her sword, tracing a graceful arc as she used the bamboo leaves to deflect the incoming sword energy. Though the leaves scattered under the force of the strike, they successfully neutralized the fierce onslaught. The man, momentarily pushed back by Yunxi's sword energy, felt his green robe flutter in the wind, his eyes glinting with determination. Yunshi raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation and excitement dancing in her gaze. "Brother, shall we have a contest?" Her voice rang melodiously through the bamboo grove. Yunjing, observing his little sister with fondness and pride, readily acquiesced. "Very well. Let me see if my little sister's skills have improved." With that, he tightened his grip on the long sword, adopting a combat stance, exuding a powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, their figures blurred, and with a resonant clash, the three swords collided, the force of their energies shattering the drifting bamboo leaves around them. Yunjing raised an eyebrow slightly, his elongated and deep-set eyes reflecting a mixture of approval and surprise, his gaze firmly locked onto Yunshi, silently conveying, "Impressive, little sister." His eyebrows resembled two delicate willow leaves, gracefully arched, imbued with admiration for Yunshi. Clad in a resplendent crimson dress, she appeared as a blazing flame, swaying gently in the caress of the breeze. The hem of her gown seemed to possess a life of its own, each movement narrating her current confidence and nonchalance, and a playful smile graced her lips, reminiscent of blossoms flourishing in spring, vibrant and captivating, yet concealing profound implications. In her heart, she mused, "My esteemed senior brother, how greatly you underestimate me." Her eyes sparkled with a blend of determination and cunning, harboring countless secrets and latent power. With a subtle twist of her wrist, her motion flowed like water, natural and graceful. Her body leaned slightly, akin to a willow swaying in the wind, seemingly fragile, yet brimming with strength. The sword in her hand felt like an extension of herself. Its blade clashed against Yunjing's sword, producing a crisp metallic sound that resonated through the stillness. Heralding the onset of battle, in an instant, Yunxi's sword struck mercilessly at Yunjing's neck, the blade glinting with a chilling light under the sun, eager to taste the blood of its foe. Yunjing reacted with remarkable swiftness, his body agile as a leopard, bending at the waist to evade Yunxi's ferocious strike. His torso coiled like a spring, allowing Yunxi's sword to graze past his nose. Simultaneously, he raised his sword, deftly parrying any subsequent assault from Yunshi. In his grip, the sword came alive, merging with him to form a steadfast shield of defense. Observing Yun Jing's nimble evasion and counter, Yunxi remained unfazed. With her sword as support, she propelled herself upward with a powerful push from her legs, akin to a graceful swallow taking flight, executing a flawless backflip in midair. During her aerial maneuver, she seized the moment and delivered a fierce kick toward Yun Jing. This strike, infused with her formidable strength, surged toward him like a tumultuous wave. Yun Jing was caught off guard by the sudden kick, propelled backward until he collided heavily with the rockery behind him. The impact resonated with a dull thud, followed by a few light coughs, a trace of blood barely visible at the corner of his mouth. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, standing firm like a tree deeply rooted in the earth. Channeling all his inner energy, he pointed his sword at Yunxi, its blade shimmering with a blue luminescence, a testament to his concentrated power. At this moment, their swords were poised against one another, the energy between them intertwining in a fierce dance. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, the tension palpable, as the balance of power hung delicately like weights on a scale. Yunxi's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression akin to a shooting star flickering across the night sky, brief, yet breathtaking that a glimmer of fierce determination flashed in. Her eyes, akin to lightning slicing through the night sky. In that moment, the air behind Yunxi began to shimmer with an extraordinary light, gradually revealing several swords conjured from her inner strength. These blades radiated a soft glow, their bodies resembling transparent crystal, yet exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Concentrate and create illusions. Sword, go, Yunxi declared in a voice resonant as a bell, echoing through the atmosphere. As her words hung in the air, the swords manifested behind her like arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward Yun Jing with a ferocious momentum. They traced silver arcs against the backdrop of the sky, resembling a meteor shower, charged with a cataclysmic energy as they raced towards him. Yun Jing, witnessing this spectacle, was awestruck. His eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting not only surprise, but also admiration for Yunxi's formidable technique. Understanding the potency of her move, he dared not relent. Channeling all his inner strength, he infused it ceaselessly into the sword he wielded. The brilliance of the blade intensified, akin to a blazing sun. Gripping the hilt with unwavering resolve, he braced himself against Yunxi's onslaught. The swords clashed violently in the air, each impact igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks, reminiscent of fireworks blooming in the night sky. The atmosphere in the expansive training ground was so tense it felt palpable, the sunlight pouring down and enveloping everything in its fervent embrace. One sword shall determine the victor. Yunxi's clear voice pierced through the heavy ambience like a sharp arrow. With grace akin to a soaring swallow, she propelled herself forward, her sword glinting with a chilling luminescence under the sun's rays. The moment her words fell, she surged toward Yun Jing like an unleashed arrow, her sword carving an elegant arc through the air, her inner strength flooding into it, causing the blade to hum with anticipation of the impending clash that, in the blink of an eye, Yunxi struck. Her swordplay was as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Yet, Yun Jing was no ordinary opponent. He responded with poise, his gaze reflecting calm confidence. However, the force behind Yunxi's strike seemed imbued with boundless power and unwavering resolve, a force capable of shattering all obstacles. Yunxi finally unleashed her ultimate technique, the sword whistling through the air as it aimed directly at Yun Jing. Sensing the overwhelming momentum of her strike, he realized he could no longer withstand it. Yunxi retracted her sword, gradually withdrawing her inner energy. Though beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, her eyes sparkled with triumph as she joyfully declared to Yun Jing, "Senior brother, I have won." Yun Jing, unhurried and composed, meticulously adjusted his slightly disheveled attire. Each of his movements exuded an air of elegance, as if he had just participated not in a fierce contest, but rather in a routine practice. Once he had straightened his garments, he slowly sheathed his sword, producing a crisp sound. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with sincerity and appreciation, and generously remarked, "My dear junior sister has grown. Her skills are truly remarkable, surpassing even those of her elder brother. Brother, your visit today must be for more than just sparring with me." Yunxi inquired earnestly, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Ha ha ha, it seems nothing escapes the keen perception of my little sister. Here, this is a gift for your coming of age, Yun Jing said, as he produced a small box crafted from golden silk enamel wood and presented it to Yun Shi. Receiving the box, she opened it under his expectant gaze, revealing a jade ring nestled within. Upon closer inspection, she discerned it to be made of ink jade, intricately engraved with the character Jin, symbolizing Yun Jing's identity. Why bestow upon me such a precious jade ring, brother? Yun Shi asked, her curiosity piqued. I am aware that upon your coming of age, you will venture out to hone your skills. This jade ring will aid you. It grants you the freedom to withdraw silver notes or coins from the Shingon Bank. The IT serves as my token and can also be utilized in my family shop, Yun Jing explained casually. Do not feel burdened. You know my background before entering the valley, so please do not refuse it. Sensing her hesitation, he quickly added, I implore you to accept it. Yun Jing, the legitimate second son of the wealthiest family in Bailing, was originally named Pei Jing. That he had been captivated by the art of medicine since childhood and became a disciple of Yun Ran at the tender age of 5. The same year Yun Shi was born, and now they both had reached maturity. The Shingon Bank was one of Yun Jing's enterprises that it would be disingenuous to claim she was not touched. Yun She grasped the jade ring tightly in her hand and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, brother. Seizing a moment of distraction, she embraced him, earnestly whispering, Thank you, brother Yun Jing. Upon uttering brother Yun Jing was momentarily taken aback, his heart inexplicably softening. After a brief moment, he gently gazed at her, raised his right hand, and tenderly ruffled her hair, lowering his voice to say, My little Sierra, you have called me brother Yun Jing. Once more. Since Yun Shi turned 12, this endearment and gesture had not occurred again. Surely, he must be nostalgic, Yun Jing mused. The little sister he had watched grow had now become capable of standing on her own. Their relationship seemed to have evolved since the passing of Yun Ran. Although they continued to train in martial arts and medicine together, occasionally sneaking out of the valley to explore the world, the carefree nature of their bond had shifted. Perhaps it was then that Yun Shi truly matured. That moment. Nanxing approached from the bamboo grove, slightly bending his knee in a respectful greeting to Yun Jing and Yun Shi. Miss, young master, he addressed them with deference. As Yun Jing was the sole disciple of Yun Ran, having grown up alongside Yun Shi, their childhood camaraderie was evident. Following Yun Ran's demise, Yin Yuan had recorded Yun Jing under Yun Ran's name. Hence Nanxing referred to him as young master. Miss, the time is nearly upon us, and the hot water has been prepared. Nanxing spoke again. Yun Jing suppressed her thoughts and replied, Then I shall take my leave, senior brother. With that, she turned and departed. Yun Shi, smiling brightly behind her, said, We welcome you to visit again, brother Yun Jing. Without looking back, Yun Jing merely waved her hand. Oh my brother Yun Jing is still so delightful, she mused. Perhaps it was the anticipation of embarking on her solitary journey outside the valley that had subtly shifted her state of mind, reminiscent of her once vivacious self. It might also be that this outing was her final opportunity for indulgence. Yun Shi watched as Yun Jing left. Nanxing, let us go, she said, handing over her sword and the golden Nama box, though her grip remained tightly around the jade ring. As they walked, Yun Shi added, Nanxing, please prepare several fine red threads for me. Oh, and a few exquisite beads as well. Nanxing inquired, puzzled, what does the miss need red threads and beads for? I have something precious that I must carry with me, and I fear it may be lost. Oh, I understand, Mississippi. I will prepare them shortly. After a fragrant incense sticks time, Nanxing gently knocked on the door. Miss, the valley master seeks your presence. Yun Shi, having just completed her bath and changed, furrowed her brow slightly at Nanxing's words. Come in. Yes, she spoke. Yun Shi moved to sit by the window. Nanxing gently pushed the door open, her footsteps gliding past the exquisite mica screen, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld Yun Shi quietly seated by the window. Her delicate right hand, as white as green onion, gracefully held a cup of tea. Those tender, elongated fingers resembled fine jade, gently cradling the celadon teacup. The tea within glimmered a clear emerald green, akin to a tranquil jade pool. Yun's eyes, lightly arched brows framed her face, unadorned by makeup, yet she radiated an effortless, unblemished beauty. Her visage appeared as the most exquisite creation of the heavens, with each line perfectly defined, and her finely crafted features coalescing into an unparalleled countenance that left one breathless at a mere glance. Clad in a pale lavender dress, the hue mirrored the lavender blossoms of spring, elegant and enchanting. She wore a sheer white veil over it, which fluttered gently in the breeze, resembling mist enveloping a fairy, perfectly accentuating her graceful form. She seemed as though she had stepped out of a painting, exuding an ethereal charm. Though Nanxing was accustomed to her mistress' beauty, this picturesque scene momentarily astonished her. However, after that fleeting moment, she swiftly regained her composure and hurried to Yunzai's side. Observing Yunzai's languid demeanor, Nanxing couldn't help but pout, her eyes reflecting curiosity and urgency as she asked, "Miss, how can you still find time to savor tea?" Yunxi, unperturbed, took a delicate sip of tea, her movements as graceful as a noble swan. Afterward, she inquired with a calm demeanor, "Pray tell, what does my grandfather wish to discuss?" Nanxing mischievously blinked her eyes and playfully suggested, "Why don't you take a guess, miss?" Yunxi merely arched an eyebrow, then calmly finished her tea before pouring herself another cup from the teapot. Observing Yunxi's composure, Nanxing surmised that her mistress had likely already deduced the reason for her grandfather's summons, choosing to remain silent about it. "Miss, in 3 days, you will celebrate your comingafage ceremony, a significant milestone in life. Are you not the least bit excited?" Nanxing could no longer contain herself and inquired. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if awaiting a response that would defy her expectations. "Ah, Nanxing, I intend to venture out for training after the ceremony. Would you care to accompany me?" As she spoke, Yunxi picked up an empty cup, poured tea, and handed it to Nanxing. Without hesitation, Nanxing accepted the cup, drank from it, and then knelt before Yunxi. With the utmost sincerity in her gaze, she declared, "Nanxing will forever follow you, miss, wherever you may go." Yunxi smiled gently, rising to assist Nanxing to her feet. "Nanxing, you know I have never regarded you as my maid henceforth. Do not kneel so casually. Of course, my lady." Nanxing affectionately linked her arm with Yunxis. "Now, cease your playful banter and come help me style my hair," Yunxi said with a smile, playfully tapping Nanxing's forehead as she led her toward the dressing table. "Certainly, my lady," Nanxing replied without a hint of reservation. Having accompanied Yunxi since childhood and being 3 years her senior, the two shared a bond akin to that of sisters. As Yunxi prepared to embark on her journey, she sought a trustworthy companion, hence her earlier remarks. Half an incense stick later, in Zhongsong courtyard. "Grandfather, I have arrived." Her voice preceded her presence. In the past, Yunxi was the epitome of a cool, aloof queen in the eyes of outsiders. Yet with family and friends, she transformed into a sweet, gentle spirit. Now, her chilly demeanor served as a guise, as she wished to spare her elder from worrying about her, thus feigning nonchalance in greeting Yun Yuan. Sitting in the courtyard while sipping tea, Yun Yuan heard Yunxi's voice and, without annoyance or turning to look at her, simply waved her over. As she approached, he beamed and said, "Little Sieur, come and sit." Oh, how curious that just moments ago, an old man ignored me, yet now he beckons as if calling a puppy. Yunxi pouted, crossing her arms as she gazed at Yun Yuan, seemingly sulking. Yun Yuan chuckled, "Little Sieur, how adorable you are, even when angry." As he spoke, he poured a cup of Bai Luo Chun tea for her. After tasting the tea, Yunxi raised an eyebrow and said, "The tea is quite good. I wonder what matters my grandfather wishes to discuss. Why can't an old man like me seek you out without a reason?" Yun Yuan replied playfully, embodying the spirit of a child. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is a treasure. "Ha ha ha. I won't tease you further. It's merely about my comingafage banquet in 3 days. Indeed, I believe it should be a meal shared with the people from the valley, with Aunt Hung presiding as the main guest and Nanxing as the supporter," Yunxi remarked, resting her chin in her hand, her eyes glimmering with delight. Aunt Hung, whose given name is Yun Hung, is the 3rd elder of the valley. Having watched Yunxi grow up, she is affectionately addressed as Aunt Hung by Yunxi. "Isn't this somewhat hasty?" Yun Yuan pondered. "Not all, grandfather. There's no need for grand gestures. Moreover, You should be able to anticipate my subsequent intentions, so this arrangement is quite satisfactory, Yunxi advised. Very well. Do as you wish, Yun Yuan said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Understanding her desire to leave the valley, he refrained from further comments. Oh yes, it's settled then. Grandfather, do not overthink it, I shall return, ensuring you are not left without successors, Yunxi assured him. Such a chatterbox, you are, Yun Yuan remarked helplessly. Grandfather, why don't we engage in a game of chess? Yunxi suggested. Splendid. It has been ages since this old man played chess with little Shi. Yun Yuan gladly accepted her proposal. Nanxing, prepare the chessboard, Yunxi instructed. Once the chessboard was set, only Yun Yuan and Yun Shi remained in the courtyard, fiercely competing on the board. Ha! Little Shi has indeed improved her chess skills. Yun Yuan praised his granddaughter without reservation. Oh, it is merely the result of your guidance since childhood, grandfather, Yun Shi replied playfully. Impudent child, Yun Yuan chided with a smile. Hurry, grandfather. It is your turn to make a move, Yun Shi urged. Why the rush? Am I not allowed to study the board a little longer? Yun Yuan retorted with a playful eye roll. All right, take your time, Yun Shi responded, indulging him. Their match soon transcended into a state of rapt concentration. Had it not been for Nanxing's reminder, they would have lost track of time and missed lunch. After their meal, Yun Yuan took a nap, while Yun Shi sought out Anheng to discuss the upcoming comingafage ceremony in 3 days in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Chapter 2. The coming-of-age ceremony 3 days later. A jubilant atmosphere enveloped the divine Healer Valley as a multitude of people made their way towards the tranquil pavilion. This day marked the coming-of-age ceremony for Yunxi, a significant event within the valley. The tranquil pavilion was adorned with exquisite elegance, surrounded by a profusion of blossoms and fluttering ribbons. The residents of the divine Healer Valley gathered here, their hearts brimming with anticipation to witness Yunxi's momentous rite. Before long, Yunxi gracefully emerged from the eastern pavilion. Her lithe figure resembled a gentle breeze on a spring day. With elegant strides, she made her way to the center of the venue, first standing facing the south, where she performed a dignified bow to the assembled guests. Her movements were executed with impeccable poise, radiating grace and refinement, as if she had stepped forth from an ancient scroll of beauty. After completing her bow, Yunxi turned to sit facing the west, her eyes reflecting a subtle blend of shyness and solemnity. At that moment, Aunt Hung descended the western steps with measured steps, her demeanor both steady and dignified. Approaching the washing area, she meticulously washed her hands, the water gliding over her fingers as though she were partaking in a sacred ritual. Once her hands were cleansed, it was time for Nanxing to style Yunxi's hair. Nanxing's technique was remarkably adept as her fingers wove through Yunxi's inky tresses, crafting what seemed to be a masterpiece of artistry. Once the hairstyling was complete, Yunxi gently turned to face the east, her visage appearing even more enchanting under the sun's warm embrace. After her hair was adorned, Aunt Hung received the silk scarf and hairpin from the officiant, her expression solemn as she approached Yunxi, with a slight elevation of her gaze, filled with affection and blessings. She began to recite the ceremonial words. On this auspicious month and day, you shall don your ceremonial attire. Cast aside your youthful aspirations and embrace the virtues of adulthood. May you be blessed with longevity and prosperity and receive abundant good fortune. The incantation resonated throughout the tranquil pavilion, each word imbued with heartfelt wishes for Yunxi's bright future. Upon concluding the blessings, Aunt Hung gently raised her hand to place the hairpin upon Yunxi's head. Her movements were tender yet reverent, as if fulfilling an extraordinarily sacred duty. Following this, Nanxing meticulously adjusted Yunxi's hairpin, ensuring it was securely positioned. Finally, Yunxi bowed towards the guests, her posture humble, embodying deep respect for those in attendance. Once she returned to the eastern pavilion, Nanxing busied herself, retrieving a delicate lavender gown from the wardrobe to dress Yunxi. The gown adorned her like a blooming violet, exuding an air of understated elegance. Emerging once more from the eastern pavilion, Yunxi confidently showcased her new attire to the crowd. Her eyes sparkled with brightness and self-assurance. and she approached Yun Yuan with light steps, performing a formal bow as a sign of respect, since her parents were absent and Yun Yuan was her elder. After completing her bow, Yunxi returned to her original position, facing east, while Anhung repeated the earlier proceedings. Receiving the hairpin once more from the officiant, her demeanor remained grave as she approached Yunxi anew. With deep affection in her gaze, she recited the blessings. In this auspicious month and day, you shall don your ceremonial attire. With respect and dignity, cultivate your virtues. May you enjoy eternal longevity and boundless blessings. Anhang's voice echoed in the air, rich with heartfelt blessings. Upon the conclusion of the congratulatory speech, Anhung gently removed the hairpin from Yunxi's hair and with utmost care, adorned her with the exquisite magnolia hairpin. The hairpin glimmered with a soft luster against Yunxi's coiffure, as if sharing in her joy of coming of age. Subsequently, Naxing adjusted the hairpin, her gaze focused to ensure it was perfectly placed. Yunxi then executed another respectful bow before quietly returning to the East Pavilion. Once back in the East Pavilion, Yunxi changed into a butterfly skirt adorned with vibrant embroidery, depicting butterflies that seemed poised to take flight. She emerged once more from the East Pavilion to present herself to the assembled guests, this time exuding an air of greater poise. With measured steps, she approached Anhung and gracefully performed a bow, each movement imbued with a mature elegance. After returning to her original position, facing east, Anhung once again followed the established rituals. She accepted the ceremonial hairpin offered by the officiant and, with a solemn expression, approached Yunxi. Raising her head with unwavering resolve, she recited the blessings. In the rightful year and auspicious month, may all be well. With brothers present, may virtue be fulfilled. Boundless is the grace of heaven. Anhang's voice resonated with strength, each word a powerful blessing for Yunxi's future. She adorned Yunxi with a butterfly hairpin, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. Rising, Yunxi respectfully performed another bow, her figure reminiscent of a graceful butterfly. For the final time, Yunxi returned to the East Pavilion, donning a long red begonia gown, its fiery hue vibrant and full of life. She stepped out towards the ancestral hall, performing a formal bow, her eyes reflecting reverence and gratitude, each gesture steeped in sincerity. Anhung approached Yunxi with a gentle smile, delivering her remarks. With the rites prepared, on this auspicious month and day, I bestow upon you the name, which signifies grace and virtue. Yunxi bowed respectfully and replied, Thank you, Anhung, for bestowing this name. Anhung gently lifted Yunxi, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, saying, This name was given to you by your mother. There is no need to thank me. She affectionately caressed Yunxi's face, thinking to herself, if Yen could see you come of age, she would surely be delighted. With a slight smile, Yunxi turned towards Yun Yuan to pay her respects. Kneeling before him, she performed the traditional bow. Well, my little Heir has finally grown up. The future is indeed promising. Yun Yuan looked at Yunxi with kindness. Yunxi then stood and faced the guests, offering a respectful greeting. I am profoundly grateful to all the elders, teachers, and senior brothers and sisters for attending my coming-of-age ceremony. I shall soon venture into the world to hone my skills, and upon my return, I will assume the role of the new leader of the Lesser Valley. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she spoke. Having traversed mountains and rivers, life is indeed worth living. Ha ha ha, little Heir, I have high hopes for you. The elder Yun Qing beamed at Yunxi and presented her with a sandalwood box. Here, this is a gift for you. Oh, what about mine? The second elder Yun Feng, feeling anxious, quickly produced a silk pouch from his sleeve. Thank you, Uncle Qing and Uncle Feng. I graciously accept your gifts and hope that the Divine Physician Valley continues to flourish for generations to come. As Yunxi uttered her final words, her voice intensified, imbued with a compelling conviction that inspired everyone present. Excellent, excellent, praised the fourth elder, Yun Tan, as he casually handed over a gift. 3 days prior, Yun Jing had already presented a lavish offering. Today's gifts consisted of small trinkets that delighted Yunxi. Once the elders had finished presenting their gifts, others from the Divine Physician Valley also came forth, bestowing their offerings upon Yunxi, so numerous that she struggled to carry them all. Even Nanxing held several in her arms. It was evident that Yunxi was the cherished darling of the Divine Physician Valley, favored for being family. 5 days later, at the entrance of the Divine Physician Valley, it was the day for Yunxi to depart. Those without pressing matters gathered to bid her farewell. Little Sierra, take good care of yourself, avoid making enemies, and reach out to the people of the valley if you need anything. Do not bear everything alone, Yun Yuan said, his face filled with reluctance, as if fearing that Yunxi would not return. It seemed that Yun Yuan was apprehensive, worried that Yunxi might, like her mother, fall for someone she could not be with. Yet, he understood that such matters were unavoidable. The Yun family held deep affections, and once one's heart was engaged, it was for a lifetime. Yunxi stepped forward and embraced Yun Yuan, saying, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will take good care of myself, and I promise to return on time." After releasing him, her promise served to comfort Yun Yuan, acting as a balm for his worries. Yun Jing, with a fond expression, said, "Little Sierra, go ahead. Once I conclude my duties within the valley, I will come and find you. However, my time is limited, as you well know." With that, he produced an item and handed it to Yunxi, saying, "This is your household registration. For convenience, I have prepared a new identity for you." Yunxi opened the registration to find the name Yun Wanqing, a native of Jiangnan, identified as a pharmacist from the Yuani Pavilion. "I never expected you to have arranged even this for me, senior brother," Yunxi teased. "This is essential. Your previous identity was too ostentatious for your departure from the valley, so we must adopt a more discreet approach," Yun Jing replied with resignation. In the past, Yunxi and Yun Jing often sneaked out of the valley, acquiring numerous properties and establishing considerable influence. Although this flashy power was managed by Yun Jing, Yunxi operated as a hands-off proprietor. When alone, Yunxi would still encounter challenges. But do not underestimate her. Her medical skills and martial prowess are genuine talents. This is true, Little Sierra, with your senior brother absent. Be more vigilant and take care of yourself, admonished Aunt Hung, taking Yunxi's hand. "Yes, I understand, Aunt Hung. I will write home often," Yunxi replied, affectionately linking her arm with Aunt Hang's. Aunt Hung relished the sight of Yunxi's youthful demeanor. At that moment, the remaining elders also spoke. The second elder, Yun Feng, stroked his beard and addressed Yunxi, "Safe travels, Little Sierra." The first elder, Yun Qing, added, "Do not forget your original intent, Little Sierra." The fourth elder, Yun Tan, chimed in, "Continue to do good deeds, Little Sierra." Yunxi bowed to everyone and playfully responded, "Thank you, dear elders, for your concern. I shall engage in good deeds. And do not fret over the journey ahead," Nanxing reminded from the side. "Grandfather, I am leaving now. Please take care of yourself and await my letters," Yunxi said, her expression turning serious as she bid farewell to Yun Yuan. "Very well, I will await your return." Yun Yuan's eyes glistened with a hint of redness, filled with concern. As Yunxi and Nanxing boarded the carriage, Yunxi instructed, "Jing Mo, let us be on our way." Jing Mo, one of Yunxi's shadow guards, assumed the role of the coachman for this journey, while another guard, Wen Sheng, remained hidden, vigilant and safeguarding Yunxi. The inhabitants of the Divine Healer Valley watched as Yunxi's carriage gradually vanished from their sight. A modest carriage traversed through the forest. Nanxing opened the window, gazing at the scenery outside, then glanced at the map in her hands. She remarked, "Miss, we shall reach Looming Town in half an hour. The sky is still bright. We can explore the town." Holding a book without lifting her head, Yun Wanqing replied, "That is acceptable, but we must first locate a safe inn." "Of course. Once we enter the town, we shall disembark and let Jing Mo find us a suitable inn," Nanxing said cheerfully. In response, with a gentle tap of her book, Yun Wanqing playfully struck Nanxing's little head, saying, "Always playing around, you little rascal." Nanxing stuck out her tongue, retorting, "Well, who can blame me when my miss spoils me?" Outside, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng, driving the carriage, could not help but smile at the playful banter between the two. In their hearts, the miss was akin to the sun, having drawn them from the darkness and bestowed warmth upon them. Years ago, during a drought in Jing Mo and Wen Sheng's hometown, their family sought refuge in the south, but they lost their parents before finding any relatives, leaving only the two brothers. With no power or influence, they became beggars on the streets. Eventually, they found their way near Yunwu Mountain, where they were saved by the young Yun Wanqing, who had snuck out to play. After bringing them back to the valley, Yun Yuan consulted the brothers about their future, subsequently enrolling them in a training camp dedicated to shadow guards. At that time, Yun Wanqing was merely 5 years old, while Jing Mo and Wensheng were 7. It was she who personally bestowed their names when they became her shadow guards. As they traveled, Nanxing animatedly recounted the delightful spots of the town. Yun Wanqing listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions. Previously, Nanxing had accompanied Yun Wanqing out of the valley, but those excursions were solely for charitable medical visits. She had never experienced leisurely travels like this, which heightened her excitement. Both Yun Wanqing and Yun Jing had slipped out of the valley quietly, thus leaving her with little opportunity for carefree enjoyment. "Miss, we are about to enter the town." Jing Mo's cool voice pierced through the carriage. "Oh, at last! We can disembark and explore Looming Town. How splendid!" Nanxing exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Calm down a little. Once we enter, we shall get off the carriage, and you can indulge to your heart's content," Yun Wanqing said with a smile. "Miss, you do spoil her," Jing Mo remarked with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Nanxing placed her hands on her hips and called out to Jing Mo, "Oh, Jing Mo, what of it? The miss has spoiled me since childhood. Naturally, I am unlike others." The implication of others did not escape Jing Mo and Wensheng, and Yun Wanqing was fully aware of it as well. Yun Wanqing gazed at Nanxing with a sense of helplessness, gently tapping her finger on Nanxing's head as she spoke. "They too are our friends. Though they joined us only a year ago, I have always regarded them as companions. Nanxing, you must understand that they see me as their master and are resolutely committed to protecting me out of gratitude for my past rescue. However, I do not seek their repayment. I merely hope they remain true to their original intentions and do not stray from the right path. That is sufficient for me." Yun Wanqing articulated her thoughts clearly so that all three could hear. "You must remember, we are friends and each other's support," she emphasized, feeling a pang of guilt. Nanxing replied, "Miss, I understand. I shall never act otherwise." Jing Mo and Wensheng chimed in, "Is quite all right, Miss Nanxing." Wensheng then declared, "I will never betray you. As you said, we are friends and mutual support." Jing Mo promptly echoed, "I feel the same way, Mississippi." Upon hearing their assurances, Yun Wanqing smiled gently. "There is no need for such solemnity. We will rely on each other during this journey." Overwhelmed with emotion, Nanxing leapt into Yun Wanqing's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, miss, you are truly wonderful." Yun Wanqing affectionately ruffled Nanxing's hair. "All right now. We are almost there. Sit properly." "Yes, miss," Nanxing responded, straightening herself beside Yun Wanqing. At this moment, the carriage gradually entered Looming Town. Jing Mo brought the carriage to a halt in front of a pastry shop, saying, "Miss, you may disembark now." Unable to contain her excitement upon hearing Jing Mo's voice, Nanxing jumped down and eagerly exclaimed, "Miss, it's Yin Shizhai. The pastries here are the most delicious." Yun Wanqing awaited Jing Mo to set the mounting block before she gracefully descended from the carriage, holding onto his arm while donning her veil. She raised her gaze through the sheer fabric and smiled lightly. "Little glutton, let us go inside and take a look." With that, Nanxing followed Yun Wanqing into the shop, while Wensheng lingered in the shadows and Jing Mo sought out an inn. The first floor of Yin Shizhai was dedicated to selling pastries, while the second floor featured private rooms for guests to savor tea and delicacies. As they entered, shelves brimming with various pastries lined both sides of the shop. Yun Wanqing paused to admire the offerings, just as a young attendant approached with a friendly smile. "What would the honored guest like to try? We have specialties such as lotus cakes, wish cakes, and pineapple tarts," he inquired. "Please pack these selections," Yun Wanqing instructed, pointing to several pastries, most of which were Nanxing's favorites. "Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on a moment," the attendant replied cheerfully. Playfully tugging at Yun Wanqing's sleeve, Nanxing smiled. "Wow, they're all my favorites." "Thank you, my beautiful lady." "Ah, now, let us maintain a bit of decorum," Yun Wanqing replied shyly. Shortly thereafter, The attendant returned with a radiant smile. Miss, your pastries are ready. The total is 10 taels of silver. Nanqing swiftly retrieved the money from her purse and handed it to the attendant, who joyfully accepted it, saying, "We look forward to your next visit." Yun Shizhai has branches in various locations, and its pastries are of the finest quality, making the slightly higher prices entirely reasonable. Once outside, Nanqing could hardly wait to open a bag of pastries, eagerly pulling one out and offering it to Yun Wangking. "Miss, try this." Yun Wangking, unpretentious as ever, took a bite and mused that indeed there's a rationale behind the price. Upon witnessing her enjoyment, Nanqing could no longer restrain herself and indulged heartily. "Miss, this is delightful," she exclaimed. Yun Wangking chuckled lightly. "Save some for one sheng and the others." Yes, I know." Nanqing nodded eagerly while savoring the delicacies. Observing Nanqing's fervent enjoyment, Yun Wangking sighed in amusement. "Come, let us venture ahead," she suggested with a gentle smile. Her tone unmistakably conveyed her cheerful disposition. "All right," Nanqing replied, munching on the pastries. Though the quaint deer call town appeared modest in size, it was bustling with people, even as dusk approached. The streets were alive with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. As Yun Wangking guided Nanqing through the vibrant atmosphere, they were inevitably drawn to various trinkets, resulting in a collection of items in Nanqing's hands by the time Jing Mo found them. As night finally descended, Jing Mo had meticulously arranged everything. He addressed Yun Wangking with a measured tone. "Miss, the inn has been secured just ahead, and dinner is prepared. Would you care to dine now?" His demeanor, along with Wenxing's, was rather stoic and detached, eliciting an unspoken critique from Nanqing. Yun Wangking, glancing at the sky, since the time was right, and cheerfully announced, "Nanqing, let's go for dinner." Eagerly, Nanqing responded, "Yes, miss. Let's hurry. I feel as though I might starve." Indeed, it was she who yearned for amusement and was now famished. With a playful tone, Yun Wangking teased, "Oh, is that so? And whose stomach was filled with pastries just moments ago?" Nanqing, flustered, retorted, "Miss, must you embarrass me?" Yun Wangking smiled sweetly. "All right, I shall not tease you further. Let's be on our way." The trio proceeded to the inn, known as Wind's Arrival. Chapter 3. The rising conflict in this tranquil town stood an illustrious establishment named Wind's Arrival, renowned for its exquisite offerings. The fame of Wind's Arrival stemmed not merely from its fine wines, but also from its unparalleled cuisine, featuring authentic local delicacies that lured patrons from far and wide. The elegant second-floor parlor of Wind's Arrival boasted a serene and refined ambience. At this moment, Jing Mo, with a calm demeanor, instructed the waiter to expedite the dishes while sternly emphasizing that no disturbances were to be tolerated during the meal service. The astute waiter nodded in understanding and hurriedly descended to prepare the meals. Meanwhile, the four of them were seated in the parlor, quietly listening to the chatter of the diners below. They were no ordinary individuals, each possessing profound inner strength, allowing them to clearly discern the conversations happening on the first floor. This may have seemed peculiar to common folk, but for them, it was a trivial matter. "Have you heard? The Haluet kingdom is about to go to war with our Biling kingdom." Suddenly, a young man raised his voice, passionately speaking to his companions. His words, piercing through the slight din of the tavern, drew the attention of those nearby, who turned to regard him with curiosity. The young man's voice was notably loud, his eyes wide open as if he were revealing earth-shattering news. The first to respond was a middle-aged gentleman at the adjacent table, who, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Young friend, how do you know this?" His eyes reflected skepticism, for matters of war are grave and cannot be casually disseminated without substantial evidence. Others, hearing his question, chimed in, echoing his doubt. "Indeed, how do you know?" All eyes were now fixed on the young man, who faced the collective scrutiny with an air of defiance. For he possessed the truth that the others could not fathom. Only Yun Wangking and her companions understood the veracity of the news. They embarked on their journey with a significant mission, their first destination being the city of Yulin in the Western Territories, the most crucial stronghold of the Biling Kingdom. Yulin's geographical significance was paramount. It stood as a formidable barrier in the west, and should it fall, the enemy would sweep in unimpeded, reaching the imperial capital of Shengjing. The young man, challenged by the crowd, seemed undeterred. With a more pronounced glare, he declared, "Just days ago, I passed through Fenghan County, where the local magistrate has begun conscripting soldiers. Can this be false?" He gestured emphatically, as if to underscore the authenticity of his claims. His words cast a spell of contemplation over the listeners, as the notion of conscription was indeed extraordinary, typically arising only in times of war or dire crisis. "Perhaps in a few days, this town will begin conscription as well," he added, his voice tinged with urgency. Some in the crowd widened their eyes, fear palpable in their expressions, their bodies trembling like startled fawns, as if a calamity loomed on the horizon. Terrifying images flooded their minds, the dread of the unknown gripping their hearts like an invisible hand. Others, however, smirked, their eyes betraying disdain. To them, this was mere overreaction, the anxieties of the timid. They prided themselves on their own capabilities and insights, confidently believing they could weather any storm, finding the reactions of those around them laughable and naive. Yet, regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling among the crowd, the inevitable approached like dark clouds on the horizon, whether they chose to accept it or not. What was destined to occur would come to pass. After the commotion, Yun Wonking and her companions finally settled down for dinner. Upon finishing their meal, Wensheng called for the waiter to clear the table and requested a pot of Biluakan tea. "Miss, based on the intelligence we have gathered, war is indeed imminent. It appears the Emperor has dispatched the heir of the Duke of the State to lead the campaign, though the intent remains unclear," Wensheng said gravely. "The kingdom of Haoyue has recently appointed a new crown prince, who commands an army of 500,000. In contrast, our Bailing can only muster 300,000 soldiers. And with the additional 150,000 from Yulin City, we still fall short by 50,000. Jing Mo added, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Even if we were to recruit soldiers now, the untrained recruits would merely be sent to their demise." Yin Wonking's brow furrowed, her expression grave. Nanqing poured 4 cups of tea, placing them before Yin Wonking, Jing Mo, Wensheng, and himself. "Miss, please have some tea. I wonder if the heir of the Duke of Zhenghua will be up to the task." Nanqing understood that the crux of the issue lay with the heir of the Duke of Zhenghua. News from Fenghua Tower indicated that the Duke's son had taken the initiative to lead the expedition, infuriating the Duke of Zhenghua, whose wife had wept for a long time, yet failed to sway her son, who only became more resolute. Wensheng spoke solemnly. "The Duke of Zhenghua's son, Hua Xiai, is young yet accomplished, having achieved the highest honors at the age of 16, and now, in his youth, serves as the Deputy Minister of War. His father, Duke Hua Xian, and his mother, Lady Hua, are sisters to the Empress, thus fostering a close relationship with the legitimate prince, the 6th prince. This expedition indeed carries peril, which is why the Duke has sought to dissuade him." Without hesitation, Yun Wonking remarked, his appointment as Deputy Minister of War attests to his capabilities to lead an army. Had it not been for the aging General Yuan Hao, whose son perished on the battlefield, and whose grandson is still but a child, it is unlikely Hua Xiai would have been entrusted with such a command. The kingdom of Bailing was forged through the combined efforts of the late emperor and the old Duke Huizhe, alongside General Yuan Hao. Following that, General Yuan secured the Western Front, while Duke Hui stabilized the court. Although there are disturbances at the border, they are mere skirmishes that recover swiftly. Were it not for the current king of Haoyue's incompetence, the entire frontier would remain at peace. Presently, the crown prince, Zhong Zhengxiu, who emerged from the power struggle, is eager to prove himself, declaring his intent to reclaim lost territories from Bailing. Regrettably, this will lead to widespread suffering among the populace, with many becoming displaced, and their grievances will echo far and wide. This path is undoubtedly one of no return. You speak true, yet among those accompanying him is the 6th prince, Lu Sui. Ying Montak hesitated. He shares a complex connection with Yun Wonking. One wonders if he might recognize her. Yun Wonking remained silent. Nanqing offered consolation. "Miss, we are here now. We shall assist them as best we can. You need not worry about your identity. Young Master Yunjing has made the necessary arrangements, so there is no need for concern." "Very well, you are right. We must take it one step at a time." Yin Wanqing sighed lightly. I hope this war can be resolved swiftly, and we shall do our utmost to minimize casualties. She gazed out at the waning moon with resolve. Jing Mo and Wen Sheng responded, It will be so, rest assured, Mississippi. There are no true victors in war, only a succession of failures. Wives lose their husbands. Children are orphaned. The elderly mourn their lost kin. Generals weep for their soldiers, and nations suffer the loss of their people and lands. All are victims of war's relentless brutality. Do not mock those who lie drunk on the battlefield. Throughout history, how many have returned from war? Noticing that the hour was late, Nanxing addressed Yin Wanqing, Miss, is getting late. Shall we retire to the guest rooms upstairs? Yin Wanqing retracted her thoughts and donned her usual smile, responding, All right, let's go, my little South Star. Hee. The way Miss smiles is truly enchanting. South Star gazed at Yin Wanqing with an infatuated expression. In truth, Yin Wanqing understood that South Star was merely trying to amuse her in her own whimsical manner, and she indulged her. Jing Mo had booked 2 exquisite guest rooms, one for Yin Wanqing and South Star, and the other for himself and Wen Sheng, ensuring mutual care for one another. Upon returning to their quarters, Yin Wanqing immediately summoned water for a bath, while South Star took her turn in Jing Mo's room before rejoining Yin Wanqing. As Yin Wanqing preferred solitude during her ablutions, she encouraged South Star to wash up as well. Meanwhile, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng languished in their elegant chamber for quite a while. The following morning, precisely at the first watch, all 4 of them were already awake. After their morning rituals, they practiced martial arts in the spacious area behind the inn, a habit cultivated during their time at the Divine Physician Valley. The hour was still early, and aside from the young servant tidying up, there was no one else around. Following their morning exercise, Yin Wanqing, having worked up a sweat, returned to her room and requested hot water, only descending to the elegant chamber for breakfast at the first hour of the dragon. South Star and the others had been eagerly awaiting Yin Wanqing's arrival for breakfast, and upon seeing her enter, South Star momentarily froze before instructing the young waiter to serve the dishes. Not only South Star, but even Jing Mo and Wen Sheng were captivated by Yin Wanqing's beauty, though they quickly regained their composure. Today, Yin Wanqing was adorned in a light blue butterfly gown, which accentuated her jade-like skin, making it appear even more translucent. A jade pendant adorned her waist, producing a melodious sound with each movement. Her long, dark hair was casually styled into a flowing cloud bun, secured with a purple jade hairpin, radiating elegance and grace. Her eyes, resembling brilliant glass, seemed to gather all the ethereal energies of the universe, enchanting all who beheld them. After Yin Wanqing took her seat, the young waiter began to serve the dishes. Yin Wanqing and South Star enjoyed wontons, while Jing Mo and Wen Sheng savored oil-splashed noodles, accompanied by a complimentary rose cake from a small eatery. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow on the distant mountains, where a beam of light pierced through the thin mist, reminiscent of an ink-wash painting. The sunlight appeared to transcend darkness, reaching deep into the soul, instilling a sense of motivation to move forward. The world was becoming increasingly tumultuous. Who knew if such serene sights would still be witnessed in the days to come? After finishing her breakfast, Yin Wanqing gazed intently out the window, watching the sun gradually rise from behind the mountains. South Star, intrigued, inquired, Miss, what captivates you so? Chapter 4. The Xuanjiao army. Yin Wanqing slightly lifted her gaze, her expression serene, and softly spoke, If I calculate the days correctly, the army traveling west from Shengjing must be nearing Yulin City soon. A hint of unnoticeable anxiety flickered in her eyes, as if she had already envisioned the smoke of battle rising in the distant battlefield. Long before Yin Wanqing stepped out of that tranquil valley, the tide of war had surged forth like a relentless wave, arriving without warning. Now, the 4 of them were hastily making their way towards the Western territories. Perhaps there truly existed an opportunity for them to encounter that grand army head-on. As Jing Mo listened to Yin Wanqing's words, he nodded gently, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. We must hasten our pace to the western frontier. We can no longer indulge as we did yesterday. The previous day's journey had been filled with laughter, the group galloping like unbridled wild horses. reveling in the joys of travel. However, the current situation demanded immediate attention, leaving no room for complacency. Nanxing's bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "If we quicken our pace, can we catch up with the army?" Her heart brimmed with curiosity and longing for the military, rendering her oblivious to Jing Mo's subsequent counsel. Wen Sheng observed Nanxing's exuberance and shook his head in resignation, imparting his wisdom with a serious tone. "Weapons are blind. The battlefield is fraught with peril. We must prioritize caution. Nanxing, you must remember not to be reckless and playful." He understood the brutal reality of war, a realm steeped in bloodshed and death. Far from the child's play Nanxing envisioned. Yin Wanqing wholeheartedly concurred, her gaze soft yet resolute as she addressed Nanxing. "You must firmly remember Wen Sheng's words. Our purpose is to aid the western frontier in overcoming this crisis and to bring an end to the conflict swiftly. Only when peace is restored can we explore the breathtaking landscapes of the four nations. How splendid it would be to traverse different realms, experiencing the local customs and the allure of diverse cultures. Yet, before that, we must prioritize the war and not let our desire for amusement jeopardize our mission." Who might they be? The heir of the state Duke, Huasi, the sixth prince, Lu Sui, or perhaps even Emperor Wen Xuan? Nanxing, suppressing her emotions, replied earnestly to Yin Wanqing, "Miss, I understand. We must not delay. Let's depart at once." "Very well, Jing Mo, fetch the carriage." "Why not ride horses?" Because Yin Wanqing's carriage had been specially modified, making it more agile and swift than a typical carriage, and with 3 swift steeds harnessed. It would not lag behind a rider on horseback. After returning to their lodgings yesterday, Yin Wanqing had meticulously planned their route. The town of Luming was merely 2 cities away from the western capital, Yulin City. Once aboard the carriage, Yin Wanqing instructed Jing Mo, "We must reach Qingyang City within 3 days. After a night's rest, we shall continue to Jing'an City." Aware of the urgency, Jing Mo promptly responded, "Understood, Mississippi." Concern filled Nanxing's eyes as she silently observed Yin Wanqing's expressionless face, her heart swelling with compassion. She softly urged, "Miss, please smile. Look, I have brought some pastries for you." With delicate movements, Nanxing gently opened a hidden compartment and carefully arranged exquisite confections on the low table. In those tranquil days spent in the valley, Yin Wanqing's life had been blissfully carefree. Although studying medicine requires memorizing countless drug names, ailments, and intricate pharmacological knowledge, and practicing martial arts necessitates the daily repetition of tedious forms to hone one's foundational skills, Yin Wanqing always wore a subtle smile. In her recollections, she seldom bore a blank expression, save for the year of Yun Ran's passing. That was a time steeped in sorrow and anguish, as if the entire world had drained of color, causing her smile to vanish along with it. During her time in the Divine Physician Valley, Yin Wanqing had indeed absorbed a wealth of knowledge. She diligently studied military strategy, delving into the marvelous tactics of troop deployment and learning how to make the most advantageous decisions based on varying terrains, troop strengths, and enemy conditions. Her exploration of imperial intrigue had also given her insight into discerning human intentions and weighing pros and cons amidst complex power struggles. Furthermore, she had learned the intricacies of managing a shop, from procurement of goods and personnel management to marketing and promotion, scrutinizing each aspect with care. However, having always been pampered by her family, who attended to her every need, she found that whenever challenges arose, her relatives would promptly take care of them before she even had the chance to intervene. Thus, her practical experience was regrettably scant, particularly in military matters, where her exposure to real combat was nearly non-existent. This departure from the valley held profound significance, primarily aimed at allowing Yin Wanqing to enhance her practical experience through real-life trials. After all, this was an indispensable course in her journey of growth. Only by traversing these challenges could she truly mature and become stronger. Yin Wanqing sighed softly, her delicate brows knitting together, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "Nanxing, I truly do not know if we can be of any assistance. In the past, whenever we ventured out, my senior brother was always there to strategize alongside us. His vast knowledge and resourcefulness ensured that we could navigate any situation with ease. Now, although I've learned military tactics and schemes from my master and senior brother, the thought of facing the impending circumstances alone fills me with uncertainty. Observing her distress, Nanxing hurriedly approached to offer comfort. Miss, do not be alarmed. You're not alone in this endeavor. Think of it. Doesn't that Heir serve as the Deputy Minister of War? To attain such a position, he must possess genuine skills and capabilities. Moreover, we are not without our own merits. We have medical expertise, which is invaluable in the military. We could join the camp as medics, tending to wounded soldiers while simultaneously gaining insight into military affairs. Surely, we would be of help. The ever-quiet Jing, M.O., having listened to their exchange, interjected, Miss Nanxing makes a valid point. Given the urgency of the situation, fretting here serves no purpose. Our priority must be to reach the western borders swiftly. Only by witnessing the specifics of the conflict firsthand and comprehending the dynamics at play can we formulate our next course of action. If one continues to waver in indecision, time will be squandered and the opportune moment will be missed. After considering everyone's words, Wen Sheng suggested, Miss, if you still harbor concerns, let's have Fenghua Tower convey the message. Fenghua Tower is renowned for its intelligence. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Through the information relayed by Fenghua Tower, we can gain a clearer understanding of the enemy's situation. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This way, we can approach our tasks with greater assurance. Fenghua Tower serves as both a brothel and an underground intelligence center. After Yun Wanqing took over from Yunran, she reformed its operations, and within a mere 5 years, Fenghua Tower's reputation became widely recognized. With Yun Jing managing various affairs, no one dared to cause trouble. Yun Wanqing reflected on the words of Nanxing and the others, and upon opening her eyes again, the once cheerful Yun Wanqing returned. I have been overly cautious. I should place my trust in them. Wen Sheng, inform me immediately when news arrives, she stated with poise. Understood, Miss, Wen Sheng replied. Meanwhile, the Xuanjia army of Bailing was advancing towards the western border. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers formed several orderly infantry battalions, resembling moving mountains, a city on the march. With each step forward, their imposing presence caused the very earth to tremble. Ho Si, mounted on a magnificent steed, furrowed his brow, his lips pressed tightly together, displaying a hint of urgency and seriousness. At that moment, his deputy, Wei Suin, rode forth. Ho Si's gaze struck him like lightning, followed by a low, authoritative voice. Deputy Wei, relay the order that we must reach Qingyang City within 3 days. Ho Si's voice echoed in the air, each word laced with an undeniable tone of command. Wei Suin clasped his hands in salute and was about to turn away when Ho Si added, You shall go personally to avoid any miscommunication. He was acutely aware of the urgency and significance of the task at hand, leaving no room for error. Hence his meticulous approach to the orders. Wei Suin's expression grew more solemn as he responded in a loud, resolute voice, I shall obey. With that, he squeezed his horse's sides, yanked the reins sharply, and the steed let out a powerful neigh, raising its front hooves high. Wei Suin maintained his balance on the saddle before quickly turning the horse around, galloping back against the direction of the marching troops. His silhouette was tall and resolute, growing distant amidst the rising dust, devoid of hesitation or discontent. His heart was solely focused on absolute obedience to the general's command and the gravity of the mission. Wei Suin, the son of the esteemed Wei Gu, secured his position as deputy general through his father's influence and was aligned with the third prince. Due to his father's standing, Ho Si treated him with deference, not imposing undue hardship upon him. Such tasks typically did not require a deputy general's involvement. Perhaps Wei Suin understood that the paramount concern was the war effort, and despite factional discord, he bore no ill will. Lu Sui, observing OCS de minor, discerned his thoughts and offered reassurance. Huaiji, your arrangement for the army's southern advance are commendable. There is no need for excessive worry. Trust that General Yu Wen will hold the fort until the army arrives at the western border. General Yu Wen Hao, though in his advanced years, still held the line at the western frontier, and with few capable individuals by his side, how could this not cause Hosei concern? Beside them, when Jiao discreetly observed Hosei and hesitantly spoke, "ACI, our immediate priority is to continue our journey. The sooner we arrive in Yulin City, the less danger the people will face." Upon hearing the name ACI, Hosei's expression turned cold, and he replied emotionlessly, "Wen Jiao, you ought to address me as general." Taken aback, Wen Jiao looked at Hosei, but all she received in return was his impassive demeanor. With a heavy heart, she lowered her head and said, "All right, General Hua, I understand. It will not happen again." Lu Sui, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, quickly interjected, "Huaiji, Jiao is not wrong. It has been a while since we last raced horses. Why not have a contest?" Hosei recognized this as Lu Sui's attempt to alleviate the situation and did not decline. Perhaps a horse race would provide some respite and clear his mind. The Crown Prince Lu Shiyan, the 6th Prince Lu Sui, the heir of the Duke of the State Hosei, the 7th Princess Lu Hanyan, the Prime Minister's daughter Wen Jiao, and the Grand Tutor's daughter Ji Yuning were 6 longtime friends. In the open customs of the Bailing Kingdom, there were no strict separations between the genders. Virtuous women could also participate in the imperial examinations and serve in government. The Prime Minister's daughter, Wen Jiao, was granted to the Crown Prince as his consort, while the Grand Tutor's daughter Ji Yuning was bestowed upon Lu Sui as his empress. The 7th Princess Lu Hanyan was also betrothed to Hosei. Wen Jiao, who took delight in martial pursuits, had joined the military expedition after her father, the Prime Minister, humbly sought permission from the emperor. Although she was originally a refined and educated noblewoman, she tended to be cautious in Hosei's presence, perhaps indicating her deeper affections for him. Hosei, Lu Shiyan, and Lu Sui were celebrated as the 3 prodigies of Bailing. Hosei achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations, while Lu Shiyan, the crown prince, was gentle in nature yet ruthless in strategy. As for Lu Sui, he entered the court at the age of 14, starting from a minor official position, and within 2 years ascended to the role of Deputy Minister of Justice. Despite being merely 17, Lu Sui's mother was the favored imperial concubine Yun, who mysteriously disappeared when he was just a year old, becoming a taboo subject during the reign of Emperor Wen Xuan, given that she had been the emperor's beloved. Growing up under the queen's care, he was particularly close to the crown prince. Unlike other ambitious princes, Lu Sui genuinely supported Lu Shiyan's faction, having been adopted under the queen's name. He found it impossible to harbor any ulterior motives. His graceful demeanor and reticence were mere facades, and for many years, no one had seen through him. Only by being disinterested in the throne could he survive. The crown prince's faction wielded considerable power, with most influential figures in the court supporting him. Yet, as the saying goes, where the waters are too clear, there are no fish. There were always those who failed to perceive the situation clearly, engaging in treasonous acts. But that is a matter for another time. 2 days later, near Fenggui Mountain, Yun Wangqing, seated in a carriage, heard hurried footsteps, many of them. It appeared to be the Xuanjia army. However, they were traversing a different official road from the one that Yun Wangqing and her companions were on, which explained their prior lack of encounter. The 2 roads converged at the foot of Fenggui Mountain. Jing Mo also heard the sounds and inquired, "Miss, the Xuanjia army is approaching via another official road. If we intend to reach Qingyang City, we can either go ahead of them or wait until they pass." "In my view, waiting might be prudent." Yun Wangqing decisively responded, "Very well, we shall pause here and follow them from a distance once they pass. Should we attempt to go ahead, they may grow suspicious." Understanding the wisdom in this reasoning, Yun Wangqing concurred. As when Sheng received the instruction to wait here, it became evident that the time would not be brief. He then ventured into the nearby woods, presumably to hunt for game. Meanwhile, a scout arrived with news. "General Hua, we have spotted a carriage on another official road. It seems they have sensed the presence of our large army and have halted near a fork in the road." Opting not to proceed, the scout reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Hosei made a decisive decision. "We must accelerate our advance and send someone to keep watch on that carriage. Report any developments immediately." "Understood." Lu Sui pondered. "Those within the carriage must be en route to Qingyang City. wishing not to offend us by yielding the path. We must remain vigilant, Huasi cautioned. Indeed, at such a critical moment, any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Chapter 5. The Strategy Inside the Carriage. Yin Wonking sat upright, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolded topographical map of the western region before her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, as if engaged in a complex calculation within her mind. Occasionally, her fingers would glide across the map, and at other times, she would rest her chin in contemplation, appearing utterly absorbed in her thoughts, oblivious to her surroundings. As for Nanxing, after a brief period in the confined space of the carriage, she felt a growing sense of restlessness. The cramped quarters made her feel uneasy, akin to a small bird yearning for the vastness of the open sky. Without hesitation, she leaped down from the carriage. Upon landing, she recalled Jing Mo's earlier remark about gathering firewood to prepare some food, thus deciding to assist him in that task. Before long, Nanxing spotted Wensheng not far away, one hand clutching 2 rabbits and the other carrying 4 chickens, striding back with a bountiful harvest that was visible from afar. Her eyes instantly brightened, excitement bubbling within her like that of a child. Unable to contain her joy, she waved her arms and called out to Wensheng. Hurry up. Wensheng, I am starving. Her voice rang out melodiously across the vast wilderness. You're just greedy, Jing Mo remarked, shaking his head in resignation at Nanxing's eager demeanor. As Wensheng approached, Jing Mo took the initiative and said, Wensheng, let me handle this. You start the fire. Without hesitation, Wensheng nodded in agreement, their cooperation appearing seamless, as if they were truly brothers, their understanding seemingly innate. Jing Mo then skillfully began to process the game. His adept hands wielded the knife, which glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, and in no time, the 2 rabbits and 4 chickens were neatly prepared and set aside. Simultaneously, Wensheng busied himself, nimbly gathering twigs and dry grass, quickly assembling a makeshift grill. They exchanged smiles, each taking responsibility for 3 of the game, methodically setting about their culinary task. And what was Nanxing up to? Suddenly, she realized that barbecuing without seasonings would be a grave misstep, as they are essential for enhancing the flavor of the food. Thus, she dashed into the carriage like a gust of wind, rummaging through every nook and cranny in search of spices. Her eager demeanor resembled that of a little girl with a sweet tooth, her mind solely focused on the delectable feast soon to be savored. Yin Wonking had spent 2 days studying the topographical map, discovering that Yulin City was encircled by mountains, rendering it easy to defend but difficult to assault. As the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. Yin Wonking intended to seize the leader, yet she lacked a foolproof plan. While she pondered this, Nanxing lifted the carriage curtain and presented a roasted rabbit, exclaiming, Miss, Jing Mo and the others have prepared the rabbit. It's ready to eat. Yin Wonking received the roasted rabbit, the mouth-watering aroma instantly filling the carriage, indicating that Jing Mo and his companions had indeed refined their culinary skills. Holding another roasted rabbit in one hand and covering her mouth with the other to stifle a giggle, Nanxing remarked, Indeed, when they first arrived, they knew nothing. Thankfully, I taught them. Otherwise, who knows where we would have been foraging for wild vegetables. Nanxing was renowned for her culinary prowess at the Divine Healer Valley. Yet she primarily cooked for Yin Wonking. Fortunately, she had imparted her skills to the Wensheng brothers. Otherwise, they would have relied on Nanxing for meals while traveling. Nanxing spoke freely, and Jing Mo and Wensheng overheard her, their ears turning red with embarrassment. Fortunately, Nanxing was preoccupied with the roasted rabbit and did not notice. Otherwise, she would have surely teased them. Yin Wonking smiled gently, drew her dagger, retrieved a plate from a hidden compartment, and expertly sliced the roasted rabbit into delectable pieces. Finally preparing a dipping sauce with the condiments Nanxing had unearthed. The rabbit, dipped in the sauce, was even more delicious. Yin Wonking opened the window, asking, Nanxing, would you like to dip your rabbit? Upon hearing this, Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly exclaimed, Yes, miss, I want it. Without hesitation, she dashed to the side of the carriage, still holding a freshly torn rabbit leg. Yin Wonking quickly prepared a small dish of dipping sauce and handed it to Nanxing. Who could not resist tasting it immediately? It's truly delicious. After savoring it, Nanxing approached Jing Mo, offering him a taste as well. Just then, Wen Sheng finished roasting a chicken and asked Nanxing to tear half for Yun Wanking. Once they had finished eating, the four of them settled back in the carriage. Nanxing poured 4 cups of tea to cleanse their palates. Meanwhile, the Xuanjia army, numbering 30,000, was making slow progress. By the time Yun Wanking and her companions finished their wild feast, they had only traversed half the distance. Wen Sheng furrowed his brow, a hint of caution in his eyes as he quietly addressed Yun Wanking. Miss, observe that we have unexpectedly encountered the main force. This is no ordinary occurrence. In my opinion, we should devise a method to gain their trust. If we recklessly enter Yulin City, the vigilant soldiers will surely mistake us for spies, which could lead to significant trouble. Jing Mo, who had been listening nearby, immediately nodded in agreement, a sense of urgency evident in his gaze. I share your thoughts, Mississippi. Moreover, if we can establish a connection with the army, we might glean more useful information from them. The situation in Yulin City is currently complex. Acquiring additional intelligence would be beneficial. Indeed, this plan is feasible, Yun Wanking replied thoughtfully, a contemplative expression gracing her delicate features. However, as you can see, we are already under their watchful gaze, which complicates matters. How can we allay their suspicions entirely? This is no simple task. Upon hearing this, Nanxing's eyes twinkled with a sudden spark of inspiration, and she eagerly exclaimed, Miss, I have an idea. We can follow the army at a moderate distance. Neither too close nor too far. Just think about it. This is no trivial matter. If they see us in this manner, they certainly will not ignore us and are bound to send someone to inquire about our situation. This way, we would have the opportunity to make contact with them and subsequently gain their trust, wouldn't we? It must be said that despite her usual gluttonous demeanor, Nanxing's intellect shone brightly at critical moments. Yun Wanking gazed at her with affectionate eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, It seems my little Nanxing has some merit after all. Splendid indeed. In truth, Yun Wanking had already contemplated this strategy herself. It was merely that Nanxing had voiced it first. Jing Mo and Wen Sheng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration for Nanxing. Although they were skilled dark guards with formidable martial prowess, they still fell short of Nanxing's strategic acumen. Having followed Yun Wanking and Yun Jing since childhood, Nanxing had been steeped in discussions of tactics and current affairs, making her insights more profound than those of the average individual. After resolving a matter, Yun Wanking unfolded a topographical map of the western region and briefly recounted the situation in Yulin City. A month prior, the political landscape of the Haoyue kingdom had erupted into chaos. At that time, the crown prince, Zhong Zhengxiu, had launched a sudden and ferocious assault on Yulin City, akin to a raging beast. In an instant, the city was engulfed in the ominous clouds of war. General Yuan Hao, a seasoned veteran, commanded 150,000 troops to defend the city, which now boasted a meager force of fewer than 70,000. Should reinforcements fail to arrive on time, Yulin City would surely fall in 15 days. Speaking of Zhong Zhengxiu, he is no ordinary character. In the blood-soaked and treacherous struggle for succession within the Haoyue kingdom, he navigated through numerous challenges, emerging as a dark horse to claim the title of crown prince. On the battlefield, he has demonstrated remarkable military prowess. Over the past month, although his forces have sustained losses, they amount to merely 50,000, which underscores his status as a formidable adversary, as steadfast as an unyielding rock. Miss, you wouldn't be contemplating capturing the king by seizing the thief first, would you? Nanxing speculated. However, Zhong Zhengxiu undoubtedly has dark guards surrounding him, and the camp is guarded by soldiers. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Nanxing truly lives up to Yun Wanking's expectations. Their thoughts align remarkably. Upon hearing her words, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng were taken aback, impressed by her audacity. Nanxing, you are indeed remarkable. This is precisely what I was thinking. Yun Wanking replied with a slight curve of her lips. I believe directly storming the enemy camp to be unrealistic, but once the main forces arrive, Zhong Zhengxiu is likely to take the field himself, at which point we will have our opportunity. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the easier it is to act. Yet we must strike with precision. This strategy must be predicated on our ability to enter the battlefield, Wen Sheng pondered before speaking. Moreover, the opportunity is singular. It must succeed at once. Jing Mo interjected. If the young lady enters the camp as a physician, her chances of reaching the battlefield are slim. Indeed, it appears we must convince them of our intentions. Yin Wonking replied slowly. Nanxing suggested, Miss, why not wait for them to come to us, and then directly state that our purpose is to enter the military camp? Jing Mo furrowed his brow, questioning, will they believe us? Wen Sheng fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Hearing Nanxing's words, Yin Wonking nodded in satisfaction. They would not be easily convinced. I could assert my martial prowess and challenge Wen Jiao to a duel. Even so, Hui Siyai and Lu Sui would likely remain wary and investigate our backgrounds. Wen Sheng continued, Miss, I believe we can start by gaining the trust of the sixth prince, Lu Sui. As for why we begin with him, let's set that aside for now. This was indeed a sound suggestion. If the young lady were to showcase her exceptional medical skills or devise strategies for them, it would surely alleviate their doubts. Though complete trust may not be attained, entering the military camp and reaching the battlefield should pose no issue, Nanxing added. Echoing Yin Wonking's thoughts, Wen Sheng and Jing Mo exchanged a knowing glance, affirming in unison, Miss, this plan is excellent. However, they did not anticipate that Hui Siyai would be the easiest to manipulate. Was it the allure of beauty? But that discussion could wait. Fortunately, the scout's martial skills were lacking. Fearing detection, he kept his distance. Moreover, they intentionally lowered their voices, lest their conversation be overheard, Nanxing lamented. Indeed, as soon as the scout approached, Yin Wonking and the others had noticed him. However, given the scout's inadequate abilities, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng chose not to eliminate him, lest they alarm the others and raise suspicion. Yin Wonking cautioned, we must not let our guard down. Our plan is not infallible. It is merely the best option at present. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, we must coordinate effectively to dispel their doubts. Yes, miss, they replied. Chapter 6. The east wind, the sky seemed to be gradually steeped in a profound inky hue, darkening as the renowned Xuanjiao army finally arrived at the foot of Fenggue Mountain. The soldiers of the Xuanjiao army were clad in heavy armor, their long march having coated them in dust. Yet, their gazes remained resolute and stern, as if nothing could deter their advance. Hui Siyai, mounted atop a magnificent steed, presented a striking figure, his countenance as cold as ice. He surveyed the surroundings before dismounting and commanding in a deep, authoritative tone, we shall rest and regroup here today. He understood that the soldiers required respite after their arduous journey, and although they were at the base of Fenggue Mountain, the terrain was relatively open, suitable for setting up camp. Yin Wonking realized that they would not be leaving today. She sighed softly, her gaze drifting to a nearby fork in the road. It was a pivotal location leading in various directions, surrounded by sparse trees that could provide minimal shelter. At that moment, Hui Siyai, Lu Sui, and several other commanding officers gathered within a hastily erected tent. A solemn and tense atmosphere enveloped the tent, where several oil lamps flickered softly, illuminating the resolute faces of the commanders. Wei Xuanan was the first to shatter the silence. He stepped forward with a grave expression and spoke. General, the carriage we encountered today is situated near the fork in the road. Our scouts report that there are 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women, who appeared quite relaxed. After consuming some game, they deliberated on matters atop the carriage. Regrettably, due to the distance and the surrounding cacophony of chirping insects and the wind, we failed to gather any valuable information. As he spoke, he shook his head in frustration. Upon hearing this news, Hui Siyai furrowed his brow, forming a deep crease between his thick brows. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced back and forth within the tent, the armor clinking softly with each step. His mind raced as he contemplated the situation. After a moment, he halted, his gaze resolute as he commanded, continue to monitor them. He understood that without sufficient intelligence, they must refrain from hasty actions. Yet, the sudden appearance of these enigmatic 4 could not be underestimated. Understood, Wei Xuanan replied respectfully before retreating to his position. Lu Sui, standing nearby with his arms crossed and eyes narrowed in contemplation, finally spoke. It appears we must probe into the intentions of these individuals. Simply keeping watch is not a viable strategy. His voice was steady and deep, resonating within the tent. Huasii recognized that this group might harbor ulterior motives. If they were merely surveilling, they might miss critical information, potentially exposing the Xuanjiao army to unforeseen dangers. With a calm, yet assured demeanor, he responded, "There is no need. If they seek something from us, they will come to us in due time. We need not act preemptively. All we must do is wait patiently. What is meant to come will arrive. Our task is to remain still, responding to changes with unwavering resolve." Meanwhile, Yun Wangqing shared a similar sentiment. Sitting by the window, gazing into the distance, a faint smile played upon her lips. She mused quietly that if those individuals harbored any schemes, they would inevitably seek her out. Actively probing could lead her into a trap set by others or disrupt her own plans. Thus, as Huasii had surmised, waiting quietly was the wisest course of action. It was intriguing how aligned the thoughts of Yun Wangqing and Huasii were, both anticipating the other's approach. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, reaching a consensus on this matter without prior discussion. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the camp, exclaiming, "General, trouble is at hand. Our troops have been poisoned by mushrooms foraged in the mountains. Many are now suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, and some are even experiencing hallucinations. What shall we do?" Wei Xuanan was the first to respond. "What has happened? Where are the accompanying medics? What do they have to say?" The military physician remarked that the herbal remedies we possess are rather limited. Should we utilize them here? We may subsequently need to request more from the court or procure them in significant quantities, and given the pressing nature of the conflict, we would certainly be pressed for time. The soldiers recounted the physician's words in detail. Lu Sui responded, "Huaiji, the physician's point holds some validity. However, we cannot stand idly by while our soldiers endure such torment. Let us investigate." Huasii was the first to exit the tent, followed closely by Lu Sui and the others. Meanwhile, Yun Wangqing and her companions were enjoying a late-night meal when Wen Sheng, upon hearing commotion from the military camp, used his agility to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he returned with news. Wen Sheng mounted the carriage and said, "Miss, the east wind has arrived." Yun Wangqing inquired, "Oh, pray, elaborate." He explained, "It appears their soldiers have inadvertently consumed poisonous fungi, and their supply of herbal remedies is scant. The camp is currently in disarray." He relayed the information he had gathered. Jing Mo responded, "Indeed, the east wind presents us with an excellent opportunity to act, does it not? Let's go and take a look." Then Xing proposed, "Certainly, while the poisoning may not be fatal, we must expedite their recovery. The military situation cannot afford delays." Ying Montak concluit. "Come, Nan Xing, accompany me. Jing Mo, Wen Sheng, you two remain in the shadows." Yun Wangqing donned her veil and disembarked from the carriage. "Understood." Jing Mo and Wen Sheng melded into the darkness. "Miss, let us proceed." Nan Xing followed closely behind Yun Wangqing. Observers in the shadows immediately reported this development. Upon seeing Huasii approach personally, the military physician bowed nervously and greeted, "Greetings, General Hua." Nearby soldiers, unharmed, followed suit in their salutation, while those afflicted by the poisoning remained disoriented and disregarded formalities. Huasii, furrowing his brow, asked, "Speak, is there currently any remedy for the fungal poisoning?" None of the three accompanying physicians could devise a solution and merely exchanged blank stares. Suppressing his frustration, Huasii admonished, "You claim the herbs are insufficient? Then go and find more. A truly incompetent bunch. Draw out the herbs needed, and I shall send someone to the mountain to retrieve them." "Yes, yes." The three physicians dared not breathe, hastily procuring pen and paper to illustrate the necessary herbs. Before long, the physicians returned with their sketches. "Lu Sui, Wei Suan, I command you both to take this illustration and seek out detoxifying herbs in the mountains within half an hour. Should you fail to find them within that time, return immediately. Do not linger in the mountains. It is unsafe," Huasii instructed, glancing at the herbal illustration before turning to Lu Sui and Wei Suan. Understood. At that moment, a scout rushed back, reporting, General, the individuals in the carriage are approaching the military camp. What is the situation? Wei Suan, who had just acquired the herbal illustration, queried in confusion. The scout replied truthfully. One of the men in the carriage seems to have overheard commotion from our side and stealthily approached to investigate. So I followed him. The noise from our camp is so pronounced that it would be difficult not to notice. Subsequently, the individuals in the carriage became aware of our predicament, and I suspect they may possess a means to assist us. Lu Sui declared sternly, "Do you understand that our soldiers have ingested toxic mushrooms, and their lives hang by a thread? Do not speak carelessly due to false information." The scout was taken aback for a moment, then promptly knelt to apologize. "I acknowledge my error." "Enough. Rise," Lu Sui replied. "You too, set out immediately. I shall meet with that individual." With that, Huasii turned and strode towards the rear. "Yes. Who approaches?" A robust-looking soldier called out loudly. Nanxing stepped forward. "Esteemed sir, we are merely passing by." Upon hearing the commotion, "My young lady wished to see if you require assistance. No one is permitted to approach without the general's command. I kindly ask you ladies to leave at once." Lin Ke responded impatiently. "General, Hua has arrived." A sudden voice startled Lin Ke. "Subordinate greets the general." The soldiers saluted Huasii in unison. "Rise." The moonlight cascaded over the military camp, revealing a tall figure clad in dark armor, approaching with steady and powerful strides, accompanied by several others. The armor glimmered with a cold sheen under the moon's glow, as if narrating the owner's illustrious achievements on the battlefield. His countenance was austere, and his eyes radiated an innate authority, unmistakably identifying him as General Huasii. As Huasii drew closer, his gaze, palpable and unwavering, fixed upon Yun Wanking. Before he slowly spoke, "Might I inquire what brings you ladies to my military camp?" His voice was deep and resonant, echoing in the air with an undeniable force. Indeed, this man possesses a striking appearance and a melodious voice. Yun Wanking mused silently. She slightly lowered her head, despite the veil. Her vision was still capable of capturing Huasi's tall and athletic silhouette. He stood like a majestic mountain, imposing yet inexplicably alluring. "General," Yun Wanking said, inclining her body gracefully alongside Nanxing, offering an elegant salute to Huasii. Her movements were gentle and fluid, akin to a butterfly dancing through the air, exuding elegance with every gesture. "Ah, this voice is quite unique," accompanied by a subtle fragrance. Huasii contemplated inwardly. His heart, tranquil for 2 decades like a deep well, seemed to ripple with the disturbance of a small stone, creating layers of unrest. It was a sensation unlike any he had experienced before, akin to a calm lake stirred by a spring breeze, producing delicate ripples. Yun Wanking then playfully pouted, dismissing her swirling thoughts, and with a slight smile. Her lips curved upward, she laughed lightly, her laughter clear and melodious like a mountain spring. "Naturally, whatever the general requires, I have in abundance." Her voice carried a hint of playfulness and an inexplicable confidence, as if there were nothing in the world she could not provide. How audacious to display such an attitude in the presence of the general, when Jiao, unbeknownst to them, had appeared behind Huasii. As when Zio observed that Yun Wanking remained silent, she entwined her arm with Huasi's and exclaimed, "Ah, General, do you not find them exceedingly rude?" Huasii withdrew his arm, furrowing his brow as he reproached her. When Zio refrained from causing a commotion here. When Zio, agitated, retorted loudly, "Huasii, you scold me for the sake of 2 unrelated individuals. Ever since I learned of the soldiers suffering from mushroom poisoning, I have been tirelessly occupied. I may not possess merit, but I have certainly endured hardship. Is it reasonable for you to chastise me upon our first meeting?" Huasi's instinctive action wounded Zio deeply. She feared he might be enamored with this enigmatic woman. And indeed, a woman's intuition often proves accurate. Wishing to avoid further entanglement with Zio, Huasii instructed those nearby to escort her away. "Forgive me, young lady. Might I inquire if you possess any remedies?" Huasii, abandoning any pretense of mystery, inquired directly. "The antidote is ample. came the straightforward response, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Conditions? Huasii asked without hesitation. We must travel to Yulin City. If you have reservations, feel free to investigate my background. Yun Wonking replied with unwavering confidence. The matter of her identity had already been addressed by Yun Jing, leaving no room for concern. And a reason? Huasii pressed, to which Yun Wonking responded earnestly. It aligns with the purpose of your journey. Just the two of you and your two shadow guards. Which is scrutinized, Yun Wonking. I noticed that the earlier young lady possesses martial prowess. How about a match between us? This will allow you to witness my strength and clarify any misunderstandings between us. Yun Wonking tilted her head in contemplation. Let us postpone the match. First, we must address the poisoned soldiers. Huasii evidently concurred with Yun Wonking's suggestion. Such a simple act of tilting her head. How captivating it is. The subtle playfulness that emerged seemed to weave an invisible thread, gently ensnaring Huasii's heart. At this moment, Huasii maintained an outwardly impassive demeanor, as if nothing could stir him. Yet internally, his heart resembled a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble, rippling endlessly without respite. It seems that this typically aloof Huasii is finally awakening to emotions. Once, even the royal engagement arranged for him failed to elicit a spark. The fiancée, he was a woman of both beauty and talent, yet Huasii remained an unyielding iceberg, devoid of any excess sentiment. Now, however, merely the presence of a woman whose face he had yet to clearly discern had unexpectedly ensnared his thoughts. Yun Wonking's mere proximity brought a gentle breeze, imbued with a unique fragrance that penetrated Huasii's senses, reaching deep into his heart and leaving him somewhat dazed. Very well, Nanxing, take the medicine and proceed to investigate. Yun Wonking readily acquiesced to Huasii's directive, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Turning to Huasii with keen interest, she remarked, indeed, conversing with an astute individual is refreshingly effortless. My name is Huasii. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Huasii clasped his fists and performed a respectful bow. He has shared my name with her. She is likely to remember it. I am Yun Wonking. I would be most grateful if General Hua could lead the way. Yun Wonking smiled gently. Chapter 7. The contest. Upon hearing Yun Wonking's words, Huasii chuckled heartily. His laughter akin to a crystalline stream flowing through the mountains, refreshing and bright. Very well, Miss Yun, this way please. As he spoke, he gestured with an inviting hand, his posture tall and imbued with strength. Thank you. I would appreciate it if General Hua could guide us to observe their situation. Yun Wonking slightly inclined her body and offered a respectful nod to Huasii. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation and urgency as she spoke softly yet resolutely to him. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Huasii quickly waved his hand, his face adorned with a sincere smile that seemed capable of dispelling the chill of winter. His gaze radiated the generous spirit and warmth of a soldier, his words reflecting magnanimity. Observing this, Yun Wonking felt her respect for him deepen, and she remarked politely, General Hua, your chivalrous heart and such noble intentions are truly admirable. The demeanor Huasii exhibited at that moment astonished those standing nearby. It is worth noting that in the eyes of many, Huasii was renowned as the stoic general, perpetually stern and resolute, his countenance as impenetrable as a frigid iceberg. Yet at this moment, he seemed transformed, displaying an unexpected courtesy. This politeness was evident in his gentle eyes and courteous speech, like a refreshing current flowing into a long, still lake, stirring ripples of astonishment in the hearts of those around. Lin Ku, go find 2 individuals to ascend the mountain and inform Lu Sui and Wei Suin that there is an antidote. Urge them to return swiftly. Huasii then resumed his former demeanor, issuing commands to Lin Ku. Within the camp, the soldiers who had not mistakenly consumed the poisonous mushrooms were diligently fulfilling their roles. The patrolling soldiers marched with a slightly heavy yet still synchronized gait, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, leaving no potentially perilous corner overlooked. Meanwhile, the resting soldiers, though utterly fatigued, found it impossible to drift into peaceful slumber. Some sat, others lay down, their faces etched with exhaustion, each countenance a testament to their weariness. Yin Wanqing observed all of this in silence, her heart a tumult of emotions, stirred by an uncomfortable sensation. She understood the hardships these soldiers endured far from their homeland, fighting on this battlefield fraught with uncertainty and danger, all to safeguard this land and its people. Every scar and every ounce of fatigue bore witness to their loyalty and dedication. Huai, perceptive and attentive, soon noticed the sudden decline in Yun Wanqing's spirits. He tilted his head slightly, contemplating her pensive profile, and surmised her thoughts. Thus he spoke softly in a reassuring tone. Look, from the moment they donned this armor, symbolizing their mission and honor, there was no room for retreat. They must shoulder this heavy responsibility. It is their destiny and their glory. On this battlefield, the line between life and death often hangs by a thread. They have long cast aside any fear of mortality, willing to pay the ultimate price without a moment's hesitation. For us, our only duty is to strive with all our might within the confines of our finite lives, to create a boundless existence of peace and prosperity for the common folk. This is our responsibility, and indeed, the very essence of our existence. Yin Wanqing let out a soft sigh, lifting her gaze slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of resolve. Yes, I understand. This world operates in such a manner. Our ability to enjoy a tranquil and beautiful life is due to the sacrifices made by individuals like them who bear the weight of our safety. Just as now, their arduous efforts are solely to protect us, the common people. This was also the purpose of my initial journey to Yulin City alongside you. Initially, I sought merely to leverage my abilities to aid you in winning this battle, after which I intended to roam freely across the world, savoring its wondrous sights, and live an unrestrained life. However, I have since changed my mind. Witnessing the sacrifices of these soldiers and the yearning of the people for a stable life, I feel compelled to contribute more. I aspire to enter the court and serve as an official, utilizing my intellect and strength to effectuate tangible changes for this nation and its citizens, rather than merely offering my support on the battlefield. As she spoke, Yin Wanqing's previously wistful demeanor gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination, her eyes sparkling with resolute light, her thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Demise brings suffering to the people. The two of them, without premeditation, concluded this weighty topic. Miss Yin, you are truly exceptional. Huasifu deliberately slowed his pace, drawing closer to Yin Wanqing, his warm breath gently brushing past her ear, his deep voice resonating like the softest breeze on a tranquil night. A glimmer of lively light flashed in Yin Wanqing's eyes, her lips curving into a playful smile. Oh, is it the thoughts that are special, or the person? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Huh? Why don't you take a guess, Miss Yin? Huasifu seemed taken aback by her playful demeanor, and after uttering those words, he strode ahead, his steps slightly flustered, as if he were fleeing in haste. In the stillness of the night, he resembled a bashful youth hesitant to express his affections, with his ears flushed crimson as though ignited by fire, the color creeping down to the nape of his neck. Observing his retreating figure, Yin Wanqing laughed heartily, her clear laughter echoing in the night sky. Why not, Jirenhua? Take a guess at my inner thoughts? A correct answer comes with a reward. Her voice was laced with endless allure, akin to the siren's song, beckoning others to draw near and explore. The soldiers stationed nearby stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. In their minds, General Hua had always been stoic and austere, like a glacier that never melts, yet now they witnessed him engaging in such playful banter. In truth, for Huasifu and Yin Wanqing, this seemingly playful interaction concealed deeper sentiments. Could this be love at first sight? That instant when one catches sight of another in a crowd, unable to divert their gaze, or perhaps it is merely the spark of attraction. It is merely the allure of their striking beauty that captivates one deeply. Ah, love truly resembles a tangled mess, so intricate that it eludes comprehension. Hurry up. They are waiting for us. Huasii awkwardly diverted the conversation, gently urging Yin Wanqing. Both were aware of the unspoken understanding between them, yet neither dared to shatter that fragile veneer. It was not merely the fact that they had just met. Additionally, Huasii was bound by a prior engagement. Yin Wanqing held little regard for a relationship devoid of legitimacy, and it was evident that Huasii had contemplated this dilemma as well. "Miss, stop playing around," Nanxing remarked, observing the farce with a hint of frustration. "I understand, Nanxing," Yin Wanqing replied, quickly moving to Nanxing's side and ceasing her playful banter with Huasii. Gazing at the weakened soldiers, a mix of emotions churned within Yin Wanqing. "Miss, our antidote is highly effective. Within half an hour, they will be completely fine after a night's rest," Nanxing informed her about their condition. Before Yin Wanqing could respond, the military doctor interjected, "Miss, may I inquire about your teacher? And these remedies are quite remarkable. Do you have more?" "It is inconvenient to disclose my teacher's identity. What matters is that these medicines work. They not only neutralize the toxicity of the fungi, but also counteract snake venom and miasma, making them extraordinarily valuable and rare," Nanxing interrupted, answering the doctor's query on Yin Wanqing's behalf. "I see. My apologies for being presumptuous. I am Yi. You may call me Old Yi," the doctor said with an apologetic tone. "Greetings, Old Yi. I am Yin Wanqing. By a stroke of fate, I have become a pharmacist at the Yuan Medical Pavilion. These pills can be purchased there, although the ingredients are quite precious, making them difficult to obtain," she explained, bowing slightly and clarifying her identity and the source of the antidote. Recognizing that Nanxing had already relayed the usage and dosage of the antidote to the accompanying military doctor, Yin Wanqing decisively interrupted the ongoing dialogue. "Miss Yun, tomorrow you may follow behind the convoy." Huasii, having listened in silence, expressed mild surprise at the woman's background but did not reveal his thoughts. Realizing that Yin Wanqing preferred to keep explanations to a minimum. "Thank you, General Hua," she responded gratefully before departing the military camp with Nanxing. As she walked away, Huasii reined in his gaze, fully aware that he was the one imposing. Faced with a marriage contract and the thrill of first love, which path would he choose? Although Yin Wanqing wore a veil, his heart raced fervently for her. Upon returning to the carriage, Nanxing couldn't contain her curiosity. "Miss, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Huasii? He is engaged. You mustn't be foolish." Jing Imo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Mississippi, all right, I understand. It is merely a fondness. I can indulge in some lightheartedness, but I shan't allow myself to become too emotionally invested. I have no desire to tread the same path of unfulfilled outcomes," Yin Wanqing assured them. Emotions are an unpredictable entity. If one could truly control their feelings, why would there be a need for heartstrings to be tugged? "Nevertheless, my dear lady, as long as you are aware of your own heart, that suffices." However, the events of this evening unfolded with such remarkable ease, diverging from our expectations. Had I known, I would have simply suggested you employ your charms. It would have been a foolproof plan, remarked Nanxing, mixing earnestness with jest. "Nanxing," Yin Wanqing retorted, visibly displeased. "My lady, I stand corrected. I want tea dare again." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, as he sensed the gravity of the moment. "All right, it is getting late. You should rest now," when Sheng interjected, bringing an end to the conversation. "Very well." Nanxing settled down in the carriage alongside Yin Wanqing, while Jing Mo kept watch outside, and when Sheng remained hidden, ensuring their safety, with the two alternating their rest. Upon returning to the tent, Huasii promptly instructed his trusted shadow guard, Huasan, to investigate Yin Wanqing's background. After a short while, Lu Sui and Wei Suin also returned. The group deliberated military affairs until the stroke of midnight, before concluding their discussions. At dawn, Wen Sheng ventured out to hunt for game, while Jing Mo went to gather firewood. In the wild, water is a scarce resource, but fortunately, a nearby brook provided some relief. Yin Wanqing and Nanxing rose early to freshen up and practice martial arts in an open area. Today, Yin Wanqing donned a striking blue outfit, her hair elegantly gathered and secured with a hairpin, complemented by her breathtaking beauty that revealed no hint of fragility. One could easily describe her as poised and valiant. Sensing someone approaching, Yin Wanqing turned to see Huasii and his entourage coming nearer. Upon spotting Lu Sui, she momentarily lost her focus, but quickly suppressed the pang of emotion within her. Fortunately, from a distance, Huasii remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. The soft morning sun bathed the forest in gentle light, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the ground. Yin Wanqing stood still, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the approaching figure of Huasii. Her heart felt akin to a fawn trapped within her chest, wildly beating beyond her control. Huasii's eyes, profound as the most enigmatic stars in the night sky, seemed to possess an enchanting allure with just a glance. They could penetrate the depths of one's soul, rendering one unable to forget the encounter. On the other side, Huasii, mounted on horseback, spotted the vibrant blue figure from a distance. Yin Wanqing stood there, the mountain breeze gently tousling her dark hair, which danced like a spirited sprite. Each strand swayed as if teasing Huasii as heartstrings, stirring a sense of longing within him, compelling him to rush to her side. As Yin Wanqing watched Huasii draw closer, the indescribable feelings within her intensified. At last, when they were near, her lips curved into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief as she teased, "I didn't expect General Hua to rise so early." Her voice echoed through the tranquil woods, imbued with a unique warmth. Huasii approached with a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, each step quickening his heartbeat. Finally, as he drew near, he was able to behold Yin Wanqing's exquisite visage in all its clarity. What a breathtaking beauty it was! With brows like distant mountains and eyes resembling stars that had fallen into a deep pool, clear and profound, radiating a vibrant light. Her nose was straight and elegant, akin to a jade peak, while her delicate pink lips resembled petals glistening with the dew of spring. Her skin, fairer than snow, possessed a smooth and refined quality reminiscent of mutton fat jade. She appeared as though she had stepped out of a painting, a celestial being of unparalleled charm. Huasii felt his heart ensnared by an invisible hand, beating wildly as if consumed by an inferno, the fervor overwhelming compared to their initial meeting the day before, as if a blazing fire had instantly incinerated his reason. Just then, Wen Jiao was present, and he recalled her words from yesterday, believing they could resolve everything together. Huasii composed himself and patiently explained, "Oh, by the way, this is the sixth Prince Lu Sui, son of the Vice-General Wei Golao, and also Wen Jiao, the daughter of the Prime Minister whom you met yesterday." Realizing he had not introduced those around him to Yin Wanqing, he made the necessary introductions. "Miss Yin, you have met everyone." Yin Wanqing politely inclined her head in acknowledgement. Lu Sui, standing nearby, gestured lightly, no need for excessive formalities. "I heard it was Miss Yin who provided the antidote to save our soldiers yesterday. It is we who should express our gratitude." Since encountering Yin Wanqing, Lu Sui felt an inexplicable sense of closeness, yet he quickly dismissed it. He chose to ignore superfluous emotions. "That is unnecessary. This is merely a transaction between General Hua and me. I trust he has clarified everything with you. Shall we begin?" As Yin Wanqing spoke, she glanced at Wen Jiao. "Miss Yin, are you certain?" Wen Jiao, in her crimson attire, smirked provocatively, exuding a bold yet perilous aura. "Naturally, let us begin." As Yin Wanqing concluded, Nanxing promptly presented her sword. The onlookers found a small hill to witness the duel between the two. As Yin Wanqing brandished her weapon, Wen Jiao raised an eyebrow and swiftly drew her soft whip from her waist, launching it towards Yin Wanqing. With a deft movement, Yin Wanqing evaded the attack, employing her agile skills to close the distance between them, while Wen Jiao quickly countered with another lash of her whip. One wielded a close-range weapon, while the other favored distance. The key to victory lay in swiftness. With this thought, Yin Wanqing smiled slyly, deliberately intercepting Wen Jiao's whip with her sword, entangling it, and then using her internal energy to push back against the force infused within the whip, compelling Wen Jiao to relinquish her grip and causing her to fall to the ground under the impact. The opportunity arose. Yin Wanqing pointed her sword at Wen Jiao. The air seemingly still, the blade poised at her brow. Retracting her sword, she helped Wen Jiao up, saying, "Let us leave it at that. But I'm curious as to why you harbor animosity towards me." Silence ensued, prompting her to speculate. Could it be because of Huixi? Chapter 8. Relieved when Jiao rose and quietly gazed into Yun Wangqing's eyes, which were indeed remarkable. At this moment, when Jiao seemed to truly discover the enchanting beauty of Yun Wangqing's eyes. Those orbs resembled a fathomless, tranquil spring, akin to the vast night sky adorned with countless stars, exuding an air of mysterious allure. A mere glance could effortlessly draw one into their depths, as if ensnared in a unique world belonging solely to Yun Wangqing, for which one could hardly escape. When Jiao found herself immersed in profound contemplation, observing Yun Wangqing's carefree demeanor, she pondered whether she too should embrace life with the same unrestrained elegance. For too long, she had been confined by the labels of a noble lady. From childhood, she had been shackled by various rules and societal expectations, her every action and word required to align with the decorum of a refined young woman, leaving no room for deviation. Her life resembled an intricately crafted pattern on a predetermined canvas, each stroke meticulously planned, devoid of surprises or delights. As for Huixi, she had always believed her feelings for him were genuine affection. Yet was that truly the case? No, she silently rejected her previous notions. Her feelings toward Huixi seemed more akin to admiration for his talents and grace. Indeed, Huixi was exceptionally gifted, and his charming demeanor magnetically attracted those around him. However, her sentiments towards him hardly qualified as a profound infatuation. Was it admiration or mere infatuation? When Jiao felt a sense of confusion, unable to discern her true emotions. Yun Wangqing noticed when Jiao lost in thought, her gaze fixed intently upon her, reflecting a mix of bewilderment and contemplation. A flicker of curiosity and concern passed through Yun Wangqing's lively eyes as she gently tapped Wen Jiao's forehead with her slender, pale fingers. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she softly inquired, "Miss Wen, what are you pondering so deeply? Have you discovered something intriguing?" Indeed, it was because of Huixi. Yet when Jiao felt she had unearthed a different sensation in Yun Wangqing. Having grown up together, she had mistaken her admiration for Huixi as love, which had led to her hostility towards the women surrounding him. Wen Jiao snapped back to reality and embraced Yun Wangqing, whispering in her ear, "I cherish martial arts. In you, I have rediscovered the essence and significance of my practice, which has illuminated my feelings for Huixi. Thank you, Yun Wangqing." After speaking, she released Yun Wangqing. "Congratulations on finding yourself and being reborn. We are free, unbound by conventions, and should not be troubled by societal constraints." Yun Wangqing affectionately ruffled Wen Jiao's hair, her smile radiant. "Indeed, Yun Wangqing, do we now consider ourselves friends?" Wen Jiao fixed her gaze upon Yun Wangqing, as if ready to spar should the answer be unsatisfactory. "Ha ha ha, of course we are friends. After all, we became acquainted through our playful skirmishes." Yun Wangqing playfully winked at Wen Jiao. Seeing the two reconcile, Huixi and his companions leisurely approached them, inquiring, "Are we to assume the misunderstanding has been resolved?" Wen Jiao, with a hint of pride, declared, "Of course. I must tell you all that from this moment on, Yun Wangqing shall be my dear friend, and none of you are allowed to bully her. Do you hear?" As she spoke, she stood protectively in front of Yun Wangqing, her gestures playful and endearing. "Understood, Miss Wen," Lu Sui replied with a teasing smile. Huixi gazed at Yun Wangqing, his voice gentle. Even yesterday, with her hood concealing her face, one could discern that Miss Yun is a beauty. Today, upon seeing her, it is evident that she possesses an extraordinary allure. Wei Suin, unable to contain himself, interjected, "General Hua, must you be so frivolous?" "Ha ha! Wei Suin, you speak the truth. Of all of us, he was once the most serious, but now—" "TSK, Wen Jiao added, joining in the light-hearted mockery. Unable to endure their banter, Huixi retreated, though the faint blush on his ears betrayed his true feelings. Lu Sui noticed and followed him, and they strolled to the brookside. Lu Sui initiated the conversation. "Huaiji, have you truly developed feelings for her?" Huixi responded nonchalantly, not even lifting his gaze. He bent down to pick up a flat stone, flicking his wrist gently. causing the stone to skip across the water surface, sending up delicate splashes that resembled fragmented pearls. "What of your engagement to Han Yun?" Lu Sui asked, his brow furrowed. Although the seventh princess, Lu Han Yun, was his sister, Lu Sui understood that Huasi was a brother in arms, and he could not remain indifferent. He scrutinized Huasi's profile, searching for any hint of hesitation. "If I achieve a resounding victory upon our return to court, I shall leverage my military merits to annul the engagement," Huasi declared, straightening his posture, his eyes resolute and earnest, as if he were envisioning the triumph that lay ahead. "Huaiji, have you truly thought this through? You have only met her twice. Is it worth it? Moreover, you know nothing of her background, and your mother would never approve." Lu Sui stepped closer, earnestly attempting to dissuade him, struggling to comprehend Huasi's obsession with a woman he barely knew. "Her background is no longer of consequence. Even if she were a spy, I would accept it." Huasi's stance remained unwavering, his resolve unshakable. With his arms crossed, the wind tousled his garments, rendering him akin to a stately pine tree. "I admire her, and she is remarkable. Her medical skills, martial prowess, and her compassion for the common folk. She is like a lotus emerging unsullied from the mire, a vision I aspire to." Huasi slightly lifted his head, gazing skyward, as if conjuring an image of Yun Wanqing in his mind. His voice, though soft, was imbued with profound admiration for her. It was evident that Yun Wanqing held a significant place in his heart. The sun hung high in the sky, resembling a colossal orb radiating boundless light. Across the undulating mountains, the once dense mist seemed to dissipate, gradually yielding to the sun's fervent embrace. At that moment, a beam of bright, yet gentle sunlight, akin to a celestial messenger from the heavens, pierced through the layers of mist, bathing me in its warmth. This sunlight seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly dispelling the chill that enveloped me, as a comforting warmth spread throughout my being, akin to being tenderly embraced by nature itself, immersing one in this enchanting sensation. Enough said, the pros and cons have been laid bare. If persuasion fails, then support is all that remains. With a sigh, Lu Sui nudged Huasi with his shoulder. "All right, let's go see what they are up to." The morning mist danced through the mountains, veiling the eyes of anyone it encountered. "Just in time. You are back. My home has been graced by breakfast prepared by Wei Jingma and Wen Sheng. Care to join?" Yun Wanqing cheerfully invited upon seeing the returning duo. "Qingxing, your two shadow guards are surprisingly adept at cooking. I dare say this may not suffice for us. It would be a waste to offer it to them," Wen Jiao remarked, her discontent unmistakable. "Indeed, perhaps a tad, but today I am in high spirits, celebrating our newfound friendship, so let us begrudgingly allow them a taste." Yun Wanqing and Wen Jiao exchanged playful banter, creating a rather amusing scene. Hearing their exchange, Huasi suddenly called out, "Yun Wanqing, what is it, Huasi?" Yun Wanqing responded, perplexed. "Nothing, just wanted to call your name." Huasi, unwilling to admit his slight jealousy, decided to act mischievously instead, unable to counter his antics. Yun Wanqing opted for silence, while Huasi stood expressionless by the side, realizing no one was paying him attention, thus abandoning his solo performance. "Miss, the chicken and radish porridge and crab roe corn porridge prepared by Jingma are ready, and they smell divine," Nanxing excitedly announced. "I smell it. I'm coming, ha ha ha." Wen Jiao dashed towards Nanxing like a starved spirit. It must be said, Wen Jiao had shed her genteel demeanor, revealing her true nature. Nanxing and Wen Sheng took charge of serving the porridge, while Jingma set up a folding wooden table and chairs, deftly distributing the porridge among everyone. The craftsmanship of this era was remarkably refined. Yun Wanqing invited everyone to sit. "Please, take your seats. Since fate has brought us together, I shall not stand on ceremony." Wei Suan bowed respectfully before taking a seat. Lu Sui followed suit without hesitation, while Huasi exhibited discernment, opting to assist Jingma and the others instead of sitting first. Ah, how challenging it is to win the favor of Wen Sheng, Jingma, and Nanxing. Once the arrangements were nearly complete, Yun Wanqing, along with Huasi and Wen Jiao, took their seats. Due to the limitations of the wooden table, Nanxing and the others set up an additional table. Delicious, Lu Sui exclaimed after tasting the porridge. The normally gentle and polite sixth prince rarely displayed such enthusiasm, indicating the porridge was indeed extraordinary. Of course, this is made by my dear Qingqing's 2 shadow guards. My Qingqing is remarkable, and her guards are quite impressive as well. Wen Jiao's generous praise made Jingma and his companion blush. Just eat your meal. What do you mean by my Qingqing? Humph. Huasi retorted, somewhat irked. Who would have thought that the Stoa general could also experience jealousy? This certainly reshaped everyone's perception of General Hua. When Jiao leaned closer to Yun Wangqing and whispered, Qingqing, after knowing him for so long, it's the first time I've seen such a multitude of expressions on his face. He may seem mature for his age, and while his looks are somewhat pleasing, his temperament is truly unbearable. How intriguing. I am quite curious to test the limits of his patience. Yun Wangqing lifted her gaze to meet Huasi's eyes, and he replied, For you, there are no limits, as long as you do not deceive me or abandon me. That is sufficient. Huasi gazed steadfastly into Yun Wangqing's eyes, asserting, Even though we are mere strangers at present, I will provide you with ample security. Not even my family or the royal lineage shall lay a finger on you. That is the assurance I offer you. One cannot deny that Huasi's promise was rather enticing, yet Yun Wangqing would never prioritize her romantic inclinations over her responsibilities. Huasi's words were destined to remain unfulfilled. Huasi, my desire to test your boundaries stems solely from my wish to ascertain the sincerity of your feelings towards me. How you choose to act is your prerogative, but do not delve too deeply into my past. What you can uncover is merely what I wish to reveal. I have no intention of jeopardizing the Northern Ling Kingdom. Rather, I will assist you in attaining your desires. All I seek is peace and prosperity. As for matters of the heart, I regret that I cannot reciprocate. Yun Wangqing declared earnestly, setting aside her playful demeanor. Burdened by an abundance of responsibility and mission, Yun Wangqing was wary of repeating past mistakes. Huasi, being extraordinarily gifted and a pillar of strength, should not be ensnared by fleeting romantic interests. From the outset, she understood that there was no future for them. Why then? Should she throw herself into the flames of transient affection? Very well, I understand. Huasi responded before rising to leave, storming off without even partaking in breakfast. Yun Wangqing, however, remained lost in thought, gazing at Huasi's retreating figure. Chapter 9. Arrival observing the situation. When Jiao tugged at Yun Wangqing's sleeve, expressing concern, Qingqing, are you all right? You seem to have feelings for him. Why must you be so resolute? If we cannot be together, why even begin? Yun Wangqing replied coldly as she returned to the carriage. Nanxing had overheard the conversation between Huasi and Yun Wangqing and felt a twinge of discomfort. She wished to prevent Yun Wangqing from repeating past mistakes and from being ensnared by love. Realizing her words would not sway her, Nanxing brought breakfast to the carriage, leaving Yun Wangqing to ponder alone. Wen Jiao, Lu Sui, and Wei Suan, witnessing the stalemate, lost their appetite for breakfast and began discussing their return to the camp. Initially, Wen Jiao intended to speak with Yun Wangqing, but Nanxing intervened. Upon returning to the carriage, Yun Wangqing could not help but mock herself. Yun Shi, have you already lost your heart after only 2 encounters? Suddenly, she seemed to comprehend the turmoil and helplessness her mother had experienced. In this world, there are those like Yun Ran who would risk everything for love, passionately embracing fleeting moments. And then there are those like Yun Wangqing who begin with a farewell in mind. Human beings are inherently selfish, often convinced that their decisions are infallible, never allowing others to choose. Just as Yun Ran sacrificed her beloved for the greater good, while Yun Wangqing relinquished Huasi to avoid past mistakes. Huasi, Lu Sui, Wei Suan, and Wen Jiao returned to the camp in silence. Huasi's expression was ominously dark, reminiscent of a sky heavy with impending storm clouds. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the soldiers within the tent mute, each one afraid to breathe. They exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered, silently enduring Huasi's palpable fury. Throughout the journey back, Huasi was lost in thought, replaying the moment when Yun Wangqing had rejected him. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom her reasons for the refusal. Having promised her a lifetime of tranquility, Her unwavering rejection struck a severe blow to his pride. Wei Suan, not entirely aligned with Huasiyai, was nevertheless astute enough to recognize the sensitivity of the situation. He wisely chose to keep his knowledge to himself, contemplating that if Huasiyai were to anger the holy majesty over Yun Wangking, there would be no need to further suppress the crown prince's faction. Huaiji, we have delayed long enough. It is time to depart, Lu Sui remarked as he entered the tent, noticing Huasi's lack of response. Lu Sui felt quite helpless. Understood. Wei Suan, inform them to set out after the incense burns down. Huasiyai, aware of the gravity of the matter, slightly restrained his demeanor and instructed Wei Suan in a cold tone. His dissatisfaction would undoubtedly have repercussions for those beneath him. Suddenly, recalling something, he added, Lu Sui, go notify them to join us. The identity of them was self-evident. In the camp of the Haoyue kingdom, Prince Zhong Zhengxiu listened intently as General Yiying reported. Your Highness, scouts have informed us that their reinforcements have arrived in Qingyang City and will reach Yulin City within 12 days. They're rather swift. Since we cannot stop them, let us send someone to add to their troubles and see if we can delay them, Zhong Zhengxiu commanded, his face dark with displeasure. Understood. Furthermore, we must continue our siege. We cannot afford to be complacent before their reinforcements arrive. In this battle, we of Haoyue must emerge victorious. Zhong Zhengxiu's countenance twisted with malevolence. Is blind faith in one's guaranteed victory confidence or arrogance? A prince who disregards the lives of his own people for selfish gain shall never endure until the end. Meanwhile, in Qingyang City, Yun Wangking received a letter from the Fenghua Tower and promptly sought out Huasiyai to discuss strategies. The atmosphere was awkward upon her arrival, making her uncomfortable. In an effort for swift resolution, Yun Wangking briefly outlined the Haoyue kingdom's conspiracy, urging Huasiyai to prepare defenses before hastily departing. It seems she is not devoid of feeling. Lu Sui gazed wistfully at Yun Wangking's hasty retreat, sighing. Let us focus on the matter at hand and not digress. Huasi's expression darkened. He was reluctant to mention Yun Wangking. The mere thought of her name caused a discomfort akin to a vice gripping his heart. Thus, he abruptly interrupted Lu Sui, using the pretext of serious business to steer the conversation away. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room felt as if it had solidified. Upon hearing the news about Yun Wangking, those present resembled a powder keg ignited with fury. The situation regarding Zhong Zhengxiu was indeed troublesome, and the desire to eliminate him was palpable. Wei Suan slammed the table and was the first to voice his displeasure loudly. His eyes appeared capable of emitting flames, and he resembled an enraged lion, his anger threatening to burst forth from his chest. Huasiyai cast a disdainful glance at Wei Suan, a sardonic smile curling at his lips as he coldly remarked, if you spent less time spouting nonsense, our defenses would have already been established. Do you think Zhong Zhengxiu is easily dealt with? Moreover, I must caution you all not to underestimate him. He is exceedingly cunning, like a slippery loach, capable of launching a fatal strike from an unexpected angle. The defenses of Qingyang City can be discussed from various perspectives. The city is situated in a uniquely special area, nestled between two mountains, resembling a serpentine dragon resting in the valley. As for Yulin City, we have numerous considerations. Yulin City is vast, with an expansive perimeter surrounded by formidable walls. The layout within is meticulously arranged, radiating outward from the central lord's mansion with several major thoroughfares, segmenting the entire city into distinct zones. Each corner of the city boasts a sturdy watchtower, equipped with powerful catapults ready to hurl enormous stones at any approaching enemy. Additionally, various defensive formations are inscribed upon the city walls, capable of unleashing immense power to repel assaults at critical moments. The discussion continued until nightfall, and the group emerged from the tents, their stomachs grumbling with hunger. The dim light within the tents appeared especially weak against the darkened sky, as they had been so engrossed in their deliberations that they lost track of time. When Jiao had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing them conclude their defensive strategy, she instructed the servants to bring forth dinner. Esteemed guests, dinner is now prepared. Please follow me. when Jiao courteously invited everyone to the dining area. Hua Xiai, Lu Sui, and Wei Suin, unsure of her intentions, accompanied her without hesitation. Upon arrival, when Jiao remarked, "I trust your journey has been arduous. Tonight, I have prepared a lavish dinner for you all. Tomorrow, we must exert ourselves fully as we head to the border, where life and death remain uncertain. I offer this banquet in salute to the entire Xuanjiao army. You are all heroes deserving of the world's admiration. I raise my cup of tea in place of wine to honor you. Due to military regulations prohibiting alcohol, Wen Jiao could only offer tea instead." Upon hearing her words, Hua Xiai and Lu Sui understood the appropriate response. They exchanged glances, and Hua Xiai declared, "In the name of His Highness, I toast to you all. May we achieve victory. May we achieve victory." Everyone echoed, drinking down the tea in their hands. "Come, let the feast begin." When Jiao beckoned, "Oh, this meat is truly delicious," exclaimed one. "Indeed, save some for me." Observing the soldiers of the Xuanjiao army enjoying their meal, Hua Xiai realized that this dinner had been Yun Wangqing's idea, though she had delegated the organization to Wen Jiao due to her status. Lu Sui clearly grasped this as well, feeling a deeper admiration for Yun Wangqing. Wen Jiao observed Hua Xiai silently consuming his dinner, a hint of urgency in her voice as she inquired, "Hua Xiai, do you not know who arranged this banquet? Why do you show no reaction?" Hua Xiai, filled with despondence, retorted, "What identity do I possess to seek her out? I am uncertain, but her heart holds you. She is simply too cautious to express it openly," when Jiao reassured him, albeit lacking conviction. Lu Sui, standing nearby, urged, "Huaiji, do not let this matter affect you. Our paramount objective is to defeat the kingdom of Haoyue. Otherwise, all your aspirations are but mere fantasies." "Yes, I understand," Hua Xiai replied, lifting his cup of tea and draining in one gulp. 10 days later, in Yulin City, a youthful messenger rushed into the tent of General Yuan Hao. Breathless as he reported, "General, the Prince of Haoyue has sent troops to attack the city again." The young man, clad in armor adorned with fresh scratches, wore a face of anxiety. Inside the tent, General Yuan Hao, imposing in his heavy armor, sat with an air of authority. His weathered visage, etched by time, radiated resilience and determination. His brow furrowed, revealing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the report, his gravelly yet commanding voice resonated. "Who leads the charge this time?" The young man, swallowing nervously, stammered, "It is the ghost-faced general, Ying from Haoyue." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao rose slowly, the armor clinking softly with his movement. As if burdened by an immense weight, he sighed deeply and remarked, "It is inevitable. Let us proceed to face them." The soldiers around him echoed in unison, "Yes." Their voices reverberated within the tent, imbued with a sense of unwavering resolve. At the city gates, Ying taunted, "What is this? Is there no one from Bailing to confront me? Impudent child, do not be so arrogant." General Yuan appeared atop the city wall, chastising Ying. "Ha ha ha, old man. How many soldiers does Yulin City have left? To engage in battle now is akin to striking a stone with an egg. If I were you, I would have surrendered long ago to minimize losses," Ying replied, feigning concern. "Bah, I would rather die than surrender," Yuan Hao declared fiercely. The crowd echoed, "We will never surrender." "Then I am afraid we must proceed. All troops, he my command, attack the city," Ying ordered, his expression shifting to one of resolve. With a single command, the forces of the Yi family surged forward. The disparity in numbers was stark. Yuan Hao's troops were dwindling, struggling in anticipation of reinforcements. Yet, he remained uncertain if aid would arrive. Thus he proclaimed loudly, "Warriors of Bailing, we must vow to protect the citizens behind us with our lives. This battle allows no retreat, only death. No retreat," they shouted in unison. "Ha ha ha, well said. You all possess spirit. You are true warriors," Yuan Hao responded, heartened. At this moment, the aged Yuan Hao remained steadfast. If he could endure, then how could we justify being cowards? As Hua Xiai gazed at the distant smoke rising from the battlefield, he commanded a halt to their advance. It was evident that not only Hua Xiai witnessed this. Yun Wangqing and others in the rear also beheld the scene. Yun Wangqing's composed voice emanated from behind Hua Xiai. "Hua Xiai, I have meticulously studied the terrain here. We shall divide our forces into 3 routes, flanking them from both sides while intercepting their retreat from the rear. Huasii understood the urgency of the situation. He cast an appreciative glance at Yun Wangqing and immediately commanded, Lu Sui will lead the team to attack from the left front, while Wei Suin will assault from the right rear. I will intercept from the rear. All troops, heed my orders and set forth at once. Clearly, Huasii and Yun Wangqing shared the same strategy. Thanks to their preemptive arrangements, they had evaded numerous ambushes and arrived at Yulin City ahead of schedule. Understood, Yun Wangqing replied. I and Wen Jiao will command from the city tower. At the opportune moment, I shall release a blue smoke signal. Upon seeing my signal, you must act immediately. Understood. Now, let us depart and take our positions. Stay safe, Huasii cautioned at last. Before their departure, Huasii took a long, deep look at Yun Wangqing. Uncertain of how to respond, Yun Wangqing chose to avert her gaze. Beside her, Wen Jiao was in a state of anxiety. For the past 10 days, she had been closely following Yun Wangqing but had failed to glean any advantageous information regarding Huasii from either her or Nanxing, ultimately deciding to abandon her pursuit of Huasii. The path to winning back a heart is indeed fraught with challenges. Chapter 10. Like a hot knife through butter at this moment, within Yulin City, the disparity in military strength was stark. The Yi family army had already approached the city gates, and the soldiers stationed at Yulin City faced a grim fate if reinforcements did not arrive today. They would have no choice but to fight to the death. Yi Ying, riding at the rear, toyed with a cricket in his hand, watching General Yuan engaged in battle, and could not help but taunt. What is this? Old General Yuan, still awaiting reinforcements? Ha ha ha. They won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Perhaps you should consider whether you can hold out until then. How utterly arrogant. Little did Yi Ying know that Yun Wangqing and her companions had already eliminated the spies from the Haoyue kingdom hidden within the Xuanjiao army, leaving him in ignorance of the true situation, still believing that the Xuanjiao army would not reach Yulin City until the following day. Indeed, overconfidence can lead to one's demise. At this moment, clad in black, Yun Wangqing and in red, Wen Jiao stood atop the city tower. The battlefield was soaked in blood, littered with remnants of war. Both Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao faced this scene for the first time. Gazing at the corpses and the soldiers still fighting valiantly, their hearts heavy with the grim reality of war. Yun Wangqing had encountered ruthless slaughter during her time in the martial world, yet the scale of this massacre was profoundly unsettling. Suppressing her discomfort, Wen Jiao concentrated her internal energy and retorted sarcastically to Yi Ying. Ghost-faced General Yi Ying, are you not overly confident? Yi Ying, drawn by her voice, spotted Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao atop the tower. He dismissed them with arrogance, exclaiming, well, where did these 2 lovely ladies come from? Quite the charming appearance. Come down so this general can have a look. If you catch my eye, perhaps I shall make you my concubines. Those who beheld Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao could not help but be struck by their beauty, silently marveling at their exquisite allure. Yun Wangqing dismissed her discomfort and smiled, reminding General Yi, the more beautiful the person, the more ruthless they tend to be. Do you have a death wish, General Yi? Laughter followed, dying beneath the peony. Even as a ghost, one remains charming. Ying took pride rather than shame in this. Bah, you truly are shameless, Wen Jiao scoffed. Damn, am I giving you face? Yi Ying retorted angrily. Yuan Hao remained vigilant regarding the situation in Yulin City. Upon spotting the 2 young ladies atop the city wall, he felt perplexed. However, he had no time to dwell on confusion and kept a watchful eye on the wall, fearing for Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao's safety. After a prolonged battle, Yuan Hao seized a moment to breathe and called out to the ladies, Ladies, swords are blind. Please depart swiftly. Yun Wangqing, sensing the time was right, retrieved a signal flare from her sleeve. With a sharp sound, blue fireworks erupted in the sky. General Yuan, we are reinforcements. Please hold on a moment longer, she explained after sending the signal. Yuan Hao paused momentarily, then resumed fighting, grateful for the message from the 2 ladies. Gulme, let the old man witness the valor of the Xuanjiao army. At that moment, Huasii and his companions also spotted the signal sent by Yun Wangqing. The thunderous sound of hooves approached from all directions, akin to 1,000 soldiers charging forth. Yi Ying, realizing the Xuanjia army was arriving, discarded his cricket and joined the fray. Yet, it was too late. Defeat was inevitable for him. Under Yuan Wangqing's unique training methods, the Xuanjia army had become an unstoppable force. Any futile struggle would not alter the outcome, as the Xuanjia army surged with vigor. Yuan Wangqing and Wen Jiao exchanged knowing smiles before moving towards the drummers on either side to take up their drumsticks. On that smoke-filled battlefield, the soldiers of Bailing Nation stood solemnly, poised for action. Dressed in deep black, Yuan Wangqing resembled a spirit of the night, gracefully standing upon the platform, her grip firm on the drumsticks. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength to rally the soldiers with the beating of the drum. The sound resonated through the heavens, each beat striking heavily upon the hearts of the warriors, igniting their fighting spirit. Simultaneously, Wen Jiao, clad in fiery red, appeared exceptionally radiant amidst the grim battlefield. Her lithe form and valiant demeanor rivaled that of any man. Standing among the soldiers, her gaze was resolute and confident, as if assuring everyone that victory lay ahead. The enchanting beauty of Yuan Wangqing was not merely in her appearance, but also in the determination reflected in her eyes and her unwavering trust in the soldiers. She shone like a beacon of hope in the tense battlefield. Meanwhile, the spirited Wen Jiao exuded an aura of strength, her every gesture embodying the essence of a formidable woman. In that moment, they resembled two brilliant stars, instilling a sense of calm and assurance in every soldier of Bailing Nation. The resounding drumbeats and the resolute figure of Wen Jiao seemed to proclaim our unwavering determination to triumph. Thus, we could conquer all adversities, vanquishing every foe. Amidst the throng, Huasi observed silently, the silhouette deeply etched into his mind, akin to a blazing flame that could never be extinguished. This scene was carved into his heart, an indelible memory he could never forget. His gaze followed Yuan Wangqing intently, as he silently mused. Yuan Wangqing, you are the most cherished person in my life, and I shall never relinquish you, even if it means defying all principles, even if I must force you to remain by my side, even if it requires any sacrifice, even if it means standing against the entire world. I have no regrets. As long as I can accompany you, Huasi would gladly embrace a path strewn with thorns. To me, you are an unexpected spark of emotion, like ripples suddenly disturbing a tranquil lake, disrupting the rhythm of my life. You are also a fleeting glimpse of beauty, your appearance akin to that breathtaking moment, forever etched in my memory. Huasi wielded his long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance under the sun's rays. Channeling a formidable inner strength, he surged into the battlefield like a tempest. The scene was chaotic, cries of battle resonating through the air. Yi Ying was ensnared by enemies ahead, wholly absorbed in the fray, his eyes fixed on his adversaries, wielding his long knife in a desperate attempt to fend off relentless assaults. Just as Yi Ying was fully engaged in the looming crisis, Huasi approached stealthily. Like a specter, his gaze was cold and resolute as he thrust his long sword without hesitation, piercing Yi Ying's body from behind with deadly precision. Yi Ying's eyes widened in shock as blood spewed from his mouth. Bewilderment and confusion filled his gaze. He could not fathom how he had been so suddenly struck down, his life extinguishing like a candle flickering in the wind. As he slowly succumbed, Huasi remained expressionless, his movements unwavering. With a swift motion of his arm, he severed the banner of the Yi family army, a symbol of their honor and might, with his formidable sword. The flag swayed momentarily in the air before gracefully descending. Upon witnessing the flag's fall, the morale of the Yi family's soldiers shattered instantly. They began to scatter in a panic akin to headless flies. Yet, the encirclement of the Xuanjia army was already a formidable fortress, an impenetrable barrier that left no opportunity for the Yi family army to escape. The ghost-faced general is slain. The Xuanjia army is invincible. Onward! One soldier cried out, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. In that instant, a resounding chorus erupted. The spirit of the Xuanjia soldiers surged like a tidal wave to its zenith. Then, The battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of the Yi family army as they faced annihilation. Their desperate wails, a lament for lives extinguished, contrasted sharply with the jubilant cheers of the Xuanjiao army, whose triumphant shouts reverberated deafeningly, as if to shatter the very heavens above. Meanwhile, within a resplendent tent, Zhong Jingxiu languidly reclined on a soft couch, savoring fine wine. Before him danced a bevy of graceful beauties, some twirling elegantly, while others softly sang nearby. A contented smile graced Zhong Jingxiu's face as he relished the rich aroma of the wine and admired the charms of the enchanting maidens, seemingly oblivious to the brutal war raging beyond. Suddenly, a messenger soldier rushed in, breathless and trembling, collapsing to his knees with an expression of sheer terror and sorrow. The Crown Prince Yi, General Yi, has fallen. The Yi family army has been utterly annihilated. His voice quivered, barely containing the weight of the news. With a thunderous clap, Zhong Jingxiu sprang to his feet, the force of his movement as if to shatter the very table before him. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief and blazing fury. As he thundered, "What did you say? Repeat that." Upon hearing the devastating news of Yi Ying's demise, compounded by Zhong Jingxiu's wrath, the maidens who had been attending him turned pale, their legs giving way as they knelt in fear, trembling like leaves in the wind. They bowed their heads low, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they invoke his ire and be mercilessly crushed in the tempest of his rage. The Xuanjiao army approaches with fierce intent. Though the Yi family army fought valiantly, they were ultimately outnumbered and defeated. The small soldier, quaking on the ground, struggled to articulate each word, as if each syllable drained the last of his strength. The grim truth pierced Zhong Jingxiu's heart like a cold blade. Momentarily stunned, Zhong Jingxiu then erupted into a chilling laugh, a sound filled with desolation, fury, and resolve, echoing ominously within the vast hall. Slowly, he raised his gaze to the heavens, his eyes burning with an insatiable flame, as he declared vehemently, "I have underestimated you. Huasi, between us, there can be no reconciliation. You have committed an unforgivable sin today. I, Zhong Jingxiu, swear I shall not rest until this debt is repaid." At that moment, Zhong Jingxiu appeared consumed by a vengeful fervor, his eyes reflecting a near madness, his very being spiraling into chaos. "Summon the orders. We shall rest for 3 days, and then I will personally lead the assault on the city." His gaze was resolute and determined as he swiftly recalibrated his strategy, his voice deep and imbued with power, each word laced with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. He understood that this was not the time for mourning. A swift counterattack was imperative to honor Yi Ying's spirit and to ensure the enemies would pay a grievous price. The curtain was about to rise on a bloody and brutal siege. Yet, in his arrogance, he failed to contemplate the reasons behind the Xuanjiao army's early arrival or why his own spies had failed to report back. Yi Ying was not only Zhong Jingxiu's close brother, but also a general and his strategist. Without his strategist and commander, he felt as if 2 vital limbs had been severed, leaving him unable to stir the tides of conflict. Regrettably, he did not reflect on the failures of the day, and thus would inevitably miss future opportunities due to today's calamity. Regrettably, the unexpected contender emerging from the power struggle in the kingdom of Haoyue proves to be merely a valiant but uninformed brute. It seems that the kingdom may soon undergo a transformation, leaving one to ponder how the aging emperor will choose to respond. The recent triumph in this arduous battle can largely be attributed to Yun Wanqing, who has functioned as a hidden strategist, wielding an influence that cannot be underestimated. In terms of intelligence, Yun Wanqing possesses a network akin to a keenly attuned sensor, consistently acquiring the most critical and confidential information at the earliest opportunity, and providing assistance without reservation. These revelations serve as beacons in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead and enabling the Xuanjiao army to prepare for various complex situations in advance. In the pivotal realm of military strategy, Yun Wanqing has exhibited extraordinary prowess. She meticulously analyzed the myriad challenges confronting the Xuanjiao army, delving into aspects such as the quality of soldiers, the configuration of weaponry, the advantages and disadvantages of the battlefield terrain, and the tactical characteristics of the enemy. Based on this comprehensive and profound analysis, she implemented a series of highly effective adjustments. In the deployment of troops, she restructured the formation of a Xuanjiao army, enhancing the synergy among the various units, akin to a finely tuned war machine where each component operates at peak efficiency. In terms of combat tactics, she proposed several unexpected ambush strategies, catching the enemy off guard. Under her meticulous guidance, the overall combat capability of the Xuanjiao army soared, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, elevating them to an entirely new echelon. Originally, the Xuanjiao army may have been a reasonably competent force on the battlefield. However, with Yun Wangqing's assistance, they now traversed the field with unmatched prowess, striking fear into the hearts of their adversaries. It is fortunate that Yun Wangqing devoted her early years to the study of these strategic arts under the tutelage of her master and elder brother. The arduous journey she undertook was fraught with challenges and sacrifices that need no elaboration. Each day, she dedicated countless hours to the study of obscure and complex treatises on strategy and pharmacology, while continuously facing various trials and tribulations set forth by her master and elder brother. Throughout this arduous process, there were moments when she contemplated surrender. Yet, her indomitable spirit and fervent love for strategy sustained her perseverance. Moreover, it is fortuitous that these strategic arts have proven immensely beneficial to Huasii. Whenever Huasii finds himself ensnared in difficult circumstances, confronted with intricate situations, Yun Wangqing employs her knowledge to dispel the fog of confusion, illuminating a clear path forward. Her strategic acumen serves as a guiding light for Huasii, enabling him to adeptly navigate crises and transform peril into safety. Chapter 11. Comfort within the Lord's manor. The atmosphere is somewhat tense. We have met, General Yuan. The crowd calls out in unison, respectfully bowing to General Yuan. Their voices reverberate throughout the spacious hall of the manor, imbued with profound respect. Ha! The youth are formidable. Have you sustained any injuries? General Yuan's robust voice resonates as he gestures for everyone to rise, his gaze filled with concern. His gaze swept across the crowd, as if to ascertain whether everyone was truly safe and sound. Huasii cautiously glanced at his companions, and upon confirming that they were all relatively unscathed, he clasped his fists together and replied, "Thank you for your concern, General. There are no serious injuries, just a few minor scrapes. Nothing to worry about." Huasii stood tall, his face adorned with a resolute expression, and his words exuded a youthful bravado. "Indeed, Huasii, you are commendable and have not shamed your father," General Yuan remarked, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He seemed to see in Huasii the youthful visage of his father, the same spirit and tenacity vividly expressed in Huasii's demeanor. Subsequently, General Yuan's gaze gradually shifted to the quietly standing Lu Sui. Lu Sui, tall and elegant in his splendid attire, could not conceal the inherent restraint that characterized his demeanor. General Yuan continued, "Prince Lu Sui, I see in you the shadow of your father. In his youth, your father exhibited such composure and grace, effortlessly embodying the essence of sovereign. Excellent, splendid." General Yuan stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. General Yuan Hao, a venerable figure from the northern Ling kingdom, had led a life of remarkable exploits. Since the founding of the state, he had followed the late emperor into battle, achieving great military feats. His renown was well known throughout the northern Ling kingdom. Having witnessed 2 dynastic changes, he remained unwaveringly loyal to his country, making him an indispensable pillar of the northern Ling kingdom. Consequently, he enjoyed special privileges, not needing to kneel before the emperor, and thus, within the Lord's mansion, he was not required to pay respects to the prince, Lu Sui. In the face of such commendations, Huasii maintained a calm demeanor, neither eagerly accepting praise nor boasting, but instead humbly seeking guidance. "General Yuan, you flatter me. I am keenly aware of my many shortcomings and recognize the necessity to learn from you. Your extensive battlefield experience and remarkable accomplishments in military strategy and adaptability are unparalleled. In comparison, I am merely a fledgling, and the accolades you bestow upon me are truly undeserved. Lu Sui echoed a similar sentiment, standing tall with an unwavering gaze, and stated firmly, although my father possesses extraordinary military talents and has always excelled in both civil and martial affairs, his current responsibilities prevent him from personally commanding the battlefield. As a prince, it is my duty to alleviate my father's burdens. This expedition presents a rare opportunity for me to hone my skills. I understand I have much to learn from General Yuan, whose lifetime of warfare has endowed him with military wisdom as brilliant as the stars in the night sky. I must continuously draw from your experience to serve my country better. The late Emperor Lu Qi was also well-versed in both literature and martial arts, displaying remarkable strategy on the battlefield. General Yuan Hao reflected, such fine youths, the future of our northern Ling kingdom. Realizing the conversation would continue for a while longer, Yun Wanqing felt compelled to interject. Yun Wanqing stepped forward to pay her respects to General Yuan, then said, General Yuan, I possess some medical skills. You need not worry about their injuries. Allow me to take your pulse. General Yuan observed her with a nod, and, as she checked his pulse, he inquired, What is your name, little girl? Your performance today has been commendable. A true heroine indeed. Yun Wanqing smiled softly. I am called Yun Wanqing. You may refer to me as Qing, General Yuan. She continued to praise, you, General, are still as formidable as ever. Qing, what a delightful child, General Yuan remarked. He had taken note of Yun Wanqing's actions atop the city walls, remembering them well. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and, with gravity, addressed him, General Yuan. You have sustained hidden injuries for many years. To cure them entirely will require time. I shall prescribe 3 sets of medicine. Each should be changed every 3 months. After 9 months, we will switch to dietary supplements, and I will provide the recipes for the medicinal dishes as well. Additionally, I will attend to your external wounds now. But you must avoid water for the next 3 days. Very well, I shall remember that. Qing, you may simply call me Grandpa Yuan. I have long wished for a granddaughter, but alas. General Yuan gazed at the well-mannered and clever Yun Wanqing with eyes full of affection and tenderness. Throughout his life, having traversed battlefields and encountered many valiant men, he had always yearned for a sweet and charming girl to bring joy to his life, a wish that fate had denied him. Now, looking at Yun Wanqing felt akin to seeing the granddaughter he had always longed for, hope radiating from his very being. The warmth of his words and the gentleness of his tone revealed his fondness for her, a love as subtle as a gentle stream, quietly refreshing the soul. Indeed, Grandpa Yuan, upon seeing you, I am reminded of my grandfather, who is like a child at heart. Yun Wanqing's eyes sparkled like stars twinkling in the night sky. She accepted General Yuan's proposal with delight, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a lark singing in the mountains. Her words also served to endear General Yuan, hoping to bring him further joy. Meanwhile, Wen Jiao, observing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions within her, akin to a jar of mixed flavors overturned. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with envy as she watched the warm interaction between Yun Wanqing and General Yuan, her heart swelling with jealousy, and she could no longer remain seated. And what of me? I am Wen Jiao. May I also call you Grandpa Yuan? Like Qing? She hurriedly approached, her steps slightly hurried, causing her skirt to sway gently. A hint of shyness mingled with anticipation graced her face as she fixed her gaze upon General Yuan, hoping for an affirmative response. Of course, Yao Yao. Ha ha. Now I have 2 lovely granddaughters. General Yuan's hearty laughter echoed through the air, filled with joy. His already kind gaze turned even more affectionate as it fell upon Wen Jiao, his eyes brimming with indulgence for the younger generation. Suddenly, General Yuan seemed to recall something, his mind flashing with the surname one. He slightly furrowed his brow, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his gaze, and then slowly inquired, Yao Yao, are you from the household of Chancellor Wen Qian? Yes, why do you ask, Grandpa Yuan? Wen Jiao was caught off guard by the sudden question, her expression tense as she looked at Yuan Hao. Then it must be true, Yuan Hao replied, his eyes reflecting a mixture of certainty and nostalgia. I encountered you when I returned to the capital for official duties. You were such an endearing little girl back then. Your father truly cherished you. Every time there was a feast, regardless of how others looked at it, he insisted on having you by his side. For us old fellows, who spent our days either battling on the front lines or managing military affairs, seeing a delicate young lady like you was like witnessing a refreshing burst of color, evoking a deep sense of envy within us. Yuan Hao became immersed in the memories of yesteryears, his gaze filled with emotion as those vivid scenes replayed in his mind. The laughter, the clinking of cups, all fragments of unforgettable recollections. All right. Yuan Jiangjun suddenly seemed to awaken from his reverie, waving his hand toward the young people present. You little ones should take your leave now. Look at you all. Some bearing wounds, others appearing utterly exhausted. Those in need of healing should attend to it promptly. Do not let your injuries worsen. If you're hungry, go and eat to replenish your strength. I, an old man, do not require so many of you to hover around me. I can take care of myself, so do not fret. That's not acceptable. Wen Jiao immediately frowned upon hearing this, her voice laced with concern. Qing has yet to apply your medicine. Although your wounds seem minor, if not treated properly, they could easily become infected, which would be troublesome. You are aware of Qing's medical skills. The remedies she concocts are quite effective. It would be prudent to let her finish administering your medicine before we depart. It is of no consequence, really. Yuan Hao gently shook his head, dismissing her worries with nonchalance. Just leave the medicine. My little grandson, Yuanin, though young, is quite clever. He can manage these matters well. Let him take care of the application. You need not linger here. Please go and attend to your own affairs. General Yuan Hao, a man of great military renown, had carved out a significant legacy on the battlefield, earning immense respect within the army. Yet, the passage of time had etched its marks upon him, and behind the glory of his family lay many unspoken regrets. Now he had but one grandson, the 14-year-old Yuanin, and the dwindling lineage weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, Yuanin was a bright and capable child, and Yuan Hao had placed all his hopes upon this little grandson. Yin Wonking respectfully stated, "Then we shall take our leave. Grandpa Yuan, please take good care of yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to have someone inform us. We will come immediately." All right, I understand," he replied. Yuan Hao wore a benevolent smile. His eyes slightly squinted, reminiscent of a kind elder responding to the concern of a younger generation, indicating his understanding. Amidst the ever-shifting tides of the current situation, Hua Ci shone like a brilliant new star, possessing exceptional leadership and combat prowess, as if it were an innate gift. Whether in troop deployment or in the heat of battle, he navigated with remarkable ease, instilling hope throughout the Duke of Zhengua's household. After all, with such an outstanding successor, the future seemed secure. Turning to the sixth prince, Lu Sui, one could see an extraordinary talent. He was both brave and wise, displaying a balanced demeanor in handling various affairs, knowing precisely when to strike decisively and when to remain patient. Like a finely honed sword, he remained sheathed in daily life, yet when drawn, would undoubtedly reveal its sharpness. Such talent surely positioned him to undertake significant responsibilities and potentially achieve great success in the future. However, Wei Suan evoked a sense of regret. His overall capabilities were commendable, with formidable martial skills and unique insights into strategies. Yet in this complex landscape, he had chosen the wrong side. This misstep was akin to embarking on a thorny path, where no matter his potential, it was gradually eroded by the misguided direction, leading his once bright prospects into shadow. The Prime Minister's daughter, Wen Jiao, was a remarkable woman who stood shoulder to shoulder with her male counterparts. Educated from a young age, she possessed quick wit and unique perspectives on governance. With the delicate sensibilities of a woman combined with the decisiveness typical of a man, she would be a perfect match for the Crown Prince. Should she assume her role in the Eastern Palace, she would undoubtedly become a wise and supportive consort, aiding the Crown Prince in navigating the intricate power struggles of the court and solidifying his position. Once everyone had departed, Yuan Hao sat alone in the tranquil study. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the flickering candlelight, which seemed to whisper silent stories. He picked up a brush, its tips saturated with ink, and began inscribing characters onto a sheet of white paper. His expression was focused and solemn, each stroke crafted with utmost seriousness, for this letter held great significance. Destined for Shengjing. This letter resembled a carrier pigeon poised for flight, carrying Yuan Hao's thoughts and messages across mountains and rivers to the distant Shengjing. Yun Wangqing glanced lightly over the crowd, noting that everyone had emerged. She spoke with a clear and gentle voice, "Since we are all gathered here, it appears you all bear wounds. Why not allow me to examine your injuries? I possess some knowledge of medicine, and it would be prudent to address them promptly to avoid any lingering issues." "That sounds good. Wangqing, let us delay our meal," Wen Jiao agreed, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "After all, if the injuries are not properly treated, we shall find no peace in our meal." "Agreed." The others chimed in, exchanging glances filled with trust towards Yun Wangqing. Yun Wangqing then directed her gaze towards the young servant who was quietly waiting nearby and spoke politely. "Could you please escort us to the guest rooms? I need to attend to their injuries." "Oh, by the way, what is your name?" The servant promptly bowed respectfully and replied, "My name is Kuyong. I shall lead you there at once. This way, please." After speaking, Kuyong again bent slightly at the waist, extending his arm in a perfectly trained manner to indicate the direction for everyone to follow. The Lord's residence appeared rather ordinary. Despite its size, it could be described as simple. It seemed that General Yuan genuinely valued frugality, for there were scarcely any servants or maids within the estate. The western border had once thrived, but since it became a military stronghold, the area had lost its former splendor. The war had caused many to migrate and left numerous people homeless. It was General Yuan's unwavering dedication that allowed the other cities of Bailing to remain unscathed from the encroachment of foreign powers, to guard the nation's tranquility, to safeguard the well-being of the populace. In no time, Kuyong expertly led them to the guest quarters. As they lifted their eyes, they beheld a serene and elegant environment surrounding the rooms. In the charmingly designed courtyard, a winding path of flagstones led to the door of the guest room. Flanking the path were various blooming flowers, competing to showcase their vibrant hues, their delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze, releasing subtle and refined fragrances. In one corner of the yard stood several slender bamboo stalks, rustling softly in the wind, akin to a gentle melody. The walls of the guest room were adorned with verdant vines, their fresh leaves resembling a masterpiece crafted by nature itself. The group pondered quietly, considering the effort that must have gone into the arrangement of this serene environment. Kuyong addressed General Hua and the others. "General, Hua has arrived. The guest quarters are all clean. Our general anticipated that you might not be accustomed to the surroundings and instructed us to prepare everything in advance. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall attend to it promptly. Thank you for your consideration. We are not here for leisure. The current arrangements are quite satisfactory. We appreciate your efforts," General Hua replied gratefully to Kuyong. "You flatter me, General. I shall now go and instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal," Kuyong said, maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Very well." Observing the scene, Nanxing fetched my medicine box. Although her voice was calm, her eyes radiated an undeniable resolve. "Understood, Miss," Nanxing responded briskly and without hesitation. She turned and hurried back to the carriage to retrieve the medicine box. Her steps quickened, anxious not to delay her mistress. Yun Wangqing slightly raised her head, her gaze swiftly surveying the courtyard before she spoke slowly. "I see there are 6 guest rooms, and the space is quite ample. It will suffice for all of us. There is a main hall that is spacious and well lit. I shall examine your injuries here." As she spoke, she mentally organized the procedure and locations for the care she intended to provide. When Jiao gently stepped forward, her voice soft and supportive, "I have no objections. If you are overwhelmed, let me assist you." Her eyes were filled with concern and unwavering trust in Yun Wangqing. Lu Sui crossed his arms, surveying the surroundings with a serious demeanor before nodding in agreement. "That works. Let us proceed." His tone conveyed a sense of steadiness and resolve, as if he would unconditionally support any decision made by Yun Wangqing. Meanwhile, Hua Si stood silently to the side, his face devoid of expression. Yet a subtle worry flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing the group's consensus, he silently followed them into the main hall. his tall figure casting a long shadow in the sunlight, exuding an aura of cool detachment. Wei Suan had been tasked with handling minor military affairs and was not present with Huasii and the others. Truly a pitiable worker indeed. Chapter 12. Refusal. Yun Wonking gently lifted her gaze, her eyes slowly scanning the assembly. Noticing everyone had settled into their respective places, she gracefully moved towards Huasii. He had long been awaiting her arrival, and upon seeing her approach, he instinctively extended his hand, the gesture fluid and decisive, as if it were an unspoken understanding between them. At that moment, Huasii appeared as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly unperturbed, yet within him countless joyful rabbits danced with glee, his heart brimming with delight. He inwardly rejoiced. Indeed, Wonking is different towards me. Amidst so many people, she walks directly to me. His heart swelled with pride as he admired her beauty, likening her to a flower blooming in the clouds, with every glance and movement radiating enchanting charm. Encountering her was undoubtedly the greatest honor of his life. Huasi's eyes fixated on Yun Wonking, his gaze brimming with affection like a spring about to overflow. Impossible to conceal. Usually, he maintained a demeanor of cold authority before others, but now, his countenance, filled with adoration for Yun Wonking, starkly contrasted with his usual image, creating a striking juxtaposition. After a brief moment, Yun Wonking slowly withdrew her hand, her gaze imbued with warmth and concern as she softly advised Huasii, "I have just examined your injury. It is nothing serious. However, do not let your guard down. Ensure your shadow guard applies the ointment diligently, twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. It is crucial to remember. Also, during the treatment, avoid getting the wound wet, otherwise it could lead to complications." "Thank you, Wonking," Huasii replied, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of pride. He thought to himself, "My Wonking is so considerate, meticulously reminding me. She must truly care for me." "Nong Xing, fetch the medicine," Yun Wonking instructed, disregarding Huasi's demeanor. "Of course, miss," came the reply. Nansheng displayed remarkable agility as she swiftly opened the medicine chest, her gaze flitting over the myriad of bottles and jars within. In no time, she retrieved a vial of wound ointment. She extended this bottle toward the shadowy attendant, Huajiu, who stood beside Huasii. Huajiu eagerly reached out, gratitude illuminating his face as he accepted the ointment, his expression as if Nansheng had presented him not with a mere remedy, but with a life-saving elixir. "Once again, I must express my heartfelt thanks for your generosity." Huasii beamed, his demeanor exuding an obsequiousness akin to a devoted servant trailing behind his master, a sight that was quite disconcerting to behold. His eyes were fixed intently on Yun Wonqing, brimming with a mix of affection and flattery, rendering his behavior somewhat comical in the eyes of others. Yun Wonqing found herself pondering silently. Within such a brief span, he had expressed gratitude twice. Could this be a deliberate effort to assert his presence? She tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and scrutiny as she observed Huasii in silence. At that moment, a smile blossomed on her face, radiant as flowers in full bloom on a spring day. She extended a finger and gently flicked Huasi's forehead, playfully scolding, "You glib talker." This seemingly reproachful gesture was imbued with a unique intimacy. However, her smile quickly faded as she realized that her actions might have been overly familiar, causing her to feel flustered. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and her gaze began to dart away, resembling a startled fawn. As for Huasii, instead of feeling angered by her flick, he seemed to have fallen into a reverie of tenderness, his eyes reflecting a blissful intoxication as he lingered in the warmth of their recent playful exchange. Nearby, Wen Jiao and Lu Sui observed this scene as if it were an entertaining performance. A subtle smile graced Wen Jiao's lips, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and gossip as she tilted her head, surveying the interaction between Huasii and Yun Wonqing. Lu Sui, arms crossed over his chest, wore an expression of amusement, occasionally exchanging knowing glances with Wen Jiao, as if to convey, "Look at these two. They are truly intriguing. Miss, you are exceedingly kind to them. That jade lotus ointment is quite precious and would be worth a fortune in the medical pavilion, Nanxing remarked, unable to contain herself as she watched Miss Yun playfully bantering with Husi. Nansheng, they're my friends now, and I shall treat them as I do Yuan Sheng. And Jingma, no treasure can surpass the value of our friendship. Yin Wanqing replied, preparing to take Lu Sui's pulse when she heard Nanxing's teasing. I'm merely concerned for your safety, Mississippi. They are still in my assessment period, and should they pose any threat to you, I would not hesitate to use poison to make them wish they had never been born, Nanxing declared, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture, her protective demeanor evident. The practitioners of the Divine Doctor Valley are notoriously protective, and both Yun Wanqing and Nansheng are no exceptions, especially Yun Wanqing, who would go to any lengths to safeguard those she deemed friends. Rest assured, Miss Nansheng, I would never do anything to harm Qingqing. I promise, Husi vowed earnestly. Husi, having overheard the dialogue between the master and servant, eagerly stepped forward to express his own stance. I shall not, Lu Sui solemnly remarked, gazing at the enchanting Yun Wanqing before him. Lu Sui himself was perplexed, unsure of the cause behind the emotions that stirred within him whenever he beheld Yun Wanqing. These feelings were akin to a tangled mass, ensnaring his heart and leaving him somewhat bewildered. He pondered silently. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Husi? There seemed to exist a subtle connection between Husi and Yun Wanqing. Could it be their relationship that evoked such peculiar sentiments within him when he faced her? Lu Sui's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and uncertainty. He yearned to untangle the complexity of his emotions, yet it felt as if he were lost in a dense fog, unable to find his way. Momentarily, he found himself adrift, reflecting quietly within. Upon hearing the promises made by everyone, a faint smile blossomed on Yun Wanqing's exquisite face, reminiscent of the first bloom of spring flowers. Playfully, she blinked her large, expressive eyes and, with a melodious voice, declared, I shall rely on you all from now on. Her tone was imbued with trust and anticipation, resonating with sincerity among those present. Just then, Lu Sui had also taken his pulse. Gently releasing Lu Sui's sirist. Yun Wanqing spoke calmly. It is nothing serious. As the method has been mentioned earlier, I shall not repeat it. Nanxing, please fetch the medicine. Nanxing respectfully acknowledged her request and turned to retrieve the medicine. From a distance, Wen Jiao observed Yun Wanqing completing her tasks. With light, graceful steps, she approached Yun Wanqing like an elegant butterfly. Concern and warmth filled her gaze, accompanied by a subtle smile, as if she had something to convey to Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing, we have only come to know each other through our conflicts. Although I initially harbored animosity towards you, this past half-month has taught me much. Your actions have earned my admiration, and I genuinely wish to befriend you. May I formally become your good friend? Wen Jiao's earnest words were difficult to refuse. In Yun Wanqing's eyes, Wen Jiao was exceptionally talented, capable of taking to the battlefield while remaining mindful of the world. Throughout their interactions, Yun Wanqing had clearly sensed the girl's courage and decisiveness, which was more than enough to win her heart. A glimmer of expectation mingled with shyness sparkled in Wen Jiao's eyes. Upon hearing Yun Wanqing say, Wen Jiao, I truly admire you. Those simple words fell like a small stone into the lake of Wen Jiao's heart, creating ripples of emotion. Her heart raced, and her voice trembled slightly as she hurriedly asked, So what does that mean? Observing Wen Jiao's anxious demeanor, Yun Wanqing's lips curled into a gentle smile, followed by a light laugh that resembled a soft breeze caressing flowers in spring, warm and tender. With a hint of affection in her voice, Yun Wanqing replied, Silly. Of course, I am willing to be friends with you, and I genuinely recognize you. When Wen Jiao heard this answer, a heavy burden lifted from her heart, and a radiant smile immediately blossomed on her face. She resembled a joyful little rabbit, leaping into Yun Wanqing's embrace, her arms tightly encircling her waist, while pouting adorably, exclaiming, I knew it. Meanwhile, Nanxing stood quietly observing the scene, acutely aware of the genuine delight illuminating Yun Wanqing's face, a sentiment utterly unmasked. In an instant, Nanxing comprehended Yun Wanqing's stance. She had previously maintained a demeanor of gentle aloofness in front of others, akin to a perpetually snow-capped mountain, rendering her inaccessible. Yet now, the snow upon that mountain seemed to have melted away in an instant, causing her composed facade to shatter completely. It was not merely Yun Wonking who underwent such a transformation. Huasi, once perceived as a calm and reserved figure, was gradually witnessing the disintegration of this image due to recent events. When Jiao, too, found her once gallant persona crumbling under the weight of a series of incidents. As for Lu Sui, he appeared as though teetering on the edge of a precipice, his carefully crafted identity on the verge of collapse, awaiting the next trigger for its inevitable downfall. This group of individuals had constructed their personae like a house of cards, seemingly sturdy, yet on the brink of collapse with the slightest disturbance. Nevertheless, witnessing the heartfelt smile on Yun Wonking's face brought joy to Nanxing. Since Yun Ran's departure, Yun Wonking had seldom expressed such unrestrained happiness. To spare those in the valley from worry, she had always feigned a facade of ease and cheerfulness. A lady ought to live this way, Nanxing mused inwardly. Jing Mo and Wensheng also took note of the exchanges among the group, and, at that moment, they shared a mutual understanding. If betrayal were to occur, it would culminate in death, no matter how much Yun Wonking cared for them. We are friends, each other's support and armor. Upon witnessing Wen Jiao tumble into Yun Wonking's embrace, exuding a hint of playful affection, Huasi's expression darkened. Jealousy simmered within him, as he envied the warmth they shared. Lu Sui, suppressing his own feelings for Yun Wonking, found joy in the sight of the two young girls frolicking together. For Lu Sui, living freely was a luxury, burdened as he was by the responsibilities of a prince, destined to relinquish many emotional ties. The unfeeling nature of imperial families had deprived him of maternal love since childhood due to the sudden departure of the empress. Even after being adopted under the queen's name, he dared not hope for that affection. Lacking the support of his maternal clan, Lu Sui had always concealed his true emotions, never allowing even his closest friend, Huasi, to see through him. Wen Jiao, like a lively fawn, danced and played around Yun Wonking, who indulged her with great affection. At that moment, Yun Wonking keenly sensed the subtle emotions emanating from Lu Sui nearby, a faint, almost shrouded melancholy enveloping him. Yun Wonqing's lips curled into a playful smile, laced with a hint of mockery as she spoke. Is the sixth prince feeling disheartened? As her words hung in the air, she gently released Wen Jiao's hand and, with a light step, approached Lu Sui. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked, and the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken with tension. Their eyes met like two distinct beams of light colliding, revealing a complex array of emotions, akin to a bottle of mixed flavors spilling over. Lu Sui's gaze was fixated on Yun Wonqing, as if it contained 1,000 unspoken words. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. Wonqing, you evoke a rather unique sensation within me, one that has lingered since our first encounter. His eyes seemed to penetrate Yun Wonqing's very soul, seeking an answer. Startled by this unexpected inquiry, Yun Wonqing blinked in surprise, her eyes widening as if taken aback. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, her familiar smile returning as she half-jokingly replied, I feel the same way. Perhaps we were acquainted in a past life. Her tone was as casual as discussing the weather. Yet internally, her heart raced like a startled deer, an inexplicable emotion quietly unfurling within her. Huasi, observing the interaction between Yun Wonqing and Lu Sui, felt a wave of bittersweet jealousy surge within him, akin to a rising tide. Finally, unable to withstand the overwhelming surge of envy, he strode purposefully toward Yun Wonqing. His eyes mirrored a blend of urgency and stubbornness as he seized her slender wrist, leading her outdoors without a word. Confused by this sudden action, Yun Wonqing stumbled slightly, her mind a tangled web of uncertainty as she followed Huasi until they reached the tranquil corridor outside. In the serene corridor, only their slightly hurried breaths could be heard. Huasi gradually released Yun Wonqing's wrist, his gaze fixed intently upon her, his hands gently constraining her to meet his eyes. His expression flickered with sorrow and reluctance, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as he asked, "Ching, you have never treated me like that. Do you realize that when I saw your demeanor towards Lu Sui, it felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping my heart? Does Lu Sui hold more significance in your heart than I do?" Upon hearing his words, a sudden clarity washed over Yun Wanqing. So this was the source of his turmoil, this big, dog-like figure who was prone to jealousy. In truth, on the day they first met, Yun Wanqing had jested similarly. And at that time, Huasii had feigned a pitiful demeanor to soften her heart, just as he did now. Yet, Huasii, you do not comprehend that between us lies an insurmountable chasm. Our fates are destined to be intertwined, yet ultimately unfulfilled. Yun Wanqing let out a gentle sigh, as if she had made some momentous decision. Suddenly, she extended her hands and pushed Huasii against the wall. His back collided with the surface, producing a faint sound, and he looked at her in astonishment. Yun Wanqing leaned slightly forward, her left hand resting against the wall beside Huasii's ear, while her right hand delicately caressed his well-defined face. This posture exuded a distinct air of audacity, as if a mischievous woman had made her presence known. "Do not become too engrossed in the role, General Hua," she said, tilting her head slightly, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, yet delivering words as sharp as a blade. "As for Lu Sui, I simply wish to bring him a bit of joy, for I once experienced a similar state. The sensation of being cast aside by the entire world, engulfed in darkness, is all too familiar to me. Thus, I merely wish to offer him assistance, nothing more." Having uttered these words, Yun Wanqing unhesitatingly released her hold and swiftly turned to leave. Huasii remained alone, as though his very soul had been extracted, standing dazed against the wall, his gaze hollow as he watched the direction in which Yun Wanqing departed, unable to extricate himself for a long time. His eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, silently pondering. "Yun Wanqing, why is it so? You are undeniably different with me. That special sentiment lies beneath the calm surface, like an undercurrent in a tranquil lake, silent yet tumultuous. Why then do you refuse to acknowledge it?" Huasii furrowed his brow, his gaze never wavering from Yun Wanqing. He observed her seamlessly navigating through the crowd, engaging in cheerful conversations with everyone, her smile radiant and enchanting, reminiscent of the blossoms in spring. Yet, whenever he approached, she transformed into a startled fawn, instantly withdrawing all warmth and mirth, resolutely keeping him at bay. Nanjing, well aware of Yun Wanqing's innermost thoughts, stood as an astute observer. Privy to all secrets, she understood that Yun Wanqing was already deeply ensnared, though she herself struggled fiercely, unwilling to confront her emotions. The Yun family was profoundly sentimental, a trait woven into the very fabric of their lineage. Once they fell in love, that individual would take root in their hearts like a seed, blossoming into a towering tree, its dense foliage filling their hearts completely, leaving no room for another. This was both a devotion and a peril. Nanjing feared that Yun Wanqing might truly succumb, leading her into an abyss from which there would be no return. Chapter 13. Capture the leader first with just one individual. One could surpass thousands. In this world, countless people come and go like fleeting clouds, yet among them exists that singular person, akin to a star falling into the lake of one's heart, creating endless ripples. Their figure seems engraved deep within the soul, impossible to erase. Each word and smile from them becomes a unique landscape in one's heart. Regardless of tempestuous storms or clear skies, the mere thought of that person provides solace, rendering this life sufficient. Nanjing, inform them that they may serve the dishes now. Yun Wanqing gently raised her hand, calmly issuing her command. Nanjing respectfully acknowledged and promptly turned to leave. Yun Wanqing adjusted the hem of her garment and then gracefully stepped into the room in search of Wenzhou and Lu Sui. As soon as she entered, Wenzhou, seeing Yun Wanqing's return, eagerly approached her, her eyes brimming with concern. "Ching, are you all right? What about Huasii?" There was a hint of hesitation in Wenzhou's voice. She yearned to uncover the outcome, yet feared to broach the subject that might wound Yun Wanqing's heart. Yun Wanqing gently shook her head. her gaze resolute yet tinged with a touch of resignation. "I am fine. We can only be friends." Her words fell like a pebble into a still lake, instantly creating ripples in the air, a definitive declaration that there was no longer any possibility of a deeper relationship with Huasii. Yin Wanking's gaze slowly shifted to Lu Sui, observing his somewhat dazed expression. She allowed a soft sigh and spoke earnestly. "Lu Sui, you might consider taking a walk outside. The consuming depths of the palace have rendered you an emotionless being, yet some feelings can be released." Her voice was gentle, yet each word seemed imbued with strength, as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Lu Sui, enunciating deliberately, as if to engrave her sentiments deep within his heart. Lu Sui was taken aback by Yun Wanking's words, as if struck by a sudden flash of lightning. Her clear, pure eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul, holding an infinite wisdom and the power to perceive all. Meeting her pristine gaze, Lu Sui felt as though his throat was constricted, and after a long pause, he finally managed to stammer, "Why?" His voice carried confusion, yet more prominently, a sense of bewilderment regarding the unknown. He could not comprehend why Yin Wanking had chosen to speak such words to him. Why? These three syllables bore the weight of profound significance. Perhaps it is shared sorrow. "Do you know? When I was 12, my mother passed away. In that moment, my world seemed to collapse, and I felt as though I was plummeting into a dark abyss, surrounded by coldness and despair. Seeing you now, I am reminded of my former self. The pain, the confusion, and the helplessness are strikingly similar. We are friends, not mere acquaintances, but companions who can understand each other's innermost anguish. Thus, when I see you, I cannot help but want to assist you. Of course, I understand that this may come across as abrupt. If you are unwilling to accept my help, simply disregard my previous words. I do not wish to impose any pressure upon you." Yin Wanking lifted her gaze to see Kuyong steadily approaching with a food box, her heart secretly relieved. She resolved to conclude this weighty and tangled topic. With a gentle wave of her hand, she said, "It is time to eat. Let's not dwell on this." Her tone carried a hint of fatigue, as though the earlier discussion had drained a considerable amount of her energy. Just as Kuyong's figure emerged into view, Huasii fortuitously returned. His stride bore the characteristic steadiness and agility of a soldier. Yet there was a faint trace of worry etched upon his stern countenance, evidently troubled by thoughts of Yun Wanking and military affairs. When Zio, seated nearby, was already perceptive by nature. From the very beginning, the stifling atmosphere enveloped her like a tangible entity, instilling a sense of fear within her. It was an intangible pressure, as if the air was suffused with tension and unease. Her left hand instinctively clutched at the hem of her garment, her eyes averted from wandering freely, as she sat in silence until the meal concluded. Only then did she seem to emerge from a nightmarish reverie, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. Just moments ago, Kuyong had mentioned during the meal that they could make some adjustments here tonight, as the affairs of the military were being handled by seasoned veterans. Urging them not to worry, Yin Wanking gently set down her chopsticks, breaking the post-meal silence. Unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere any longer, she stood up. Her steps hurried as she made her way towards the inner chamber, her silhouette reflecting an urgent desire to escape. Huasii and Lu Sui exchanged glances, both men characterized by a strong sense of responsibility. Despite Kuyong's reassurances, they could not shake their concerns regarding military matters. Frowning in contemplation for a moment, they resolved to personally visit the barracks for a thorough inspection. Rising to their feet, they adjusted their attire before striding decisively towards the military camp. When Jiao observed Huasii and Lu Sui as they departed, then turned her gaze towards the direction in which Yin Wanking had gone. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain and accompany Yin Wanking, concerned that her friend might be unsettled after being affected by the oppressive atmosphere. The night descended like a vast black curtain, slowly enveloping the world in darkness. On such a night, how many could find peace in slumber? The soldiers in the barracks perhaps lay awake, vigilant against the dangers that might arise, while Huasii and Lu Sui journeyed toward the camp, laden with worries about military affairs. Yun Wanking lay tossing and turning on the bed in the chamber, also influenced by the oppressive ambience. Meanwhile, Although Wen Jiao stayed by her side, her own heart could not find tranquility, as everything around them seemed disturbed by an invisible force. The following morning, sunlight gently spilled into the courtyard, resembling a layer of golden gossamer. After a night of rest, Yun Wanqing and Wen Jiao felt their fatigue considerably dissipate, their spirits notably rejuvenated. Thus, the two eagerly commenced a sparring session. Clad in a dark purple attire, Yun Wanqing appeared akin to a butterfly fluttering silently through the night, exuding a unique beauty. This elegance was neither vulgar nor overly flamboyant, but rather emanated an ineffable grace and liveliness. She stood poised, light as a feather, as if she could take flight at any moment, yet remained firmly grounded in the courtyard, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon her opponent. Wen Jiao, dressed in a striking ensemble of red and black, radiated the fiery intensity of flames intertwined with the profound depth of night. The two colors merged, resembling a poppy blooming in the depths of hell, imbued with an enchanting allure. Standing there, she resembled a dangerous flower, flourishing in darkness, her entire being emanating an aura that demanded respect. In an instant, the two individuals sprang into action. Two fleeting shadows darted across the courtyard with astonishing speed. As their figures intertwined, the fabric of their garments sliced through the air, producing a faint whistle. It appeared that during their previous contest, both had held back, refraining from exerting their full strength. At this moment, they resembled two phoenixes fiercely engaged in battle, neither willing to yield, with each move infused with power and technique. Wen Jiao pondered inwardly. Although I harbor animosity towards you, I bear no malicious intent. Even in our unfamiliarity, I do not wish for your demise. Yun Wanqing raised an eyebrow, contemplating, with good intentions, even the divine may show favor. Although Yun Wanqing's techniques were fierce, they bore no intent to harm Wen Jiao. Rather, they were a form of respectful sparring. Wen Jiao felt similarly. Her gaze radiated competitive fervor, yet devoid of any malice. As their duel intensified, Nanxing observed with keen interest. Suddenly, recalling an important matter, he called out loudly, "If you do not cease, breakfast will be lost." Unbeknownst to them, while they were engrossed in their contest, Kuyong had already delivered the morning meal. The aroma wafted through the air, yet they remained oblivious to it. Upon hearing Nanxing's words, both felt a pang of urgency. They surely had not reached their fill of sparring. It was akin to a thrilling play reaching its climax, only to be abruptly interrupted. Without further ado, they reluctantly tempered their strength, and the previously charged atmosphere dissipated like a punctured balloon. Thus, this unsatisfying contest drew to a close, leaving behind the lingering tension and excitement in the air. Ching, I must go to the military camp today. Would you care to join me? Wen Jiao inquired after the meal. Of course, I intend to go. There are many injured soldiers from yesterday, and Nanxing and I possess medical skills. We must offer our assistance. Even if I encounter Huasii at the camp, my resolve remains steadfast, Yun Wanqing replied. Very well. Let us depart for the military camp now. Wen Jiao took Yun Wanqing by the hand as they exited. Nanxing, with no other choice, trailed behind. At the military camp, Wensheng suddenly received urgent news from Fenghua Tower. This establishment was renowned for its information, and receiving such a message indicated significant developments. Wensheng, without delay, sought Yun Wanqing's counsel. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed Wen Sheng to hasten to the military camp to inform Huasii. Within the command tent, the atmosphere was as palpable as the weight of impending conflict. Numerous generals sat encircled around a vast sand table, engrossed in deliberating military strategies. The miniature cities, mountains, and rivers upon the table appeared lifelike, each marker signifying an impending life-and-death struggle. Flickering candlelight danced across the serious faces of the generals, their voices oscillating between somber and fervent, as various strategic proposals resonated throughout the tent. Amidst this tension, Wensheng silently entered the tent like a wraith, his footsteps as light as a feather, making not a sound. Had it not been for the perceptive and formidable individuals like Huasii and Lu Sui, who detected the presence of Wensheng, it is likely that none of the many occupants within the tent would have noticed an intruder's arrival. The gathering was deeply engrossed in discussions regarding military strategies when the sudden appearance of one Shang startled them. A few youthful and impetuous commanders instinctively drew their swords, believing her to be an assassin sent by the enemy. The atmosphere within the tent became tense, brimming with an imminent sense of conflict. Were it not for Huasiai's quick reflexes and commanding voice to halt the rising chaos, a melee would surely have ensued, spiraling uncontrollably. "General, my lady has sent me to deliver a letter," Wen Sheng said respectfully, carefully presenting the missive she had brought from Fenghua Tower to Huasiai. Upon receiving the letter and unfolding it, Huasi's expression grew grave. The contents revealed that Zhong Zhengxiu was plotting mischief. This Zhong Zhengxiu had long harbored ambitions and coveted the city under Huasiai as protection. Alarmingly, he planned to launch an assault in 3 days, leaving Huasiai with little time to prepare. Well aware of Zhong Zhengxiu's cunning, Huasiai understood that this would be an arduous battle. He had to swiftly adjust his strategies, gather resources, and bolster morale to withstand the impending attack. Noticing that Wen Sheng had no intention of departing, he inquired, "What does your lady propose?" "My lady suggests that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king, a timeless principle of military strategy. Especially in chaotic situations, the enemy often becomes preoccupied with their own troubles, making it an opportune moment to strike. However, such opportunities are fleeting, occurring only once, so General, you must deliberate carefully." Prior to her encounter with Huasiai, Yin Wanqing had already contemplated this strategy. She understood the battlefield's ever-changing nature, where every decision could determine the fate of many lives. While the strategy of capturing the leader first bore certain viability, it also encompassed significant risks. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, making it far from an ideal plan. After pondering Wen Sheng's conveyed message for a moment, Huasi's deep-set eyes sparkled with contemplation as he weighed the merits and demerits of the proposal. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Very well. Have your lady come to see me later. The current situation is intricate. We must devise a strategy that favors us most. Every action we take must be executed with utmost caution, for any miscalculation could lead to our total defeat." When Sheng respectfully bowed, her tone measured as she replied, "I will relay your words to my lady without omission." With that, she turned and departed with a graceful yet composed stride. After a simple breakfast, Yin Wanqing and Wen Jiao hurriedly made their way to the military camp. Fresh from a fierce battle, the camp was in disarray, filled with injured soldiers. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air, mingling with the pained groans of the wounded, casting a somber pall over the atmosphere. In such challenging circumstances marked by scarce resources, Yin Wanqing nevertheless maintained an air of composure. Her delicate fingers skillfully bandaged the wounds of the injured soldiers, her movements both adept and swift. Beside her, Nanxing was equally engaged, methodically tending to the urgent tasks at hand. Fortunately, Yin Wanqing had the foresight to prepare a supply of ready-made medicinal pills. These pills were indeed treasures, proving far more effective in this critical moment than any concocted broth. For as the saying goes, the essence is concentrated. However, as the medical efforts continued, and she witnessed the gradual depletion of both pills and herbs, a frown creased Yin Wanqing's brow. She turned to Nanxing, a hint of concern in her eyes, and softly inquired, "Nanxing, how much longer until the emergency supply of pills and herb arrives?" Nanxing paused, contemplating for a moment before responding, "By my calculations, they should arrive the day after tomorrow. However, miss, how shall we explain the source of these herbs?" With a calm demeanor, Yin Wanqing revealed that she had already devised a strategy, stating matter-of-factly, "We shall say they were procured from the Yuan E-Pavilion. After all, we are physicians affiliated with them." In truth, Yin Wanqing was well aware that the herbs would be insufficient, prompting her to reach out to the Yuan E-Pavilion for additional supplies. Yet, the preparation of these herbs required time, and as she gazed upon the injured soldiers in dire need of treatment, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Wondering if they could endure until the herb's arrival, she could only silently pray that these wounded soldiers would hold on until the moment the herbs were delivered. On a moonlit night, with the cold light casting a hazy glow over the surroundings. Yun Wanqing had been laboring tirelessly and had finally completed her numerous tasks. At that moment, Huijiao hurriedly approached her, his face etched with urgency. Huixiai was acutely aware of the grave situation and felt ill-equipped to handle it alone, while Yun Wanqing's intelligence was unparalleled. Thus, he earnestly requested Huijiao to fetch Yun Wanqing, as they needed to collaborate on strategies to address the pressing challenges at hand. Strategies that could very well determine the fates of many, hence the gravity in their expressions. Wensheng successfully conveyed Huixi's message. Yet Yun Wanqing had been ensnared by a myriad of responsibilities throughout the day, leaving her no opportunity to respond to Huixi's concerns. As Huixiai waited anxiously for news from her, his heart grew increasingly restless. Reluctant to remain idle, he dispatched his trusted aide, Huijiao, to monitor the situation, hoping for a prompt response from Yun Wanqing. In that atmosphere filled with anticipation and a tinge of tension, everyone awaited Yun Wanqing's arrival in silence. At last, when Yun Wanqing's graceful figure came into view, Huixiai wasted no time and directly asked, "Qingqing, what must we do?" This simple query sent ripples through Yun Wanqing's heart, stirring emotions deep within her. It appears that Huixiai has acquiesced to his own method. However, the endearing term he uttered, "Qing," cascaded from his lips like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, momentarily disrupting Yun Wanqing's composure. She steadied herself, her gaze resolutely fixed upon Huixiai, then surveyed the other attendees before slowly articulating one word: chaos. Yun Wanqing regarded Huixiai with an unwavering intensity, each syllable pronounced with a weight that suggested profound significance. Wei Xianen, standing nearby, found himself wide-eyed, unable to conceal his incredulity. Internally, he scoffed at the so-called strategy, with so many eagerly awaiting a solution. The simplicity of that singular word seemed almost farcical. Yet, Huixiai appeared impervious to Wei Xianen's unspoken discontent, embodying the calmness of an imposing mountain, disregarding Wei's comments. Instead, his gaze remained fervently fixed on Yun Wanqing as he continued to solicit her insight with unhurried poise. Elaborate, if you please. His voice, deep and resonant, carried an irresistible magnetism. 3 days hence, Zongjing Xiu would undoubtedly take to the battlefield. This was a foregone conclusion. Yun Wanqing furrowed her brow, determination glimmering in her eyes. It was imperative that we devise a means to compel him to engage directly, for this was the most critical step in our plan. Subsequently, we would employ an arrow coated with a lethal poison, ensuring he could neither advance nor retreat. As for the other soldiers, we would adhere to the strategies I previously imparted. Of course, I am acutely aware that this is largely a theoretical exercise. I possess little confidence in its success. After articulating her thoughts, Yun Wanqing let out a soft sigh, fully cognizant of the uncertainties surrounding this plan. How could this possibly succeed? Wei Xianen furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with skepticism, unable to suppress his inquiry once more. Zongjing Xiu is no easy adversary. He is battle-hardened and exceedingly cunning. To compel him to engage directly is already a formidable challenge, let alone to attempt to slay him with an arrow. There are far too many variables at play. I shall dispatch individuals of considerable internal strength to engage and delay Zongjing Xiu, endeavoring to draw him toward the city tower. Huixiai stated, arms crossed, contemplating for a moment before adding, a single arrow to the heart. How confident are you? It seemed Huixiai had developed a modicum of interest in this audacious scheme. My dark arts, and I will position ourselves at the highest point of the tower, firing 3 arrows. We shall utilize our internal strength to extend a range, ensuring the arrows reach Zongjing Xiu. However, General Hua, are you truly willing to gamble? This is indeed a high-stakes wager. Should we fail, the consequences would be dire. Yun Wanqing continued, her expression grave, acutely aware of the peril involved in this endeavor. Should this plan falter, I shall confront Zongjing Xiu directly. I have had my men meticulously investigate his background. My martial prowess should be on par with his. Huixiai replied with a calm demeanor, his gaze reflecting an indomitable courage. To him, in the face of such a formidable foe, Where victory in conventional forces seemed elusive, mutual attrition was merely a temporary measure. To swiftly resolve the conflict by capturing the leader was, indeed, the most prudent course of action. However, Zhongxingxiu is not to be trifled with. Even though his most trusted general has fallen, his own strength remains formidable. This battle is sure to be fraught with peril and laden with unforeseen challenges. Upon hearing of the duel, Yun Wangqing's heart tightened suddenly. She then spoke, "If I should fail, my shadow guards and I will assist you in eliminating Zhongxingxiu. You shall act in the light while I operate in the shadows. I shall succeed, trust me, Huasi," she conveyed with her heart's voice. The two exchanged glances, finding trust reflected in each other's eyes. "I believe in you without reason. Wei Xianin, you are to arrange everything personally. Ensure that our previous strategies are executed with utmost precision. The battlefield is merciless, and caution is paramount," Huasi instructed Wei Xianin, emphasizing the need for vigilance. "War has always been brutal. Thus, we can only strive with all our might to bring it to a conclusion." Chapter 14. Victory 3 days later. A messenger rushed into the tent, breathless and panicked, reporting, "General Yuan, General Hua, the Prince of Haoyue is already at the city gates." Upon hearing this news, Yuan Hao furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing it, speaking with calm resolve. "What is meant to come will come. Huasi, you may proceed." With that, he slowly walked out of the tent, his gaze firmly set toward the rising smoke of war. The flames blazed fiercely, thick black smoke billowing into the sky, heralding the onset of a great battle. Indeed, Huasi would not disappoint General Yuan's trust. With solemnity and determination, he clasped his fists and pledged, "I will fulfill my duty." His stature stood tall and unwavering, akin to a steadfast pine, showing no sign of fear in the face of the impending conflict. Huasi then commanded with vigor, "Come forth, let us ascend the city tower. I wish to see for myself what abilities the Prince of Haoyue possesses that emboldens him to boast upon our territory. I shall see if he is merely a fa-ade. Today he will learn the extent of our prowess." Yes, the surrounding soldiers echoed in unison, their voices resonating loudly and uniformly, filling the tent with fervor. Each soldier stood tall, swiftly rallying behind Huasi, their eyes reflecting unwavering trust in their general and unyielding courage for the battle ahead. Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao had long taken their positions atop the city tower of Yulin, the biting wind howling past them, causing their garments to flutter audibly. Their gazes were calm, yet resolute as they looked into the distance, where Zhongxingxiu led a vast army to the city gates. The ominous gathering of troops, dark as storm clouds, cast an intangible sense of oppression over Yulin City. Clearly, Zhongxingxiu had keenly noticed Yun Wangqing and Wen Jiao on the tower. He reined in his steed, which neighed as if invigorated by the impending battle. Zhongxingxiu slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed upon the tower, revealing a blend of scrutiny and ire. "Those two young women above, I have heard that the death of my Haoyue's ghost-faced general, Yi Ying, is linked to you?" His voice sliced through the tense silence like a chilling blade. Though framed as a question, his clenched jaw and frosty gaze betrayed his unwavering certainty regarding the matter at hand. So what? Merely a defeated foe, not worthy of lamentation. A contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Wen Jiao's lips, her melodious voice echoing above the city walls, piercing like an arrow aimed directly at Zhongxingxiu below. Each utterance landed like a heavy blow, striking with precision, not only proclaiming their victory, but also delivering a lethal psychological blow. "Arrogant, do you think you could triumph?" Zhongxingxiu resembled an enraged beast, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a sweeping gesture, he incited his army to unleash a thunderous roar, seemingly in response to his wrath. "Today, let this prince witness how you achieve victory against overwhelming odds." His voice carried on the wind, saturated with arrogance and self-assuredness, as if victory were already within his grasp. "After today, Yulin City shall belong to our Haoyue kingdom." His gaze was rife with avarice, an insatiable thirst for land and power. Yun Wangqing observed Zhongxingxiu's descent into madness with calmness, devoid of any fear. only a profound disdain evident in her eyes. She understood that this man, driven solely by his inflated desires, was willing to drag countless innocents into the throes of war, condemning those who had once led peaceful lives to untimely deaths. In his eyes, the common folk were but ants to be trampled upon in his quest for power. Such a disregard for human life rendered him unworthy of existence in this world. Yin Wanqing clenched her fists resolutely. Having made an unwavering decision to protect Yulin City and its inhabitants at all costs. In this critical moment, Huasii ascended the city walls with a resolute demeanor, leading a contingent of soldiers. He stood tall like a pine, his silver armor glinting coldly under the sun, reflecting the steely resolve within him. His gaze met Yin Wanqing's in a fleeting exchange, a silent communication of trust, concern, and an imperceptible depth of affection. Then, Huasii directed his attention toward Zongjing Xiao. Zongjing Xiao, his voice, laced with chill, reverberated through the tense atmosphere, each word steeped in determination and wrath. Today, I shall claim your head, providing retribution for the innocent souls of Bailing Kingdom. Those blameless citizens who had sought solace in their homes were ruthlessly torn apart by your merciless cruelty. Those valiant soldiers, driven by a heartfelt commitment to protect their homeland, fell victim to your treachery on the battlefield. This blood debt must be repaid today. Huasii spoke with unwavering conviction, gripping his spear tightly, its tip quivering slightly, resonating with the fervor of its master's emotions. Another arrogant soul approaches, Zongjing Xiao mused. Huasii, I know you well. Today, let me witness your prowess. Zongjing Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he stood there, his resplendent black brocade robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. Behind him stood a sea of soldiers from the Haoyue Kingdom, each bearing a solemn expression, poised for battle, resembling a tide of darkness that radiated an oppressive aura. By the decree of the Crown Prince, the order to besiege the city was given. With a grand gesture, Zongjing Xiao's wide sleeves carved a sharp arc through the air. In an instant, all the soldiers surged forward like untamed stallions, racing towards the ramparts of Yulin City with unparalleled speed. Their thunderous footsteps echoed, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. The swirling dust rose like a colossal gray shroud, obscuring half the sky and conjuring a suffocating atmosphere akin to the onset of doom. Witnessing this scene, Huasii hesitated not for a moment. His gaze was fierce as he commanded, "Open the city gates, meet the enemy." His voice resonated with strength and resolve. To execute the plan, Huasii personally led a select team of elite warriors out to confront the foe. He surged ahead, leading the charge, his silver figure slicing through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the enemy ranks. As Huasii gallantly advanced, Yin Wanqing's heart leapt into her throat. Her brows furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Her delicate hand instinctively clenched the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning pale from strain. She was acutely aware of the peril of this battle. Each moment of charge could herald a parting of life and death. And Huasii was fearlessly plunging into the unknown and treacherous battlefield. How could she not be concerned for him? With the battle cry echoing, swords whistled past every ear. The soldiers' blood-red eyes glinting with a fierce hatred upon their grim faces. In the endless wilderness, the black-clad warriors surged forth like a tidal wave. Arrows flew chaotically through the air, and the relentless wails of anguish lingered on. Huasii, accompanied by Lu Sui and Wei Suan, pressed forward like a battering ram, aiming directly for Zongjing Xiao. As Huasii drew near, Zongjing Xiao's heart twisted with derision. "Just you wait. You are not enough." Suddenly, Zongjing Xiao charged on horseback towards Huasii, their swords clashing with a resounding clang. Lu Sui and Wei Suan, seeing this, attempted to close the distance, only to be thwarted by Zongjing Xiao's shadow guards and deputy generals, standing atop the city wall. Yin Wanqing took in the scene and promptly instructed Huasi's shadow guards to assist. "Miss Yin, our master has commanded us to remain by your side at all costs." Huajiu replied expressionlessly. "He is your master, and your duty is to protect him. Moreover, My shadow guards are equally capable. I do not require your protection. Go help him. Yin Wanqing implored earnestly. Rest assured, he will not blame you. After a struggle, Huijiao decisively led the Hua family's shadow guards into battle. Huixi, do not get hurt. I will come to assist you. Yao Yao, keep an eye on this place for me. Yin Wanqing said gravely to Wen Jiao. All right. Ching Ching, you go ahead without worry. With the grace of a swallow, Yin Wanqing swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the city wall, accompanied by Jing Mo and Wen Sheng. From this lofty vantage point, the earth appears diminished, rendering everything beneath seemingly insignificant, as if all existence lies within one's grasp. Yin Wanqing's expression is grave and austere, her gaze firmly fixed on the fierce battle below. She intently addresses Jing Mo and Wen Sheng beside her. Jing Mo. Wen Sheng, keep your unwavering focus on Zongjing Xiao. Do not relent for a moment. Await my command and strike decisively. In unison, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng affirm understood. Their voices resonate with determination, echoing across the battlements. Meanwhile, below, Huixi and Zongjing Xiao are locked in a fierce confrontation, the intensity of their clash palpable. Huixi's strikes are powerful and ferocious, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Zongjing Xiao, however, is equally formidable, employing a deceptive and agile fighting style that allows him to evade Huixi's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Yet, with the arrival of Huijiao and his companions, the dynamics of the battle shift dramatically. Their coordinated efforts from multiple angles overwhelm Zongjing Xiao, who finds himself increasingly beleaguered. Despite Zongjing Xiao's exceptional martial prowess, his nefarious intentions and scheming nature render him deserving of his fate. Just as the battle reaches a stalemate and the attention of all is captivated by the fierce combat, Zongjing Xiao inadvertently exposes his back to Yin Wanqing. Her eyes sharpen, keenly seizing this opportune moment, and she commands without hesitation, "Now is the time. Strike." At her command, 3 arrows soar through the air like meteors, piercing the silence with a sharp whistle. In a swift motion, 2 arrows find their mark in Zongjing Xiao's back. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief as his body begins to lean forward. Meanwhile, a 3rd arrow, in a flash, embeds itself in the body of an assailant concealed in the shadows behind Huixi. This hidden assassin had stealthily approached Huixi during the fierce exchange. Had it not been for Yin Wanqing's vigilant observation, Huixi might have fallen victim to the ambush. In that critical moment, she unhesitatingly redirected her final arrow, aimed at Zongjing Xiao toward the hidden threat. Watching the unfolding scene below, Yin Wanqing breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Phew, Huixi, I have succeeded. Ching Ching, congratulations, you have prevailed." Zongjing Xiao, enduring his pain, curses vehemently. "Huixi, you wretched fiend, resorting to underhanded tactics with a sneak attack from behind. What you observes silently." His gaze cool and unyielding, choosing not to engage in retorts. After all, there is no need to argue with a man on the brink of death. If poison were not employed, victory would likely elude Huixi, leading to a disastrous outcome for both sides. To minimize casualties, a swift resolution is imperative. This remains the sole viable strategy. As Zongjing Xiao succumbs to the arrows, a subordinate rushes to support him, urgently stating, "Your Highness, your wounds require immediate attention. Otherwise, we must retreat. As long as the mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood." With a defiant spirit, he resolved to confront them to the very end. Before he could finish his words, a torrent of dark crimson blood erupted from Zongjing Xiao's mouth. It was evident that the poison had taken effect, having penetrated deep into his heart with no remedy in sight. This poison, known as blood-sealing throat, had no antidote. The battlefield was suffused with a heavy scent of blood, a pungent aroma that seemed capable of corroding one's very soul. Zongjing Xiao's complexion had turned as pale as parchment, his body swaying precariously, resembling a withered branch about to snap in a fierce gale. The flame of life in his eyes gradually extinguished, and it was clear to all present that he was nearing his end. In this critical moment, Huixi raised his sword high, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, as if it sought to sever all ties in this world. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, and in an instant, the banner emblazoned with the name Zongjing was cleaved in two. As the banner tore apart, the tattered remnants fluttered in the air like a soul stripped of its anchor, descending helplessly to the ground. This moment of severance seemed to signal the resolution of the battle, proclaiming the victor and the vanquished. Zongjing Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he uttered a few indistinct sounds from his throat, as if he still wished to say something, yet ultimately, the words failed to escape his lips before he collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing Zongjing Xiu's last breath, Huixi inhaled deeply and, channeling his profound inner strength, announced loudly, "The crown prince of Haoyue, Zongjing Xiu, has been slain. Surrender at once." His voice reverberated across the battlefield like thunder, leaving the ears of all present ringing. The soldiers, who had steadfastly resisted until that moment, felt the last flicker of hope extinguish within them. They realized the tide had turned, and their only option for survival lay in laying down their arms. One by one, they cast aside their weapons, their eyes filled with despair and reluctance. On the battlements, Yun Wangqing donned her armor, which gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. She stood there quietly, her gaze fixed intently on Huixi below. Huixi, sensing her stare, lifted his head to meet her eyes. In that fleeting moment, it was as if the world around them faded away. The cacophony of battle and the cries of surrender grew distant, leaving only the two of them in that space. In a glance that seemed to span eternity, Huixi found joy in her presence. In this life, it was only her, Yun Wangqing, whom he cherished. "My dear, I see they are injured. Let's go and check on them," Wen Jiao interjected, breaking the moment between them. Redirecting her gaze, Yun Wangqing nodded, "Very well. Let us first attend to Huixi and the others, and then instruct the medics to organize the wounded soldiers by severity for efficient treatment." Chapter 15. Affection concealed in that city, ravaged by the flames of war, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air. As the wounded soldiers were methodically arranged in the shelter area at the northwest corner, every corner of this place resounded with the painful groans and labored breaths of the injured. Those with more serious injuries wore conspicuous red bands on their arms, akin to desperate signals for help. This was to ensure that amid the frantic chaos of treatment, medical personnel could swiftly identify their critical conditions and provide timely assistance. "Madam, over there lies a soldier in an exceedingly perilous state. His leg has been severed, and blood flows forth like a deluge, unstoppable." Nanxing's eyes brimmed with urgency and concern as he rushed towards Yun Wangqing, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Is our hemostatic medicine ineffective?" Yun Wangqing furrowed her delicate brows tightly, her gaze clouded with confusion and unease. She was acutely aware that while the military's hemostatic agents could not be deemed miraculous, they generally proved effective for ordinary wounds. She hastened over, crouching down to examine the soldier's injury closely. The wound was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in disarray, gushing forth unabated. She took the soldier's pulse, finding it chaotic and weak. "It's futile. This individual's condition is unique. Our anesthetics and hemostatic agents are of no use to him," Nanxing exclaimed in desperation, pacing anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Then prepare a red-hot iron," Yun Wangqing said, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting deep reluctance. This method was undeniably brutal, yet at this moment, no better option existed to save the soldier's life. Elder Yi, upon hearing Yun Wangqing's words, was momentarily taken aback. In the military, there were indeed instances where cauterization was employed to treat wounds, but such measures were typically a last resort taken only in dire circumstances. While cauterizing a wound could effectively stem the bleeding, the excruciating pain and the risk of infection deterred everyone from resorting to such methods. Unless absolutely necessary, military personnel would never opt for this approach. The gravely wounded soldier, his lips cracked and beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, struggled to part his lips, his voice faint and intermittent. "I am willing to endure the iron." Each word seemed to sap his remaining strength, his lips quivering in agony, revealing the immense torment he was enduring. "I admire your courage," Yun Wonking declared solemnly, her eyes filled with reverence. With that, she bowed deeply to the soldier, her gesture reflecting profound admiration for his valor and fearlessness. At that moment, the iron lay glowing red, akin to a demon exuding searing flames. The military doctor, gripping the handle of the iron, was unable to quell the tremors within him. His complexion paled, eyes betraying a flicker of fear and compassion. However, he understood the weight of his duty. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his resolve, gritted his teeth, and pressed the iron directly against the soldier's wound. The moment the iron made contact with flesh, a horrifying sound pierced the air, causing the soldier's body to convulse violently, a pained roar escaping his throat. Yet, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating agony. Fortunately, bolstered by sheer willpower, he persevered. Though his body trembled, a steadfast determination shone in his eyes. "Thank you," were the last words he managed to utter, as he seemed to exhaust his final reserves of strength, closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. The military doctor hurriedly approached, meticulously examining the soldier's vital signs with an unwavering gaze and deft movements. After a thorough assessment, he confirmed that there were no significant issues. A few soldiers had sustained minor injuries, yet they were not in grave danger. With utmost care, these soldiers gently lifted their comrade and settled him aside, their actions tender and their eyes filled with concern for their fellow warrior. Once this interlude had passed, everyone resumed their efforts in treating and accommodating the other injured. During a moment of respite, Elder Yi suddenly pondered and inquired, "Miss Yun, may I ask from where the herbs delivered yesterday were sourced?" "I purchased them from Yuan Medical Pavilion," Yun Wonking replied. "Such a large quantity must have cost quite a sum," Elder Yi hesitantly remarked. "Fortunately, I specified their purpose, and Yuan Medical Pavilion sold them to me at a price below the market rate," Yun Wonking patiently explained. "There is no need for your concern, Elder Yi." "Very well. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the soldiers," Elder Yi said. "No need for such formality," Yun Wonking replied earnestly. "This is what a healer ought to do. They are heroes and should not perish." As the news of victory soared back to Shengjing like a bird taking flight, the majestic palace was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, received this tidings with great delight, his smile blooming like the flowers of spring. He immediately issued a command for Huasii to arrange all military affairs with due diligence and to return the troops to the capital post-haste. This war had been extraordinarily brutal. The Haoyue kingdom had suffered continuous defeats, rendered powerless against the might of the Bailing kingdom's forces. In a moment of desperation for peace, the old emperor made a staggering decision. He dispatched his youngest and least favored son to the Bailing kingdom as a hostage, a pawn cast aside, with his fate now resting in the hands of the enemy. Furthermore, the Haoyue kingdom was compelled to cede 5 cities and to pay annual tributes to the Bailing kingdom. The list of tributes hung heavily like a shackle upon the Haoyue kingdom. Although the Bailing kingdom emerged victorious from this conflict, it too bore a heavy toll. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, countless families shattered, and many soldiers permanently remained upon the blood-soaked earth. Thus, seeking peace was a reluctant measure for the Haoyue kingdom. Yet, was it not the same for the Bailing kingdom? Continuing the war would only result in more lives extinguished amidst the flames of conflict, which was certainly not the desire of Emperor Wenxuan, Huasii, or others. Before Huasii embarked on his expedition, Emperor Wenxuan had summoned him in secret. Within the tranquil depths of the palace, amidst flickering candlelight, the emperor solemnly articulated the true purpose of this campaign. He understood that the 4 nations currently stood in a delicate equilibrium, where the slightest disturbance could trigger widespread consequences. This war with the Haoyue kingdom could not continue indefinitely. It needed to be resolved swiftly. Should this conflict disrupt the fragile balance among the 4 nations, the other 2 might seize the opportunity to attack. The Bailing kingdom would then find itself in a precarious position, akin to a solitary boat in a storm, at risk of being engulfed by the tumultuous waves. Fortunately, the other 2 nations held a rather disdainful view of Haoyue nation's performance during the war. The bond formed by the marriage alliance between Songming Nation and Biling Nation acted as a sturdy tether, playing a stabilizing role in this delicate situation. Otherwise, the chain reaction triggered by this war could have led to unimaginable consequences, a catastrophe severe enough to plunge Biling Nation into irreversible ruin. 15 days later, at the Lord's residence, Yuan Hao summoned everyone to a banquet to celebrate their victory and to fulfill their commitments. In the spacious banquet hall, all gathered together. The atmosphere was both fervent and solemn. Yuan Hao rose, his gaze sweeping over each attendee, his face radiating satisfaction and nostalgia, and he laughed heartily. "Ah, my friends, this great victory in battle is largely due to your remarkable contributions. Imagine the battlefield, filled with the glint of blades and the lurking dangers. Each decision and every charge encapsulated your dedication and courage. As I grow older, time is not kind to me. The future of Biling Nation rests entirely in your capable hands." Lu Sui, who held Yuan Hao in high regard, was the first to respond, speaking with respect. "General Yuan, you flatter us. Protecting Biling Nation is our duty. On the battlefield, we merely fulfilled our responsibilities. Without your wise leadership, how could we have achieved such a smooth victory?" Wen Jiao also stood, her gaze resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. Holding a goblet, she approached Yuan Hao and respectfully declared, "Indeed, Grandfather Yuan, from the moment we chose to embark on this path of defending our homeland, we have borne this heavy responsibility. This is our choice and our honor. To you, Grandfather Yuan, I raise my glass." With that, she downed the contents of her cup in one gulp. Yin Wanqing and Huasii exchanged knowing glances, synchronously rising with upright postures, their voices resonant and harmonious as they proclaimed, "May Biling Nation enjoy everlasting peace. May the people live in contentment and prosperity." Their voices seemed to carry a powerful energy, echoing throughout the banquet hall. The others, witnessing this, rose in unison, filled with love and loyalty for Biling Nation, and echoed, "May Biling Nation enjoy everlasting peace. May the people live in contentment and prosperity." This synchronized chorus represented the collective hopes and vows of all present for the bright future of Biling Nation. Yuan Hao, hearing their words, nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Good, good, good." His eyes sparkled with appreciation and anticipation, clearly having great faith in these pillars of the nation, convinced of their ability to uphold Biling Nation's future. After the banquet, Huasii invited Yuan Wanqing to stroll through the city, to which she did not decline. In the past 15 days, they had each been preoccupied with their own affairs, rarely finding a moment of peace together. However, they both understood that tonight was an opportune moment to unravel their tangled emotions. Previously, Yuan Wanqing had feared this affection due to Yuan Ran, not wanting to repeat past mistakes. Yet, the shared gaze from the city tower had shaken her resolve. And for these 15 days, she had been in turmoil, even composing a letter to send back to the Divine Physician Valley. Yet, the response from Yin Yuan contained only 4 words: "Follow your heart." Though one may profess not to repeat past mistakes, who can truly govern the whims of the heart? Yin Yuan harbors a fear that Yin Wanqing might meet a fate as tragic as Yun Ran's. Yet he fervently wishes for her to attain happiness. The burdens that Yin Wanqing must carry are immense, and Yin Yuan does not wish to deprive her of the right to pursue her own bliss. The third elder, Yun Heng, has also learned of this matter and has penned a letter to Yin Wanqing, likely understanding her better than most. "Dear Xiao Shi'er, Aunt Heng knows your innermost thoughts, yet you are your own person, destined to tread your own path. These 3 years serve as both a trial and the final opportunity for you to revel in the world. Do not squander it. Your mother's choice brought her happiness, and we too hope you find your own sanctuary. Fear not the prospect of loss or departure. All gatherings eventually conclude. Live in the present. If your heart cannot be tamed, then heed its call. Rather than enduring mutual torment, it is far wiser to embrace the present." Encouraged by her family, Yin Wanqing finds clarity. She is led by Huasii to the Moon Shadow Bridge, where they stand face to face, gazing at one another in silence. Today, Yin Wanqing has donned a flowing, simple dress adorned with golden cloud patterns, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, and a vivid flame painted on her brow. Her complexion is as pale as snow, her figure graceful, ethereal, and her beauty unparalleled. How could such a Yin Wanqing not stir one's heart? Huasiai, clad in deep blue brocade, wears a golden crown and is fastened with a wide azure belt, wielding a white folding fan, a striking young man. In his eyes, only Yin Wanqing exists. Yin Wanqing, Huasiai. They both speak simultaneously. Huasiai, you go first. Huasiai steps closer, reducing the distance between them to mere inches. Their breaths intertwining. His hand gently caresses Yin Wanqing's face, his thumb softly tracing her brow and eyes, his gaze brimming with boundless affection. Qingqing, I do not understand your rejection, yet I must solemnly and resolutely declare my devotion to you. In this lifetime, I shall have no other but you. Here I pledge, I, Huasiai, shall defy my very nature and instinct, loving you eternally. Yun Wanqing Guispivs, Wu Chi, Uoi. I, Yin Wanqing, am destined for no one but Huasiai. With determination, Yin Wanqing leans closer to Huasiai, once again bridging the gap between them. Their eyes meet, and Yin Wanqing firmly declares her feelings. Upon hearing the words he longed to hear, Huasiai can no longer contain himself. He gently cradles her head, planting a fervent kiss upon her brow. A tender kiss, their gazes locked, filled with unarticulated emotions, born of love, restrained by decorum. Huasiai softly caresses Yin Wanqing's brow. His voice husky, Qingqing is finally mine. I am truly elated. Feeling a blush rise, Yin Wanqing shyly retreats in a Huasi's embrace. Once composed, she nestles in his arms and explains why she had previously rejected his bold declaration of love. Huasiai, the reasons for my previous rejection of you are manifold. Firstly, it pertains to my mother, who, due to familial circumstances, was unable to remain with her beloved and ultimately perished under various unfortunate circumstances. The second reason lies in the honor of my lineage. I hail from century-old prestigious family, bearing an inescapable responsibility and mission. I have but 3 years, and once that time elapses, I must return, at which point I shall be unable to leave again. You possess your own lofty ambitions, and I do not wish to ensnare you within my constraints. You are an eagle soaring in the skies, deserving of unbroken wings. Regrettably, I cannot divulge the intricate details of my family situation. Yin Wanqing succinctly explained the circumstances. After listening quietly, Huasiai tightened his embrace around Yin Wanqing's hand, realizing the gravity of her predicament. As for my ambitions, they are but lifeless pursuits, unworthy of comparison to your essence. Qingqing, you have never inquired about my perspective. Do not solely base your decisions on your own viewpoint. Love is reciprocal. I am enamored with you. Thus I shall comprehend all that you are. For your sake, I would willingly forsake everything. Merely for you, all my efforts are imbued with sweetness. Thank you, Huaiji. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting nothing but each other. Huasiai, my heart yearns for you, and I willingly conceal my affection for you in a corner where no one inquires. Yet, in this very moment, all my helplessness and entanglements have dissipated, and the love I have hidden within my heart can finally be expressed. If Yin Ran had recklessly revealed the truth to that person, would their fate have diverged, preventing the sorrow of separation? Chapter 16. Departure the next day. Yu Wenhao stood upon the city wall, observing the departure of the Xuanjiao army, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. Who could have anticipated that merely half a month ago, the ravaged Yulin city would now have regained its former vibrancy? Though it may not rival the splendor of Shengjing, at least the citizens can live in abundance. Content and secure, which suffices. A life devoid of war is what the people truly yearn for. To his surprise, the leader of the Xuanjia army was not Huasiai, but Wei Suan, and even Lu Sui was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, they were all crammed into Yun Wanqing's carriage, leisurely trailing behind the Xuanjia army. Jing Mo and Wen Sheng were driving the carriage, while the Hua family's secret guards discreetly ensured the safety of all within. Inside the carriage, Yin Wanqing and Huasiai sat together, exchanging sweet nothings, while Lu Sui and Wen Jiao, unable to engage, resorted to a game of chess. Poor Nanxing could only intermittently chat with Jing Mo and Wen Sheng as they drove. Yet the most pitiable was Wei Suan, truly a destined laborer. Half a month later, in Luming Town. "Woo, miss, we are almost at Luming Town," Nanxing chirped excitedly, popping her head out of the window, her eyes brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm, before exclaiming joyfully. "Yes, I know," Yin Wanqing replied. Jing Mo continued to fenkali, dressed in an elegant light dress, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze. She smiled at Nanxing's eager and animated demeanor before calmly instructing Jing Mo fenkali. Wenji Yao tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion gracing her exquisite features as she softly inquired. Previously, while en route to Yulin City, we had spent a night at the Feng Kolai Inn in Luming Town. Although the inn was not particularly luxurious, it was impeccably clean and tidy, and the staff were warm and attentive. The meals were simply delightful, leaving a very positive impression. Yin Wanqing patiently elucidated, reminiscing about her time at Feng Kolai, her smile growing ever brighter. Ah, yes, it was because Yin Wanqing found the army's pace too sluggish that she ventured ahead with Nanxing, Jing Mo, Wenji Yao, and Lu Sui, leading to the present scene. "So that's how it is," Lu Sui remarked, his tall figure clad in a flowing green robe, exuding elegance. After half a month of exploring the mountains and rivers, Lu Sui had undergone a significant transformation. Previously, he would merely observe as Yin Wanqing and the others frolicked, remaining aloof, but now he occasionally joined in the jesting. "Qing, why don't we take a stroll? After all, we have nothing pressing to attend to," Wen Yao suggested, gazing at Yin Wanqing. "I concur," Nanxing immediately chimed in. "All right, would His Sixth Highness like to join us?" After agreeing, Yun Van King playfully invited Lu Sui. Lu Sui raised an eyebrow and graciously accepted. "Thank you, Wanqing, for your kind invitation." At this moment, Hui Si, seated beside Yun Wanqing, could no longer contain himself. He reached out, tugging at her sleeve, and began to whine in a melodious tone. "Qing, how could you do this? Why didn't you invite me? Am I no longer your most cherished treasure?" His voice was sweet and syrupy, as if dripping with honey. This scene was truly too much for the others in the carriage to bear. Their shoulders shook with laughter, as if sifting fine flour. Even though they had witnessed Huasi's antics before, each time provoked uncontrollable giggles that blossomed on their faces like flowers kissed by the spring breeze. Yin Wanqing helplessly rubbed her forehead, then, as if soothing a child, began to smooth Huasi's hair. Her voice flowed gently like a babbling brook. "How could that be? You must be my darling Huasi. Ah, I knew it. Qing loves me the most," Huasi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. He then leapt into Yin Wanqing's embrace like a joyful kitten, nuzzling against her affectionately. Yin Wanqing tenderly cradled Huasi's head, her gaze filled with adoration as she softly asked, "So, Huasi, will you accompany us?" "Of course. Wherever Qing goes, I shall follow," Huasi replied with unwavering conviction, each word resonating with the weight of a solemn oath. Oh dear, these two, who are usually decisive and commanding in their pursuits, truly become irresistible when it comes to matters of the heart. The level of indulgence is truly unbearable, a sight that is hard to behold. Qing, you must refrain from coddling him daily. Beware, he may take advantage of your leniency." When Yao could no longer endure it, frowning as she openly criticized, her eyes reflected a hint of exasperation, akin to that of a caregiver observing two mischievous children. Upon hearing her words, Huasi became immediately incensed, his eyes widening like those of an enraged beast. He retorted loudly at Wen Jiao, "What is the matter with you? Be cautious, or I shall inform Lu Shiyin to deal with you." "Ahem, I shall remain silent." The mere mention of Lu Shiyin's name silenced Wen Jiao, as if she had been enchanted, her words abruptly ceasing. The crown prince, Lu Shiyin, was the eldest among them, and aside from Huasi, Wen Jiao harbored the greatest trepidation toward him, stemming from a certain unspeakable secret. Lu Sui observed the spectacle with amusement, his subtle expressions revealing a genuine sense of joy. This was the true, unmasked Lu Sui, rather than the emotionally detached Sixth Prince. Rouge, the latest shade of rouge. Candied hawthorn, 3 coins for skewer. Upon entering the quaint town, the lively calls of vendors filled the air, indicating that the locale remained unscathed by the ravages of war. The bustling market provided them with reassurance, affirming that their efforts were indeed worthwhile. Miss Yensazai. At the sound of that commotion, it was evident that Nanxing's appetite had been piqued. That fellow seemed to have stars in her eyes, her footsteps quickening as her entire being leaned toward the pastry shop, almost as if she were about to take flight. Understood, it's just ahead. Let us proceed. Yin Wanqing shook her head in resignation, yet a tender smile graced her lips. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, softly wafting through the air. Having said that, she gracefully made her way toward the pastry shop. Meanwhile, Huasiai tightly grasped Yun Wanqing's hand. His grip was as firm as a vice, as if he wished to tether her to his very belt. His gaze was filled with vigilance, as if he feared that danger lurked nearby, ready to snatch Yun Wanqing away from him. As he pulled her along, he frequently scanned the surroundings with wary glances, resembling a protective wolf guarding its prey. Wow, all my favorite pastries. Upon entering, Wen Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling 2 gleaming copper bells. Her mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate a whole egg, her face alight with surprise and excitement. Standing before the pastry shop's counter, she flitted her gaze from this delicacy to that, akin to a little thief who had stumbled into a treasure trove, unsure of where to direct her attention. Nanxing was no less captivated. Her petite nose incessantly inhaled the sweet aromas wafting through the air, her eyes brimming with desire, almost ready to pounce upon the confections. These past 2 weeks had mostly been spent in hardship, enduring wind and rain. The group had journeyed tirelessly, passing through cities that seemed to dissolve into mere memories, seldom taking the time to explore. Their routine consisted of resting for a night at an inn, only to hastily resume their travels the following day. On this lengthy journey, their sustenance consisted solely of simple provisions or wild game, leaving their stomachs devoid of any richness. Moreover, having been deprived of delectable pastries for so long, the sight of an array of confections before them inevitably stirred excitement. Is it not said that when Jiao is the daughter of the Prime Minister? By all accounts, the daughter of such a high-ranking official ought to embody grace, elegance, and propriety. Yet, who is this boisterous girl before us? This transformation can be traced back to her acquaintance with Yun Wanqing. Since meeting Yun Wanqing, Wen Jiao seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, liberating her true nature. No longer constrained by the shackles of decorum, she trailed after Yun Wanqing like an inseparable shadow. Wherever Yun Wanqing went, she followed closely. Huasiai, observing from sidelines, was at a loss over how much jealousy he had consumed. The atmosphere was nearly suffused with his sour sentiments. By whatever you desire, it's on me, declared Lu Sui, waving his hand grandly as he noticed the 2 young ladies nearly drooling at the sight of the pastries. A broad smile graced his face, his eyes sparkling with vigor. Behold, what a remarkable change. The once miserly Lu Sui had transformed into such a generous soul. Ching, what flavor do you fancy? Wen Jiao swiftly selected her preferred pastries and turned to inquire of Yun Wanqing, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Eager for Yun Wanqing to voice her desired flavor so they could indulge in the delightful treats together. You choose. Nanxing knows my preferences, no need to ask me. Yun Wanqing replied with a smile, glancing at Nanxing and Wen Jiao. What the 6th young master? Yun Wanqing tilted her head slightly, surveying the vicinity before posing the question. When in public, she often playfully referred to Lu Sui as the 6th young master, a moniker stemming from his position as the 6th among his siblings, which had become a peculiar bond between them. I shall not be particular. I do not have a taste for sweets. Lu Sui gently shook his head, his gaze reflecting a subtle detachment, his voice calm and gentle, as if the food before him held no allure. You do not enjoy sweets? Yun Wanqing raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she inquired once more. Indeed, Lu Sui replied succinctly, his tone low and brief, his expression remaining unchanged, still exuding an air of tranquility. I see. I know of a pastry that is exquisite yet not sweet. Let us have Nanxing prepared for us next time. Yin Wanqing unabashedly assigned Nanxing a task. Miss, I am still present here. Must you hastily delegate work to me? Nanxing immediately expressed her discontent. Yet, Nanxing, it has been quite a while since I last tasted it, Yin Wanqing lamented, attempting to elicit sympathy. Nanxing feigned contemplation, deliberately prolonging her response. But upon witnessing Yin Wanqing's woeful expression, she consoled her, Miss, it is my oversight. Once we arrive in Shengjing, I shall prepare it for you. Wonderful. Upon hearing Nanxing's words, Yin Wanqing instantly revitalized. Huasii understood that Nanxing was a significant family member to Yin Wanqing, so he chose not to dwell on their playful banter. Had it been Wen Jiao, a quarrel would undoubtedly have ensued. As Lu Sui noticed that they had made their selections, he proceeded to settle the bill. Who wouldn't cherish a well-filled purse? Chapter 17. A day of leisure. The group sauntered through the streets for the better part of the day, only pausing when twilight descended. They had amassed quite a bounty, uncertain whether it would fit into the carriage. In Yin Wanqing's words, if it wouldn't fit, then those who purchased it should find a way to deal with it. Quite reasonable indeed. At the Wynn guest house, in a private room on the 3rd floor, they finally could indulge in warm, hearty meals. After days of feasting on wild game, they were weary of it, though Jing Mo and the others were quite skilled in their culinary arts. Nevertheless, the craving for other delectable dishes lingered. Upon entering the private room, Wen Jiao began to exclaim with enthusiasm. Nanxing chimed in, indeed, I can prepare many dishes, but alas, we have been constrained to wild game. I feel I am becoming one with it. This simply would not do. It was hard to comprehend how they had managed to endure the journey to Yulin City. Yin Wanqing stood with her arms crossed, observing them as though witnessing a comedic performance, a faint smirk playing on her lips as she leisurely offered her commentary. Her eyes sparkled with lively light, as if concealing countless little secrets, eagerly anticipating how the drama would unfold. Indeed, my dear Qingqing has not uttered a word, Huasii boisterously declared, his voice resonating loudly in the somewhat noisy surroundings. A proud expression adorned his face, as if he had uttered an irrefutable truth, completely oblivious to the fact that his words served as a fuse for brewing resentment, potentially igniting the dissatisfaction among those around him. Were it not for my lady, you, General, might have already met your downfall, came a sharper retort, akin to a finely honed blade, striking directly at Huasii. Nanxing narrowed her eyes slightly, her chin raised, exuding an unmistakable disdain. The atmosphere around them grew tense, as a few individuals covertly glanced at Huasii, curious to see how he would respond to such a provocative remark. Huasii scoffed, for Qingqing's sake, I shall not hold it against you. When Jiao furrowed her brow and quickly interjected, we were on edge before, but now it's different. We VE won the battle. Must we not enjoy ourselves on the return journey? It's simply unfair. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a child deprived of a cherished candy. Her eyes brimmed with a yearning for relaxation, an instinctive longing for leisure and comfort after enduring prolonged warfare and tension. Upon our return, I shall personally prepare a grand feast for everyone. Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the tension and acrimony that had momentarily filled the air. Realizing the situation was escalating, Yin Wanqing hurriedly intervened, aware that allowing their argument to continue would lead to chaos. Qingqing can cook too? How impressive! Huasii disregarded the others, his gaze fixed tenderly on Yin Wanqing, his eyes filled with admiration. What is there that my dear Qingqing cannot do? Huaiji, I wish to remain humble. There is still much I do not know. In the future, when I encounter something I'm unfamiliar with, I hope you will teach me. Yin Wanqing playfully tapped the center of Huasii's chest. Ah, it tickles. Huasii instinctively grasped that mischievous hand. Indeed, Qingqing's hand is the most delightful to hold. So soft, I yearn to take a bite. Oh, who would have thought Huasii possessed such a peculiar quirk? It seems yet another day of unobserved behavior. Lu Sui quietly sipped tea beside them, occasionally picking at a not overly sweet pastry. Only when the dishes began to be served did the group settle into silence. Their dining resembled a battlefield, a fierce contest where they scrambled for food as if they were starving souls returned from the afterlife. This behavior was understandable, as they had not enjoyed a proper meal during their journey. Feeling a bit hungry was quite normal. Ching, this is delicious. You must try it. Huasi continued to serve Yun Wanqing. Jing Mo and others were in another elegant room. After their meal, Yun Wanqing and Wen Jiao engaged in a game of chess, while Nanxing watched the match. Huasi and Lu Sui were busy planning their route back to Shengjing. After passing through Looming Town, Huasi suggested they could take a stretch of waterway. The scenery along the way would surely delight Yun Wanqing. Revealing Huasi's private intentions, a heartfelt endeavor to elicit a smile from his beloved. Such love is truly captivating. Ching, can we take the water out? Huasi's voice held a hint of urgency, his eyes sparkling as they fixated on Yun Wanqing. Before Lu Sui could respond, he eagerly pressed on with his inquiry. Yun Wanqing tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment, then beamed. The water route? That sounds wonderful. I would love to experience the beauty of the river. Her tone conveyed anticipation, as if she could already envision the picturesque scenery unfolding before her. Will we be able to make it back to the capital in time if we take the water route? When Jiao furrowed her brow lightly, her eyes filled with concern. She worried that their schedule might be delayed. After all, returning to the capital had a deadline, and missing it could lead to numerous complications. We'll be fine. We'll only take a short stretch of the waterway, and then we will continue on land, Lu Sui reassured them, his voice calm and authoritative, as if everything were under his control. His patient explanation provided a sense of reassurance to the group. At this crucial moment, they had to rely on Lu Sui. Huasi, lost in his romantic thoughts, was rather unreliable. Someone murmured softly. Huasi heard, but was not offended. He remained entranced by Yun Wanqing, seemingly content as long as he could gaze upon her. Then it settled. Lu Sui declared decisively, noticing that no one raised any further objections. His gaze was resolute, exuding the determination of a leader. All right, it's getting late. Let us all return to our rooms and rest, Yun Wanqing said, glancing out the window to see the sky darkening, the evening glow painting a vibrant tapestry across the horizon. She sighed softly, seemingly reluctant to part with the beautiful twilight, and then spoke gently, okay? The others echoed her agreement, rising to head towards their respective rooms. Most likely, Yun Wanqing and Huasi would share a room, though Huasi would undoubtedly be the one sleeping on the couch. Nanxing and Wen Jiao would be in one room, while Lu Sui had a room to himself, with the remaining guards taking turns to stand watch. The one within the palace observed all of this keenly, for the shadow guard beside Lu Sui was dispatched by that very individual. It is likely that Emperor Wenxuan welcomed Lu Sui's transformation, as he is indeed his most cherished son. However, the emperor was careful not to display his approval overtly. As for Yun Wanqing's identity, Emperor Wenxuan conducted an investigation but uncovered no useful information. He merely learned that Yun Wanqing hailed from Jiangnan, was orphaned, and lacked any relatives, thus posing no immediate threat to the northern Ling Kingdom. What troubled Emperor Wenxuan was that Huasi had fallen in love with Yun Wanqing, particularly since Huasi was already betrothed to Lu Hanyan. The news reached not only the emperor, but also the empress and the Duke of Jinghua as household, all of whom were equally distressed. Unexpectedly, Lu Hanyan's demeanor was quite revealing, while everyone believed her and Huasi to be a match made in heaven. Only the two of them understood that love had never existed between them. This was precisely why Huasi felt compelled to assure Yun Wanqing with unwavering fidelity. However, annulling a marriage is no simple task, especially one that is an imperial decree. During their poetic and lively journey through the mountains and waters, Yun Wanqing and her companions maintained a disciplined lifestyle. Their morning exercises were akin to a daily symphony that must be performed, never forgotten even amidst their travels. At that moment in the inn's backyard, a splendid duel was unfolding. Huasi and Lu Sui were engaged in a fierce contest. Huasi moved with remarkable agility, his actions flowing like water, each strike infused with immense power and exquisite technique, clearly gaining the upper hand in this competition. Conversely, Lu Sui was no ordinary opponent. His martial prowess was formidable as well. His techniques were sharp, exuding an indomitable spirit. Yet when compared to Huasei, he fell slightly short in terms of power control, variation of moves, and speed of response. Interestingly, Huasei, Lu Sui, and Lu Shiyan were all disciples of the same esteemed master, who tailored their training to their individual strengths, resulting in 3 students each excelling in different areas. Lu Shiyan and Huasei were evenly matched in their martial arts prowess, often finding it difficult to distinguish between them during their sparring sessions. Although Lu Sui was somewhat weaker in martial skills, he shone brightly in the realm of politics. Like a dazzling new star in the bureaucratic arena, he ascended several ranks in just 3 short years, now holding the position of Deputy Minister of the Dali Temple. A remarkable achievement indeed. Lu Sui's accomplishments in the political sphere even earned him the admiration of Lu Shiyan, who could not help but commend his younger brother. It is essential to recognize the fierce competition within the bureaucratic landscape, akin to a battlefield rife with unseen dangers. The vortex of power is fraught with overt and covert struggles, filled with deception and intrigue. A moment's inattention could lead one to be ensnared, resulting in utter ruin. On this harsh stage of political maneuvering, Lu Sui's ability to navigate with ease and rise steadily reveals his exceptional capability and wisdom. Yet, it appears that Lu Sui harbors little interest in the relentless quest for power. He seems more like a carefree observer, content to watch from the sidelines. Had he not exhibited an utter disinterest towards those who coveted his position, it is likely that those who eyed his rank would have descended upon him like a pack of ravenous wolves, leaving nothing but bones in their wake. After all, within the realm of politics, the allure of power and gain is overwhelmingly enticing. This captivating contest ultimately concluded with Lu Sui's defeat. Huasei sheathed his sword, a victorious smile adorning his face, while Lu Sui nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his attire, as if the outcome held little significance for him. Both were remarkably talented, brimming with youthful vigor. Had they not been entangled in the intricate affairs of Shengjing, these spirited youths would surely have ventured fearlessly into the vastness of the martial world, forging a remarkable legacy of their own, one that would be revered by many. Their names might have shone like stars in the sky of the martial realm, becoming legends recounted by the people. As Nanqing observed that everyone had nearly completed their training, she instructed the attendant to prepare breakfast. Yao Yao, shall we go freshen up? Yin Wanqing inquired upon noticing Nanqing's departure. All right, replied Wen Jiao, as she took Yin Wanqing back to their guest room. The several men also departed in succession, heading to their rooms to tidy up before proceeding to the private dining area for breakfast. Wow, the crystal shrimp dumplings at this establishment are exquisite, exclaimed Wen Jiao as she sampled the delicacy. Indeed, I knew it. I couldn't try them last time, so I made sure to order them this time. Along with their delightful wontons, Nanqing chimed in, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit, her words flowing continuously. Yin Wanqing, holding Huasei's hand, also savored a shrimp dumpling, quietly watching Nanqing and Wen Jiao indulge in their feast. Alas, one must cherish the friends they choose. The afterglow of the setting sun draped the sky in hues reminiscent of spilled paint, passionately tinting the horizon. The orange-red light, imbued with an enchanting magic, seamlessly connected the distant skyline with the tranquil sea, creating a harmonious blend of sky and water, aglow in this splendid radiance. The crimson sun resembled a dancer nearing the end of her performance, gradually succumbing to silence amidst the chaotic yet breathtaking embrace of the evening clouds. I never anticipated that the evening glow over the river could be so extraordinary. Yin Wanqing stood quietly on the deck, a gentle breeze caressing her hair, her eyes filled with wonder and enchantment, prompting her to exclaim in awe. Yin Wanqing and her companions had relished a delightful interlude in Looming Town, lingering there for half a day. During this time, they meandered through the town's streets and alleys, savoring its unique tranquility and simplicity. As evening approached, the group leisurely made their way to the dock, perfectly timing their arrival to witness this breathtaking sunset spectacle. The magnificent scene of the evening glow over the river truly embodied the essence of the poetic sentiment. Do not say that the mulberry fields are late. The clouds are still adorning the sky. The sprawling evening clouds resembled a grand canvas, slowly unfurling in the sky. With each hue meticulously blended by an artist, from the passionate reds to the gentle oranges, and then to soft yellows, all harmoniously merging with distinct layers. Wow, my dear, this view is far more breathtaking than witnessing the sunset from our backyard. The excitement sparkled in Nanxing's bright eyes, her delicate face flushed with exhilaration, and she could not help but express her admiration for the scene before her. In her memories, the sunset from her own backyard had once been the most beautiful sight. Yet now, in comparison to the resplendent evening glow over the river, it seemed somewhat inferior. It appears that this outing was indeed a fortunate decision. Yun Wonking gently pursed her lips, a radiant smile blooming on her face, reminiscent of a flower unfolding under the hues of twilight. She lifted her head slightly, savoring the gentle breeze from the river, her heart filled with gratitude for this journey. Ching, shouldn't you reward me? I personally chose this path for you. Huasi, the persistently clingy fellow, chimed in, drawing near. A hint of a charming smile graced his handsome face, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he firmly grasped Yun Wonking's hand. Resembling a child seeking affection, his voice carried a unique magnetism, gently wafting through the evening air. My Hua is the best, Yun Wonking teased, playfully pinching Huasi's cheek. Unable to withstand the scene, Wen Jiao pulled Nanxing away toward another direction, also calling for Lu Sui. The sunset gleamed alongside solitary wild geese, while the autumn waters merged seamlessly with the expansive sky. Standing here, one suddenly comprehended the exquisite beauty encapsulated in those poetic verses. Indeed, art is born from life. What we often regard as exaggeration turns out to be a genuine reflection of reality. In this moment, the absence of melody felt like something was missing. Why don't we perform a piece together? Lu Sui suggested, tilting his head slightly, his eyes sparkling with expectation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nanxing's eyes lit up instantly, and she eagerly exclaimed, I'll go see what instruments are on the boat. With that, she dashed towards the vessel like a lively little deer. That's a splendid idea, sixth young master, Yun Wonking chuckled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she playfully teased Lu Sui. A faint blush crept onto Lu Sui's fair complexion at her jest, and he bashfully touched his nose. Before long, Nanxing returned, bouncing with excitement, her voice ringing clear, Miss, I checked, and there esse guqin a guzhing a jade flute, and a kongho on the boat. Wen Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she gently smoothed her sleeves, her tone tinged with pride. I want the guzhing. Yun Wonking and Nanxing exchanged surprised glances, astonished that Wen Jiao, known for her martial prowess, was also skilled in the guzhing. Truly, she was the daughter of the prime minister, remarkably talented. Huasi's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyebrows raised as he regarded Yun Wonking with a hint of provocation and a touch of different expectation. He then casually remarked, Then I shall take the guqin. Jade flute, Lu Sui stated succinctly, arms crossed over his chest, his nonchalant demeanor prompting a soft gasp of admiration. In Nanxing's eyes, a fervent desire sparkled as she gently tugged at Yun Wonking's sleeve, her voice laced with playful petulance. Miss, I wish to have the kongho, may I? Her charming demeanor was irresistibly delightful, and fortuitously, only the kongho remained, perfectly suiting her wishes. Without hesitation, Yun Wonking consented, declaring, since everyone has chosen their favorite instruments, I shall wield the sword. Earlier, Nanxing had instructed the young assistant on the boat to arrange the items. Now, each was poised to perform, and the captivating show was about to commence. Chapter 18. The evening breeze on the river by the tranquil lakeside. The elegant and melodious strains of the qin flowed like ethereal spirits, cascading onto the shimmering surface of the water. With a crisp pluck, it resonated like a stone dropped into the calm heart of the lake, sending ripples across its expanse. The ancient melody, long silent, seemed to awaken from the depths of time, once more echoing the harmonious tunes of antiquity. The sound of the strings was robust yet gentle, carrying an essence reminiscent of venerable pines, imbued with a profound and archaic charm. At this moment, the ethereal notes of the jade flute drifted in, akin to a clear mountain stream meandering through this musical realm. The Kongho's sound exuded a tender grace, akin to the gentle caress of willow tendrils, entwining the hearts of those present. The Qin's voice flowed endlessly, as if narrating tales without end, its prolonged notes resembling the ceaseless current of history. The Guzhing's tones, however, boasted a commanding vigor, crashing upon the ears like surging ocean waves, one after another. Together, the harmonious voices of all instruments seamlessly interwove, crafting a breathtaking musical tapestry. Complemented by the fiery hues of the sunset, the sky blazed a brilliant red, casting a warm glow upon the lake, where the reflections of light danced in splendid harmony. This fusion of scenery and sound conjured an atmosphere beyond the bounds of language, transcending mere expression. Yun Wonking, adorned in a gown of pale azure, appeared as light as a dancing butterfly, beginning to sway with the gentle Qin melody. Her hands, as white as jade, slowly drew the sword from its scabbard, and with a delicate twist of her wrist, the blade seemed to come alive, moving in rhythm with the rise and fall of the music. As the melody softened, the sword's movements became gentle, reminiscent of flowers swaying in a spring breeze. Yet when the tune intensified, the sword's dance turned fierce, akin to the howling winter wind. Suddenly, the tempo quickened, resembling the resounding drums of a battlefield. Yet Yun Wonking remained composed, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she adeptly adjusted her pace to match the changing melody. In that moment, the sword in her hand brimmed with boundless power, as if yearning to pierce the heavens and slice through the endless skies. Even the free-spirited birds above, captivated by this magnificent performance, paused in mid-flight to quietly revel in this auditory and visual feast. As the final note resounded, Yun Wonking gently sheathed her sword. What a splendid performance it was! The enchanting melodies, the graceful dances, the fierce swordplay, and the picturesque twilight all seemed to bear witness to their friendship. In that moment, all beauty was immortalized within that realm. As the music concluded and the swords were sheathed, the exquisite twilight bore testimony to their bond. Ah, this feeling is simply delightful. My dear Qingqing dances so beautifully. When Jiao generously lavished compliments, gazing adoringly at Yun Wonking. What do you mean your family? She is my Qingqing, Huasii interjected, jealousy creeping in. To have one Qingqing's heart is truly my honor. Oh, here we go again with the flattery, Nanxing teased. In my opinion, this melody ought to exist only in the heavens. How many times can we hear it on earth? Nanxing's self-satisfaction was palpable. If you keep praising them, they'll be soaring to the skies, Lu Sui jested. I think the sixth master should perform a solo, Yun Wonking retorted, raising an eyebrow. I'm hungry. It's time for dinner. With that, Lu Sui made a hasty retreat. Ha! Who would have thought the sixth master would be shy? When Jiao's remark flustered Lu Sui even more. It was unexpected to discover this amusing side of the otherwise refined and taciturn sixth master, even eliciting a chuckle from Nanxing. Ah, let's head inside. I'm quite hungry, Huasii encouraged, eager for everyone to witness Lu Sui's embarrassment. Absolutely, Yun Wonking agreed. Indeed, it's a harmonious duet. Once Yun Wonking and the others entered, Lu Sui regained his composure. If watching the performance was no longer an option, then dining would suffice. On the river, dinner naturally involved aquatic delights. Crab and wine, garlic oysters, steamed bass, and other delicacies awaited them. As night descended, the stars twinkled in the sky, complemented by the city's fireworks, a scene of exquisite beauty. After dinner, the group stood on the deck, admiring the vibrant fireworks and the starry sky. Of course, amidst such splendor, there was no shortage of Yun Wonking and Huasii sharing sweet moments. The lovely day came to a close. The moon had hidden behind the clouds to rest, and the weary workers had long since succumbed to slumber. The following day, everyone inexplicably rose early, standing on the deck waiting for the sunrise before the sun had even graced the horizon. After a lengthy wait, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, casting its radiant glow upon the river, as if reaching out to explore the once chaotic world. Qingqing, I am honored to witness this sunrise alongside you, Huasii said tenderly to Yun Wonking. I feel the same, Huai, she replied, her eyes filled with deep emotion and determination, resembling autumn waters that held countless stars. She delicately rose on her toes, her figure as light as a flower swaying in the breeze. Gradually, she approached Huasai, the distance between them diminishing, and the surrounding air grew warm and intimate. She gently tilted her head, bestowing a soft kiss upon the tip of Huasai's nose. A kiss as delicate as a feather brushing the heart, imbued with boundless tenderness and affection. The others dared not glance, fearing that too much sight would lead to envy. The sunrise had long passed, and when Jiao could no longer bear the affectionate exchanges between the two, thus interjecting, "Ahem, you too. That's enough. I too feel it is time to move on." Lu Sui nodded in agreement. "Miss, I can hardly endure this any longer," Nanxing playfully teased Yun Wangking, sticking out her tongue. All right, we understand. Huaiji, let us proceed inside," Yun Wangking said, awkwardly tugging at Huasai as they departed. Ha 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 outside. When Jiao's laughter rang the loudest. After 3 days of drifting along the river, the group finally returned to the carriage, setting their sights on their next destination, Jing'an City. Beyond Jing'an City lay the capital of Bailing, Shengjing. Inside the carriage, Yun Wangking perused the map and casually inquired, "At our current speed, will we be able to rendezvous with the army after passing Jing'an City?" "Indeed, we could even take a couple of days to explore Jing'an City," Lu Sui affirmed. "It is said that every 15th day, a lantern festival is held in Jing'an City, and it seems we will arrive just in time," Nanxing exclaimed excitedly. "It has been 3 years since I last attended a lantern festival. In the past, when Yun Ran was still alive, every lantern festival, Yun Wangking and Yun Jing would take Nanxing out of the valley to enjoy the festivities. Since Yun Ran's passing, Yun Wangking had not attended a lantern festival since. Indeed, it has been so many years since we last experienced the lantern festival," Yun Wangking lamented, her mood turning melancholic upon hearing Nanxing's words. When Jiao looked at Nanxing incredulously and asked, "Why is that?" Clearly, when Jiao had yet to grasp Yun Wangking's emotions. "Because my lady passed away, and since then, my young mistress has grown up and has not attended the lantern festival again," Nanxing said sorrowfully. Huasai, having anticipated this reason, quietly enveloped Yun Wangking in his embrace. Leaning against Huasai, Yun Wangking felt an overwhelming sense of sadness, but thankfully Huasai offered silent comfort. His shoulder ever ready for her to lean on, his embrace always open to her. "Ah, Qingqing, I am so sorry for bringing up painful memories," Wen Jiao said, her face filled with guilt as she continually reassured Yun Wangking. "You now have Huasai. He will always be by your side, safeguarding you in place of your mother." "Yes, I understand. Thank you all," Yun Wangking replied, gathering her emotions and expressing her gratitude. "I am fortunate to have met you." Chapter 19. Clearing the fog, Huasai gently raised his hand, his long fingers tenderly ruffling Yun Wangking's hair, his gaze imbued with endless warmth. He quietly observed her, his lips parting as he spoke in a deep, resolute voice. "Whenever you need me, I will always be here." His voice was akin to the warm sun in winter, shining directly into Yun Wangking's heart. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the sorrow on Yun Wangking's face, Lu Sui felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, compelling him to share in her sadness. When his gaze returned to Yun Wangking, it seemed to carry a hint of contemplative understanding, as if he had begun to piece together something elusive, yet the thought remained shrouded in a fog within his mind, leaving him uncertain. Could it be that Yun Wangking's feelings for Lu Sui were merely born out of shared sorrow? Throughout this journey, every gesture and word of Yun Wangking has been keenly observed by Lu Sui. Her enchanting fox-like eyes, with their slightly upturned corners, convey a sense of agility and cunning, reminiscent of the unique charm of Emperor Wenshuan. In contrast, Lu Sui's own peach blossom eyes, elongated and subtly upturned at the edges, seemed to carry a hint of spring, strikingly similar to Yun Ran's gaze. Thus, the seeds of doubt quietly took root in Lu Sui's heart. He dared not delve deeper, fearing that confirming his suspicions would force him to confront the harsh reality that his mother had departed from this world. Yet, could Lu Sui truly muster the courage to validate his conjectures? Could he bear the weight of the sorrowful truth that his mother was no longer present? This overwhelming thought loomed over him like a vast shadow. At this moment, Yun Wangqing's heart was entangled in a chaotic web of emotions, difficult to articulate. She bit her lower lip, her brows slightly furrowed, uncertain of how to reveal the truth to Lu Sui. Little did she expect that Lu Sui had already begun to suspect the truth. After all, bound by blood, there existed an invisible connection between them, allowing their emotions and thoughts to resonate in a delicate interplay. Lu Sui wrestled with his turmoil, but ultimately refrained from voicing his questions. Deep down, he yearned for his mother's affection, yet the absence of the empress had deprived the young Lu Sui of maternal love. Should his suspicions be confirmed, he would lose any chance of receiving that love forever. However, this notion had taken root, and the lack of answers only exacerbated his troubles. Observing Yun Wangqing in her current state, akin to a delicate flower battered by a storm, he noticed her struggle to maintain composure, her once vibrant eyes now dulled, exuding fatigue and fragility. Ho Si, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. He gently approached Yun Wangqing and tenderly urged, "Qingqing, you look so weary. Why not rest in my arms for a while?" His voice was as soft as a gentle breeze on a spring day, filled with boundless care and concern. Seeing Yun Wangqing in such a depleted state pierced Ho Si's heart like 1,000 needles, each pang making it difficult for him to breathe. When Jiao stood nearby, her heart heavy with guilt as she observed Yun Wangqing's condition, she understood that although the unfolding events were not her intention, she bore an undeniable responsibility for the transformation of Yun Wangqing into her current state. As for Lu Sui, the anguish within him likely surpassed that of Yun Wangqing, a profound pain that left him nearly breathless. "Indeed, miss, perhaps you should rest for a moment," Nanxing softly encouraged from the side. Her eyes were filled with concern. Having accompanied Yun Wangqing like a shadow, and witnessing her exhaustion weighed heavily on her heart. At that moment, Lu Sui slowly approached Yun Wangqing, crouching down to meet her gaze at eye level, his eyes reflecting an ocean of heartfelt sorrow. He enunciated each word with deliberate weight. "Sleep now, Qingqing." Each syllable seemed to emerge from the depths of his heart, heavy yet imbued with strength. Upon meeting Lu Sui's gaze, Yun Wangqing felt as if the most tender string of her heart had been struck, and she could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls released from a broken string. Large droplets rolled down her fair visage, narrating the profound grievances and anguish she harbored within. Observing this, Ho Si immediately extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears from Yun Wangqing's face, his movements tender as if he feared causing her any pain, while anxiously inquiring, "What is it, Qingqing? Do you feel unwell?" His eyes were filled with urgency and concern, as though any discomfort she felt would plunge him into disarray. "Qingqing, please do not cry, all right?" Lu Sui's voice, strained by pain and worry, resembled the sound of a weary bellows, each word laden with his compassion for Yun Wangqing. Lu Sui's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Yun Ran's, and their earlier connection evoked memories of Yun Ran in Yun Wangqing's mind. Suddenly realizing that her emotional turmoil stemmed from Lu Sui, Ho Si confronted him without hesitation. "Lu Sui, what have you done? Did you not notice that my Qingqing is in distress?" "Sixth young master, you may embrace my young lady," Nanxing interjected, her gaze imbued with a knowing certainty, as though she were privy to the underlying truth. This seemingly simple statement rippled through Lu Sui's mind like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, affirming the suspicions he had harbored. He felt a stirring within, his gaze softening further. "Qingqing, come to your brother," Lu Sui beckoned, extending his long, strong hand, his voice gentle as the softest breeze of spring. "Come, let your brother take a look at you." Upon hearing the word brother, Yun Wangqing felt as though a lost child had suddenly heard a familiar call. Tears still streaked her face, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. As she slowly approached Lu Sui, her steps were unsteady, as if each movement required immense effort. Within the confines of the carriage, her space was severely limited, forcing her to cautiously sidle closer to Lu Sui. Finally, as she nestled into Lu Sui's embrace. It was as if she had discovered a sanctuary to release all her pent-up grievances, and she wept freely. Her cries resonated within the small carriage, suffused with boundless sorrow. Huasi and Wen Jiao exchanged glances, their perceptive eyes intuitively grasping the situation. Lu Sui gently patted Yun Wanqing's back, rhythmically and tenderly, as if soothing a most precious treasure. "Qingqing, do not cry. If you keep crying, it will not look good," he softly assured her. Hearing Lu Sui's voice, Yun Wanqing slowly lifted her head, her eyes red and pouting slightly in playful reproach as she said, "Lu Sui, you are naughty." "Yes, I am naughty." "Which makes Lu Sui your brother, does it not?" Yun Wanqing climbed onto Lu Sui's shoulder, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Lu Sui is my brother. Our mother passed away 3 years ago. We no longer have a mother." At that moment, Yun Wanqing's suppressed emotions erupted. Upon hearing of their mother's demise, Lu Sui could no longer contain his tears. His once frigid heart felt as though it were ensnared by countless embroidery needles, each breath a pang of anguish. The gentle and refined sixth prince, who once radiated warmth akin to the spring sun, seemed to have vanished entirely in the river of time, leaving behind only a lonely and desolate Lu Sui, devoid of maternal protection. In days gone by, the sixth prince exuded elegance and grace in every gesture, his eyes perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a soft spring breeze that invited closeness. Yet, the merciless wheel of fate had crushed him, robbing him of the warmest support, his mother. Now, Lu Sui's gaze bore traces of resolve and severity, the tenderness he once possessed deeply buried, leaving only the silhouette of solitude. Nanxing, unable to contain her sorrow, quietly shed tears alongside them. In this poignant moment, Huasi and Wen Zio understood their plight, offering silent comfort from the sidelines. Lu Sui closed his eyes, spending a moment in meditation to calm his heart. When he reopened his eyes, they radiated nothing but affection for Yun Wanqing. He spoke to her in the softest tone he could muster. "Qingqing, you still have your brother." Yun Wanqing rose from Lu Sui's shoulder, her swollen eyes meeting his. "Yes, I still have my brother," she sighed. "Brother, our mother did not abandon you intentionally. She had her own burdens and responsibilities. Please do not blame her." Her gaze was filled with a pleading hope that Lu Sui might comprehend their mother's choices. "Yes, brother, I understand," Lu Sui replied, nodding gently. His eyes sparkled with wisdom. "So, does the weight of our mother's responsibilities now rest upon your shoulders?" His words struck at the heart of the matter with the precision of a sharp blade. It must be said that Lu Sui was astute, always able to grasp the crux of the situation before Yun Wanqing had fully articulated her thoughts. "I only have 3 years." Yun Wanqing's voice fell to a whisper, as if that brief statement had drained her of all strength, suffused with a profound sense of despair and helplessness that lingered in the air. Lu Sui tenderly wiped away her tears and softly said, "Qingqing, dear, would you sleep in your brother's embrace for a while?" As he spoke, he lifted her into his arms, resting her head against his heart. Huasi silently retrieved a blanket from the dark recesses and gently draped it over Yun Wanqing. The somber atmosphere had affected Wen Zio as well, and she, wishing not to disturb Yun Wanqing, took Huasi outside for a horse race. "Zio, let us keep this matter between ourselves for now," Huasi instructed. "This is significant. I know how to handle it." Wen Zio nodded in agreement. "Huizhou, inform the others to keep this matter to themselves." Huasi spoke to Huizhou, who was hidden in the shadows. Wen Jiao had left without her bodyguards. The secret guards dispatched by the Prime Minister were not close attendants, merely following her from a distance. Fortunately, Lu Sui's secret guard had already ventured ahead to scout Jing'an City. Otherwise, the news would have reached the Emperor's ears within half a day, leading to unimaginable consequences. 2 hours later, in Jing'an City. "Qingqing, wake up, we have arrived," Lu Sui gently called to Yun Wanqing. I understand, brother," Yun Wanqing replied drowsily, slowly opening her eyes. "Come, I shall take you down." "All right." Upon alighting from the carriage, the 3 prominent characters, Tao Tai Zhai, came into view. Indeed, the cuisine here is renowned. It is essential to sample their signature dishes while in Jing'an City, Wen Jiao answered Yun Wangqing's query as she emerged from behind the carriage. What about Huai? Miss, there is no need for concern. Young Master Hua has entered ahead of us. He mentioned he would come early to order a few signature dishes for you. Nanxing explained. Good, let us find him. Yun Wangqing said as she took Lu Sui's hand and entered. While searching for a man, you do not forget your dear brother. You are truly remarkable, Yun Wangqing. Lu Sui had been processing the situation throughout the 2 hours, and now he had returned to his usual self, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Yun Wangqing. The waiter led them to room 1. As the door opened, Huasii eagerly approached, grasping Yun Wangqing's hand, causing Lu Sui's expression to darken instantly. Given they were still at the entrance, he refrained from unleashing his fury. The moment Nanxing closed the door, Lu Sui charged forward, forcefully slapping Huasii's hand away, leaving both Huasii and Yun Wangqing stunned. After pushing Huasii aside, Lu Sui guided Yun Wangqing to their seats, and with a hint of sarcasm remarked, some individuals possess numerous flaws and are even betrothed to others. How could such a person be worthy of my sister? Brother, it seems that Lu Hanyun is also your sister. Yun Wangqing teased. Seeing Yun Wangqing laugh, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This playful banter dissipated the lingering sadness. You are my true sister. She cannot compare, Lu Sui said while pouring a cup of tea for Yun Wangqing. Here, hydrate your throat. Thank you, brother. Yun Wangqing accepted the tea with gratitude. Hearing her say thank you struck Lu Sui as grating. He expressed his displeasure. You are my sister. Our relationship should not be so distant. It is my duty to treat you well, and you need not feel burdened by it. I understand, brother Yun Wangqing. Noticing Lu Sui's discontent, cooed softly. This shall not happen again. Qing, how could you forget me now that you have a brother? Huasii gazed at Yun Wangqing with faux sorrow, reminiscent of a forlorn puppy. Yun Wangqing beckoned Huasii over, and he eagerly scurried to sit beside her. Once Huasii settled next to her, Yun Wangqing playfully tapped his head with her finger and said, I believe my brother is correct. Huasii, if you cannot resolve your own issues, then I shall no longer have you. Huasii grasped Yun Wangqing's restless hand and assured her, that day will never come. I will handle everything, I promise. I will tentatively believe you, she replied. You're the best, Qing. Enough, Huasii. I'm still here. You need to behave. Lu Sui interjected without reservation. When it came to Yun Wangqing, neither of them would yield. Notably, Huasii was 3 years older than Lu Sui and 5 years older than Yun Wangqing. The significant age difference was quite irksome for Lu Sui. Chapter 20. Playing games in that warm and lively atmosphere, the 3 young ladies, Yun Wangqing, Wen Jiao, and Nanxing, were playfully bantering, their laughter ringing like melodious chimes in the air. Just at that joyous moment, dinner was served course by course. The dishes were arranged perfectly on the table. Neither too many nor too few, just enough for their enjoyment. The variety of dishes was quite abundant, exuding an enticing aroma that silently beckoned everyone to dig in. Upon seeing the delectable spread, the eyes of Yun Wangqing, Wen Jiao, and Nanxing sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly began to indulge. They dined with unbridled joy, resembling 3 gleeful little kittens, sampling this and that, their mouths often expressing delight. However, poor Huasii and Lu Sui, the 2 young gentlemen, could only focus on Yun Wangqing, constantly serving her, treating her as if she were a delicate porcelain doll in need of tender care. They busily catered to her every need, hardly touching their own plates, which barely saw any movement. Yun Wangqing, being a considerate young lady, quickly noticed this discrepancy and felt it was unacceptable for them to go hungry while they were all dining together. Thus, she called over Wensheng and softly requested, Wensheng, could you please order 2 more dishes? These 2 gentlemen beside me are so busy looking after me that they haven't eaten much. How about we play a game? Wen Jiao suddenly suggested, her eyes lighting up with a playful glint. After all, merely eating in silence could become rather dull. A bit of spirited activity at the table would undoubtedly enliven the atmosphere. What do you have in mind? Yun Wangqing inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, akin to a child eager to unwrap a present. It was well known that she had a penchant for novel experiences, and the mention of a game instantly piqued her interest. How about a couplet contest? If you can't match the lines, you must take a drink. What do you think? Wen Jiao proposed after a moment's thought. That sounds good. Nen Xing agreed. All right, what about you two? Yin Wanqing asked the others nearby after giving her approval. No problem, came the reply. When Jiao began from my end, the upper line is, tomorrow's bright moon reflects a clear heart. Nanxing immediately responded. The lower line is, to observe heaven, earth, and human hearts. Excellent, Wen Jiao praised. Of course, Nanxing chimed in, feeling quite proud. Now my upper line is, mist shrouds the pond's willows. Lu Sui, without a moment's hesitation, replied. The lower line is, peach blooms along the Jinjiang embankment. The upper line is, understanding without words is all that is needed. Yuan Wonking took the couplet without any pressure. The heart has a spiritual connection, no need to speak. This couplet carries profound meaning. Yuan Wonking gazed at Huasii and recited the upper line. Spring sorrow and autumn sadness are all self-inflicted. Huasii quietly grasped Yuan Wonking's hand, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied. The lower line. Flowers' beauty and moon's grace are for you to adorn. You two are subtly indulging in sweet moments. Huasii continued. The upper line. Understanding worldly affairs is a form of knowledge. Wen Jiao responded. The lower line. Mastery of human emotions is indeed an art. After completing the couplets, Wen Jiao exclaimed, I never expected everyone's literary prowess to be so remarkable. You are aware of the abilities of Lu Sui and me. Yet you underestimate Qingqing and her companions. Huasii remarked disdainfully. TCH, I'm done. It's no fun without anyone to drink penalty shots. Wen Jiao overturned the game. Observing the fatigue among the group, Lu Sui disregarded Huasi's opinions and directly assigned rooms. It's getting late. Let us all retire for the night. Nanxing, Wen Jiao, and Qingqing, you three young ladies will share a large guest room, while Huasii will stay with me. After discovering that Yuan Wonking was his sister, Lu Sui remained vigilant against Huasii. This brother-in-law is not easily fooled. Huasii is in for a rough time. Not accepting, rebutted. A definitive conclusion. All right, brother. We shall take our leave now. Upon finishing her sentence, Yuan Wonking led Nanxing and Wen Jiao to stand and depart. Lu Sui and Huasii, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind until the three entered their room before returning to their own quarters. To be on the safe side, Jing Mo and Wen Sheng, these two loyal subordinates, took turns keeping watch over Yuan Wonking and her companions. Jing Mo's eyes were alert, akin to a vigilant cheetah, constantly attuned to the surrounding movements. Wen Sheng dared not let down his guard, his resolute figure standing firm in the night like a steadfast guardian. However, Huasii too remained on high alert, having meticulously arranged for his shadow guards to keep vigil over Yuan Wonking and her companions. These shadow guards, like phantoms hidden in the darkness, provided an unspoken yet formidable sense of security. Lu Sui's shadow guards were rather unique, dispatched by the emperor and subject to numerous constraints, thus lacking the flexibility of Huasi's guards. Consequently, in this matter of night watch, the shadow guards of Yuan Wonking and Huasii became the primary force. Yuan Wonking's shadow guards were well-trained, agile and light-footed, patrolling through the night like fleeting shadows. Huasi's guards appeared more composed, quietly safeguarding the perimeter of the camp, resembling immovable mountains. In truth, Lu Sui's shadow guard were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Yuan Wonking referred to Lu Sui as brother. After all, the relationships involved seemed rather intricate. However, Lu Sui, after dinner, deliberately sought out the shadow guards, his expression serene and his tone firm as he asserted that Yuan Wonking was his acknowledged sister. His gaze exuded an undeniable trust and closeness. Sister? This news swiftly took flight, reaching the ears of Emperor Wen Xuan. Upon hearing it, the emperor experienced a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware of his many debts to Lu Sui, and a tide of guilt surged within him. Hence, he refrained from interfering with Lu Sui's decision. However, once Emperor Wen Xuan becomes aware of the entire truth, the entire court and the inner palace will undergo a profound transformation. Given Emperor Wen Xuan's deep affection for noble consort Yin, It is highly plausible that he may make drastic decisions, such as abdicating the throne immediately. Yet, these are matters for another time, and we shall set them aside for now. Chapter 21. A stroll upon returning to their guest room. Yun Wonqing and her companions took turns washing up in an orderly fashion. The room was enveloped in a somewhat weary, yet tranquil atmosphere. Meanwhile, outside the guest room, Hua Xiai and Lu Sui found themselves in a scene resembling a hellish standoff, exchanging glances laden with unspoken tension. Hua Xiai furrowed his brow and broke the suffocating silence. His voice somewhat low and tinged with an imperceptible hesitation. "Is it best to keep this from your father for now?" As he spoke, he raised his gaze to Lu Sui, his eyes reflecting a complex interplay of worry and doubt. Lu Sui merely nodded gently, a simple gesture that seemed to affirm Hua Xi's thoughts and silently convey that he had contemplated this matter and deemed it the only viable course of action at present. Upon seeing Lu Sui's affirmative nod, Hua Xiai paused momentarily, as if gathering his thoughts, and then inquired further, "What are your plans moving forward?" His gaze was fixed intently on Lu Sui's face, seeking answers within his expression. Lu Sui inhaled deeply, his eyes growing resolute. He articulated his commitment with deliberate clarity. "I shall do everything in my power to protect her." His voice, though soft, was imbued with strength, each word akin to a solemn promise, one that would remain steadfast regardless of the challenges that may arise. "You must have been aware of her situation before I was, correct?" After expressing his thoughts, Lu Sui began to question Hua Xiai. His gaze bore an evaluative quality, as if he sought to discern how much Hua Xiai truly understood about Yun Wonqing's circumstances. "Indeed, on the eve of our departure from Yulin City, we had an open conversation, and it was then that she confided in me. However, she did not mention anything regarding noble consort Yun, and I only learned of that recently." After explaining, Hua Xiai dutifully recounted what Yun Wonqing had shared that night. Yet he refrained from disclosing the sweet moments they had shared. It turned out that they were both trapped in their circumstances. After absorbing the entirety of the situation, Lu Sui felt a pang of discomfort within. Perhaps there had been moments of resentment over Yun Rand's abrupt departure, yet more so, there was a sense of longing. In the future, let's refrain from discussing such sorrowful matters in front of Qingqing, Lu Sui advised. "And also, resolve those troublesome issues of yours swiftly, so as not to burden Qingqing. I will attend to my matters promptly. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Qingqing endures no grievances," Hua Xiai assured Lu Sui. "That will be best. Should I discover that Qingqing has suffered any indignities while with you, you shall have cause to be wary," Lu Sui threatened. "Fear not," Hua Xiai pleaded for mercy. Get some rest," Lu Sui concluded. Yun Wonqing, burdened by guilt and self-reproach due to recent events, felt as though she were ensnared in a dark mire, unable to extricate herself, and thus passed a considerable amount of time in this state. In those somber days, she often found herself lost in contemplation, her gaze reflecting profound remorse. Yet Hua Xiai was like a warm and steadfast ray of light. His unwavering attitude seeped into Yun Wonqing's heart like a gentle stream. Lu Sui, though initially taciturn, exuded a quiet strength through his calm demeanor and silent care. Wen Jiao resembled a spring breeze, her kindness and delicacy soothing Yun Wonqing's soul with a soft touch. Nan Xing sparkled like a bright little star, her vibrant actions and optimistic spirit unwittingly uplifting Yun Wonqing. Under their subtle influences, Yun Wonqing began to blossom like a flower, gradually learning to savor the joys of present life. No longer was she the same. Her smiles multiplied, and her eyes rekindled a love and anticipation for life. Conversely, Lu Sui underwent significant transformation under Yun Wonqing's influence. Previously, he had been inscrutable, as though separated from the world by an invisible barrier. However, after delving deeply into their relationship, especially upon discovering that Yun Wonqing was his sister, he seemed completely transformed. He became more talkative, proactively showing interest in her preferences and without hesitation stood by her side in times of difficulty. As a brother, he proved to be exceptionally attentive, leaving no detail unattended. After experiencing such profound changes together, Their return to Shengjing revealed Lu Sui's transformation to be nothing short of astonishing. Upon seeing him, Emperor Wenxuan would likely be left agape, unable to believe that this cheerful and warm-hearted son was once the silent child he remembered. The journey had exhausted Yin Wanqing and her companions, and they were fortunate to indulge in a leisurely morning. Both Hui Xi and Lu Sui understood the arduousness of their recent travels, akin to a taut string, and thus refrained from waking the sleeping women, allowing them to awaken naturally. As the morning sun bathed the courtyard, Hui Xi and Lu Sui, having risen early, busied themselves with martial practice. Lu Sui's moves were sharp and decisive, each strike imbued with formidable strength. In contrast, Hui Xi focused solely on defense, refraining from retaliating. Should he choose to counterattack, the force of their combined prowess would likely wreak havoc upon the courtyard, while fending off Lu Sui's assaults. Hui Xi occasionally glanced toward the house, silently calculating the time and hoping that Yin Wanqing and the others would soon rise. Noticing chi esse preoccupation Lu Sui teased. Your mind is not on the training, but rather on wishing for Qingqing to wake up sooner. Hui Xi merely smiled in response, not disputing the remark. After their practice, the two hastily instructed the kitchen to prepare breakfast. They resembled attentive guardians, ordering dishes tailored to Yin Wanqing's preferences, including delectable soup dumplings filled with a medley of flavors. The delicate skin of the soup dumpling is as thin as paper, subtly revealing the delicious broth within. A single bite reveals the tender, juicy filling, infused with the exquisite flavors of the three delicacies. The taste is utterly divine. Then there is the clear porridge, a favorite of Yin Wanqing, cooked to a perfect thickness, exuding the fragrant aroma of rice. Accompanied by a few exquisite side dishes, each carefully selected, the meal is a feast for the senses. The two individuals show no regard for others' preferences. In their hearts, the happiness of Yin Wanqing is of utmost importance. Qingqing, come here and try this soup dumpling with 3 flavors. Upon seeing Yin Wanqing enter the courtyard, Hui Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. He eagerly stepped forward, warmly taking Yin Wanqing's hand, and began to enthusiastically introduce the breakfast, his demeanor akin to a child presenting a treasure. Lu Sui observed from the side, shaking his head in resignation, muttering, "It seems that once Qingqing is around, everyone else is forgotten." Nevertheless, he invited everyone to take their seats for the meal. Wen Jiao and Nanxing exchanged a knowing smile at the scene and joined in, filling the small courtyard with laughter and the enticing aroma of food. "Qingqing, this is the lotus seed and millet porridge that your brother specially ordered for you. Do give it a try," Lu Sui said indulgently. "Oh dear, Nanxing, it seems we're the only 2 forlorn souls here," Wen Jiao lamented, pulling Nanxing into her act of pity. "What do we do? We truly are pitiful." Nanxing joined in the theatrics. "Cough. Let us eat in silence and focus on our meals," Yin Wanqing interjected, bringing an end to the playful drama. Each meal shared among the 5 often unfolded in a similar fashion. However, such youthful exuberance was to be expected. As everyone neared the end of their meal, Nanxing could no longer contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, we've finally finished. Miss, where are we headed today? Let us explore Jing'an City first." Wen Jiao promptly replied. Yin Wanqing concurred. "That sounds splendid. We can set off at the night market by sunset. Just thinking about it makes me smile. I believe we can truly create a ruckus at the night market." "Isn't that right?" Lu Sui chimed in. Hui Xi playfully added, "Qingqing, today I shall be your little follower." "All right then, sisters, let us go. The little follower will be trailing behind," Yin Wanqing said, suppressing her laughter. "Got it." Chapter 22. Gifts. The innate nature of girls is to indulge in shopping, buying without a care, with someone else picking up the tab. After a night of rest, Yin Wanqing appeared significantly revitalized. On the surface, she seemed to have emerged completely from her previous troubles and negative emotions, her expression calm, free from the shadows that once clouded her gaze. However, those close to her, Lu Sui and Hui Xi, could keenly perceive that she had not entirely set aside her inner turmoil. They understood her well enough to notice even the slightest shifts in her emotions. Fortunately, with Nanxing and Wen Jiao by her side. These two girls radiated vibrant energy like little suns. Nanxing, with her cheerful and optimistic personality, effortlessly conjured up novel and amusing ideas to bring joy to everyone. Wen Jiao, gentle and considerate, excelled in using her delicate emotions to touch the hearts of others. The two of them, always by Yun Wangqing's side, effortlessly uplift her spirits, allowing her to temporarily forget her troubles and revealing rare smiles during their time together. Wen Jiao, upon stepping into the street, was filled with excitement akin to a wild horse set free, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed around, brimming with endless wonder at her surroundings. It was not long before her bright, glimmering eyes caught sight of a jewelry shop, instantly captivating her. The shop's sign sparkled in the sunlight with an alluring gleam, as if beckoning to Wen Jiao. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped the hands of Yun Wangqing and Nanxing, enthusiastically leading them toward the jewelry store. "Welcome, ladies. Our shop offers the latest designs. Please feel free to browse." The shopkeeper, keen-eyed and quick to notice the graceful entrance of Yun Wangqing and her companions, greeted them with a radiant smile, eager to introduce them to the collection. His tone was imbued with a fervor, hoping to entice these seemingly affluent guests to linger. Yun Wangqing merely lifted her gaze slightly, casting a gentle glance over the array of ornaments displayed on the counter. Although the pieces sparkled under the lights, she found them rather ordinary, lacking in uniqueness. Thus, she parted her lips, her voice soft and gentle as she inquired of the shopkeeper, "Might there be anything else?" "Ah, indeed. Please allow me to escort you ladies to the second floor, where we have rare treasures." The shopkeeper, recognizing her as someone knowledgeable, lit up with enthusiasm. His smile widened as he quickly gestured for them to ascend the stairs, which seemed to lead to a realm of mysterious treasures, overflowing with irresistible allure. After perusing the offerings upstairs, Yun Wangqing spoke, "Shopkeeper, please wrap the white jade flowing cloud crown and the ink jade azure cloud hairpin. Nanxing will handle the payment. And you two can settle your selections as well." "Certainly, miss," Nanxing replied cheerfully. Wen Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly remarked, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this." As she spoke, she cast a bashful glance at Yun Wangqing. Yet, Yun Wangqing remained composed, waving her hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "It's nothing. Consider it a gift for our meeting." With that, Yun Wangqing gracefully advanced, naturally taking Wen Jiao's hand. Wen Jiao bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation and unease as she murmured, "But you didn't buy anything for yourself." Her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper, almost lost in the air if not for Yun Wangqing's proximity. Upon hearing this, Yun Wangqing couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Wen Jiao with amusement as she gently replied, "Don't worry, those two little purses will take care of me." Just then, Lu Sui, who had just finished selecting items, chimed in, "Qingqing, these items are quite decent. When we return to Shengjing, I shall gift you something even better." "Huh, I have already begun preparing a betrothal gift for Qingqing. Surely it will surpass yours," remarked Hua Si, his tone infused with a hint of playful arrogance, the hallmark of a lovesick fool. "Ah, two immature men. Where have the cold-faced Hua Si and the refined Lu Sui gone? As a gesture of reciprocity, I have brought you gifts, although they hardly qualify as exquisite," Yun Wangqing remarked, raising an eyebrow. Hua Si, with an air of arrogance, declared, "What Qingqing offers is always the finest." Unable to bear the sight, Yun Wangqing said directly, "Let us move on to the next place." "All right, Jingxia Fang. Qingqing, come here and take a look." As Wen Jiao stepped through the door, her gaze was immediately captivated by a scarlet embroidered long dress, her eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. She tugged at Yun Wangqing's sleeve, pointing at the dress, and asked, "Do you think this scarlet embroidered long dress would suit me?" Following the direction of Wen Jiao's finger, Yun Wangqing beheld the gown, its hue reminiscent of blooming scarlet flowers, vibrant and alluring. The lightweight fabric appeared ethereal, adorned with exquisite and intricate embroidery, masterfully crafted. After scrutinizing it attentively, Yun Wangqing sincerely replied, "The color suits you beautifully. Shall we try it on?" Wen Jiao, her heart fluttering with excitement, responded without hesitation, yes. However, at that moment, the shopkeeper, who had been standing nearby, furrowed her brow. Her expression troubled. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, "Miss, there's only one of this dress, and it has already been reserved by the daughter of the governor." Nansheng, overhearing this, felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Raising an eyebrow, she retorted, "If it's already reserved, why is it still displayed? Isn't that just to create false hope?" A woman in a pale yellow dress entered from outside, overhearing Nansheng's words, and immediately retorted, "I requested them to bring it out. Of course, I need to try it on." "Are you the governor's daughter?" Wen Jiao inquired after a moment's thought. "Yes, I am Shun Xie. Since you are aware of my father's identity, you should relinquish your claim to this dress," Shun Xie replied with an air of arrogance, intending for Wen Jiao to give up the garment. "Such a variety of characters," Nansheng quipped, "but I must say that scarlet gown hardly seems fitting for you. Your features are rather delicate. Such a grand attire does not suit you." Her words were laced with sarcasm, suggesting both Shun Xie's lack of beauty and her inability to carry herself with grace. "How dare you? My appearance and demeanor are not for you to critique," Shun Xie exclaimed, seething with anger. "This Miss Shun, my maid, speaks rather bluntly. I hope you can forgive her," Yin Wonking interjected, wishing to quell the situation and apologize on behalf of Nansheng. "Humph, a lowly country girl," Shun Xie scoffed, directing her insult at Yin Wonking. Slap. Chapter 23. Custom dress in Wen Jiao's eyes. A spark of fury ignited as she glared at Shun Xie, her voice tinged with indignation as she said, "Is there something wrong with your eyesight? Take a good look at my Qingqing. She is breathtakingly beautiful, enchanting, like a fairy stepped out of a painting. How could you dare to label her a country girl? Are your eyes failing you?" As she spoke, Wen Jiao rubbed her slender fingers, as if her fingertips bore the weight of her current fury. Turning her gaze towards Nansheng, she spoke earnestly as if imparting a matter of utmost importance. "Nansheng, let me tell you, the next time you encounter a situation like this, refrain from speaking if you can resolve it with action, just as I did moments ago. Make those who speak carelessly aware of their folly." Nansheng bowed respectfully, replying softly, "Understood, Miss Wen." Shun Xie's face flushed crimson with a mix of anger and frustration. She covered her face with her hands, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "You are simply unreasonable." However, Wen Jiao showed no signs of restraint. Her chin held high, her eyes radiating disdain, she retorted haughtily to Shun Xie, "So what? In this world, who does not have a formidable father? Remember this well, I am surnamed Wen, not someone you can provoke lightly." On the sidelines, Yin Wanqing observed the chaotic scene with a sense of helplessness. She wished to intervene, but found herself at a loss as to how. With a resigned sigh, she stood by, allowing the commotion to unfold. With her keen insight and meticulous nature, Wen Jiao soon spotted a shop across the way. The shop's sign shimmered under the sunlight, seemingly beckoning passers-by. "Come, Wanqing, let's explore that shop over there," she said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "Very well," Yin Wanqing replied with a resigned shake of her head, thinking to herself that it was best to let them indulge, for there was someone to catch them if they fell. Her expression bore a hint of indulgence. At that moment, Shun Xie was struck with panic. "Wen? The Chancellor?" she murmured, her face turning pale as she sank to the ground in fright. Fortunately, Hui Xi and Lu Sui were not nearby. Otherwise, not even the mightiest would have been able to save Shun Xie from her predicament. As for the two of them, they had discreetly gone to procure gifts for Yin Wanqing. Nonetheless, the news eventually reached Hui Xi and Lu Sui, and that very evening, Shun Xie found herself bundled in a sack and beaten, with even her father not sparing her. Had it not been for Shun's ties to the Crown Prince's faction, her fate might have been far worse. Having just departed from the exquisite brocade shop filled with silks and satins, the three of them walked briskly toward the establishment named Jianyan Pavilion. "Ladies, please come in," chimed the shopkeeper's melodious voice as she spotted Yin Wanqing and her companions approaching, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she beckoned them inside. Indeed, the proprietor of Jianyan Pavilion was a woman. In this uniquely progressive era, societal norms were quite liberal, allowing women to engage in commerce. Moreover, capable and educated women could even participate in the civil service examinations for female officials. Take Biling, for instance. It already boasted 2 female officials who were well regarded as instructors at the prestigious Guozijian, responsible for imparting knowledge and etiquette to students. Some female officials are distributed among the 6 ministries, 9 temples, and 5 supervisory agencies, each showcasing their talents in their respective positions, contributing to the prosperity of Biling. The gentle Xunyang slightly inclined her body, a warm smile gracing her face as she softly addressed, "You may call me Xunyang, ladies. Feel free to summon me whenever you need." When Jiao's gaze wandered among the myriad of garments on the rack, her mind elsewhere as she absent-mindedly replied, "All right, Xunyang." In contrast, Yin Wangqing's eyes resembled a flowing stream, slowly meandering over Xunyang. She scrutinized Xunyang with great detail, soon captivated by the exquisite attire she wore. The fabric appeared soft and delicate, shimmering faintly under the light, as if shrouded in a mysterious veil. The dress's cut was unique, with a creatively embroidered neckline resembling a blooming flower around her throat, while the sleeves tapered slightly before elegantly flaring out, reminiscent of the wings of a graceful butterfly. A spark of curiosity lit up Yin Wangqing's eyes, as she could not help but inquire, "Did you make your dress, Xunyang?" Xunyang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, before smiling and replying, "Ah, yes, I did not expect this young lady to discern it." Yin Wangqing's interest deepened, her gaze fixed intently on Xunyang's garment as she continued to ask, "You must have designed it yourself, right?" Xunyang nodded gently, a hint of anticipation in her eyes as she said, "Yes. Are you interested, miss?" Yin Wangqing's eyes brightened. Stepping forward with sincerity, she earnestly asked, "It's quite special. Would you be able to design a dress tailored just for me?" "Of course. I will be delighted to receive your appreciation," Mississippi Xunyang readily agreed. When Jiao, having turned around without finding anything appealing, overheard the conversation between Yin Wangqing and Xunyang and remarked, "Could you also craft a custom dress for me, Xunyang? How about this? I shall create a set of garments for all 3 young ladies," Xunyang boldly proclaimed. "It's settled then," when Jiao replied without hesitation. "Ladies, please follow me. I need to take your measurements." "Thank you, Xunyang," they chorused. During the measurement process, Xunyang gleaned some insights into Yin Wangqing's and her companion's preferences. "By the way, where should I send the finished garments?" Xunyang inquired. "To Shengjing, the Prime Minister's residence," when Jiao responded. Xunyang was taken aback, taking a moment to regain her composure, realizing she was in the presence of the Prime Minister's daughter, and thus felt a sense of awe. Indeed, one must rely on their family when venturing out, otherwise, one might be bullied by Shenxia. When Jiao politely replied, "We are merely here for leisure," Xunyang need not be overly courteous. "Not at all. Miss Wen's deeds in the southern territories have spread widely," Xunyang remarked, glancing at Yin Wangqing. "I presume you are the esteemed Miss Yun who vanquished the canine prince of the enemy nation?" The exploits of Yin Wangqing and Wen Jiao had long been the talk of Biling, and with Yin Wangqing's striking appearance alongside the Prime Minister's daughter, it was highly likely she would be recognized. Yin Wangqing smiled modestly and said, "Madam Shu, those matters are my duty. Moreover, were it not for General Hua, the 6th prince, and Wei Suin, the son of Elder Wei, along with Yao Yao, I could not have accomplished this alone. In truth, the most admirable are the valiant soldiers at the forefront, who defend with their lives, never uttering a word of surrender even when wrapped in the leather of their steeds." Yin Wangqing sighed. "Indeed, there are countless individuals who bear the burden for us, many of whom we do not even know by name," Madame Shu reflected. "They are adorned in glory, yet how many can truly remember them?" Nanxing lamented wistfully. When Jiao remarked, "War has always been brutal. Let us live in the present," Madame Shu replied pensively, "Having you all is indeed a blessing for my Biling." Amidst this heavy conversation, Madame Shu took the measurements for the 3, who bid her farewell and departed from Jiangyan Pavilion. Chapter 24. Lantern Riddles. As the night descended like a vast black curtain over the earth, the myriad colorful lanterns eagerly sprang to life. Some lanterns twisted like serpentine dragons, their agile forms coiling gracefully in the air. Others resembled blooming flowers, their petals layered and radiating enchanting brilliance. Still others resembled lively birds, seemingly poised to take flight at any moment. The entire venue was instantly enveloped in a resplendent light, each beam pulsating like a living sprite, dancing and weaving through the air. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, it seemed as though stars had descended to the mortal realm, the twinkling lanterns echoing the celestial bodies above, blurring the line between heaven and earth. The crowd surged like a tide, bustling about the venue. Laughter and exclamations of wonder rose and fell, creating a joyful symphony. Children darted through the throng, their eyes alight with curiosity and excitement. Adults momentarily cast aside the burdens of life, their faces glowing with carefree smiles. It was as if the vibrant lights had banished all worries, and the fatigue and anxiety of daily life evaporated in this singular moment. Under the silvery moonlight, the sound of chin and drum intertwined, producing melodies that flowed like celestial music in the air. The flower street was illuminated as brightly as day, revealing every corner with clarity. Anticipation hung thick in the air as the long-awaited Lantern Festival finally commenced. It was a grand celebration, a festive feast that people had eagerly awaited. The sounds of hawkers filled the streets as vendors enthusiastically called out, advertising a variety of delectable snacks and exquisite trinkets. The sweet aroma of candied hawthorns, the steaming wontons, and the delicate lanterns each captivated the attention of passers-by. The acrobatics performed by street entertainers were equally dazzling. They soared and spun through the air, executing breathtaking feats that garnered rounds of applause and cheers from the audience. All of this showcased the vibrancy of the Lantern Festival in this city, immersing everyone in a joyous atmosphere that was hard to resist. Amidst the bustling market, an elegantly antiquated building, the Moonwatch Tower, stood quietly. A middle-aged man stood before the moon viewing tower, his face etched with the marks of time. Yet his eyes gleamed with a shrewdness. He raised his voice to call out, "Guess the lantern riddles. Guess the lantern riddles. If you can solve them, you shall win this exquisitely beautiful 7 stars firefly lamp." His voice resonated distinctly amidst the bustling marketplace as he held the lamp high, its enchanting glow seemingly drawing the attention of passers-by. "Alas, this lamp has not been won in 3 years. What a pity," a passerby murmured, the words whispered softly yet audible enough for several nearby to overhear. This casual remark piqued the interest of a few. One young man's eyes lit up instantly. He halted his hurried pace, intent on listening to the man's next words. "Miss, shall we get a try?" The eager expression of Nanxing was unmistakably etched on his face, curiosity and anticipation sparkling in his eyes. "I think we should, don't you, Qingqing?" Wen Jiao gently nodded, her gaze reflecting a hint of eagerness. "Come, let's take a look," Yin Wonking declared, ascending the somewhat weathered steps of the moon viewing tower with unwavering and light-footed steps. Wen Jiao and the others followed closely behind, their garments fluttering, embodying an indescribable sense of excitement and expectation. Upon seeing Yun Wonking approach, the man introduced himself. "I am Wang Fong." He beamed at Yun Wonking and her companions, stating, "It costs 1 tael of silver to guess once. If a lady can solve 10 riddles, she may take home this 7 stars firefly lamp." With a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes, Wang Fong continued, "I wonder which lady will take on the challenge." His voice echoed in the intimate space, carrying a unique air of leisure. Yun Wonking glanced at Wen Jiao and Nanxing, noticing their lack of intent to participate. Though somewhat resigned, she did not wish to let the atmosphere dwindle, so she accepted the challenge, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes as she softly declared, "I will guess." Wang Fong nodded lightly, cleared his throat, and earnestly stated, "Please listen to the question. When the fragrant blooms of April fade, guess a name." Without much contemplation, the verse seemed imprinted in her mind, and she readily replied, "Spring is unseen." "Well done. My Qingqing is truly remarkable," Hua Xi exclaimed joyfully from the side, his eyes brimming with affection as he cheered, his voice infused with delight. Wang Fong wore a faint smile, slightly bowing, and cheerfully remarked, "Congratulations, miss. Your answer to the first question is correct. Now, for the second question, please listen closely. Returning from the flowers, butterflies fluttering around the knees." Yin Wangking furrowed her brow slightly, but soon answered with composure, "Atractalotes." Wang Fong nodded approvingly, a glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes as he continued. For the third question, please listen, cunning and calculating. This time, Yin Wangking responded even more swiftly, her voice ringing clear as she said, "Atractalotes." Wang Fong's smile broadened, and he declared, "For the fourth question, please listen, shallow remarks." Unfazed, Yin Wangking crisply replied, "Dried tangerine peel." As they reached the fifth question, Wang took a moment before speaking. For the fifth question, please listen carefully, I don't know. Yin Wangking pondered briefly, then calmly replied, "Raw earth." Wang expressed his surprise, saying, "Little girl, you are quite impressive." Yin Wangking humbly responded, "Uncle Wang, you flatter me." Nearby, a young man whispered to a companion, "Do you think this little girl is capable? Who knows? Let us continue to observe." After Yin Wangking ascended the stage, a crowd gathered, all eager to witness whether this group could secure the unique Qixing Luoying lantern. "Let us proceed to the sixth question," Wang announced. "Please listen, stealing beams and replacing columns." Without hesitation, Yin Wangking answered, "With thief." Subsequently, he continued with the seventh question. For the seventh question, please pay close attention. Self-reflection in 3 provinces. Maintaining her composure, Yin Wangking swiftly provided the answer, preventive measures. He immediately presented the 8th question. For the 8th question, please listen. The river before the window reflects spring colors. This question seemed somewhat challenging, yet after a brief contemplation, Yin Wangking confidently responded, "Empty azure." "Interesting indeed. She has reached the 8th question," murmured someone in the crowd. Nevertheless, Wang remained undistracted by the murmurs and continued with the 9th question. For the 9th question, please listen. Blood stains the heavens, obscuring sunlight. Upon hearing this, Yin Wangking feigned hesitation, leading those around her to believe she might falter. Unexpectedly, she calmly articulated the answer, "Red landscape." "Correct. Now, for the final question, please listen, listening to silk and bamboo inside and outside the building." I anticipated some suspense for the last question, yet it turned out to be so simple that Nanxing nearly dozed off. Yin Wangking effortlessly provided the answer. Indeed simple. The answer is, Wang explained, in truth, these 10 questions are not particularly difficult. They merely pertain to traditional Chinese herbal medicine. For those unversed in pharmacology, they can indeed pose a challenge. It appears this young lady is well versed in the subject, he inquired. Yin Wangking humbly replied, "I know a little." Wang continued, "I see. The creator of the Qixing Luoying lantern was the swordsmith Jiang He, who, afflicted by a chronic illness in his middle age, found recovery through the care of the physicians at the Yuan Pavilion. Having become knowledgeable in herbal medicine during his convalescence, he crafted a Qixing Luoying lantern and entrusted it to be sent to my Wangyue Tower, stipulating that only someone proficient in pharmacology could claim it. Thus, I tasked someone with devising 10 riddles pertaining to traditional Chinese herbs. Amidst the bustling marketplace, with people coming and going, Wang stood before a stall adorned with exquisite lanterns, holding a uniquely designed Qixing Luoying lantern in his hands. His face bore a gentle smile as he gazed at Yin Wangking in the distance, then approached her with light steps. With utmost reverence, he presented the lantern to her and, brimming with joy, declared, "Congratulations, miss. This lantern is now yours." Yin Wangking slightly inclined her body and delicately accepted the enchanting 7-star firefly lamp, her eyes sparkling with delight and admiration, akin to stars descending into her gaze. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing 2 charming dimples as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Wang. I shall treasure this lamp dearly." Beside her, Nanxing observed this scene with gleaming eyes, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He sprang up in excitement, his face radiating pride, and began to shower Yin Wangking with effusive praise. "Indeed, my lady is remarkable." When Jiao, not to be outdone, gracefully glided to Yin Wangking's side. Her exquisite features were adorned with a smile, her eyes reflecting affection and admiration for Yun Wonking, as she added, "Of course, Qingqing is truly a treasure." Lu Sui and Huasii remained silent, their gazes fixed on Yun Wonking, filled with pride. Raising an eyebrow, Yun Wonking playfully chided, "All right, enough of that." She then approached Huasii, handing him the 7-star firefly lamp. "Be sure to hold it carefully." With a light-hearted step, Yun Wonking proceeded forward, only to pause momentarily. Recalling something important, she turned back to remind the two, "We're going to release the Kongming lanterns. This place is crowded and a bit dim, so be sure to stay close and not get lost." Cleverly leveraging Huasi's unique status, Yun Wonking, Nanxing, and Wen Jiao successfully ascended the city tower ahead of others. Before long, Huasii and Lu Sui arrived at the tower, equipped with prepared Kongming lanterns and writing materials. By this time, night had fully enveloped the surroundings, resembling an immense black satin drape gently unfurling over the earth. Outside the city tower, on an expansive and level grassland, a gentle breeze caressed like a tender hand, carrying a hint of coolness that refreshed the faces of those present. Nanxing, ever the impatient one, beamed with excitement upon seeing the Kongming lanterns, her eyes sparkling like a child with a beloved toy. Eagerly, she exclaimed, "Quick, give me one. I can hardly wait." Lu Sui and Huasii exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of mild exasperation, before each handed a Kongming lantern to them. However, with no writing desk available for inscribing their wishes, the group resorted to leaning against the city wall, making do with their makeshift writing arrangement, creating a rather comical sight. Yet, as they say, do good deeds without questioning the future. Yun Wonking wished for the lanterns and the moon to remain constant, for people to endure long, and for the rivers and seas to be tranquil, with seasons of abundance. Huasii expressed his hopes for fleeting moments of joy and the fireworks of life to grace each year. Lu Sui wished for divine favor to smile upon all things joyful. Wen Jiao desired peaceful springs and summers, and joyous autumns and winters. Nanxing concluded with well wishes for timely matters and all affairs to flourish. Finally, amidst the chorus of cheers, the Kongming lanterns gently lifted from the ground. At the moment they released the lanterns, fireworks erupted in the sky above the city. As the flames continued to burn, the warm air inside the lanterns increased, diminishing their attachment to the earth. Initially, they ascended slowly, reminiscent of a toddler taking tentative steps, carefully testing the waters. It paused at a height of approximately 3 to 4 meters above the ground, seemingly bidding farewell to the earth before abruptly accelerating and soaring into the sky. The lantern ascended higher and higher, resembling a brilliant star twinkling in the dark night sky. It drifted gently with the breeze, swaying from side to side. Its radiance illuminated a small patch of the night sky, harmonizing beautifully with the stars above. The surrounding air seemed to be infused with its beauty, becoming more tranquil and mysterious. People gazed up at it, their eyes brimming with hope and yearning, as if their dreams were soaring into the distance alongside the lantern. After releasing the lanterns, each embodying heartfelt wishes, and having just reveled in the dazzling fireworks display, the crowd raised their heads to admire the twinkling stars overhead. Their eyes resembled a clear lake, filled with aspirations and hopes for the future. Each face bore a serene, yet powerful expression, as if they glimpsed their future paths among the stars, whether bright or winding. All were infused with unwavering belief. May we journey through mountains and rivers, yet return forever youthful. Wen Jiao softly recited this phrase, her voice floating through the air like a beautiful blessing, lingering in every heart. This was not merely a sentence, but rather a conviction, a steadfastness to retain one's original intentions, no matter the storms weathered. After a day filled with exuberant play, everyone felt utterly drained, like puppets with their strings cut, exhausted to the core. Upon returning to the inn, they lacked even the energy to converse, mechanically attending to their ablutions before eagerly collapsing onto their beds. "Good night, my young ones." This gentle farewell served as a warm conclusion to a day brimming with joy and fatigue. Chapter 26. Jing'an Temple the following morning. Sunshine gently bathed the earth. It was assumed that after such revelry the previous day, the youths would indulge in a languorous slumber, given the extent of their merriment. Yet surprisingly, they awoke early for morning exercises, which was truly heartening. Look, the youths at the exercise ground were full of vitality. They exuberantly shed sweat, their agile forms dancing in the morning light. By the end of their exercises, although their lively faces bore traces of fatigue, they radiated satisfaction. They returned to their rooms one by one, meticulously cleansing themselves of sweat and weariness. Subsequently, the youths gathered in the elegant chamber, each finding a place to sit as they quietly awaited breakfast. During this period of anticipation, Huisei and Lu Sui stood up. Huisei, tall and composed, was the first to speak, his voice steady and powerful. Let us listen to today's itinerary. Lu Sui, standing beside him, exuded calmness, giving a slight nod to encourage Huisei to continue. Huisei continued, "At the hour of the snake, we shall depart the city for the tranquil Jing'an Temple. It is a peaceful and serene destination, which I trust everyone will enjoy." Upon our arrival, we partook of a modest repast within the temple, followed by a brief respite. As the hour of Shin approached, we prepared to return to the city. Everyone must be ready, for tomorrow we shall converge with the Grand Army. Lu Sui added, "Has everyone understood? This itinerary must be etched in your minds." The youths nodded in agreement, signaling their comprehension. "Are there any further inquiries?" Lu Sui inquired, scanning the crowd. There were none. "Very well, then it is settled." After the morning meal, Wen Sheng and Jing Mo had readied the carriage, and several of us set forth from the city. The cries of vendors filled the streets, the aroma of wine wafted from the alleys, and even the cats by the roadside stretched languidly. It is the heartfelt desire of every soldier that the common folk may continue to dwell in peace and prosperity. Our visit to Jing'an Temple today was to offer blessings for the soldiers at the frontier and to honor the fallen by erecting memorial tablets and lighting eternal lamps. The abbot of Jing'an Temple, Master Wang, is said to be nearing a century in age, and the temple has stood since before the founding of Bailing. Its incense offerings uninterrupted for centuries, attracting many pilgrims. This was part of the reason for Huitzi and Lu Sui's choice of Jing'an Temple. In the distance, one could faintly discern the temple nestled within the verdant mountains and valleys. It stood there serenely, like a sage lost in contemplation. Surrounding the temple were towering ancient trees, their lush canopies intertwining, resembling an unwavering cadre of guardians, steadfastly protecting this sacred sanctuary throughout the ages. Behind the temple loomed a majestic peak, soaring into the clouds, its summit shrouded in mist, as if it were intentionally draping a mystical and enchanting veil over the temple, enhancing its ethereal charm. After half an hour had passed, Wen Sheng halted the carriage. "Miss, we have arrived at the foot of Jing'an Temple. We must proceed on foot from here." Yin Wanqing lifted the curtain to gaze outside, momentarily taken aback by the breathtaking scenery, then calmly addressed those inside. "We have reached the base of the mountain. We must now walk the remaining distance." Indeed, this stretch poses no challenge at all. The scenery outside is rather splendid, Wen Jiao remarked while peering through the window, exaggerating yet not neglecting to commend the view. "Miss, the path appears quite similar to our back mountain. We have all seen the battlefield. This is but a trifle." Then Xing chimed in. Yin Wanqing could not help but chuckle. "All right, let us set forth." With that, she took Huitzi's hand and descended from the carriage, followed closely by Lu Sui. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a lush bamboo grove, with meandering steps leading into a tranquil path. What a serene place! Yin Wanqing admired as she surveyed her surroundings, finding it even more astonishing than what she had seen from the carriage. Huitzi held Yin Wanqing's hand, his gaze resting upon her, filled with an unspoken tenderness. "While you behold the scenery, I find my eyes drawn to you." Hearing Yin Wanqing's praise, Huitzi responded, "What you say is most true. However, it seems you have taken quite a liking to this bamboo grove." He promptly followed up with a question. Upon disembarking, Lu Sui, Wen Jiao, and Nanxing were captivated by the sight of the bamboo grove before them. In the aftermath of war, such serene and gentle scenery could not help but prompt the youth to linger. Hearing Hui Xi's inquiry, Nanxing refrained from hastily answering on Yun Wangqing's behalf, believing that this matter should be articulated by the young lady herself. Lu Sui, too, remained silent, patiently awaiting Yun Wangqing's response. Indeed, I have a profound affection for bamboo. My maternal grandfather once told me that before my birth, my mother planted a grove of bamboo for me, naming it Yuzhu Lin. Yun Wangqing recounted as she gazed at the verdant thicket. Ah, I see. Lu Sui felt a pang of bittersweet emotion upon hearing this, though he concealed it well, adopting a fade of enlightenment. Chapter 27. Arrival at Jing'an Temple. Yun Wangqing pressed her lips together, looking at Lu Sui, and continued. My mother does not have a particular fondness for bamboo, yet its resilient nature, steadfastness in the face of adversity, and humble integrity symbolize the qualities of a gentleman. I believe this reflects my mother's emotional connection to my brother. Every year on his birthday, she would spend half a day in the Yuzhu Lin. Noticing the gravity of the moment, Huixi released Yun Wangqing's hand, understanding she had something to convey to Lu Sui, and discreetly stepped aside. Upon hearing Yun Wangqing's explanation, Lu Sui felt a sense of relief wash over him, dispelling the sorrow that lingered in his heart. He stepped forward, enveloping Yun Wangqing in an embrace. One hand resting on her shoulder while the other gently caressed the top of her head. In a hushed tone, he murmured in her ear, "We are blessed with the finest mother in the world. My past grievances have dissipated in this moment. From now on, I shall be your steadfast support, ensuring that no harm shall befall you. This is the assurance your brother offers." Yun Wangqing's hand tenderly stroked Lu Sui's back, a smile threatening to break forth as she responded playfully, "Oh, my dear brother, I wonder who will be protecting whom then." "Huh, then I shall entrust my protection to you," Lu Sui replied, following her jest. "Cough, well, we have tarried here long enough. If we do not ascend soon, we shall miss the meal," Yun Wangqing said, shifting the topic somewhat awkwardly. Seeing that their conversation had reached a natural pause, Huixi stepped forward, taking Yun Wangqing's hand and leisurely leading the way. Lu Sui felt a twinge of annoyance towards Huixi, unwilling to concede, and took his place on Yun Wangqing's other side. When Jiao and Nanxing exchanged amused glances and followed behind, two spectators to the unfolding drama. Wan Sheng and Jing Mo, having settled the carriage, promptly joined them. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden gem. The end of the long steps revealed a breathtaking cliff, with suspension bridges spanning its edges. Despite their ancient appearance, the bridges proved remarkably stable, defying expectations with their craftsmanship. "Wow, miss, I had no idea such astonishing artistry existed here," Nanxing exclaimed, testing the bridge's stability with excitement. "Yes, I know, but do be careful, Nanxing. Mind your step," Yun Wangqing patiently cautioned. Observing Nanxing reveling in the experience, Wen Jiao eagerly joined in. After casting a glance back at Huixi and Lu Sui, Yun Wangqing ascended as well, and indeed, it felt as if she were walking on solid ground. Thus, Nanxing and Wen Jiao, the emissaries of the road, led the way. Followed closely by Huixi and Lu Sui, the guardians of the flowers, with Yun Wangqing ensconced in their midst like a rare treasure. A quintet of companions. Oh yeah. Along the path, they occasionally encountered a few pilgrims offering incense. Yet Yun Wangqing and her companions chose to appreciate the scenic beauty surrounding them, refraining from engaging in conversation with the devotees. After traversing the suspension bridge and weaving through the woods, they were greeted by the imposing tranquility of Jing'an Temple. The temple loomed majestically, its vermilion gates exuding a solemn grandeur, while the copper rings adorning the doors shimmered with an ancient luster under the sun's embrace. The rooftops were adorned with slate tiles, their edges intricately carved, as if whispering tales of bygone eras. The eaves and brackets soared gracefully, reminiscent of birds poised to take flight, embodying both elegance and dignity. The walls of the temple were constructed from sturdy bricks, bearing the weathered marks of time, which only enhanced its historical aura. A monk stood at the entrance, as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Upon noticing Yun Wangqing and her companions, he approached them. "I am Guanhua," he announced respectfully. "Master Wu Wang has been expecting you for some time. Please, Allow me to escort you." With a courteous gesture, he beckoned them to follow. Chapter 28: The Everlasting Lamp. The Life Release tablet with hearts brimming with curiosity and reverence. Yun Wanqing and her companions followed the monk Guanhua into Jing'an Temple. As they crossed the threshold, an overwhelming sense of solemnity enveloped them, sending a shiver down their spines. Before them lay the grand expanse of Jing'an Temple, far surpassing their previous imaginings. The architectural style, with its soaring eaves and brackets, exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. The vermilion walls, illuminated by the sun, radiated a serene yet mysterious ambience, as if each brick held the weight of time and the echoes of history. Within that venerable and majestic temple, a faint scent of sandalwood gradually permeated the air. This delicate fragrance was subtle, almost ethereal, reminiscent of distant horizons, yet seemed to rise gently from the depths of the heart. It softly infiltrated their nostrils, spreading quietly through every pore of their beings, and this elusive aroma possessed an enchanting magic. It could calm even the most restless of hearts in an instant, akin to a tranquil lake, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. The monks, clad in simple robes, sat serenely within the halls. Their chants resonated like a gentle stream, echoing through every corner of the sanctuary. The sound was ethereal and melodious, akin to celestial music wafting from the heavens, or birdsong echoing in secluded valleys, weaving its way into the very soul, reaching the softest and purest corners of the heart, drawing one into a state of blissful immersion. With a clamor of the mundane world faded away, bright sunlight endeavored to pierce through the narrow gaps of the windows, cascading down in radiant beams upon the ground, forming resplendent streams of golden light. Countless specks of dust danced joyfully within these rays, as if imbued with life, leaping and swirling in a vibrant display. In the illumination, these motes resembled twinkling stars scattered across the night sky. Though diminutive, they brimmed with vitality and grace, adding an air of mystery and beauty to the tranquil temple. The crowd traversed the cobblestone path, circumventing the magnificent and imposing Mahavira Hall. As they passed through a serene bamboo grove, they arrived at the Zen room of Master Wang. Nestled in a secluded corner of the monastery, the room was enveloped by lush bamboo and cypress, creating an ambience of tranquility and elegance. The windows and doors of the Zen room were fashioned from aged wood, exuding a faint aroma of sandalwood, as if whispering tales of yore. The host awaited their arrival inside, and Guanhua paused, turning to Yun Wanqing and her companions, saying, "Please, after you." "Thank you, Master Guanhua," Yun Wanqing replied politely. Within the quiet confines of the Zen room, Master Wang sat in calm meditation upon a cushion. His countenance radiated peace and serenity, his hands clasping a string of prayer beads, each bead smooth and rounded, seemingly embodying the essence of time and the wisdom it bestows. Master Wang's lips moved softly, murmuring esoteric scriptures or profound Zen sayings, his voice deep and resonant, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with a mysterious realm. Suddenly, the delicate sound of footsteps disrupted the room's tranquil atmosphere. Master Wang's previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a gaze imbued with profound wisdom and tranquility. He slightly raised his head, and upon seeing the newcomers, exhibited not a hint of surprise, but rather a composed gesture of invitation, imbued with a sense of inclusiveness and acceptance. Yun Wanqing, Huasiyai, Lu Sui, Wenjiao, Nanxing, they bowed. "We pay our respects to Master Wang." "There is no need for formality. Please take a seat," Master Wang's rich and resonant voice echoed. The group, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and settled into their seats. "I am already aware of your purpose for visiting. I have dispatched individuals to prepare the memorial tablets and everlasting lamps. Given the considerable number, I have instructed various temples to prepare the memorial tablets according to the household registrations, to be enshrined in the temples corresponding to each registration." Master Wang explained eloquently. Lu Sui had already forwarded the list of fallen soldiers to Jing'an Temple. Some of the deceased had left no remains, while others had no one to erect a tomb for them. Therefore, Yin Wonking suggested establishing memorial tablets and lighting everlasting lamps to honor the loyalty and patriotism of these soldiers. Huasi and Lu Sui rose to bow to Master Wang, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wang. There is no need for thanks. This is my duty. Since you have come, allow me to brew you some tea," he replied. Wen Jiao, filled with excitement, remarked, "I have heard of your unparalleled tea artistry, Master Wang. To partake in it would indeed be a fulfillment of this life." Upon hearing this, Master Wang merely smiled and shook his head in silence. While preparing the tea, Master Wang inquired about Yin Wonking. "My young friend Yin, how is your maternal grandfather faring these days?" Yin Wonking replied with a touch of exasperation, "Master Wang, you truly forget many things for one of your stature. You share a friendship with my grandfather that transcends age. Meeting annually. It has been 3 months since your last encounter. Why do you need to ask me?" "Ha! You little girl, enough of that." Master Wang chuckled at her words. When Jiao looked curiously at Yin Wonking, "Do you know Master Wang?" Yin Wonking explained. In his earlier years, Master Wang traveled extensively and fortuitously met my grandfather, forging a friendship that transcended generations. Thereafter, he has taken the opportunity of his travels to visit my grandfather for games of chess and sharing drinks. Lu Sui could not help but chuckle, surprised to discover that the host Wu Wang enjoyed drinking. Nan Xing added, "The wine is unique to my lady's household. One cannot find it elsewhere." "Can Qingqing brew wine?" Huasi inquired with curiosity. "Of course. I shall prepare some for everyone to savor when the time comes," Yin Wanqing replied. "That would be splendid. I am eager to taste the exquisite wine that tempts the host Wu Wang." Wen Jiao exclaimed with exuberance, "I want to be the first to taste it." Huasi declared, his tone somewhat haughty as he addressed Yin Wanqing. She raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Only if you can snatch it first." "Ha ha ha! Qingqing, splendidly done. Let him bask in his pride," Wen Jiao remarked, reveling in the playful banter. Nan Xing chimed in, "Alas, I was the first to sample the lady's brew. Qingqing, look how they are bullying me, and you do not come to my aid. I am truly vexed, the kind of vexation that cannot be soothed," Huasi exclaimed, adopting a petulant tone. Yin Wanqing, however, was not inclined to indulge him, leaving him to sulk while she engaged in light-hearted conversation with the others. Meanwhile, the jovial Wu Wang served as a backdrop, observing the 5 youths frolicking together. "Ahem, my tea is ready. Please help yourselves," Wu Wang reminded them after pouring the tea. The Westlake Longjing tea was indeed fragrant, possessing a simplicity that lingered sweetly in one's memory. Truly, those who transcend the mundane are extraordinary. Chapter 29. Preparing for rain after savoring the tea, the group gradually rose from their seats, the aroma still lingering on their lips. They bore expressions of contentment and satisfaction, having enjoyed the tea. After a moment of quiet contemplation, they departed the meditation room in an orderly fashion, making their way towards the solemn main hall, hearts filled with reverent intentions for prayer. In June, the sun blazed warmly yet gently, and the air was infused with the distinctive essence of summer. The group eschewed the customary choice of dining in the private rooms, lured instead by the allure of the pavilion at the center of the lotus pond in the backyard. The lotus flowers bloomed splendidly, pink as the dawn and white as snow, while the layers of lotus leaves formed verdant umbrellas cradling the blossoms. A gentle breeze stirred the scene, causing the flowers to sway gracefully and the leaves to rustle softly, as if composing a beautiful symphony. Seated in the pavilion amidst the lotus pond, they reveled in the dreamlike scenery, sipping fragrant tea and enjoying their vegetarian meal. The experience was extraordinarily delightful, as if transported to a celestial realm, far removed from the clamor and worries of the earthly world. After their meal, still enveloped in this serene atmosphere, they gathered together for light-hearted conversation. Some shared their unique perceptions of the temple-esque beauty, others discussed their tea-tasting experiences, while a few exchanged amusing anecdotes from their lives. Yet, as time passed, the afternoon drowsiness began to creep in, prompting them to rise and retire to their respective quarters for a midday rest. The 3 young ladies shared a cozy room, adorned with warmth and charm. The beds were soft and inviting, with decor that was simple yet elegant. The young ladies soon succumbed to sweet slumber, their faces serene, resembling sleeping fairies. Meanwhile, the young gentleman found it quite difficult to find rest. The faction of the Crown Prince has begun to harbor fears regarding your return to the court. It is unclear what thoughts your cousin, the Crown Prince, holds. What are your intentions? Without any preamble, Huisei inquired directly of Lu Sui. Previously, I had no aspirations, believing that position to be too frigid. Now, my only desire is to safeguard Qingqing, Lu Sui replied candidly. However, from my understanding of Qingqing, she would not wish for you to vie for that position. Her freedom is constrained by familial obligations, and she does not want your liberty to be shackled by imperial authority, Huisei reasoned. Lu Sui lamented. There is no need for you to mention this. I'm already aware. It pains me to see her endure in silence. How I wish to bear her burdens in her stead. Huisei responded, I hope you contemplate this carefully. I and the Crown Prince grew up together. Though the Crown Prince may not place unwavering trust in you, he has never treated you unjustly. Upon stepping onto that path, you will undoubtedly sacrifice much. Lu Sui self-deprecatingly remarked, I am acutely aware. I merely feel a sense of discontent. I yearn to be the source of strength for Qingqing, yet ultimately find myself subjugated. Huisei gently patted Lu Sui's shoulder. We are Qingqing's family, her support, and the armor that shields her through adversity. Consider it with a clearer mind. Once the 3-year period concludes, we shall uncover all truths. Our foremost goal now is to protect her and ensure she does not suffer indignities in Shengjing. We must prepare discreetly, and when the time comes, we can seek to understand her past without jeopardizing ourselves. 3 years is but a fleeting moment. What is the harm in waiting? Indeed, you're correct. I am, after all, her brother and family, irrespective of my status. Lu Sui realized with newfound clarity. I shall now compose a letter to the Crown Prince, informing him of my lack of intention to contend for power. Actions speak louder than words, and Lu Sui promptly approached the desk to begin writing. Huisei secretly sighed in relief, for Yin Wanqing had foreseen Lu Sui's thoughts and had previously informed Huisei to temper his actions. Indeed, Yin Wanqing understands her brother Lu Sui far better. Once Lu Sui completed the letter, he dispatched it via a shadow guard back to Shengjing. Upon returning to the capital, I will directly inform His Majesty of Qingqing's identity, as his covert protection would be more effective. Lu Sui recognized that, with his current capabilities, he could not adequately safeguard Yin Wanqing, nor could Huisei. Thus, Lu Sui resolved to discuss the matter with Emperor Wenxuan. However, the emperor would surely dispatch the Longyin Guard to protect Qingqing, thus alleviating some complications in our planning. Huisei pondered aloud after a moment. Very well then, that shall be our course of action, Lu Sui affirmed resolutely. A minor interlude quietly departed, as the spirited group bid farewell to the presiding monk before descending the mountain to return to the inn. The descent occurred at dusk, as the remnants of a setting sun cast a golden veil over the temple's rooftops and walls. The lights within the temple gradually illuminated, their warm glow standing out against the encroaching twilight. The monks concluded their day's labor, strolling through the temple courtyard, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Chapter 30. Journey to Shengjing City. In these recent days, we have procured quite a number of items. It seems the carriage may not suffice, and we might need to prepare an additional one. Nevertheless, this matter has already been anticipated by Jing Mo and Wensheng, those astute individuals. On the very day they entered the city, a carriage had already been prepared for them, indistinguishable from the one they currently use. After all, Yin Wanqing had formidable connections. Wherever she went, she was never short of anything. Her purchases merely served to satisfy her shopping cravings, yet this did not imply that she lacked these items herself. Before they realized it, the night descended like a vast black curtain. With the arrival of dusk, the lively clamor of the day gradually subsided into tranquility. Those who had toiled throughout the streets now ambled homeward, their weary but contented bodies seeking the warmth of their abodes. In a tavern within the city, a group of spirited young men gathered together. At that moment, while awaiting the evening meal, Huisei and Lu Sui began to methodically arrange the affairs for the following day. The Xuanjiao army has already passed through Jing'an City yesterday. Lu Sui and I still need to handle matters concerning the army. We must leave tonight, Huasi stated gravely. Qingqing, you will depart tomorrow, following closely behind the main force. Additionally, I shall dispatch 2 shadow guards to escort you, Huasi advised Yun Wangking with concern. Wen Jiyu, accompany Qingqing. Lu Sui continued to assign tasks. Wen Jiyu quickly affirmed, I would love to be with Qingqing. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Huh? Do I really need such exaggerated treatment? I am quite capable of taking care of myself. Besides, I have Nanxing, Jingma, and Wensheng with me, Yin Wangking said with a smile. Noticing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, Yin Wangking promptly reined in her laughter. Ahem, you all need not worry. All right, we must be on our way now. Do take care, Huasi reiterated, still unconvinced. Leaving now? Aren't we having dinner? Yin Wangking seized upon the crux of the matter. Huasi gently ruffled her hair and explained, No, we cannot. We have been away from the army for quite some time, and many matters have been managed by Wei Suan. The few urgent affairs awaiting our attention cannot be delayed. Must you be so hands-on when speaking? Huasi, enough already. Lu Sui interjected, unable to contain himself. Oh, understood. What you replied helplessly. As Lu Sui was about to depart, Yin Wangking rushed forward to embrace him, whispering softly, Brother, a farewell hug. Lu Sui reassured her, Brother will handle everything promptly and come find you. Good. After releasing Lu Sui, Yin Wangking noticed Huasi's slightly resentful expression, which amused her. Ah, who wouldn't adore a big dog that knows how to be affectionate? Yin Wangking, equally generous, embraced Huasi and gently whispered in his ear. Huasi. This simple whisper held endless tenderness for Huasi, igniting a yearning for such subtle intimacies. Before he could respond, Yin Wangking quickly withdrew. I'll settle the score with you later. Huasi's eyes blazed with intensity as he gazed at Yin Wangking, as if he wished to engulf her entirely. Yin Wangking observed Huasi with a hint of awkwardness, gently touching her nose. All right, you all may leave now. Please be cautious on your journey. As they departed, Lu Sui cast a cold glance at Huasi before taking the lead. Huasi stood silently, his gaze imbued with profound affection as he looked back at Yin Wangking. His eyes seemed to conceal a bottomless, tranquil pool, filled with indescribable emotions, an intertwining of longing, reluctance, and a fervent passion suppressed within. Such was the nature of this infatuated man. Huasi appeared rooted to the spot, his eyes steadfastly affixed to Yin Wangking as if by merely gazing. He could etch her image deeply into the recesses of his soul. However, Yin Wangking's attention was directed towards the departing Lu Sui, her eyes reflecting a particular significance, silently urging Huasi to follow. She understood that Lu Sui might encounter numerous dangers, and Huasi's presence could offer some assistance. Yet, Huasi remained immovable, as if he were anchored to the ground, his stubbornness eliciting a helpless sigh from Yin Wangking. Resigned, she approached him gently and embraced Huasi tenderly. This embrace seemed to strike a chord deep within Huasi's heart, and a look of utter contentment swiftly graced his face. Shortly after, he appeared to recall something of importance, softly instructing the hidden guards in hushed tones, as if divulging a matter of utmost secrecy. Once he had finished, he turned to follow Lu Sui out of the inn. Beneath the night sky, Huasi and Lu Sui rode together, the dust raised by their horses dancing in the moonlight. Their figures soon merged into the expansive darkness of the night, leaving behind only the fading echo of hoofs. Yin Wangking stood at the inn's entrance, silently praying for the safety of the two travelers. Chapter 31. Catching fish in the elegant room, dinner was being served. As the lights dimmed, the atmosphere within the chamber was warm, yet imbued with a sense of tranquility. Apart from Yin Wangking, there were Nanxing, Wen Jiao, and also Wensheng, Jing Mo, accompanied by 2 hidden guards left by Huasi. One of the guards, named Huijiu, stood tall with a piercing gaze, exuding an air of calm composure. The other, Huiqi, moved with agility, his stern yet resolute demeanor indicating rigorous training. There are only us few here. No need for formality. Yin Wangking spoke gently, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, easing the slightly tense atmosphere among the group. Indeed, the others replied in unison. Thus, they began their meal. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes, wafting enticing aromas. The clinking of cutlery and occasional quiet conversations intertwined, and the meal swiftly concluded in this ambience. Yun Wonking rose, methodically arranging the upcoming matters. Her gaze swept across the group before she announced, "Tonight, Huiqi and Wensheng will take the night shift. You two must remain vigilant, leaving no room for negligence." In the stillness of the night, as the clock struck late, Huijiao and Jing Mo remained vigilant, knowing that weariness must not lead to complacency. The others nodded in understanding. Yun Wonking paused momentarily before continuing her arrangements. Tomorrow, Jing Mo and Huijiao will each take a carriage, while Wensheng and Huiqi will be responsible for providing covert protection. You must conceal your movements well, and should any sign of disturbance arise, signal promptly. Gazing out the window, as if calculating something, she added, "According to the progress of the Xuanyujin, we shall need half a day of swift travel to catch up. However," she shifted her tone, "there is no need for haste. Safety is of paramount importance. Thus, we shall proceed leisurely and enjoy the scenic vistas along the way, which I am certain will be quite splendid." Yun Wonking made her decision with clarity and rationality. "Miss Nanxing interjected at our current pace. We will meet the main forces before entering the city." Wen Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we only need to converge before entering the city. Then it is settled. Let us return, refresh ourselves, and retire for the night," Yun Wonking declared decisively. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, Yun Wonking and her companions set forth on the journey to reunite with the army. In contrast to Huisiyai and Lu Sui, who were laboring tirelessly, the occupants of the carriage found themselves in a most comfortable situation. Inside the carriage, Yun Wonking and Wen Jiao, feeling a touch of boredom, engaged in a game of chess while Nanxing observed the match. The little girl, fond of treats, indulged in delightful pastries, bringing a smile to all. As evening approached, they passed a brook, and Wen Jiao, intrigued, insisted on descending to catch fish. Had it not been for the culinary prowess of Wensheng and Jing Mo, she might not have been so eager. The brook shimmered like a silver ribbon, winding gracefully through the grass and trees. Its width varied. In some areas, it expanded into pools reflecting the surrounding trees and sky, while in others, it narrowed to merely allow a gentle stream to flow, as if Mother Earth had crafted a delicate passage for the water. Feeling fatigued from a day spent in the carriage, Yun Wonking decided to accompany Wen Jiao. Grasping Yun Wonking's arm, Wen Jiao gently urged, "Qingqing, you have a change of clothes in the carriage. Why not join me in the water to catch some fish?" With a light laugh, Yun Wonking replied, "Very well. Let us have a competition to see who can catch the largest and most splendid fish. Sound delightful. What will the winner receive?" Nanxing chimed in, her eyes alight with anticipation. Yun Wonking smiled gently. "I shall host a feast, and the winner will be rewarded with fish prepared by my own hands. How's that sound?" She added that Jing Mo, Wensheng, Huijiao, and Huiqi would also partake in this friendly contest. This reward was quite appealing to Wen Jiao, as she had yet to taste Yun Wonking's cooking during their journey. The prospect was indeed enticing. However, Nanxing felt the reward was less significant for her, as she was already aware of Yun Wonking's culinary skills. Pouting slightly, she inquired, "Miss, since Wensheng, Jing Mo, and I have already experienced your cooking, might we request a martial arts lesson instead? Should we win?" Yun Wonking had 5 martial arts masters, each possessing profound expertise in different disciplines. Although Nanxing had a foundational understanding of martial arts, it remained insufficient. Thus, she proposed this notion to avoid placing Yun Wonking in a difficult position. Yun Wonking raised an eyebrow, approached Nanxing, and playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as she said, "Since you wish to learn the martial arts principles, I shall impart a set of techniques to the one among you 3 who emerges victorious. And you, Wen Jiao, Yao Yao, Huijiao, and Huiqi, shall also receive a set of martial arts principles should one of you prevail. Of course, the fish will not be overlooked for you all." Wen Jiao exclaimed with delight, "Qingqing, you are truly wonderful." To which Nanxing, Jingma, Wensheng, Huijiao, in which she responded in unison, "Thank you, miss." Yin Wanking waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. I shall join in the fish catching, but I will not partake in the competition. Let us all start from the same line. Once you are ready, give me a sign." The group swiftly repositioned themselves, signaling to Yin Wanking with their eyes. All was well. Chapter 32. The illusory water moon. Since all is well, let us prepare to begin. With Yin Wanking's command, several individuals dashed toward the stream. Though referred to as a stream, its waters flowed swiftly, presenting a challenge for the group, who unanimously halted at the bank to seek tools to assist in their fish-catching endeavor. The stream's crystalline waters shimmered under the sun, revealing a vibrant dance of light. Near the shore, the water appeared a gentle jade green, a reflection of the aquatic plants and moss lining the edges. In the deeper waters, a profound sapphire hue suggested countless hidden secrets. The riverbank was adorned with a variety of plants. Towering willows drooped their delicate branches over the stream, swaying gently with the breeze as if frolicking with the water. Clusters of irises stood resolute at the water's edge, resembling loyal sentinels. Tender green aquatic grasses swayed at the bottom, providing refuge for the small fish and shrimp. Yin Wanking stepped forward with a light-hearted gait, her eyes sparkling as she gazed upon the stream, her lips curving into a smile brimming with excitement. Though the current is swift, the water is not deep. Submerging ourselves to catch fish will be delightfully exhilarating. Those lively fish seemed to beckon us. No sooner had she spoken than Yin Wanking leaped into the stream like a nimble deer, the splashes of water glistening in the sunlight. Wen Jiao, with her naturally impulsive disposition, could hardly contain herself in the face of such stimulation. With wide eyes and a resolute expression, she wasted no time in following suit. Watching from the side, Nanxing, usually the more sensible one, cleared her throat and called out loudly, "Everyone, please take care. While the stream may appear shallow, we must not let our guard down. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as a cramp or an injury, do not hesitate to call for the others. Do not act recklessly." Upon hearing this, the others responded in unison, understood. One by one, they descended into the water. Once Nanxing saw everyone enter, she felt reassured and cautiously stepped into the stream herself. The water barely reached her calves, its temperature just right, neither cold nor hot, evoking the same pleasant feeling as the beautiful weather. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Nanxing swiftly scooped a handful of water and playfully splashed it toward Yin Wanking. As the water arched gracefully through the air, it resembled a transparent sphere rushing toward Yin Wanking. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, her body swaying gently like a willow branch, evading the splash. Otherwise, she would have truly become a drenched chicken. This moment marked the ignition of the playful water battle, akin to lighting a fuse. Subsequently, the crowd erupted like fireworks, engaging in an animated and fervent water fight. The laughter of the maidens intertwined with the shouts of the young men, creating a symphony of joy. The once gentle sound of the stream was completely drowned out by their exuberance. The crystal-clear water, animated by their playful antics, splashed up white droplets, resembling blossoms blooming in midair. Bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, the orange-red light shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle. As the youths continued their frolic, fatigue set in. Their arms felt leaden, and their legs grew weak. Gradually, they retreated to the shore, seeking a flat patch to rest. Once the water settled after their exuberant play, they returned to the water to fish anew. The surface had regained its former clarity, occasionally revealing the silhouettes of swimming fish, prompting the commencement of another round of fishing. To their surprise, the most adept at fishing turned out to be Wen Jiao, proving that appearances of decorum can be deceiving. As they all shared the same spirited nature, as the evening approached, Yin Wanking had initially intended to teach everyone a set of martial arts techniques, ultimately rewarding them with a meal of her freshly prepared fish. Each individual diligently contributed to the fish feast, and Yin Wanking crafted a dish of crispy fish. The moment it was served, eager anticipation filled the air, as they were all quite fatigued from their aquatic escapades, resulting in a serene atmosphere at the dining table. Naturally, The crispy fish was a specialty meant for Wen Jiao. However, the abundance of a full plate was too much for her alone, leading to a collective sharing. Yet, upon careful observation during the meal, one could discern that everyone was vying for Yun Wonking's crispy fish. They were indeed a lively group of youthful exuberance, possessing a delightful blend of innocence and charm. Regrettably, Hui Siyai and Lu Sui were delayed by military matters and had departed 2 days prior, missing the opportunity to savor Yun Wonking's culinary creation. After their meal, they engaged in light conversation before Yun Wonking commenced her teaching. Listen closely, she began. This martial arts technique is called illusory water and moon. It shares its renown with concentrated heart and illusion, though the latter has been widely disseminated, while illusory water and moon has faded into obscurity. This technique harnesses the essence of water and moon, purifying and enhancing the practitioner's body and meridians. When combined with concentrated heart and illusion, it can elevate one to a transcended state. I discovered this from my master's library, and now I shall impart it to you. Yun Wonking continued earnestly. This technique enables the transformation of the energies of water and moon into one's own spiritual essence. The intricacies of its application are for you to comprehend. Chapter 33. Illusory Water and Moon. 2. With a solemn expression, Yun Wonking addressed those beside her. Remember, this technique is of utmost importance, named flowing moon through clear water. Heart aligned with purity of water and moon. This heart technique is extraordinarily unique, possessing miraculous effects. It can solely condense the ethereal power of moonlight that descends from the heavens. This moonlight resembling silver threads, delicate and translucent, exuding an aura of coolness and mystery. Additionally, it can independently gather the flowing force of water, which resembles a lively spirit, teeming with vitality and energy. More impressively, it can seamlessly merge these two forces, allowing them to coalesce within the dantian, thereby enhancing one's own strength. However, utmost concentration is imperative. The practice of cultivation brooks no negligence. A moment's distraction could lead to the peril of losing oneself in madness, with consequences that are unimaginably dire. As Yun Wonking's words faded, she instantly entered a state of cultivation. She calmed her mind, silently reciting the mysterious incantation of the heart technique, her body swaying like a willow branch in the breeze. Her left hand slowly rose, and the surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. Strands of moonlight power began to gather towards her left hand, the radiance intensifying as if she were grasping a full moon. Simultaneously, her right hand was not idle. With a gentle wave, the surrounding moisture responded to her call, swiftly converging, as the flowing power took shape in her palm, like a babbling brook coursing through her fingers. Then, she skillfully blended the moonlight and flowing powers from both hands, the two forces intertwining and coiling together, ultimately settling like a gentle stream into her dantian. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Yun Wonking gradually withdrew her hands, softly exhaling a breath of impure air. Her eyes reflected a serene tranquility as she spoke. At first glance, this heart technique may seem easy to master. However, to integrate it with the heart's illusion requires personal insight. It is essential to understand that each individual's comprehension varies, leading to distinct interpretations and, consequently, differing manifestations of power. The intricacies of this art must be experienced personally. Now give it a try. The group began practicing as instructed by Yun Wonking. Initially, they were somewhat unfamiliar, but after 2 to 3 attempts, they gradually adapted, and Yun Wonking felt a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened. Observing the fatigue in her companions, she allowed them to rest, acknowledging that fishing also drained their energy. That evening, Wen Sheng, Jing Mo, Hui Qi, and Hui Jiao took turns keeping watch. At dawn, Wen Ziyo was the first to rise, intent on reviewing the illusionary moonlight technique taught by Yun Wonking. Shortly thereafter, Yun Wonking awoke and, seeing Wen Ziyo practicing, smiled gently. Once Wen Ziyo completed her iteration, Yun Wonking swiftly launched an attack toward her. Sensing the movement, Wen Ziyo quickly reacted, engaging in sparring with Yun Wonking. The first light of morning caressed the earth softly, and Nanxing gradually awakened. Upon rising, she beheld the somewhat chaotic scene before her and could not help but sigh in exasperation. Taking a deep breath, she calmly instructed Wen Sheng and the others to prepare breakfast, her voice resonating with clarity amidst the tranquil morning air. As for Nanxing, she leisurely strolled towards the nearby brook, preparing to freshen up. The crystalline waters sparkled under the sunlight, and as she crouched down to scoop up a handful of the cool stream, a refreshing sensation instantly rejuvenated her. Meanwhile, Wensheng and the others busily prepared breakfast at the campsite. The flames in the stove danced joyfully, and the enticing aroma of the food filled the air. Just as breakfast was nearing completion, Yun Wanqing and Wen Jiao concluded their sparring session, exchanging smiles that bore a subtle hint of fatigue. Mingled with the ease that follows the accomplishment of task, they too made their way to the brook to wash up. Breakfast was always a time imbued with warmth and liveliness. Everyone gathered around, savoring the delectable food while engaging in light-hearted conversation. After the meal, they returned to the carriage, ready to continue their journey. The carriage swayed gently as it moved forward. Wen Jiao delicately opened the curtain of the carriage, her movements soft and careful. As if not to disturb anything, she leaned out, observing the scenery outside with keen interest, silently calculating before she remarked, "At our current pace, we should catch up with the main army by tonight." Upon hearing this, Nanxing's face lit with surprise, her eyes widening slightly as she exclaimed, "So soon? Does that mean we can enter Shengjing tomorrow?" After speaking, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yun Wanqing, who remained composed, calmly savoring her fragrant tea, as if she had anticipated this impending event or perhaps possessed an unflappable serenity, regardless of what transpired. Setting down her teacup, Yun Wanqing replied, "It appears so. However, we still need to gather information regarding the various royal families, prominent clans, and officials in Shengjing." Jing Mo, stationed in the shadows, responded, "Understood." Wen Jiao inquired with curiosity, "Why doesn't Qingxing ask me or Huixi? I desire complete intelligence on Shengjing, while you can only provide me with 70%. Instead of this, I might as well seek out forces to investigate discreetly. Even if I cannot achieve 100%, 90% is still attainable," Yun Wanqing explained. Wen Jiao marveled, "Wow. Qingxing, your demands are quite high, but it will require time and resources." Nanxing proudly interjected, "My lady has never been short of funds. As for time, it won't take long. After all, we have Fenghua Tower. Investigating is not a challenge." "Is that true, Qingxing? I am genuinely astonished. I assumed the information from Fenghua Tower was something you purchased." Wen Jiao was truly taken aback. "I never expected Fenghua Tower was your influence." Yun Wanqing chuckled at the two of them and said, "Fenghua Tower is managed by my senior brother and me. You were aware of those messages while we were in the military, weren't you? However, upon arriving in Shengjing, there are many with ulterior motives. So Yao Yao must keep it confidential. Huijiu and Huiqi in the shadows must also maintain secrecy." Yin Wanqing instructed. "Understood," came the voices from the shadows in response. Regrettably, at this moment, Yun Wanqing remains unaware that the complete news may remain elusive. But let us set this matter aside for now. Chapter 34. Heartwarming arrangements. As evening descended, the remnants of the setting sun began to gradually fade from the horizon. Huijiu spurred his steed onward, swiftly catching up with the grand army that marched forth. He reined in his horse, dismounted, and made his way directly to where Huixi stood, and the two commenced discussions regarding the arrangements for Yun Wanqing to accompany the Xuanjia army. Originally, Yun Wanqing was not included in the personnel for this journey. However, since she intended to enter the capital, it was imperative that she possessed a suitable identity. Thus, Huixi meticulously assigned her the role of military strategist. This decision was not without reason. On the battlefield, it was indeed Yun Wanqing who devised the strategy and skillfully loosed the fatal arrow that struck down the enemy prince, an act of both intelligence and valor that was truly commendable. The position of military strategist was perfectly suited for Yun Wanqing, allowing her to showcase her intellect without drawing undue attention. The night enveloped the land like an immense black satin cloth, slowly unfurling from one corner of the sky. Initially, the horizon still bore traces of the evening glow, the orange-red light resembling flames about to be devoured by the encroaching darkness, radiating its last brilliance, yet inevitably dimming. This light seemed to wage a final struggle against the shadows, each waning flicker imbued with a sense of reluctance. But ultimately, it could not withstand the encroachment of night. As the darkness thickened, stars began to emerge one by one, like shimmering diamonds embedded in the black satin sky, each twinkling with a mysterious and distant light. These stars appeared as celestial beings, quietly gazing down upon the earth, witnessing the myriad tales of humanity, akin to wise sages privy to countless secrets. Their flickering radiance seemed to be a silent narrative, adding an endless layer of mystery to the deepening night. In a vast expanse 100 miles from Shengjing, the Xuanjia army had methodically set up camp, entering a state of rest early on. The army's tents dotted the landscape like stars scattered across the night sky, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. At this juncture, Yun Wangqing and her companions hastily followed suit. Huixi, holding a lantern, patiently awaited Yun Wangqing's arrival at the rear of the Xuanjia army. The lantern cast a warm, yellow light, serving as a solitary star, illuminating a small patch of ground beneath Huixi's feet. As for Lu Sui, the unfortunate fellow, he had been left behind in the tent through Huixi's slight maneuvering. While Huixi's tactics may not have been particularly sophisticated, they were sufficient to ensure Lu Sui remained compliant within the confines of the tent. Soon enough, upon seeing Yun Wangqing's carriage approach slowly, Huixi's expression visibly softened, radiating a warmth that was almost palpable. His eyes gleamed with an indescribable joy, as if the carriage bore the most precious treasure in the world. Were it not for the encroaching darkness obscuring many details, one might find his demeanor rather amusing. It was merely a fleeting day and night apart, yet his demeanor suggested they had been separated for several years. His expression was indeed rather difficult to behold. Yet could it not also be seen as a candid manifestation of his profound feelings for Yun Wangqing? The carriage came to a gentle halt, and the chestnut horse seemed to exhale in relief, letting out a soft snort. Wen Jiao nimbly alighted first, her gaze sweeping across the vicinity until it landed on the familiar figure of Huixi not far away. She immediately rolled her eyes dramatically, as if her exaggerated gesture could render Huixi completely invisible. Then, like a proud peacock, she strode confidently towards the camp, her voice ringing out without a backward glance. "Nanxing, come down quickly. Don't disturb your lady while she's having a clandestine meeting with some man." Her voice was bright and clear, echoing through the tranquil camp, loud enough for Yun Wangqing, still in the carriage, to hear distinctly. Upon hearing Wen Jiao's unabashed words, a blush crept onto Yun Wangqing's cheeks, and she cleared her throat as if attempting to dispel her discomfort. Nanxing, a perceptive maid, immediately sensed her mistress's unease. She understood that Yun Wangqing had not experienced such freedom and carefree living in quite some time. Therefore, she discreetly followed Wen Jiao, and together they made their way to the designated tent, ready to rest. With the area cleared, Huixi shamelessly climbed into the carriage. Under the dim glow of candlelight, Yun Wangqing's already stunning features appeared even softer. As he entered, Huixi found Yun Wangqing resting her chin on one hand, gazing intently at him, and he stood there momentarily dazed. Within her beautiful eyes lay a subtle hint of playful mockery, and as she smiled gently, it was as if the most exquisite flower of spring had suddenly bloomed, instantly captivating Huixi's soul, like a marionette drawn by invisible threads. He cautiously approached Yun Wangqing, each step taken with utmost care, as though he feared to disturb the enchanting scene before him. Finally, he reached her side and carefully sat down beside her, feeling as if he had returned to his most comforting sanctuary, shedding all defenses. Slowly, he extended his arm from behind, tenderly encircling her slender waist, and then affectionately rested his head against her neck, like a devoted little creature relishing its master's presence. He greedily inhaled the unique fragrance that enveloped her, a scent more enchanting than any in the world, intoxicating him completely. Yun Wanqing was fully aware of Hua Xi's recent exertions in the military, tirelessly managing affairs and training soldiers. He must have been utterly exhausted. Hence, she gently caressed Hua Xi's face, her touch as soft as a spring breeze. Yun Wanqing could not help but let out a soft click of her tongue, observing how this young man, Hua Xi, had become increasingly demanding, even going so far as to nuzzle against her like a child seeking more affection. Though a sense of helplessness stirred within her, it was overshadowed by an endless indulgence, and she decided to acquiesce to his whims. "Ching Ching, how I long for you." Hua Xi's voice, reminiscent of a petulant puppy, was imbued with deep affection and yearning, as if Yun Wanqing were his entire universe. With her presence, all weariness faded away. Reflecting on the clinging nature of the man, Yun Wanqing thought it was indeed a fortunate thing, and so she indulged him. "Huaiji, I too have missed you." "Ching Ching, look, I have already purchased a courtyard for you in Shangjing." Hua Xi leaned slightly closer, his lips nearly brushing against Yun Wanqing's ear. His tone as gentle as the warmest spring breeze. "The courtyard is conveniently located just down the street from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. This way, it will be far easier for me to visit you whenever I wish." A tender smile graced Hua Xi's lips, his eyes filled with profound affection. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Hua Xi would prepare a residence for her. It was well known that her own wealth was considerable, and she had no shortage of properties. Yet, her heart felt as though it had been gently stirred. To claim she was not moved would be untrue. "Huaiji, you should know that I am not in need of a residence," Yun Wanqing replied, lifting her gaze towards him, her expression laced with curiosity and inquiry. "So why did you think to prepare a house for me in advance?" Hua Xi understood the implications behind her words. He gently took her hand, warm and strong, offering an unending sense of security. He began to respond slowly. "Ching Ching, having spent so much time together, I am aware that you harbor many secrets unknown to me. Furthermore, you currently prefer to keep these secrets from the world. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to shield you from any scrutiny. My intention is to ensure that all are aware of the support you have from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Should anyone dare to conspire against you or bully you in the future, they will have to reconsider their qualifications first. My people are not to be trifled with." Hua Xi's gaze grew resolute, radiating an undeniable determination. A solitary girl, renowned on the battlefield, who later arrived in the capital of the Bailing Kingdom, would inevitably attract the attention of certain aristocratic families with dubious intentions. With this in mind, Hua Xi vowed to protect Yun Wanqing's peace in Shangjing as the heir of the Duke of Zhengguo. To claim she was not touched by his sincerity would be a falsehood. Yun Wanqing cherished his genuine emotions in her heart. "Wuqi, your intentions towards me are as clear as the sun and moon. I shall never betray your affection." Understanding his feelings, Yun Wanqing refrained from further questioning. She playfully patted Hua Xi's face and said, "Huaiji, take me to the camp. The carriage is too confining." Hua Xi held her hand tightly, his voice filled with earnestness. "Yes, I shall take you there right away, but could you perhaps stay with me a little longer today? I am truly weary." Yun Wanqing, feeling a pang of sympathy, agreed and led Hua Xi down from the carriage. "Huaiji, let us go." "All right," Hua Xi replied. Hand in hand with Yun Wanqing, they made their way towards the camp. As I approached the arranged tents, I noticed Lu Sui walking towards me. Upon seeing Yun Wanqing, Lu Sui strode over and separated her from Hua Xi. Hua Xi, with a reluctant expression, glared at Lu Sui. Had he not been his brother-in-law, a confrontation might have ensued. Amused, Yun Wanqing tugged at Lu Sui. "Brother, have you finished your tasks?" Lu Sui responded gently, "Nearly done. If it weren't for Hua Xi, I would have been the first to see you." "Ah, here we go. Brother is jealous," Yun Wanqing teased, understanding her brother's sentiment as she cheerfully ushered both Lu Sui and Hua Xi into the tent. Once seated, Yun Wanqing inquired with concern, "Brother, you look utterly exhausted. Why not take some rest? I haven't seen you for a day and a night, so I thought I'd come and check on you," Lu Sui replied patiently. Seeing Lu Sui's weary visage tugged at Yun Wanqing's heartstrings. "I appreciate your concern, brother. Since you are here, Let me give you a massage to help you relax, she suggested. Don't worry, I've been having fun with Yao Yao and Nanxing while on the way. I'm not tired at all, she quickly added, fearing Lu Sui might refuse. All right then, I shall trouble you, Wanqing. Lu Sui acquiesced, understanding her intentions and recognizing that she would not take no for an answer. Huasi, perceptive as ever, noticed Yun Wanqing attending to Lu Sui and quietly waited at the side, refraining from interjecting. After all, Yun Wanqing had just promised to accompany him, and Huasi felt emboldened. Yun Wanqing's fingers gently pressed into the muscles, as if performing a silent symphony. Starting from shoulders, she applied just the right amount of pressure, precisely targeting the sore points, as if she could see through to the depths of his fatigue. Her fingers danced along his spine like nimble fish, gliding up and down on either side, occasionally drawing gentle circles with her fingertips, soothing each taut nerve. As she shifted, her palms joined in the massage, applying firm pressure to the robust muscles of his lower back, slowly easing the tension away. Lu Sui's initially rigid body gradually relaxed, each pore seemingly expanding under the tender yet firm touch, a sense of comfort spreading from deep within him. After a while, having completed the massage, Yin Wanqing was aware of Huasi's nature and offered a few parting words before departing. The quiet tent was left with only Yin Wanqing and Huasi, who gazed at her with affectionate eyes, making her feel a bit bashful. Ahem, if you want to stay, you'll have to sleep on the floor, Yin Wanqing shyly remarked. All right, Wanqing, just being near you is already enough for me, Huasi replied contentedly. Due to external circumstances, the two soon finished their evening routines and drifted into slumber. The waning moon in the sky was accompanied by stars, and she had him to watch over her. Protecting you is solely because you are you, unrelated to anything else. Huasi, I understand your feelings. Chapter 35. Entering the capital the next day, in the mountains before dawn, a massive black curtain seemed to envelop the landscape, creating a silence that was almost unnerving. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire world had succumbed to slumber, concealing countless unknown secrets within its depths. The darkness spread like viscous ink, insidiously permeating every nook and cranny, devouring all that lay within. Amidst this interminable shadow, the sporadic chirping of insects could be discerned, a faint glimmer of light amidst the gloom, appearing intermittently and almost imperceptibly. At times, the sound seemed to emanate from distant valleys, imbued with an ethereal quality. At others, it appeared to whisper softly in close proximity. Each chirp echoed startlingly in the stillness of the mountains, yet paradoxically, it seemed to embody the sole vestige of life within the darkness, infusing the desolation with a breath of vitality. As the first rays of dawn began to infiltrate the darkness, the contours of distant peaks gradually emerged. Initially, the dawn was a delicate hue of blue, as if adorning the mountains with a gossamer veil. Slowly, this light transformed into a pale orange, painting the eastern sky in vibrant splendor. The trees atop the mountains were enveloped in this extraordinary coloration, resembling a meticulously crafted oil painting by nature itself. With a deepening orange, the sun's silhouette became discernible behind the mountains. Soon after, the sun revealed itself, though its brilliance was not yet overwhelming. It was sufficient to dispel the shadows of the mountains. Sunlight cascaded through the woods, causing the dewdrops on the leaves to shimmer like exquisite gems. As the sun ascended, warm rays pierced through the gaps in the trees, forming golden beams that resembled a gilded pathway laid out by nature to welcome the sun. The entire mountainous region, under the sun's illumination, brimmed with vitality and exuberance. Time was of the essence regarding the arrangements for entering the capital, and thus, Huasi and his companions rose early to organize the necessary preparations. Thanks to prior security arrangements, the day's tasks were considerably diminished, leaving them to await the imperial decree for their entry into the capital. Nevertheless, Huasi remained vigilant, for the prince and other royal siblings awaited the triumphant return of the army, a matter that required utmost diligence. This, however, underscored Emperor Wen Xuan's esteem for Huasi and the significant contributions of the Xuanjiao army. Wen Jiao's participation in the campaign was sanctioned by Emperor Wen Xuan, and her entry into the capital was as the vanguard. Recently, the spirited Wen Jiao, who had been indulging in merriment, now resignedly adhered to Huixi's directives. Had it not been for Yun Wangqing accompanying them at the forefront, Wen Jiao might have already expressed her discontent. As the daughter of the prime minister, endowed with both literary and martial prowess, it was her association with Yun Wangqing that truly liberated her nature from the constraints of propriety. Entering the capital signified that Wen Jiao no longer possessed the freedom to act at her whim. Report: Lord Shun and has come to proclaim the decree. Huixi led the group to receive the edict. By heavenly mandate, the emperor proclaims, today, the heir of the Duke of State, Huixi, leads the Xuanjia army into battle and achieves a resounding victory. You are entrusted with safeguarding the tranquility of the borders and ensuring the prosperity of the people, which has truly moved me. You shall promptly return to the capital and enter the palace to receive your titles and rewards. Thus decreed, we accept the decree. Huixi expressed gratitude as he received the imperial command. Thank you, Lord, for personally delivering the decree. General Hua is too modest. I too admire your heroic deeds, and it is my honor to proclaim the edict, replied Lord Shunin, with a demeanor both respectful and dignified. Since the Lord's decree has been delivered, please accompany us into the capital, Huixi suggested. In light of this, let us allow the diverse talents to experience the might of the Xuanjia army. Shunin calmly accepted Huixi's words and set forth. Huixi coldly commanded, we shall proceed. The Xuanjia army accompanying Huixi into the capital consisted of only 5,000 elite soldiers, while the rest remained stationed at the southwestern camp outside the city. The city gates of Shengjing stood like a colossal giant at the edge of the metropolis. Towering several dozen meters high, the formidable walls ascended, constructed from massive stones. Each stone bore witness to the passage of time, its surface rough yet exuding a sense of resilience. The top of the city gate arched gracefully, resembling a crescent moon spanning the horizon. Beneath the grand arch, two imposing gates, each over 10 meters wide, stood solidly, their thick planks adorned with rivets that sparkled like stars scattered across a night sky. These rivets served not only to reinforce the gates, but also resembled scars left by history. Open the city gates, Lu Shiyan instructed. Observing Huixi and the Xuanjia army approach the city. With a creaking sound, the heavy gates swung open, and the crown prince, accompanied by others, proceeded towards the moat to welcome the Xuanjia army. As the Xuanjia army advanced with solemnity and grandeur, the foremost figure was naturally Huixi, followed closely by Lu Sui, Wei Suan, Wen Jiao, and Yun Wangqing. Your Highness, I, Huixi, present the Xuanjia army before you. Huixi dismounted and bowed respectfully to Crown Prince Lu Shiyan and Third Prince Lu Yao. Lu Sui did not perform the act of kneeling, stating, I, your subordinate brother, greet my elder brother and third brother. The others collectively acknowledged, we pay our respects to your Highness and Third Prince. The current emperor had only 4 princes. The eldest son, Crown Prince Lu Shiyan, Third Prince Lu Yao, 5th Prince Lu Yi, and 6th Prince Lu Sui, along with 3 princesses. The 5th Prince, Lu Yi, who had always been frail, was absent from this assembly, due to the status of the Duke of the State. His descendants were exempt from kneeling before the emperor, which is why Huixi did not kneel. Lu Sui, being the legitimate second son under the empress, was also exempt from this formality. However, others were obliged to observe the traditional act of reverence. Please, no formalities. You are all contributors to this endeavor and need not be overly courteous. Lu Shiyan spoke with warmth and authority, ensuring all present could hear. Elder brother is correct. There is no need for excessive formalities, Lu Yao echoed promptly. Thank you, your Highness and Third Prince, for your kindness. The gathered individuals responded as they rose. As for you, Shun Gonggong, I presume you have received the imperial decree. Our father awaits you all. Please proceed with me to the palace to meet the emperor at once. Lu Shiyan said politely to Huixi. I shall obey, Huixi replied, bowing to Lu Shiyan. then instructed Wei Suin to oversee the arrangements for the 5,000 Xuanjia soldiers entering the capital. He proceeded into the palace with Yun Wanqing, Wen Jiao, and Lu Sui. Lu Shiyin discreetly signaled to Lu Sui, who understood, riding his horse to the left rear of Lu Shiyin for easier conversation. Little brother, you have grown considerably during this campaign. You appear more robust, and your smile seems more genuine. Lu Shiyin jested at this notably changed sibling. Thank you for your concern. Elder brother, this journey has indeed been immensely beneficial, and I have learned much about military tactics from General Yuan. Lu Sui sincerely replied to Lu Shiyin's remarks. Initially, Lu Shiyin harbored a certain trepidation towards Lu Sui, but upon perusing the letter penned by Lu Sui, his perspective shifted, recognizing that they were not adversaries. He felt assured that Lu Sui could indeed become a trusted ally. The dialogue exchanged at that moment dissolved any lingering doubts from the past, solidifying their alliance in a singular camp. However, a mere letter from Lu Sui was insufficient to assuage the prince's concerns. It was only through the endorsement of Hua Xiai that Lu Shiyin was persuaded to place his trust in Lu Sui. After all, Lu Shiyin and Hua Xiai were cousins, and such a guarantor held considerable weight. It was not entirely unwarranted for Lu Shiyin to be wary of Lu Sui. Though Lu Sui was under the auspices of the empress, the intricacies of the human heart remain inscrutable. Aware of Lu Sui's transformation owing to Yun Wanqing, Lu Shiyin made a point to glance at her as he awaited at the city gates. Yun Wanqing responded with a polite nod, while Hua Xiai maintained his expression, leaving one to ponder his true sentiments. I've heard that the sixth brother has taken a sister. Lu Shiyin posed it as a question, yet the affirmative tone was unmistakable. Lu Sui had long anticipated this inquiry and responded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, Qingqing is quite to my liking. She has no notable lineage, so what harm is there in me acknowledging her as my sister? Lu Shiyin chuckled amiably, teasing, sixth brother, now that you've recognized this sister, you must prepare her dowry. To this, Lu Yao, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, interjected with unexpected boldness. Who would have thought the sixth brother would take such interest in an inconsequential sister? Rest assured, brother, I shall certainly plan for Qingqing's future. Her dowry will not tarnish the royal reputation. Lu Sui replied, third brother, you know I possess no remarkable talents. I simply keep a sister to pass the time. Though aware that Lu Yao was being deliberately provocative, Lu Sui adeptly addressed Lu Shiyin's query while deftly countering Lu Yao's jab. Huh, the deputy minister of justice, and you claim to have no talents? Lu Yao scoffed, rolling his eyes and dismissing Lu Sui. The matter of Yun Wanqing was not shrouded in secrecy. Thus, prominent figures within Shengjing City were intrigued by the sudden emergence of the woman who had aided Hua Xiai in securing the favor of the crown prince of Haoyue. This included both the crown prince and the third prince. Regrettably, Yun Wanqing's identity was so meticulously disguised by Yun Jing that no one could unearth useful information. It was only known that Yun Wanqing was an orphan who fortuitously became a pharmacist at the Yuan Medical Pavilion, with no further details available. Naturally, the trio did not shy away from the public, and those in close proximity, including Hua Xiai and Yun Wanqing, overheard every word. Recognizing that Yun Wanqing could hear him, Lu Sui turned back momentarily to offer her a reassuring glance. Yun Wanqing felt a wave of emotion and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. Hua Xiai wished to draw closer to Yun Wanqing, but circumstances did not permit, leaving him to restrain his feelings. Wen Jiao observed the subtle exchanges with a helpless shake of her head. The composed and dignified Wen Jiao had returned, yet her heart was far from joyful. Sensing Wen Jiao's unease, Yun Wanqing gently approached her and said, Yao Yao, once we leave the palace later, shall we celebrate at Zui Xianju? What do you think? Wen Jiao's eyes lit up as she realized that Yun Wanqing was attempting to help her relax. Affecting a calm demeanor, she replied, Indeed, Qingqing, since we've arrived in Shengjing, we must certainly indulge in the culinary delights of Zui Xianju. It would be a disservice not to. Yun Wanqing nodded in agreement, proclaiming, very well. Let me decided thus. Zui Xianju had unexpectedly surged in popularity across Bailing 5 years ago and has since established branches in 4 nations. How fortuitous it is that Zui Xianju was a venture initiated by Yun Wanqing and Yun Jingxian during their idle moments, and never did they anticipate such a claim. On the surface, it was Yun Jing who opened the establishment under the guise of the Pei family's son, but the concept was birthed from Yun Wanqing's desires. After all, she had a discerning palate, having grown up secretly venturing out of the valley to taste the unfamiliar dishes of the outside world. She implored Yun Jing to establish the restaurant. Fortunately, Yun Jing possessed a keen business acumen, and within a mere 5 years, Zui Xianju captivated 4 nations. The reason it is imperative to visit Zui Xianju in Shengjing is that this location is the original establishment, whereas others are merely branches. The significance of the first establishment is unparalleled. Anticipating Yun Wanqing's inevitable arrival in Shengjing, Yun Jing meticulously chose this city to launch Zui Xianju. Chapter 36. Entering the palace gates stood tall and majestic, resembling a colossal beast guarding the entrance to the palace. The crimson gates were so weighty that they seemed to bear the weight of countless histories and secrets. Adorned with rows of gilded copper studs, each sparkled with an air of authority under the sun's rays, akin to stars scattered across the palace entrance. Flanking the gates, the walls rose straight and formidable. Constructed from massive stone blocks, their crevices whispering tales of time's passage. The walls were engraved with exquisite reliefs, depicting auspicious scenes of dragons and phoenixes or heroic deeds from ancient myths. These sculptures remained vivid even after enduring the test of time. At the palace entrance, where horse riding was prohibited, the crown prince and the third prince exchanged their sedan chairs, while Lu Sui opted not to use one in order to accommodate Yun Wanqing. Consequently, Huixi, Lu Sui, Yun Wanqing, and Wen Jiao followed behind the sedan chair. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yun Wanqing instructed Nanxing and Jing Mo to proceed to the residence purchased by Huixi, while Wen Sheng remained discreetly on guard. However, entry into the palace was not granted to just anyone, and thus Wen Sheng was left at the palace gates. 5 paces led to one floor, 10 paces to a pavilion, with eaves soaring high and corridors winding gracefully. This scene piqued Yun Wanqing's curiosity, yet she suppressed her desire to explore the palace. In truth, she longed to visit the palace where Yun Ran previously resided, but it was a forbidden ground under Emperor Wenshuan's decree, and intruding recklessly could lead to significant trouble. Before leaving the valley, Yun Wanqing had suppressed 30% of her internal energy using secret techniques to enhance her martial skills. In this palace teeming with experts, she refrained from acting impulsively. Since a direct intrusion was not an option, she resolved to temporarily quell her curiosity. In the imperial study, Emperor Wenshuan, Lu Qi, was reviewing memorials. Seated at the lower end were Chancellor Wenqian, Grand Tutor Ji Shu, and Grand General Chen Yan. Eunuch Shun arrived first at the study and inquired, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, and His Highness await outside. Shall I summon them for an audience?" Glancing at the Emperor, still engrossed in his documents, he posed the question uncertainly. Only then did Emperor Wenshuan lift his gaze towards Shun and casually respond, "Summon them." "Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince, Your Highness the Sixth Prince, General Huixi has come to pay his respects," Shun announced in a high-pitched voice. Before entering the imperial study, Huixi, Lu Sui, and Wen Jiao took turns advising Yun Wanqing on the necessary precautions, assuring her that they would support her in all matters. Listening patiently to their words, Yun Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. It was indeed delightful to have companions who cared for her well-being during her journey of experience. However, these concerns were trivial for her, as she had learned much from Yun Yuan, Yun Jing, and 5 enigmatic masters of martial arts, and she felt no trepidation. Though lacking in practical combat experience, she was far from timid. Aware that the 3 acted out of concern for her, she responded affirmatively, acknowledging their guidance. Upon hearing Shun An's voice, everyone quickly attended to their appearance before following Lu Shiyan into the imperial study. The imperial study, often nestled within the serene quarters of the palace, boasted a spacious yet solemn ambience. The floor was adorned with polished marble, its natural veining resembling the very veins of the earth. Or was strewn with exquisite golden bricks, each radiating a subtle yet opulent glow. Towering, thick walls surrounded the room, embellished with precious calligraphic works and paintings. From ancient landscape scrolls to vigorous brushstrokes, these artworks served as silent witnesses to history, observing all within the chamber. A delicate fragrance of ink mingled with the scent of sandalwood filled the air. The ink emanated from the writing instruments on the desk, while the sandalwood, wafted from an incense burner, nestled in a corner. Sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows that lent an air of softness and tranquility to the study, as if time itself had slowed down in this sacred space, broken only by the rustling of turning pages and the occasional soft sound of footsteps. Lu Shiyan, Lu Sui, Lu Yao, your humble son pays his respects to Father Emperor, wishing you long-lasting health and prosperity. Huasi, Wenji Yao, Yun Wanxing, your loyal subjects pay their respects to your majesty, wishing you long-lasting health and prosperity. There's no need for formalities. The voice of Emperor Wenshuan, stern and authoritative, resonated in the ears of all present. Thank you, Father Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Observing the Grand Tutor, the Chancellor, and the Minister of War also present in the study, everyone paid their respects to the three dignitaries. Emperor Wenshuan continued, your achievements have brought great honor to my northern Ling Kingdom. He then turned his gaze to Lu Sui. Lu Sui, I am greatly pleased by your growth. I bestow upon you the title of Yong'an, grant you the fief of Jing'an City, and a stipend of 3,000. Additionally, on another day, I shall have Shunan take you to the treasury to select any items you desire. Take what you wish without needing to consult me. Thank you for your generous gifts, Father Emperor. Lu Sui, aware of the emperor's partiality due to his mother, accepted without reservation. Material possessions were trivial. It was the elevation in rank that brought him true satisfaction, as it would allow him to become Yun Wanqing's shield. Witnessing Emperor Wenshuan's preferential treatment towards Lu Sui, the third prince, Lu Yao's countenance darkened, his face resembling that of charcoal, yet he was compelled to remain and observe. However, Lu Shiyan remained unperturbed by such matters, understanding that the benefits were on their side, rendering it unnecessary to dwell on grievances. Emperor Wenshuan gestured for Huasi to step forward and pondered for a moment. Minister Hua, you are the greatest contributor in this endeavor. Your strategic acumen and adept handling of the aftermath have been commendable, reminiscent of your grandfather's prowess. With the recent retirement of the Minister of Justice, a vacancy has arisen, and you shall fill this role. With your capabilities, I have high expectations for your future. He continued, moreover, I bestow upon you a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk and brocade. Suddenly, Huasi knelt and resolutely replied to the emperor, Your Majesty, I can forego these rewards, even the official cap, if your Majesty would grant my request to annul my betrothal to the seventh princess. The most astonished by this turn of events was Yun Wanqing. While she anticipated Huasi's desire to dissolve the engagement, she never imagined he would go to such lengths, even risking his career for her sake. When Jiao, observing this exchange, gently reassured Yun Wanqing, urging her to trust Huasi. Having foreseen Huasi's bold move, Emperor Wenshuan was prepared, though he was irked that Huasi seemed to disdain his beloved princess in favor of an unknown woman. Upon learning of this affair, the emperor convened a discussion with Empress Su, Princess Lu Hanyun, and Huasi's mother, Su Ming. Lu Hanyun herself expressed her willingness to annul the engagement, which surprised Empress Su. However, she understood the wisdom in not forcing a union, especially since Lu Hanyun was still unwed and, as a legitimate princess, would not require a political marriage. Finding a suitable husband would not pose a challenge. Huasi's ascension to the role of prince consort would undoubtedly impact his career. Thus, it seemed prudent to seize this opportunity to dissolve the engagement, mitigating losses for both parties involved. After a brief pause for tea, the emperor spoke. Huasi, you must contemplate this decision carefully. Once I issue the decree, there shall be no room for reversal. Fearing Huasi's impulsiveness, before he could respond, Yun Wanqing stepped forward and knelt beside him, boldly imploring the emperor to reconsider. Prior to entering the palace, Yun Wanqing had anticipated this moment, and Lu Sui recognized it as a matter the two must resolve together, allowing Yun Wanqing to address it herself. The emperor regarded the audacious young woman before him, and upon meeting her gaze, he felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, though he could not place it at that moment, choosing to suppress the peculiar emotion. How audacious she was! Were it not for her, Huasi would not be kneeling before him, and yet she dared to ask him to deliberate further? The emperor furrowed his brow in response. Understanding Huasi's temperament, Yun Wanqing offered a reassuring glance, then calmly replied, "Your Majesty, I merely propose that we not deprive Bailing of a capable talent over this matter." "Ah, you are quite eloquent. Since this situation arose because of you, it is only fitting that you provide me with a satisfactory resolution," Emperor Wen Xuan retorted, transferring the burden of resolution to Yun Wanqing. Chapter 37. Annulment of the marriage proposal. Your Majesty, I am certain you have already made your decision regarding this matter. Huasi possesses the capability to establish himself within the court. To be hindered by his engagement to the seventh princess would be a significant loss for Bailing. Yun Wanqing calmly analyzed, responding to Lu Qi's assertions with neither subservience nor arrogance. In order to maintain the dignity of the royal family and safeguard Huasi's career, the focal point lies with me. As a humble woman, I shall naturally comply with the imperial decree. Yun Wanqing's words, first courteous and then assertive, necessitate an explanation. Whether for myself or for Huasi, Yun Wanqing must bear the consequences. Huasi is already under considerable pressure. It is inconceivable for Yun Wanqing to remain indifferent. How true it is that adversity reveals true feelings. I initially believed Huasi's affections were merely a fleeting fancy enchanted by you. Yet, I did not anticipate you would go to such lengths for him. I do not wish to be the villain who disrupts a union. Emperor Wen Xuan suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, "If that is the case, then I shall grant your wish." Shen En proclaimed the edict. Yes, the edict issued by the emperor proclaims, "Herein lies Huasi of the Hua family, a man of exceptional talent, devoted to his country and people. Due to my unintentional meddling in matters of love, fearing it may delay my seventh princess in finding a worthy partner, I hereby annul the engagement between the two. From henceforth, their marriages shall be unrelated. Huasi, Yun Wanqing, we thank your Majesty for your benevolence. Enough, rise. Huasi, you shall continue in your position as Minister Justice. As for you, Yun Wanqing, I have observed your strategic acumen. The rules are clear. To enter the court, one must partake in the imperial examinations." After a brief pause, Emperor Wen Xuan continued, "In light of your recent contributions, you shall be granted direct entry into this year's spring examination. I thank your Majesty for your grace. Due to the ongoing border conflicts, this year's spring examination has been rescheduled to the autumn, allowing Yun Wanqing the opportunity. Otherwise, she would have to wait another 3 years, a luxury she cannot afford. Wen Jiao, my dear Chancellor, your daughter is indeed a remarkable woman, rivaling her male counterparts." Emperor Wen Xuan exclaimed with admiration. He then declared, "Bestow upon her 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk, that she may also participate in the autumn examination." Chancellor Wen Qian, along with Wen Jiao, responded, "We, the minister and daughter, thank your Majesty for your generous favor. The people of Bailing are truly blessed by your wisdom. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you all. Please retire for now," the emperor instructed, wishing to converse further with the Grand Commandant, the Grand Tutor, and the Chancellor, thus allowing Huasi and the others to take their leave. Once the assembly had vacated the study, Emperor Wen Xuan inquired, "Grand Commandant, what do you think of these young individuals?" "Haha, your Majesty, did you not observe? These young minds are imbued with ambition and lofty aspirations. They shall undoubtedly soar like great eagles into the vast skies," the Grand Commandant replied, stroking his beard with a smile. "Indeed, in them, I see my younger self." The Chancellor concurred. Only the Grand Tutor listened with a smile, absorbing the praises bestowed upon the youth. Noticing his silence, Emperor Wen Xuan asked, "Grand Tutor, why do you withhold your judgment?" Grand Tutor Ji Shu responded, "Your Majesty, I believe these young individuals have room for improvement. Given time, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of our Biling nation. Furthermore, that young lady, Yun, is quite impressive, neither servile nor arrogant, even under pressure from you. She retains her composure and analyzes situations with clarity. This maiden possesses remarkable talent. Jishu offered a high commendation for Yun walking. As for the origins of such praise, one must consider her formidable circle of friends. Indeed, it seems this young lady bears a resemblance to your majesty. The aura and presence she exudes are reminiscent of you. Perhaps it is merely my illusion, when Qian mused. Upon hearing this, all present turned their attention to Emperor Wenxuan, contemplating the implications of his words. The affectionate father and daughter, seemingly inseparable, were indeed a striking pair. However, Yin Wangqing had inherited her grandmother's features, with the exception of her enchanting, fox-like eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to those of Emperor Wenxuan. A peculiar sensation stirred within me, but I shall refrain from pondering it further for now. I will inquire with Lu Sui later, as I too am eager to discern the true reason behind this son's acknowledgement of his sister. Emperor Wenxuan found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the origins of this feeling, and thus opted to consult Lu Sui. Only Ji Shu, present at the scene, seemed unfazed, as if he were privy to the underlying cause, though none paid heed to his demeanor. Upon exiting the imperial study, the palace made by Empress Su's side had long awaited their return. Lu Shiyin, upon seeing Nurse Ruan, grasped the Empress's intentions and spoke, "Esteemed guests, please accompany me to the Jiaofeng Hall to meet the Empress. Afterward, a maid will attend to your grooming for the evening banquet." As they left the study, Lu Sui affectionately ruffled Yun Wangqing's hair, praising her commendable performance earlier, expressing his pride as an elder brother. "Indeed, my dear Wangqing, your eloquence nearly moved me to tears. I had a suspicion that my uncle, that cunning old fox, was up to no good, but thankfully you are wise enough to navigate the situation directly." The once pretentious Huasii now exhibited an eager demeanor in front of Yun Wangqing. Emperor Wenxuan held Huasii, his nephew, in high regard. Otherwise, the charge of defying imperial edicts would have been insufferable. While one's background is undoubtedly significant, personal merit holds equal weight. "Ah, Wangqing, do you feel confident about the upcoming imperial examination?" When Jiao interjected, unable to contain her concern. "I believe I have a fair chance," Yun Wangqing replied cautiously. "However, I have heard that Master Ji is renowned for his erudition, with countless disciples under his tutelage. I intend to take the opportunity to pay him a visit." "Why would you seek an audience with Master Ji?" Uchi questioned, perplexed. "With your talent, such a step seems unnecessary." Unceremoniously, Lu Yao chimed in, "Isn't it merely an attempt to curry favor with Master Ji?" Lu Sui, unable to tolerate Lu Yao's insolence, retorted, "My sister is free to visit whomever she pleases. It is not your place to meddle." Lu Shiyin interjected, "Third brother, you ought not to say such things. Enough, enough. You may hold your lofty ideals, but my health does not permit me to meet the Empress. Brother, please convey my apologies to her." With that, Lu Yao stalked away without looking back. "Let him be," Lu Shiyin advised. "Do not take offense, Miss Yun. The third prince did not mean any harm." "Your Highness, you exaggerate. I merely thought that Master Ji, with his esteemed reputation, would be worth visiting. It seems I have inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with the third prince, which is regrettable." Yin Wangqing clarified. "Wangqing, let us not dwell on him. It's rather unfortunate," Huasii boldly declared, though no one truly held him accountable. "Come now. There's no need for such childish temper. Do temper your emotions in the future," Yin Wangqing chided, playfully tapping Huasi's nose. Huasii clasped her hand in return, intertwining their fingers, "Understood, my dear Wangqing." He then gestured for Lu Shiyin to lead the way to the Jiaofeng Hall to meet the Empress. Lu Sui, exasperated, called out for Huasii to release her hand, yet Huasii ultimately yielded to the authority of his future brother-in-law. Lu Shiyin and Wen Jiao, indifferent to the trio, walked slightly ahead. Lu Shiyin gently remarked to Wen Jiao, "Yao Yao, it has been months since we last met, and you have changed significantly. The past you is undeniably constrained. Indeed, it was only upon meeting Qingqing that I truly returned to myself, rather than remaining the prime minister's daughter. Wen Jiao, she replied effortlessly. Do you still remember the promise made when you turned 18 to marry me? Lu Shiyan observed Wen Jiao's expression from the corner of his eye. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiao furrowed her brow momentarily but quickly masked her emotions, replying nonchalantly, Of course, I remember. Your Highness, there are only 2 years left before I am bound. Ah, I thought you might delay this engagement again due to Huasii. I never anticipated that you would yearn for freedom even more now. Lu Shiyan expressed his astonishment. In the past, when Jiao had relentlessly pursued Huasii, leaving the crown prince Lu Shiyan in the shadows, for she had not yet disowned her own heart. They had agreed that if she remained unattached by 18, the engagement would be annulled. However, even without Huasii, when Jiao harbored no desire to enter the palace, for once one steps beyond its gates, the depths are profound. Yao Yao, you have no choice. Lu Shiyan suddenly spoke with a chill. Yes, I am aware, Wen Jiao responded, devoid of joy or sorrow. Wen Jiao, you are destined to be the solitary crown princess. There is no retreat for you. Lu Shiyan concealed his feelings for her deeply. For many years, others believed Wen Jiao was the predetermined crown princess, unaware that she was sought after personally by Lu Shiyan. Having grown up alongside each other, Lu Shiyan had watched the Na'vi girl blossom into the woman she is today. At some point, he had become infatuated and, upon realizing his feelings, personally requested the imperial edict for their engagement. Yet, all of this was hidden from Wen Jiao, for at that time, she was an admirer of Huasii. Wen Jiao, even without Huasii, do you still not wish to stand beside me? Lu Shiyan pondered these thoughts, unwilling to accept the reality. As they approached the Jiaofeng Hall, he gathered his thoughts, regaining the demeanor of the refined crown prince, and continued, leading everyone to pay their respects to the empress. It would be impossible to assert that Wen Jiao harbored no feelings for Lu Shiyan. On the journey back to the capital, she had contemplated this very matter. However, after experiencing a fleeting taste of freedom, she was reluctant to be confined within the palace walls. Were it not for Yun Wangqing's desire to serve in the court, Wen Jiao would not have agreed to participate in the spring examination. To traverse the world on horseback, what joy that would be! Chapter 38. Empress Su and Madame Su. The Jiaofeng Hall, grand in scale, is situated amidst the palace complex, its layout meticulously symmetrical. From a distance, the hall's roof boasts elegant contours, its eaves soaring like a bird poised for flight. It harmonizes beautifully with the surrounding palatial structures, collectively forming a majestic and imposing architectural ensemble. Madame Ruan, please go ahead and inform Her Majesty that I have brought the guests, Lu Shiyan said, pausing before the Jiaofeng Hall as he addressed Madame Ruan. Yes, this old servant shall report to Her Majesty at once. Please wait here, Madame Ruan replied before turning to enter. Yun Wangqing gazed up at the resplendent Jiaofeng Hall, lost in her thoughts. Yun Huangguifei and the Empress shared a bond akin to that of intimate friends, along with Huasi's mother, forming a trio of confidants in their youth. Alas, those cherished souls have now departed from this world. Soon, Mama Ruan emerged, announcing that the Empress requested the esteemed guests to enter. The group followed Mama Ruan into the majestic Pepper Hall, where the intricately carved beams and painted rafters were adorned with delicate tassel lanterns. Sunlight filtered through the fine red silk, casting dappled shadows that imparted a gentle and mysterious allure to the resplendent palace. Yun Wangqing quietly observed the interior of the Pepper Hall. The ceiling was embellished with exquisite coffered patterns, vibrant in color, predominantly featuring auspicious motifs such as dragons and phoenixes that symbolized royal authority. The floor was laid with opulent tiles, either polished marble or finely crafted ceramic bricks, each inscribed with intricate designs. Most of the furnishings were wooden, meticulously carved and inlaid with precious materials like jade and shell, reflecting the opulence of the imperial household. Draperies cascaded from the ceiling, made of soft fabrics embroidered with delicate floral patterns or scenes of courtly life, their gentle movement adding to the palace's enchanting beauty. Upon entering the main hall, the first sight was of Empress Su, adorned with a crown of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, her hair embellished with 12 jewel flowers. Clad in a deep azure gown and encircled by a white jade belt, she sat regally at the head of the hall, exuding an aura of grandeur and charm reminiscent of a blooming peony. Time seemed to have favored her, for she appeared to be in her early 30s. With a refined yet dignified visage, and every subtle expression radiated elegance. Seated quietly at a lower position was another lady, who bore a striking resemblance to Empress Su. The contours of her brows and eyes seemed to have been sculpted from the same mold, without the need for further speculation. Those present understood that this lady must indeed be Huixi's mother. Though she sat in a subordinate position, she possessed a unique grace. Perhaps a result of the passage of time or the inherent authority bestowed upon her as Huixi's mother, which subtly emanated from her. Lu Shiyan and Lu Su respectfully bowed, intoning in unison, "Your humble son pays his respects to Mother Empress, wishing you longevity and prosperity. We also extend our greetings to Madame Su." Their voices echoed through the palace with the clarity and reverence of youth. Huixi also bowed obediently, saying, "I pay my respects to my esteemed aunt and greet my mother," a hint of mischief flickering in his gaze. Yin Wanqing and Wen Ziyou slightly inclined their bodies, softly declaring, "We, the daughters of the people, pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress and greet the Duchess of the State." Their poised figures captivated both Empress Su and Madame Su. Empress Su, seated upon her phoenix throne, wore a warm smile, urging, "Come now, children, do not stand on ceremony. Rise." Her loving gaze swept over each child, as if the warmest spring breeze enveloped them. Then Empress Su turned to Mama Ruan beside her, instructing Mama Ruan, "Please provide seats and bring forth the treats the children enjoy." Mama Ruan responded with due respect and hurried off to make the arrangements. The gaze of Empress Su fell once more upon Lu Sui and Huixi, her eyes brimming with concern. She remarked, "Little Six, little Ci, you both have grown darker and sturdier. Now that you have returned to the capital, make sure to replenish yourselves." Lu Sui, having already unraveled his emotional knots, graciously accepted the Empress's concern and responded with a smile, "Thank you for your care, Mother." Huixi, with a playful blink, audaciously inquired, "Aunt, does that imply there will be rewards?" Upon hearing this, Madame Su rose and gently patted Huixi on the shoulder, teasingly rebuking him. "Little Sa, she's your aunt. How could she possibly neglect you?" Laughter ensued as she added, "You rascal, after your journey, your demeanor has transformed quite a bit. You're no longer the cold person you once were, which previously caused your mother great worry." The Empress joined in the light-hearted banter. To speak candidly, Madame Su delighted in Huixi's transformation. He had always been rather independent and disciplined, not particularly close to his mother. Previously, she feared he would become a brooding recluse, solely focused on his career. Now, it seemed he had opened up considerably. After conversing with Huixi and Lu Sui, the Empress and Madame Su turned their attention to Yun Wanqing, who, in turn, met their gaze with neither evasion nor flattery. It must be said, however, that Yun Wanqing's stunning appearance and exceptional demeanor significantly enhanced their admiration for her. Although she was directly responsible for the annulment of the engagement with the seventh princess, Lu Hanyun, her talents and grace were undeniable. "Yun Wanqing, step forward so I may have a look at you," commanded the Empress, with an air of confidence. Yun Wanqing approached the Empress, her hands clasped in a respectful greeting. "Your Majesty, I am the humble Yun Wanqing," she introduced herself. Madame Su glanced at the Empress before addressing Yun Wanqing. "You are indeed a fine young woman. I have heard of your relationship with little Ci. Having met you today, I understand why he has chosen you. As parents, we simply wish to see our children accompanied by a kindred spirit. Thank you for your kind words, Madame Su. I am aware of Huixi's engagement and intended to maintain proper distance to avoid disrupting any bonds. However, Huixi has made numerous promises to me, and my heart was stirred. I sincerely apologize for any distress caused to you, Your Majesty, Madame Su, and the seventh princess," Yun Wanqing expressed earnestly. "There is no need for such formality, my dear. If there is any blame, let it rest upon my shoulders," Huixi interjected hastily, eager to defend Yun Wanqing. "Enough! Enough! It seems you have gained some insight. As for the matter of Han Yun, we shall set it aside for now. If you have feelings for Miss Yun, you must demonstrate your sincerity, the Empress advised, fearing Huasi's passionate nature might lead him to act rashly. Indeed, this matter requires your personal involvement, Mother Huasi replied, directing his gaze toward Madame Su. How remarkable! My eldest son, asking me for assistance. How amusing! Madame Suggestive. Huasi, with a touch of desperation, resorted to charm. Dearest mother, please assist me. Goodness, I hardly recognize you anymore. Very well, I shall oblige. Madame Su relented, feigning exasperation. Ha, dear sister. It seems that this scoundrel is behaving in such a manner solely because of Miss Yun, teased Empress Su at Madame Su. Oh, never mind. I know well the character of my own offspring. Let him be. Madame Su was aware that the Empress spoke the truth. Yet she still hoped her son would find joy. After all, that incident had significantly impacted Huasi, the details of which we shall set aside for now. Why has Ti Yao come to speak with me today? The Empress suddenly recalled Wen Jiao. Having grown up together, it was unsurprising that Wen Jiao was familiar with the Empress. In the past, she was a frequent visitor to the Jiaofeng Hall, as it was stipulated in Lu Shiyan's promise that she would keep the Empress company. However, today, the usually eloquent Wen Jiao appeared particularly subdued. Your Majesty, I was merely contemplating a matter. Moreover, knowing that Your Majesty had something to convey to us, I thought it best to wait a moment before reminiscing. Hence I did not wish to intrude, explained Wen Jiao. Ah, I see. If you find it dull, why not take Lu Shiyan to the Imperial Garden for some flower viewing? Seguisti d'Emprisu. Understanding that his mother had his best interests at heart, Lu Shiyan eagerly hoped Wen Jiao would acquiesce. Wen Jiao, fully aware of the Empress's intentions, swiftly made her decision, agreeing to the Empress's suggestion. Lu Shiyan's starry eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy at the moment he heard Wen Jiao's gentle affirmation. It felt as though 1,000 birds took flight within his heart. He could hardly contain his excitement as he turned to Empress Su, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Mother, I shall take Yao Yao to the Imperial Garden. At that moment, the garden was in full bloom, the scenery exquisite. I wish to take Yao Yao to admire the flowers and lighten our spirits, he declared. Chapter 39. Unraveling with that. Lu Shiyan paid no heed to anything else, reaching out to grasp Wen Jiao's delicate wrist tightly. His urgency suggested a fear that she might vanish before his very eyes. Taken aback by his sudden action, Wen Jiao could only yield to his pull as they hurriedly exited the Jiaofeng Hall. The heavy doors of the hall slowly closed behind them, sealing off a world, while they swiftly made their way toward the Imperial Garden. Empress Su and Madame Su exchanged secret smiles behind them, delighted by the antics of a love-struck pair. The usually refined crown prince had transformed into a reckless youth, blinded by affection. They decided to let them be. Inside the Jiaofeng Hall, after becoming acquainted with Yun Wangqing, Empress Su and Madame Su cast aside thoughts of Lu Sui and Huasi, drawing Yun Wangqing into conversation with an air of determination that suggested they wouldn't release her until all was said. Although Yun Wangqing appeared composed, she felt a surge of warmth from her mother. She cherished this bond and shared tales of her past life, glossing over what she could not reveal. Nevertheless, the affection Empress Su and Madame Su held for Yun Wangqing only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Huasi and Lu Sui could only exchange glances, bewildered. The two found a pavilion in the Imperial Garden to sit, its roof adorned with glazed tiles shimmering under the sun's radiant light. The pillars of the pavilion are often adorned with exquisite carvings, either depicting regal dragons that embody imperial majesty or floral and avian motifs that infuse the space with vitality and elegance. Seated within the pavilion, one can gaze upon the picturesque scenery of the garden, making it an ideal spot for repose and contemplation. The pavilion is connected to a serene pond, where the crystal-clear waters reveal the smooth stones beneath. When a gentle breeze passes, the surface of the water ripples delicately. The pond is home to a myriad of colorful fish, with goldfish gracefully swaying their tails as they navigate through the aquatic plants. Along the pond's edge, artificial hills and peculiar rocks accompany the scene, some resembling lions, others camels, as if they have sprouted from the water itself, harmoniously merging with their surroundings. When Jiao understands Lu Shiyan's true nature, and as she observes him deliberating, she speaks, "Brother Shiyan, I will honor our agreement." Lu Shiyan is aware that he is pressuring Wen Jiao, yet he is reluctant to let go, replying in a subdued tone, "Yao Yao, I hope you will not deceive me." Wen Jiao is distressed, more so in her confusion. "Lu Shiyan, why? Yao Yao, do you not perceive the love that is etched into my very being?" Lu Shiyan retorts, "Indeed." She feels his affection, yet Wen Jiao is at a loss as to how to respond to such feelings. In contrast to the carefree nature of Yun Yuanqing and Hui Xi, their mutual affection remains unscathed despite the obstacles ahead. Wen Jiao, burdened by her thoughts, feels utterly exhausted, uncertain whether she loves Lu Shiyan more or herself. Being confined within Shengjing City and trapped in the palace is not what she desires. However, Lu Shiyan is the crown prince, and it is impossible for him to venture into the world with her. I sense your intentions. Yet have you ever considered whether I am willing? You seek to confine me simply to possess me, she expresses. Lu Shiyan, I truly do not wish for this. Lu Shiyan recognizes where Wen Jiao's turmoil lies, yet he is unwilling to yield. A refreshing breeze sweeps through, dispelling the heat, and they sit in tranquil silence. As time passes, Lu Shiyan softens his demeanor, saying, "Yao Yao, it is I who have been selfish. If you are unwilling, I will find an appropriate moment to speak to my father and directly annul the betrothal." What a clever tactic of retreating to advance. Wen Jiao, incredulous, responds, "Have you lost your mind? The emperor's betrothal is no trivial matter, and as the crown prince, he will not relent. Very well, once I reach my 18th birthday, we shall wed, but you must agree to one condition," she concedes with a sigh. "What is it?" "As long as Yao Yao is willing to marry me, I would spare no effort," Lu Shiyan replies eagerly, gazing at Wen Jiao with deep affection. "You must promise me that you will take me on at least one excursion each year." Wen Jiao sets forth her sole condition. "Of course I can arrange that. I will request my father to entrust me with the duty of covertly inspecting the various provinces, allowing me to accompany you on our journeys, even if it means I must toil with state affairs. I will do my utmost to remain by your side," Lu Shiyan assures Wen Jiao. Wen Jiao recognizes this as Lu Shiyan's concession and sincerity. Taking his hand, their eyes meet, and she declares, "Lu Shiyan, my heart is drawn to you." In just 7 succinct words, Lu Shiyan was so overwhelmed with excitement that he disregarded everything and embraced Wen Jiao. "Yao Yao, I am truly delighted. I understand." She replied, "It is getting late. We should prepare for the banquet." "All right," Lu Shiyan acquiesced, taking Wen Jiao's hand and heading towards the Easter Palace. The group had lingered in the imperial study, missing their midday meal, but the empress had arranged for some light refreshments in the Peiwa Hall to tide them over. With 2 hours remaining until the banquet commenced, they took a brief respite within the palace to ready themselves. The early summer weather was pleasant, prompting the empress to instruct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to host the event at the Ling Shui Pavilion. As the appointed hour arrived, officials from both civil and military sectors had gathered. Upon entering the Ling Shui Pavilion, one was immediately captivated by an expansive landscape painting. The artwork depicted towering mountains and flowing waters, as if capturing the very essence of the exterior scenery within its confines. The banquet hall floor was adorned with polished marble, its natural veining resembling a mystical realm shrouded in mist. At the center of the hall stood several antique rosewood tables and chairs, intricately carved with exquisite cloud motifs. "The emperor and empress have arrived," Shen announced boisterously. The empress dowager, who rarely ventured out and often engaged in prayer, did not attend the celebration. "We pay our respects to your majesty and her majesty," the officials intoned. "You may rise. Let the banquet commence," commanded Emperor Wen Xuan. "Let the banquet begin," Shen echoed. In the center of the Ling Shui Pavilion, a dancer moved gracefully, performing a newly choreographed piece from the Department of Rites and Music. Clad in a flowing green gown, she resembled a fairy gliding atop the waves. The flickering candlelight within the pavilion danced upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering effect akin to scattered stars. From the water's edge, The mellifluous strains of music could be heard, emanating from musicians situated beneath the shade of trees by the pond, playing string instruments that resonated like ethereal melodies. As the dance concluded, Emperor Wenxuan proclaimed, "My esteemed ministers, let us raise our glasses and toast to the triumphant return of the Xuanjia army, to the glorious return of the Xuanjia army." The assembly echoed fervently. Following this, Emperor Wenxuan instructed Shun to announce the imperial edict, which astonished many, as it revealed the dissolution of the engagement between the seventh princess and Huasii, alongside granting exceptions for Yun Wanqing and Wen Ziyou to participate in the spring examinations after autumn. The banquet did not segregate by gender, prompting some young ladies, infatuated with Huasii, to become restless. Previously, they would not dare approach the legitimate seventh princess, Lu Hanyun, and could only harbor unreciprocated affections in silence. The revelation that Huasii had developed feelings for an unassuming girl of no notable lineage was utterly inconceivable to them. The first to act upon her impulse was Shun Guifei's niece, the legitimate daughter of the Earl of England, Shunyu. Shunyu approached Yun Wanqing's table directly, raising her cup in salute. "I am Shunyu. I have heard of Miss Yun's valor on the battlefield, where she aided young Master Hua in securing the enemy crown prince's head. Truly, a woman of extraordinary prowess. I appreciate your kind words, Miss Shun, but it was merely good fortune. Had the timing, location, and circumstances been less favorable, I fear I would have been powerless." Yun Wanqing responded with grace. "Is that so? If that is the case, I trust Miss Yun's talents are equally remarkable. Why not take this opportunity to showcase your exceptional skills to us?" Shunyu provocatively suggested. Fearing that Shunyu might be put in a difficult position and apprehensive about Huasi's potential defense of her concubine, Shen hurriedly proposed to Emperor Wenxuan, "Your Majesty, in light of this, why not take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary talents of Miss Yun? Otherwise, the young ladies of Xingjing may feel quite indignant." Emperor Wenxuan glanced at concubine Shun, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Then let it be as you suggest, concubine." Lu Sui, Uoqi, and Wen Jiao were eager to counter this, but were restrained by Yun Wanqing's gaze. "Fear not, this shall not be a challenge for me," she assured. "Your Majesty, may I be permitted to prepare?" Yun Wanqing stepped forward to request of Emperor Wenxuan. "Granted." Chapter 40. A stunning performance. Suddenly, the candlelight dimmed, and the lake's surface gently rippled as a melodious tune wafted through the air. In the center of the waterside pavilion stood a veiled lady atop a large drum. As a soft breeze caressed the lake, causing Yun Wanqing's sleeves to flutter delicately with each note of the music, her movements transformed the space into a realm of ethereal beauty. Through the sheer veil, one could discern her exquisite visage, imbued with a touch of tenderness, as if harboring unspoken sorrows. Tears glistened in her eyes, reminiscent of spring rain softly falling upon pear blossoms, adding an air of fragility and melancholy. Adorned in a resplendent gown, intricately embroidered with elaborate floral patterns, her skirt danced with her steps, the tassels swaying and shimmering with golden glints. Abruptly, Yun Wanqing leapt down, kicking up the drumstick at her side, and began to strike the drum in time with the music. The lyrical and gentle melodies shifted dramatically, merging with the fervent drum beats, creating an exhilarating crescendo. In that moment, the narrative reached its peak, depicting a newlywed couple torn apart by war, with the woman embarking on a perilous journey to find her husband, only to confront the remnants of battle and the valiant soldiers still resisting. The woman seized the war drum, passionately rallying the soldiers with her rhythmic strikes. The audience, captivated, felt as though they were witnessing the tale unfold before their very eyes, as if the music merely served as an embellishment, while it was truly Yun Wanqing's drumming that conveyed a resounding message of triumph. For our wives and children, for our parents, we shall not hesitate to lay down our lives. As the drum beats ceased, silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by a single voice exclaiming "Bravo!" 3 times in succession. The crowd gradually regained their composure and began to extol Yun Wanqing's performance. Within the splendidly adorned hall, all the officials sat upright. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil atmosphere, The military officers brimmed with barely contained excitement, their emotions akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Their eyes sparkled with fervent intensity, for they recognized that Yun Wonking had vividly portrayed the brutal realities of war. Each description struck like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of all present as they momentarily relived the chaos and bloodshed of the battlefield. While everyone had anticipated that Yun Wonking would deliver an extraordinary performance, the reality of the scene surpassed all expectations, leaving them in awe of her profound artistry. Lu Sui, usually composed and reserved, now gazed with unmistakable admiration, as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Hua Si, typically stern and unyielding, displayed a faint yet undeniable respect upon his countenance. Wen Jiao's eyes sparkled like a constellation, brimming with praise and admiration for Yun Wonking. The entire hall seemed to be enveloped by Yun Wonking's uniqueness, an ineffable ambience gently permeating the air. Emperor Wen Xuan's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he could perceive the visage of an old acquaintance within Yun Wonking. Very well. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming spring examination. I shall reward you then. I am immensely grateful for your Majesty's grace. Yun Wonking humbly accepted. Although the decree permitting Yun Wonking and Wen Jiao to participate in the spring examination had yet to be officially issued, the news had already spread among the discerning, and the crowd shared a tacit understanding. Noticing the Emperor's satisfaction, let us toast to His Majesty, proposed Empress Su. To His Majesty, our sovereign is wise. The Duke and Duchess of Jinghua observed closely, taking note of every action and word from Yun Wonking. They watched as she navigated the situation with poise, her wisdom, kindness, and decisiveness shining through. The couple could not help but nod in approval. Their initial fondness for Yun Wonking had risen to new heights, fostering an ever deeper admiration for her. In the capital of Shengjing, the young ladies were often confined to their households, plagued by jealousy and rivalry, lacking a broader perspective on the lives of the common folk. Compared to the restrictions faced by women in the other three kingdoms, Bailing acknowledged the significant role of women, yet the prevailing mindset remained unyielding. Few dared to break free from their shackles, with most adhering to the traditional virtues of obedience. At this moment, Yun Wonking nurtured a bold idea within her heart, awaiting the opportune moment to bring it to fruition. As she showcased her remarkable talents, particularly earning the Emperor's praise, Shunyu, standing nearby, felt a pang of bitterness and injustice. She was acutely aware of her circumstances. Despite her resentment, she could only silently swallow her grievances. Akin to a bitter fruit lodged in her throat, impossible to swallow or spit out. Meanwhile, Shun Guifei observed Shun use demeanor with a mix of anger and urgency, secretly chastising her for her lack of ambition. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing through Shun Yu's resolve. Her eyes brimmed with reproach, as if to say, how can you be so unambitious, simply watching others steal the spotlight? To Shun Yu, Yun Wonking, that radiant star, had become a formidable adversary in her heart. A glint of malice flickered in Shun Yu's eyes as she silently cursed. Yun Wonking, you had better not fall into my grasp. If I ever catch you, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. Shun Yu clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms, as the visage of Yun Wonking, always adorned with a serene smile, incessantly replayed in her mind, a smile that pierced her like a shard of glass. Her heart felt as though it were submerged in a tide of darkness, with sinister thoughts twisting like rampant vines within her, each tendril entwined with deep-seated malice and resentment towards Yun Wonking. In a secluded corner, she wallowed in this abyss of dark contemplation, as if the entire world had been reduced to her singular hatred for Yun Wonking. The welcoming banquet had scarcely concluded at the hour of the dog, and Yun Wonking and her companions had barely taken a few bites of their meal, having consumed considerable amounts of wine instead, prompting them to hasten directly to the Zue Xianju after the festivities. Prior to the banquet, Hua Si had already instructed his covert guards to secure a private room at Zue Xianju. Zue Xianju boasts 6 floors, a grand hall on the first, a tea house on the second, private rooms on the third, small banquet halls on the fourth, guest rooms on the fifth, and the sixth floor remains off-limits to the public. With the intention of savoring the exquisite cuisine of Zhuai Xianju, Yin Wangqing's group opted for a more suitable private room rather than a grand banquet hall. The establishment does not have a rigid class hierarchy. Apart from the sixth floor's exclusivity, the other levels are open to the public, though the first and second floors are typically more accessible, while the third and fourth cater to the nobility. In addition to Yin Wangqing, Lu Sui, Huixi, and Wen Jiao, the gathering included Prince Lu Shiyan, the seventh Princess Lu Hanyun, the Grand Commandant's grandson Chen Ziki, and the Grand Tutor's daughter Ji Yuning, effectively uniting the prince's faction. Chapter 41. Revelry at Zhe Xianju. The young men convened in the private room, while Nanxing and the other attendants, servants, and covert guards occupied a separate chamber, which Wensheng had reserved upon receiving news. As the meal was served, Lu Shiyan took the lead in seating arrangements, noticing the group's apprehension. With a hint of exasperation, he said, "As friends, there is no need for formality. Please feel free." Lu Hanyun, with a gentle demeanor, supported her brother's sentiment, encouraging everyone to set aside the formalities and enjoy themselves. Huixi, eager for Yin Wangqing to relish the specialties of Zhuai Xianju, chimed in, "Since His Highness has spoken, let us all relax." Lu Sui playfully urged, "Then please, elder brother, take the lead." Lu Shiyan shook his head in mock resignation. Following Lu Sui's cue to begin, "Then I shall not hold back. Please, everyone." Once Lu Shiyan lifted his chopsticks, the young men eagerly delved into the feast. Despite their awareness of the ancient adage that forbids speaking whilst eating, the atmosphere at that moment was unbound by such constraints. The 8 of them resembled a pack of famished wolf cubs, their attention riveted on the delectable spread before them. They wielded their chopsticks with remarkable swiftness, akin to a whirlwind sweeping through, each pair of chopsticks seeming to possess a singular purpose, deftly capturing their desired morsels and swiftly delivering them to their mouths. The dishes diminished rapidly under their onslaught, and this seemingly gluttonous scene indirectly attested to the culinary prowess of Zhuai Xianju. The Zhuai Xianju undoubtedly stands as a notable establishment in Shengjing, where the dishes, in terms of their color, aroma, flavor, and texture, have evidently reached an irresistible degree for the young patrons, prompting them to indulge heartily without concern for appearances. Once satiated, Lu Hanyun eagerly engaged Yin Wangqing and Wen Jiao in inquiries about the border conflicts, while Ji Yuning watched on, her envy nearly spilling over. In that spacious and elegant room, the girls resembled a lively flock of birds, chattering animatedly about an array of topics, their laughter resonating like silver bells in the air, creating an endless stream of conversation. Across the room, Lu Shiyan and Chen Ziki sat facing each other, poised to embark on an enthralling game of chess. Lu Shiyan maintained a composed demeanor, yet his gaze reflected a profound focus and sharpness. He delicately lifted a chess piece, rolling it between his fingers as if greeting an old friend. Chen Ziki, with a slight smile gracing his lips, exuded confidence, his eyes fixed intently on the chessboard, seemingly having plotted countless strategies in his mind. Not far away, Lu Sui and Huixi commenced their own match. Lu Sui sat upright, his hands resting steadily on his knees, his eyes never straying from the chessboard, embodying the seriousness of one engaged in a matter of utmost importance. Huixi, in contrast, appeared more casual, occasionally glancing around with a contemplative expression, yet swiftly redirecting his focus back to the game, his pieces poised for action. "Is it true that Miss Yun shot the crown prince of the enemy nation?" Lu Hanyun inquired earnestly. Yin Wangqing was charmed by Lu Hanyun's innocence. Ahem. I merely proposed a rather implausible suggestion. Its success was largely due to Huixi's brilliance and Lu Sui's tactical prowess, which afforded me the opportunity. However, it was indeed not I who shot the enemy's crown prince, but rather 2 of my highly skilled shadow guards. My dear Qingqing, you are far too modest. Huixi and the others' military acumen was greatly enhanced by the intelligence you provided and the strategic cooperation you facilitated, significantly bolstering their combat effectiveness. Moreover, the 3rd arrow you Lu struck an assassin who had aimed to kill Huixi. When Jiao remarked, unable to tolerate Yun Wonking's humility. If it weren't for your arrow, Ching, Huasi would have surely been bettered in for a fortnight, she added. Wow, Sister Ching is truly formidable. No wonder she has captured the heart of that icy Huasi, Lu Hanyun exclaimed, her words striking with audacity. Upon hearing this, Yun Wonking lost her composure, momentarily forgetting that Lu Hanyun was once betrothed to Huasi. Ahem, Seventh Princess, I sincerely apologize for having disrupted your engagement with Huasi. Yun Wonking expressed sincerely. No, Sister Ching, you are being too harsh on yourself. I never had any affection for Huasi. If it weren't for my mother and aunt's influence, I would have declined this match outright. I am to come of age next year, and I have been pondering how to navigate this predicament. Lu Hanyun shared her thoughts. And from now on, Sister Ching, you may call me Little Seven, just like Sister Yao. Yun Wonking was taken aback to discover that Lu Hanyun actually harbored no affection for Huasi. Consequently, she was oblivious to the matter that Fenghua Tower had investigated extensively. Another individual who felt a sense of joy upon hearing Lu Hanyun's indifference toward Huasi was Chunziki, although he had never openly expressed his admiration for the seventh princess. To her surprise, it seemed that Huasi was decidedly unappealing to Shao Qi. Yun Wonking digestingly moque duochi. With his mind divided, Huasi promptly retorted, Ching, if Shao Qi were to like me even a little, I would already find myself without an official position and destined to sleep on the streets. Hua is quite perceptive. Lu Shiyin teased. Indeed, if we discuss this matter further, I might not even secure a wife. Which he lamented shamelessly. Lu Sui interjected with a dose of reality. Huasi, do not assume that once the emperor, empress, and Shao Qi relent, you can rest easy. To marry Ching, you must first pass through me. We are on good terms. Dear brother-in-law, a true man must be adaptable. Lu Sui replied with irritation. Get lost. When Jiao, Lu Hanyun, Lu Shiyin, and Chunziki couldn't help but chuckle. And even the usually silent Ji Yuning suppressed her laughter, though her shoulders betrayed her amusement. Yun Wonking, feeling helpless, said, All right, you may continue your game of chess. Yes, let us proceed. Yuning, I remember you have a fondness for tea. Today, I specially ordered Longjing. The most renowned tea at Zui Xianju is the Preaching Longjing, with its translucent hue and rich flavor. Come, let's all try it. When Jiao shifted the topic with enthusiasm. Indeed, I have sampled the Longjing at Zui Xianju a few times. It is delightful, Ji Yuning replied shyly. Thinking of her own tea brewing skills, Yun Wonking inquired, I know a method that can enhance the flavor of this Longjing. Would you like to give it a try? Certainly. I would love to taste Sister Ching's craftsmanship. Lu Hanyun responded without objection, and when Jiao, aware of Yun Wonking's abilities, also concurred. Ji Yuning politely replied, That would be wonderful. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Yun. No need for formality. From now on, I shall call you Ningning, and you may call me Ching as well, Yun Wonking said with a wink, causing Ji Yuning's cheeks to flush. Ching, Ji Yuning replied softly. Do not frighten Ningning. Ching, Lu Sui commented humorously, having overheard their exchange. Yun Wonking, feeling slightly insecure, coughed and said understood. She had not expected Lu Sui to consider Ji Yuning's feelings. It seemed their pairing was indeed well matched. Once the tea brewing tools were brought forth by the waiter, Yun Wonking composed herself and began preparing the tea with focused intent. Her technique was adept and fluid, showcasing her proficiency in the art of tea brewing. A clever touch involved soaking the Longjing in osmanthus wine before allowing the leaves to gently unfurl, then placing them into the pot to brew. Timing her actions meticulously, she swiftly filtered the tea once the moment was right, producing a cup of osmanthus Longjing. This tea embodied the delicate elegance of osmanthus, the fragrant aroma of wine, and the rich essence of Longjing. Yun Wonking poured 8 cups of osmanthus Longjing for the 8 individuals present, inviting them to savor the brew. Without exception, all reviews were positive. Yet Ji Yuning found herself lost in contemplation. Lu Hanyun noticed the expression on Ji Yuning's face and cautiously inquired, Sister Ningning, are you not accustomed to the tea brewed by Sister Ching? Oh no, I merely find this tea quite exquisite and am pondering its preparation, Ji Yuning replied earnestly, seamlessly redirecting her thoughts after being interrupted. Yin Wonking surmised the reason behind Ji Yuning's pensive state, considering her significant connection to the Grand Tutor Ji Shu. Yet she chose not to mention it, knowing that Ji Yuning would seek clarity from Ji Shu himself. However, Yin Wonking miscalculated, as Ji Shu did not elucidate their relationship, leaving Ji Yuning in a state of confusion and turmoil. Meanwhile, the boastful Huasiyai made his entrance, lavishing compliments that left Lu Hanyun, Lu Shiyan, Chenziki, and Ji Yuning utterly astonished. In their eyes, Huasiyai was notoriously aloof, dismissive of all matters. In the span of a single day, he had completely transformed their perception of him. Now, Huasiyai was eager for everyone to acknowledge just how remarkable his Qingqing was, thanks to her words and small deeds. Yin Wonking found it hard to bear, the sentiment echoed by Lu Sui and Wen Jiao. The boys' banquet concluded amidst Huasi's effusive praise, and Lu Shiyan and Lu Hanyun were obliged to return to the palace. Initially, Lu Sui had no intention of going back, but upon being informed by his secret guard that Emperor Wen Xuan sought him for an urgent matter, he reluctantly asked Huasiyai to escort Yin Wonking home. The others had their family carriages waiting. Huasiyai, unconcerned about the rest, simply invited Yin Wonking into his own carriage. Unfortunately, Nanxing trailed behind in his carriage with Jing Mo and Wen Sheng, following Huasi's carriage. Once inside, Huasiyai embraced Yin Wonking, murmuring, "How delightful! Now, Qingqing is mine." Upon hearing this, Yin Wonking couldn't help but smile in exasperation. "You merely annulled your engagement with Shao Qi. I have not pledged any betrothal to you, so I cannot be considered yours. No, no, no. Qingqing will undoubtedly be mine. What you whine dutifully." Yin Wonking poked his nose gently and sighed, "I understand. Now settle down." "All right, Qingqing," he replied, then promptly leaned against her shoulder. Yin Wonking recognized that Huasiyai had exerted considerable effort regarding the annulment, and after the banquet and the previous gathering, he was understandably fatigued, so she allowed him to rest. If Emperor Wen Xuan disagreed, Huasiyai would be powerless, regardless of his efforts. Fortunately, matters were progressing favorably. Chapter 42. The departed old friend in the palace. Under a sparse moonlight, Emperor Wen Xuan was still engrossed in state affairs. Within the solemn and majestic halls, Lu Qi was intently reviewing the memorials in his hands, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes reflecting focus and seriousness. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, Lu Sui. With graceful steps, Lu Sui approached, his stature tall, handsome, and exuding a hint of coolness. As soon as Lu Qi's gaze met Lu Sui's, the furrowed brows that had been tightly knitted began to gradually relax, and a distinct radiance sparkled in his eyes. Without hesitation, he set aside the official documents laden with numerous military and political matters. "Son pays his respects to father. May I inquire what urgent matter weighs upon you?" Lu Sui's expression remained neutral. "What is the situation with Yin Wonking?" Emperor Wen Xuan cast a glance at his son before resuming his handling of state affairs, leisurely inquiring. Lu Sui had long anticipated this moment, aware that it would eventually arrive, yet he could scarcely have imagined it would come so swiftly. Yin Wonking had only just entered the capital, and everything still felt shrouded in a fresh and unfamiliar veil. Yet at this moment, his father hastily approached him with inquiries regarding the matter. This was of utmost importance to Lu Sui, concerning his future with Wonking. He had hoped for more time to prepare and respond, but now, with his father broaching the topic so soon, he was suddenly filled with hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Sui resolved to speak candidly. "Father, her surname is Yun." Upon hearing the name, Emperor Wen Xuan paused, the pen in his hand momentarily stilled, the ink at the tip bleeding into the paper, rendering him momentarily lost in thought. "Are you certain?" he asked uncertainly, as a realization dawned upon him, for the esteemed Yun imperial concubine bore the same surname. Lu Sui instinctively replied, "Father, do you not find her eyes strikingly familiar? They are as if cast from the same mold as yours." "Indeed, I wondered why those eyes seemed so incredibly familiar." Emperor Wen Xuan mused, even altering his form of address. "However, What Lu Sui said next was utterly devastating. Moreover, Mother passed away 3 years ago. The final 3 words escaped Lu Sui's lips with great difficulty. Within the resplendent hall, Emperor Wenxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Sui, his expression a mixture of incredulity and scrutiny. His gaze pierced Lu Sui like 2 sharp swords, attempting to uncover even the slightest crack in Lu Sui's tranquil facade, desperately seeking to affirm that the words he had just heard were mere fabrications. Yet, Lu Sui remained standing silently, his countenance cloaked in profound sorrow. The grief surged from the depths of his being like a relentless tide, filling his entire visage, every wrinkle seemingly narrating an endless tale of anguish. Simultaneously, a repressed expression flickered between his brows and lips, as if he were striving to suppress the emotions threatening to erupt from within, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld him. "Do you understand the reason?" Emperor Wenxuan finally rasped after a prolonged silence. From the fragmented words of Wanking, it was clear that Mother S's departure was due to unavoidable circumstances, and although the specific reasons for her passing were not disclosed by Wanking, the truth would reveal itself in 3 years' time. Lu Sui relayed all the information he had gathered from Yun Wanking to Emperor Wenxuan. "When I learned the truth, I was incredulous. All my emotions crumbled in that instant. It took me less than a day to accept it, for I knew Wanking needed me. Initially, I intended to keep this matter concealed. However, given my current circumstances, I cannot fully protect Qingqing, nor can Huixi. Thus, I confided in Father Emperor, hoping he would discreetly safeguard her. Qingqing is remarkably independent and capable. Perhaps she does not require our protection. Nevertheless, we are her family, and I do not wish to witness her endure solitude and her burdens." Lu Sui bore his feelings in silence, and then slowly addressed Emperor Wenxuan. The emperor listened intently, his crimson eyes betraying a tumult of emotions, from disbelief to profound sorrow. Each word spoken by Lu Sui pierced Emperor Wenxuan's heart, akin to arrows striking deep. After an interminable silence, the emperor finally spoke with great weight. "Henceforth, you shall protect Qingqing openly, while I will dispatch the Longing Guard to shield her in the shadows. As for the true reason, let it be when Qingqing is willing to disclose it. Do not press her, for that would only exacerbate her pain. I understand, and I shall protect Qingqing. You may leave now, and also inform Shun and that he need not attend the morning court tomorrow. Have him notify the officials." "Yes." Once Lu Sui departed, Emperor Wenxuan staggered out of the imperial study, making his way toward that forbidden place. Emperor Lu Qi was aware that Yun Ran had her reasons for departing, yet he still harbored hope that she would one day return to him, even if just for a fleeting glance. Alas, what he ultimately received was the news of her demise, a reality he found impossible to accept. Years ago, upon first encountering Yun Ran in Jiangnan, Lu Qi had disregarded the skepticism of others and insisted on bringing her back to Xingjing. At that time, he was not yet emperor. He had married his primary consort due to the old emperor's arrangement, relegating Yun Ran to the status of a secondary consort. Upon ascending the throne, he promptly elevated Yun Ran to the esteemed position of imperial noble consort. Fortunately, Yun Ran possessed a gracious character and was not mistreated by the other courtiers. Instead, she formed close friendships with the empress, Lady Su, and consort Shu. Before her departure, Yun Ran drafted a letter of separation, an unprecedented act for a consort to sever ties with the emperor. Lu Qi was infuriated and bewildered, yet he could not locate her, as if she had never existed at all, were it not for the presence of their not yet 2-year-old son, Lu Sui. Lu Qi might have believed it all to be a mere dream, one from which he had awakened to find her gone. From that moment on, Yun Ran, the imperial noble consort, became a forbidden memory for Lu Qi. Only he knew the depths of his unfulfilled longing and the inability to comprehend her actions. The father and son remained sleepless through the night, Lu Qi drowning his sorrows in wine until he was utterly intoxicated, while Lu Sui sat alone until dawn. What might have transpired had Yun Ran revealed the truth to Lu Qi? His throne was not a gift born of the wind, though he was the crown prince. Assassination and treachery were commonplace. He had fought tirelessly to secure this position. If he were to relinquish it for Yun Ran's sake, she would be consumed by guilt, unwilling to burden him with her own struggles. Thus, she believed that distancing herself was the wisest course. Yet, those embroiled in their own dilemmas often fail to see clearly, while observers maintain perspective. Had Lucci shown indifference to the throne, born into the role of crown prince with no choice in the matter, perhaps their fates would have diverged. If the two had been able to share their sincerest thoughts, the present outcome would not be one of eternal separation. It is a tragic irony that what they assumed to be the best course of action resulted in such sorrow. Yin Ran must feel fortunate that Yun Wanqing chose not to act presumptuously, but instead opted for honesty and to savor the present, believing that the troubles of the future could be resolved hand in hand. This indeed is the correct approach. On that seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous day, Hua Xiai committed an astonishing act. He publicly renounced his engagement to the seventh princess, Lu Hanyan. This revelation struck like a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring a tempest within the court and the noble circles. Upon hearing the news, the Duke of the State turned crimson with rage, his chest heaving violently, as if someone had suddenly seized his throat, leaving him breathless. He never anticipated that his son would dare to act so brazenly. This engagement was a matter that concerned the royal dignity and family honor. Thus, both father and son found themselves ensnared in the aftermath of this incident within the study. The Duke paced furiously, each step echoing heavily upon Huasi's heart. He pointed an accusatory finger at Huasi, his voice sharp with anger. "Do you comprehend the catastrophic consequences your actions today will bring upon our family?" Huasi, however, stood defiantly, his expression resolute. "Father, my temperament is simply incompatible with that of the seventh princess. Forcing this engagement would only lead to unhappiness in the future." The two continued to exchange heated words, neither willing to concede. Time drifted slowly amidst this fierce argument, and ultimately, Huasi was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, marking the conclusion of their intense dispute. Madame Su was a clever woman. She understood that her husband's punishment of Huasi was merely for show. In this intricate situation, she recognized that her husband needed to uphold the family's dignity, and although Huasi's behavior was reckless, he had his own grievances. Thus, rather than offering the usual counsel, she cast a quiet glance at the closed study door and retreated to her chamber to rest. Meanwhile, once the situation had calmed slightly, the Duke realized that his wife's actions had preserved his face. As night deepened, silence enveloped the entire estate. Under the cover of darkness, the Duke, like a guilty child, stealthily made his way to Madame Su's room. Upon entering, they exchanged a knowing smile, and all previous worries seemed to fade away as they spent a tender evening together. Meanwhile, poor Huasi knelt alone in the eerie ancestral hall throughout the night. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon his solitary, defiant figure. The surrounding stillness was unnerving, with only his own breathing echoing in the vastness of the hall. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Although the servants dared not speak openly, the oppressive atmosphere pervaded every corner. Within the ancestral hall, Huasi's heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood the uncertainties his actions would bring in the future. Yet for Yun Wanqing, it was all worth it. In their room, the Duke and Madame Su reveled in their affection. Yet a subtle worry lingered regarding the potential repercussions of Huasi's impulsive actions. Everything felt as heavy as the dense clouds blanketing the night sky, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all. Upon returning home, Ji Yuning sought out Ji Shu. "Father, today I made the acquaintance of Miss Yun," Ji Yuning cautiously began. "Ah, I see. Is there something troubling you, Ning Ning?" Ji Shu inquired kindly. "Indeed, Miss Yun brewed tea today, and I have seen that technique before with you, father." Ji Yuning expressed her confusion. "I understand. There are some matters I cannot elaborate on, but you may cultivate a friendship with Miss Yun. She could be a wonderful companion or perhaps even a mentor." Ji Shu subtly indicated his relationship with Yun Wanqing, suggesting that Ji Yuning could engage with her. Although Ji Yuning remained perplexed, she refrained from further questioning, concluding the conversation. "Father, I understand now. It is getting late. You should rest," she stated. "Very well, Ning Ning. You should rest as well," Ji Shu replied, gently tapping her forehead. Ji Yuning returned to her chamber accompanied by her maid. Meanwhile, Ji Shu paused momentarily, seemingly withdrawing briefly from his bustling thoughts. He then resolutely turned and walked steadily, yet somewhat hurriedly, towards the study. Upon entering, he delicately closed the door, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Approaching his desk, he skillfully pulled out a chair and resumed his focus on the mountain of documents and books before him, immersing himself in his work once more. Chapter 43. A trip to Shengjing the following day. The courtyard where Yun Wangqing resided was enveloped in a veil of soft mist. A gentle morning fog permeated every corner, rendering the entire estate akin to a hazy fairyland. The sun had yet to fully penetrate the veil, casting only a scattering of light in certain areas, as if nature had subtly adorned them with golden flecks. The flowers in the garden had not yet fully bloomed, but their buds were poised to open. The dew on the petals made them appear even more vibrant, reminiscent of bashful maidens. The grass in the thicket stood tall, with the fine hairs on the leaves glistening in the light, each blade seemingly celebrating the arrival of dawn. Upon learning that Emperor Wen Xuan would not attend court that day, the ministers were perplexed. However, the subsequent news from the palace revealed that the emperor had something else in mind. With a hint of insider knowledge, the ministers sighed deeply, lamenting the naivety of the young. Yun Wangqing also learned of this matter through Lu Hanyun. As for how Lu Hanyun came to be at Yun Wangqing's residence, it was also because Ji Yuning was present. This situation dated back to the previous night, when a whimsical Wen Jiao invited Lu Hanyun, Ji Yuning, and Yun Wangqing for an excursion to experience the vibrancy of Shengjing. Thus, the four gathered, and Yun Wangqing expressed her determination to cherish her friends, even if it meant kneeling to do so. Ji Yuning harbored complex emotions regarding her thoughts about Yun Wangqing. Her father had indicated that forming such a bond was not detrimental and that she could learn much from her, while the other ministers had said little more. The cup of tea and the method of brewing it were familiar to Ji Yuning, having witnessed and tasted it from her father, a memory vividly etched in her mind. However, her father had never imparted this technique to her, and in her youth, Ji Yuning could not fathom the reasons, yet she complied with his wishes. Now, she sensed that her father was concealing many matters from both herself and her mother, who appeared to be indifferent to these secrets. Thus, Ji Yuning quietly observed the woman whom her father admired, yet had never met before. Yun Wangqing felt Ji Yuning's gaze upon her and smiled warmly, teasingly remarking, "Ning Ning, if you continue to look at me like that, I might just become bashful. I apologize, but I find Qingqing to be quite extraordinary," Ji Yuning confessed, her eyes lingering on Yun Wangqing. She blushed, momentarily casting aside her inner confusion. And so, the four of them engaged in lively banter. "Miss, Seventh Princess, Miss One, Miss Ji, breakfast is ready. Please follow me," Nanxing interjected, noticing that the time was nearing. Having observed her young mistress joyfully frolicking, Nanxing felt her worries dissipate. Aware of Yun Wangqing's past, she sincerely hoped that she could let go of those burdens and embrace the beauty of the present life. Nanxing wished for her to remain joyful, for since Yun Rant's passing, such genuine happiness had become a rarity for Yun Wangqing. At last, they could forego the wild game for breakfast, as their journey thus far had necessitated such fare, much to the dismay of Wen Jiao, who was a glutton at heart. Even after dining at Zue Xianju the day before, her enthusiasm for exquisite cuisine remained undiminished. "Come, come, Xiaoqi Ning Ning. Hurry and taste the breakfast from Qingqing's home. It's simply divine, rivaling Zue Xianju," Wen Jiao, feeling at home, declared with familiarity. "Yao Yao, you certainly were not so bold before His Highness yesterday." Yun Wangqing couldn't help but laugh, playfully retorting. Wen Jiao, indignant, placed her hands on her hips and replied, "Well, this is your home. There is no need to maintain that fearsome persona. What is wrong with being casual? All right, I concede. Xiao Qian, Ning Ning. Please take your seats and have taste." Recognizing that Wen Jiao was flustered, Yun Wangqing ceased her teasing and arranged for Lu Hanyun and Ji Yuning to sit down, initiating breakfast. As for Lu Sui and Hua Xiai, one had spent the night awake while the other, due to an impulsive broken engagement, was kneeling at the ancestral hall. Both appeared disheveled and unkempt, too embarrassed to visit Yun Wangqing. Moreover, having been absent from Shengjing for months, they were burdened with pressing state affairs. Prince Yongin, Lu Sui, and the Minister of Justice, Hu Xiyai, had their hands full. Yun Wanqing, understanding their absence, did not inquire further, believing it best that today belonged solely to the four young ladies. Although uncertain of the reasons for their absence, she still prepared breakfast for them, which Sheng and Jing Mo delivered separately. This morning, as Yun Wanqing awoke, she sensed an unfamiliar presence lurking in the shadows. Even though the individual made every effort to remain concealed, she managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of their essence. Jing Mo and Sheng were the first to notice. Even before Yun Wanqing, that last night another spy had come to conduct a covert visit. That individual had voluntarily exposed themselves and assisted Jing Mo and his companion in dealing with the spy. Understanding that this person merely lingered in the shadows with no apparent ulterior motives, Yun Wanqing chose to disregard them, believing that as long as there was no malicious intent, they could coexist peacefully. After the four of them finished their breakfast and enjoyed a cup of tea, they set off to explore the vibrant city of Shengjing, accompanied by their respective maidservants. Their first destination was the Linglong Pavilion, the most sought-after jewelry shop in Shengjing, adored by women. Each month, new pieces of jewelry would be eagerly claimed by the noble ladies of the capital, for it is only natural for women to cherish beauty. Upon entering Linglong Pavilion, they found a spacious interior meticulously arranged. To the left was a row of glass display cabinets, divided by the type of jewelry. Closest to the entrance was the silver section, where an array of silver rings, bracelets, and earrings were neatly displayed. Further inside lay the gold section, where gold necklaces and bangles shimmered with a warm golden glow under the lights. Behind the display cases was a small workshop, equipped with various tools for jewelry making, such as hammers and tweezers. An elderly craftsman was seated there, diligently polishing a ring. Seeing Wen Jiao, Manager Yang of Linglong Pavilion immediately recognized a valued customer. "Ah, what wind brings Miss One to our humble shop today? Your presence truly brightens this little establishment," he exclaimed, eager to cater to her. "It has been quite a while. Manager Yang, today I have brought 3 friends to see if any delightful pieces catch our fancy. I would appreciate your guidance." Wen Jiao replied graciously. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise to see Miss Ji here as well. Such a rare visit." Manager Yang responded, noticing Ji Yuning only as Wen Jiao's group approached. It was understandable that he did not recognize Lu Hanyun, who seldom ventured out of the palace. "Please, ladies, allow me to escort you to the second floor, where I will introduce you to our latest arrivals," Manager Yang said, gesturing for them to follow. Even without knowing Lu Hanyun and Yun Wanqing, he displayed no impatience, instead welcoming the group with a cheerful demeanor, earning Yun Wanqing's silent admiration. After a brief moment, the slightly portly manager Yang approached the group, his face radiating warmth and enthusiasm, carefully cradling an object draped in red cloth. Once he came to a halt, he gently lifted the cloth as if unveiling an exceptionally precious treasure. Clearing his throat, he began to speak, his voice resonant and friendly, detailing the exquisite items to the wide-eyed young ladies, resembling a proud owner showcasing their cherished possessions. The first item he presented was a butterfly hairpin, intricately carved and polished, the lifelike butterflies and flowers appearing as if they might take flight. The second piece was a set of glass earrings, vibrant in color, casting a splendid array of reflections in the sunlight. The third item is the cloud brocade tassel hairpin, intricately woven from precious cloud brocade, with tassels that flutter like silk threads, light and ethereal, exuding a faint fragrance. The fourth item is the moonlight bracelet, predominantly silver-white, its surface flowing with delicate patterns formed by condensed moonlight. At the center is a blue moonstone, emanating a soft glow, surrounded by tiny stars, reminiscent of the brightest guides in the night sky. The fifth item is a men's crown, named the Flowing Cloud 3-star crown, which features a silver body. The upper left displays flowing clouds entwined with water patterns, encircling celestial bodies above, while below, red cranes dance, each holding a star, the 3 stars symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. The tail of the crown, adorned with cranes and flowing clouds, sways with every movement. Furthermore, the store's accessories are unique and bear the store's emblem, so there is no need to worry about duplicates. After meticulously introducing the 5 pieces, Master Yang observed that Lu Hanyun, accustomed to the palace's adornments, regarded the Linglong Pavilion's offerings as merely above average, though she felt no need to voice this sentiment. Subsequently, Lu Hanyun smiled and casually pointed to an item, saying, "Master Yang, I shall take this moonlight bracelet. It perfectly complements today's silver-threaded brocade floral skirt." "Indeed, it matches splendidly," replied Wen Jiao with a nod of agreement. Yin Wangqing inquired, "Master Yang, may I try it on?" "Of course," came the cheerful reply. Yin Wangqing thought the glass earrings would suit Ji Yuning perfectly, so she approached her with the earrings, smiling. "I believe these will look lovely on you. Why not give them a try?" Ji Yuning felt a surge of surprise internally, but did not reveal it, responding instead, "Sure." As she reached for the earrings, Yin Wangqing swiftly placed them on her ears. Lu Hanyun blinked in astonishment, and at that moment she exclaimed, "Wow, Ning Ning looks truly stunning with these on." Wen Jiao was equally amazed, not expecting Wangqing to so effortlessly find the perfect accessory for Ning Ning. "How impressive. It's nothing really. I dabbled in jewelry design once, so I have a knack for matching," Yin Wangqing modestly replied. "What matters is that it suits and looks good. Of course, it is also because Ning Ning is naturally beautiful that this little piece enhances her allure," she generously praised Ji Yuning. "I had no idea Sister Qingqing could design jewelry. You truly have my admiration," Lu Hanyun remarked, acknowledging both women. Flushed with compliments, Ji Yuning felt her cheeks heat up again. "Haha, let's not speak of Ning Ning anymore. She might become too bashful," Wen Jiao teased. "What about you, Yao Yao and Qingqing? Are you not selecting anything?" Fearing to become the focus of further teasing, Ji Yuning quickly shifted the topic. "I shop based on my whims. These few pieces are lovely, but they do not resonate with my heart, so I shall pass," Wen Jiao casually stated. Yin Wangqing pouted, "I can't design for myself. Moreover, these pieces do not suit me. However, the flowing cloud 3-star crown is quite nice. Perfect for gifting to a beloved." Hearing this, Lu Hanyun immediately responded, "Gifting to a beloved? Now that piques my interest. What? Does Shaoqi have someone special?" Wen Jiao inquired, curiosity piqued. The ever-adorable Lu Hanyun blushed for the first time, stamping her feet in embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Sister Yao Yao, please do not tease me. Sisters Qingqing and Ning Ning, you must not laugh at me." All right. Ji Yuning gently patted Lu Hanyun's head, assuring her that she would not mock her. Lu Hanyun glared at the instigator, Wen Jiao, thinking that if she hadn't spoken up, she would not have suffered such humiliation. Okay, I admit my fault." Wen Jiao pleaded for mercy. Next time I shall not forgive you so easily." Lu Hanyun pouted defiantly at Wen Jiao. This charming display of a little girl melted the hearts of the 3 onlookers. "Shopkeeper Yang, please wrap up the moonlight flowing bracelet, the flowing cloud 3-star crown, and the glazed earrings," Lu Hanyun commanded, adopting a more serious demeanor. Without waiting for Ji Yuning to speak, she instructed her personal maid, Hongdo, to settle the payment. "But is it appropriate to let little Seven pay?" Ji Yuning hesitantly interjected. "It's nothing to worry about. Ning Ning, you two will be marrying my 6th brother. It is quite reasonable for me to buy something for my future sister-in-law. Do not feel burdened. If needed, you can always repay me next time." Lu Hanyun provided a logical rationale that left Ji Yuning with no choice but to agree. "Yun venkuyonk eretstioning donstairs, Ning Ning. Do not overthink it. Let us move on to the next shop. Little Seven, Yao Yao, let's go listen to some music. Coming." The 4 maidservants trailing behind exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "Miss, I can hardly recognize you anymore." The reason for their astonishment was the carefree manner in which these 4 young ladies frolicked about, utterly disregarding their noble status, especially when shopkeeper Yang heard Lu Hanyun mention Ji Yuning's impending marriage to his 6th brother, the 6th prince, now known as His Royal Highness the Prince of Yong'an. Goodness, it turns out this charming young lady is a princess of the realm. And little Seven? Isn't she the 7th princess, born of the Empress? As shopkeeper Yang reflected on their earlier conversation, he was left in a state of shock. Wen Jiao led the group to Tinglan Pavilion, where she introduced it to Yun Wangking. Tinglan Pavilion is a renowned venue in Shengjing City for listening to music. Most interestingly, in the evening, there will be a storyteller who excels in vocal techniques, captivating the audience with his performances. We may have arrived too early to catch the storytelling today, but if Qingqing wishes to hear a tale, we can arrange for it next time. Very well, let us enjoy the music today, Yun Wangking agreed. After a brief interval, they finally arrived at Tinglan Pavilion, where the sign greeted them with its bold yet elegantly antiquated script, suggesting that the proprietor was a person of refined taste. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, they were greeted by a grand stage, where many patrons had already taken their seats in anticipation of the next performance, leaving only a few spots available. Thus, Yun Wangking and her companions opted for a private room on the second floor, which offered a clear view of the stage and allowed them to hear the performance well. Suddenly, the resonant sound of drums and horns filled the air, evoking the spirit of ambition and valor. In my youth, I rode with the might of peach blossoms as blood splattered upon pomegranate skirts. In this lifetime, one must fulfill their duty, for how can one's land be surrendered to others? What is a jester to a king? With a single sword, I can stand against 1,000,000 soldiers. The opera is titled Mu Ging Takes Command, and the performers deliver their roles with remarkable authenticity, captivating the audience and immersing them in the experience, lingering in their minds long after the curtain falls. The melody is exquisite, and Red Bean receives praise from Lu Hanyan, who encourages her to offer a token of appreciation. Nanxing, please order some pastries and tea, requests Yun Wangking, who feels something is lacking and wishes for a sweet treat. As Ji Yuning, having gradually blended into the playful banter of others, observes the time, she inquires, shall we consider what to have for lunch? Absolutely. Yesterday, we took Sister Qingqing to the drunken immortal pavilion. Where shall we go today? Lu Hanyun, intrigued yet troubled by the decision, contemplates what to treat Yun Wangking to. Indeed, it presents a dilemma. The dishes at Drunken Immortal Pavilion encompass the entirety of Shengjing, and other establishments may not compare favorably. Ji Yuning nods in agreement, pondering the situation. Is it not the case that, despite being my first visit to Shengjing, we need not obsess over the quality or uniqueness of the food? The paramount concern is that we enjoy ourselves and dine well, interjects Yun Wangking, decisively cutting through their deliberations. Although somewhat particular about cuisine, she finds dishes of acceptable flavor agreeable. I concur with Qingqing's sentiment. How about we rent a flower boat from Yunshuich, where we can relish delectable food, take a brief respite in the afternoon, and in the evening, admire the lotus blossoms and the sunset? Afterward, we can return to my home to try on the garments that the tailor from Jing'an City crafted for Qingqing and me. We may dine at my place. Proposes Wen Jiao, inspired by Yun Wangking's idea. That sounds splendid, exclaims Ji Yuning. I'm also on board. However, I am curious about what the tailor is like. Lu Hanyun inquires with curiosity. Then it is settled. The tailor is a remarkable woman who owns a ready-to-wear shop in Jing'an City, and her craftsmanship is highly esteemed by us all, affirms Yun Wangking, as she begins recounting tales about the tailor. Indeed, I must share that we initially gathered to enjoy the music, yet it has transformed into a delightful gathering among friends. Thankfully, Yun Wangking foresaw the need for pastries and tea, or we would all be parched by now. Chapter 45, Appreciating Lotus on the Flower Boat, Part 2, at noon. The group finally boarded the flower boat. The vessel resembled a resplendent palace afloat on the water, slender and graceful, its bow gently curving upward as if a spirited waterbird were poised to take flight. The lines of the boat flowed seamlessly from bow to stern, akin to curves meticulously crafted with a painter's brush. The flower boat glided serenely across the water's surface, its oars stirring the liquid realm and creating ripples that danced outward. Under the sun's brilliance, the water sparkled like countless shards of gold in jubilant motion. The boat appeared as an elegantly adorned dancer, gliding gracefully across this golden stage. The bow cleaved the placid surface, producing a soft, melodic sound resembling a harmonious composition performed upon the water. Entering the cabin of the flower boat revealed a hidden paradise. The interior was furnished with exquisite redwood tables and chairs, their legs intricately carved with delicate cloud patterns. Adorning the table were blue and white porcelain vases, each filled with fresh blooms, the fragrance of which permeated the entire cabin. Silk scrolls adorn the walls, depicting exquisite images of ancient court ladies or serene landscapes. The ceiling is adorned with red lanterns, inscribed with various auspicious phrases, as soft light filters through the lantern paper, casting a gentle glow. Wen Jiao and Lu Hanyun take the lead in ordering dishes, selecting a plethora of specialties, much to the bemusement of Yun Wonking and Ji Yuning. Let them be, they think, we'll share the excess with our handmaidens. After all, we have ingrained the virtue of waste not. The Bailing Kingdom has instituted a policy against food waste since a severe drought 3 years ago, which led to a shortage of grain, a measure proposed by the Grand Tutor Ji Shu and upheld ever since. Once when Jiao finishes ordering, she radiates with energy, akin to a lively sunbeam, enthusiastically organizing everyone for some merriment. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she exclaims, "We cannot simply sit idly. We must seek out some fun." Yun Wonking nods slightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she smiles and replies, "I think that's a splendid idea. However, we must deliberate on what to engage in." Xiaoqi and Ningning, do you have any thoughts? With that, Yun Wonking's gaze flits back and forth between Lu Hanyun and Ji Yuning, her eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry. "I am open to any games suitable for young ladies in the palace. Yet truth be told, I do not enjoy such pastimes. I often find myself feigning joy, which is quite exhausting," Lu Hanyun admits. "I can accompany you, but does not pique my interest," she adds, acknowledging the lack of novelty and suggesting it may be better to forego the games altogether. Wen Jiao tilts her head slightly, her eyes sparkling as if a brilliant idea has struck her. "What if we invite performers to entertain us?" she suggests excitedly. "Consider this. The ladies of Yinshui Pavilion are renowned for their beauty, each one more enchanting than the last. Their features seem to have stepped out of a painting, and their graceful forms sway as lightly as the wind caressing willow branches. If we could have them perform, it would undoubtedly be a visual feast. Missing it would be a great loss." Ji Yuning is taken aback. "Did you not see the performance in the palace yesterday?" She queries. "How could it be the same? I was too busy maintaining my persona. Who had the time to truly watch? To be honest, I only paid close attention to Qingqing's performance. The rest are much the same at each banquet." When Jiao launches into a playful critique. "That being said, I concur, but let us refrain from discussing this publicly, lest it be used against us by those with ill intentions," Ji Yuning cautions. "Sister Yao Yao, why must you voice such opinions in front of me?" Lu Hanyun chides playfully. "Ah, noted. I shall be more cautious next time," when Jiao responds with a whimsical expression, not forgetting to instruct her handmaiden Ro to invite dancers for the performance. Typically, palace banquets are hosted by the Empress alongside her consorts and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, making such a comment potentially disrespectful to the Empress. It is a conversation that must remain private. Ji Yuning and Wen Jiao understand this rationale, finding comfort in their long-standing friendship with Lu Hanyun, free from such trivialities. Without further ado, the dishes have been served and the dancers are in position. The young ladies leisurely enjoy the melodies while dining, truly a delightful experience. After satisfying their appetites, it is easy to succumb to drowsiness, especially in the summer heat. Little Princess Lu Hanyun was the first to yield to slumber, retreating to her chamber for an afternoon nap. The others, feeling a bit warm, also returned to their rooms for a rest. Accompanied by the chirping of cicadas and croaking of frogs, the young women soon fell into a deep sleep. At the Dali Temple, although there was no morning assembly today, Lu Sui still came to report for duty. At the desk, he diligently penned something. "Southern torrential rains?" Lu Sui murmured in confusion. He sorted through a pile of pending case files and, while reviewing them, stumbled upon a case that should not have been handled by the Dali Temple. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Sui swiftly took the file to seek out Gu Chongyun, the minister of the Dali Temple. Meanwhile, Gu Chongyun was preoccupied with processing recent files that needed to be archived. "I have come to pay my respects, Minister Gu," Lu Sui greeted him. Gu Chongyun, upon recognizing Lu Sui, responded with a warm smile. "Ah, it is His Highness the Prince of Yong'an. What brings you to seek me today? As Lu Sui held the position of junior minister, while Gu Changyun was the senior minister. This hierarchy explained Lu Sui's formal greeting. However, Gu Changyun's response was devoid of flattery, acknowledging Lu Sui's new title while also considering himself a mentor to him. Dear teacher, let us maintain our previous camaraderie. There is no need for such formalities, Lu Sui replied, knowing that Gu Changyun would not indulge in sycophancy due to his princely status. It was better to take the initiative to restore their former rapport. Very well, little Sui. Gu Changyun acquiesced as they shared a mentor-student bond, allowing him to affectionately address Lu Sui as little Sui. Teacher, I have discovered this among the pile of documents. Lu Sui transitioned to the main topic, handing the file to Gu Changyun. Upon glancing at the document, Gu Changyun realized it was less a case file and more a memorial concealed within one. How can this be? This memorial should not have surfaced in the Dali Temple. After reading its contents, Gu Changyun questioned incredulously. Indeed, I share your concern and dared not delay, hence my visit to inquire how this memorial should be handled. Lu Sui acknowledged the seriousness of the matter, awaiting Gu Changyun's guidance. True to his position as minister, Gu Changyun swiftly identified the crux of the issue. It seems someone does not wish for this memorial to reach the emperor and is aware that some case files pass through your hands. Taking advantage of your absence from Shengjing, they have cunningly disguised this memorial as a backlog within the Dali Temple. What ulterior motives could the mastermind behind this hold? Lu Sui pondered. Surely, the impact of the torrential rains cannot be encapsulated in the mere words of this memorial. Time is of the essence, little Sui. You must accompany me to the palace. This matter requires the emperor's judgment. Gu Changyun, fearing deeper implications, promptly resolved to enter the palace with Lu Sui. Very well, teacher. I shall prepare the carriage at once. Lu Sui, recognizing the urgency, quickly commanded preparations for their departure. Upon awakening on the flower boat, the young women slumbered peacefully until the late hour. Refreshed, they gathered on the deck of the vessel, where sunlight danced upon the lake's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle, accompanied by a gentle breeze and a multitude of lotus leaves. As the flower boat glided through a pond of lotus blossoms, the vibrant pink and white flowers seemed to serve as its elegant adornments, with dewdrops glistening on the leaves. The boat resembled a celestial craft emerging from a painted scroll, harmoniously blending with the picturesque surroundings, forming a scene reminiscent of poetry and art. Yun Wanking, employing her lightness of foot, ventured into the depths of the lotus flowers to gather 4 pink blossoms before returning to the boat. Look, I have plucked these splendid ones, she exclaimed, having done so before anyone could react. Sister Qingqing has an excellent eye. I shall take this one, declared Lu Hanyun, selecting the central flower. Wen Jiao and Ji Yuning each chose a blossom as well, entrusting their maidens to safeguard their selections. Upon returning to the flower hall from the deck, the 4 young ladies, accompanied by their attendants, began to engage in a game of poetic flower challenges. The rounds, centered on floral themes, showcased the profound cultural knowledge of the participants, with the exception of a few less skilled maidens. Truly, the talented women of Shengjing are extraordinary individuals. Women should not be confined to traditional virtues, but, like men, should delve into the 4 books and 5 classics. Yun Wanking's desire to establish an academy intensified, recognizing the need for thoughtful planning in its construction. She believed that the time would come when women would study for their own sake, rather than adhering to the notion that a lack of talent equates to virtue. As women, they are akin to mountains and should not be eroded by the mundane. The poetic challenge concluded under the witness of the setting sun and the evening glow. Chapter 46. Frolic and play as they gracefully disembarked from the magnificent flower boat. The group swiftly boarded the carriage that awaited them, heading towards the Prime Minister's residence. Wen Jiao had cleverly informed her family while still aboard the boat, ensuring that all arrangements were impeccably made. The carriage halted before the Prime Minister's estate, and Wen Jiao, familiar with the surroundings, led her companions inside. The interior of the estate was adorned with intricately carved beams and exquisite decorations, exuding an air of refinement and luxury. Wen Jiao moved with a lightness akin to a bird returning to its nest, guiding the 3 into her private chamber. Her boudoir was tastefully arranged, with delicate pink drapes gently swaying, releasing a subtle fragrance. An array of exquisite ornaments was artfully positioned, narrating tales of the owner's exceptional taste. The tailored skirts crafted for Wen Jiao, Yin Wangqing, and Nan Xing by the seamstress embodied the essence of Jiangnan, showcasing sheer fabrics, soft silks, and intricate embroidery in vibrant colors, perfectly suited for the sweltering summer. The skirt designed for Wen Jiao seemed to encapsulate the hues of Jiangnan's landscapes. The upper garment, a soft sky blue, mirrored the serene sky after a rain shower in Jiangnan, exuding purity with a hint of vivacity. The cuffs were adorned with delicate lake blue embroidery, reminiscent of gentle ripples on Jiangnan's lakes. Nanxing's attire featured a fitted bodice that elegantly accentuated the slender waist of the woman. The collar adopts a delicate lapel style, its edges finely trimmed with white silk thread, resembling a pure silver lining adorning a serene sky blue hue. The sleeves are wide, yet not slack, gently billowing in the breeze, reminiscent of the graceful water plants swaying in the waterways of Jiangnan. Yin Wangqing's dress, a high-waisted RU skirt, elongates the feminine silhouette, rendering it even more graceful and enchanting. The expansive hem, layered and cascading like the rolling hills of a Jiangnan garden, sways with each step, akin to lotus leaves dancing, as if the gentle murmur of Jiangnan's flowing waters could be heard in the rustle of the fabric. The styles of these three garments are remarkably simple, yet exquisitely crafted, each adorned with unique and innovative patterns. The meticulous tailoring ensures fluid lines, exuding an elegant aura within the minimalist design. Lu Hanyun, brimming with anticipation, mused that this seamstress possesses great skill, and she resolved to send a covert guard to Jing'an City to commission a piece from her. What a pity, Wen Jiao lamented. I'm too sweaty to try it on today, but don't forget about Ning Ning, Shao Qi. I want to forget. Lu Hanyun's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into a playful arc as she laughed joyfully. Her lively demeanor resembled that of a mischievous kitten, brimming with pride and delight. Thank you so much. Shao Qi, Ji Yuning said, slightly bowing, her gaze sincere and filled with gratitude. Her voice was soft, akin to a gentle stream meandering through the mountains, flowing peacefully in the air, her tender tones seemingly able to imbue the surroundings with a warm hue. Lu Hanyun playfully remarked, no need for formality. I'll have Six Brother reimburse me anyway. Yin Wangqing watched nearby, expressing her disinterest, content to see them happy. Observing their playful banter was an endless source of amusement for her, eliciting a hearty laugh. All right, Ruorua. When Jiao gently patted the shoulder of the maid beside her, a faint smile gracing her lips, signaling that the small kitchen could start serving the meal. Today, we can actually taste the culinary delights from Yao Yao as home. Yin Wangqing's eyes sparkled like hidden stars, her lips curling into a mischievous smile as she jested. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly cleared her throat and whispered, ahem, though it can't compare to Xianju. It has its own unique flavor. When she spoke, her eyes dared not meet Yin Wangqing's, glancing away shyly, her heart racing like a little rabbit. A classic display of bashfulness. Lu Hanyun, with a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, teased that unique flavor isn't just a ploy to persuade us to eat. Is it? Shao Qi, you mustn't express your thoughts so bluntly. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiao immediately reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, frantically exclaiming. Her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed slightly from embarrassment. Ji Yuning, observing Wen Jiao's flustered yet endearing demeanor, couldn't help but join in the teasing. If this continues, Yao Yao might genuinely become flustered. Jio Ning's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Wen Jiao clasped her hands tightly against her chest, resembling an indignant pufferfish, and huffed, Humph, now that you all are here, you must eat. Anyone who refuses shall be lacking in respect for me. Very well, we shall certainly honor Yao Yao this evening, Yin Wangqing remarked, noticing that Wen Jiao was genuinely miffed and deciding to cease her teasing. Yin Wangqing's voice was soft, adorned with a gentle smile, as if she were soothing Wen Jiao's slightly ruffled spirit. If she continued to provoke her, It wouldn't be long before Wen Jiao would become truly irate. Knowing when to stop was indeed a clever strategy. That's more like it. Wen Jiao raised her chin slightly, her proud demeanor reminiscent of a child who had just received their favorite candy. Ruo, dinner is ready. Please escort us to the parlor. All right, I shall lead you there. Wen Jiao unconsciously resumed her poised demeanor. The young ladies tucked away their playful banter and followed Wen Jiao to the parlor. The spread consisted of braised lion's head, 3 flavor chicken, and 4 happiness meatballs. Quite a lavish feast. With appealing presentation, it remained to be seen how it tasted. Ruo was instructed to take Nanxing and the others down to dine, as they required no further attendance. Wen Jiao commanded Ruo to guide them. Dining together in a group of 4 was the most comfortable arrangement. Otherwise, their carefully crafted personas might completely unravel. However, it was clear that their personas had already collapsed. Well, they've all left. Now we can eat to our heart's content, Wen Jiao remarked. Indeed, she was rather pretentious. Shall we indulge in a little wine? Yun Wonking suggested with a playful glint in her eyes. As the saying goes, there is no joy without wine. Lu Hanyun was about to chime in with her own desire, but Wen Jiao promptly dismissed her forthcoming statement. That suits me perfectly. But Xiao Qi is not allowed to drink. Why ever not, Sister Qingqing? Lu Hanyun pouted, seeking sympathy from Yun Wonking. Left without options, Yun Wonking could only comfort her. Once you come of age, we shall drink to our heart's content. Well, all right then, Lu Hanyun conceded, though she merely spoke in jest. If Lu Shiyan were to discover that she had secretly consumed alcohol, she would undoubtedly be punished with copying texts. Ruo, bring us a pot of wine. Yes, my lady. Xiao Qi, Qingqing, Ningning, do not be shy. Do give a taste. As the hostess, Wen Jiao naturally took great care of her guests. Such hospitality posed no challenge for the esteemed young lady of Xingjing. This dish is delightful. You ought to try it. Jiao Ning encouraged Yun Wonking and Lu Hanyun to sample a particular dish. Indeed, I had a feeling it would possess a unique flavor. Wen Jiao, buoyed by Jiao Ning's words, began to display a hint of arrogance. Had she possessed a tail, it would surely have been held high in pride. Yun Wonking shook her head and smiled, then tasted the dish herself. The culinary offerings from the southern region were commendable indeed. She provided a fair assessment. Knowing that Wen Jiao had prepared several southern delicacies, aware of Yun Wonking's origins, I find it quite pleasing as well. I only wish I could partake in wine. Lu Hanyun lamented. Fear not. In just 4 months you shall come of age, and we shall celebrate with you until we are inebriated. Jiao Ning reassured Lu Hanyun once more. Come, taste this wine. It is from my father's collection, gifted to me on my birthday last year. Wen Zio said as she accepted the cup from Ruo and shared the story behind the wine. Let us indulge in a modest drink today. Cheers! The day's adventures concluded amidst their laughter and playful banter. After dinner, Yun Wonking, Lu Hanyun, and Ji Yuning bid farewell to Wen Zio and departed from the Prime Minister's residence. As Ji Yuning left, she gently smoothed the hem of her garment, a glimmer of satisfaction and contentment in her eyes. She walked slowly towards the grand entrance, each step steady, as if savoring the delightful moments of the day. Lu Hanyun, on the other hand, skipped joyfully toward the door, her smile radiant like a flower that never withers. Just before stepping out, she turned back to wave at those inside, her lively demeanor uplifting the spirits of all who beheld her. Yun Wonking moved with grace, her skirt swaying gently in the breeze, akin to a blooming blue lotus. Her gaze was soft and serene as she departed, leaving behind a beautiful and tranquil silhouette. Chapter 47. Light Bamboo Miss, you seem exceptionally joyful these past few days. Nanxing exclaimed from the carriage, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she affectionately linked her arm with Yun Wonking's, her voice infused with exuberance. Indeed, I have made new friends, Yun Wonking replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she nodded, recalling her new acquaintances with a touch of warmth in her gaze. Seated within the carriage, Yun Wonking furrowed her brow slightly, as if suddenly reminded of something of great importance. She delicately lifted the carriage curtain to glance at Jing Mo, who was driving the carriage, and inquired softly, Jing Mo, have you received any news from Fenghua Tower? Upon hearing the question, Jing Mo tightened the reins, slowing the carriage slightly, and respectfully responded, "Miss, I received word from Fenghua Tower at the first watch today. However, since you were dining at the Prime Minister's residence, I deemed it inappropriate to interrupt you in front of those young ladies. I thought it best to wait until your return to discuss it." "Very well. We shall converse in detail upon our return," Yun Wonking replied thoughtfully. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Yun Wonking arrived home without incident. In the quiet study, Jing Mo stood respectfully beside her, reporting the information gathered from Fenghua Tower. A hint of helplessness crossed his face as he slowly spoke. "Miss, I have done my utmost to inquire at Fenghua Tower, but this is all the information they can provide us. They have tightly sealed off deeper insights, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain further useful intelligence." A look of surprise swiftly crossed Yun Wonking's previously calm features. She furrowed her brows and asked, "What is happening? Fenghua Tower has always been a reliable source. Why are they so tightly sealed off? Is there something we are unaware of?" "It appears that the Yume official from the Dark Cloud Pavilion has instructed Fenghua Tower not to disclose core information to you," Jing Mo explained. It seems my masters are testing me," she mused. Upon hearing the name of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, Yun Wanqing immediately grasped the reason behind it. The Dark Cloud Pavilion is a mysterious assassin organization, known to the world as having been established by the former dynasty's Yongding Wang. As the Yongding Wang retreated from the world, the pavilion slowly faded from the realm of martial arts. However, a decade and more after the fall of the former dynasty, 5 subordinates of the Yongding Wang resurrected the pavilion, operating without a leader, instead relying on 5 masked officials. Displeased with the former emperor's incompetence, they audaciously seized the imperial mausoleum of the fallen dynasty as their stronghold, astonishing not only the martial world, but also the rulers of the 4 newly established nations. The current 5 masked officials of the Dark Cloud Pavilion are the masters of Yun Wanqing and Yun Jing. The pavilion possesses the capability to assassinate imperial relatives while simultaneously ensuring the tranquility of the martial realm. Both the court and the martial world tread lightly around the Dark Cloud Pavilion, wary of provoking its ire. The Dark Cloud Pavilion maintains intricate ties with the Divine Healer Valley, though the details shall remain unspoken for now. Nevertheless, this information suffices to bolster our confidence in Shengjing. Understanding her master's intentions, Yun Wanqing let out a sigh. Nanqing expressed her concerns, saying, "Miss, I have an unsettling feeling that Shengjing is not as peaceful as it seems." "Then we shall meet force with force and water with earth," Yun Wanqing replied, regaining her composure. When Sheng interjected, "Miss, there is one more matter to address. What shall we do about the shadowy figure who suddenly appeared? He has been following us at a distance today, and though I sense no malice, his martial prowess seems to surpass yours." Yun Wanqing, with her fingers gently drumming on the table, analyzed the situation with calm deliberation. "Jing Mo, please summon him in." After a moment of contemplation, she made her decision. "Very well." Jing Mo opened the study door and called into the night, "My lord, my lady requests your presence." In an instant, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor. Jing Mo gestured for him to enter. "My lord, please step in." Upon entering, the man did not avert his gaze, instead immediately bowing before Yun Wanqing. She observed him closely as he entered, surprised by his decorum. Without further ado, Yun Wanqing adopted a commanding stance and directly addressed him. "There is no need for excessive formalities. May I inquire who has dispatched you to my side?" "I am a subordinate of the Dragon Shadow Guard, and I humbly request a name from Miss Yun," the man replied, lowering himself to one knee. The Dragon Shadow Guard is an imperial secret service. As Yun Wanqing stood there, the gravity of his words sank in, and she quickly understood. It was evident that Lu Sui had conveyed the entire matter to Emperor Wenxuan. Upon entering the capital, Yun Wanqing had been acutely aware that this issue was akin to a flame hidden in the snow. Destined to be revealed sooner or later, it could not remain concealed for long. Yet, she had not anticipated that her brother Lu Sui would make such a choice. Instead of attempting to obscure the truth, he had opted for the most forthright approach, candidly disclosing everything to Emperor Wenxuan. Yun Wanqing pondered. recognizing that her brother's actions were likely an attempt to seek a formidable ally. After all, in this intricate landscape, securing the support and protection of Emperor Wenshuan could transform many circumstances. Today, an exceedingly peculiar event transpired. Emperor Wenshuan astonishingly abstained from his customary morning court, a rarity indeed. Upon inquiring, Yun Wonking learned that the emperor had ventured into the forbidden grounds the day prior. Connecting this with the information her brother had conveyed to the emperor, everything began to align. It seemed that Emperor Wenshuan had meticulously orchestrated his plans, likely influenced by Lu Sui's words. On a deeper level, the emperor was also curious to ascertain how far his daughter could ascend. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my hidden guard. Bestowed with the name Danju. Acknowledging her inability to refuse, Yun Wonking reluctantly acquiesced, understanding it to be the emperor's intention. A flicker of warmth passed through her heart. However, she remained unaware that the emperor had undertaken yet another action, the revelation of which would come in due time. Miss Xie bestows the name. Danju vows to follow the young lady to the death, with unwavering loyalty. Danju expressed her gratitude for the name, and then pledged her oath to Yun Wonking. Rise, Jing Mo, arrange accommodations for Danju. You all shall divide the tasks concerning our scouts. Report any unusual circumstances directly to me. After accepting Danju, Yun Wonking unhesitatingly assigned duties. Yes, miss. Jing Mo, Wen Sheng, and Danju replied in unison. Dismissed. Yun Wonking, weary, pinched the bridge of her nose. Nanxing, prepare hot water for my bath. It has already been prepared by Wen Sheng. Miss may follow me directly to the cleansing chamber. Nanxing tenderly guided Yun Wonking. Miss, having played so exhaustively today, might I offer you a massage? Nanxing suggested. Yun Wonking graciously consented. Very well, I shall trouble my dear Nanxing. After her bath, Yun Wonking felt her fatigue dissipate. Yet, upon returning to her chamber, she did not rest. Instead, she seated herself at the writing desk, pen in hand, inscribing her thoughts. During the game of Flying Flowers, her desire to establish an academy had intensified. She was now crafting the overarching framework and intricate details of this institution. The objective of founding the academy was not merely to liberate young women from the confines of feudal comfort, but also to cultivate a cadre of individuals who were not merely bookish scholars, but truly capable talents who could serve the emperor and care for the populace. It is far more beneficial to teach one to fish than to simply provide fish, and this was Yun Wonking's true aspiration. Currently, the information available from Fenghua Tower was woefully insufficient. Thus, the realization of her vision would require a gradual approach. Noticing the light still illuminating Yun Wonking's chamber, Nanxing gently reminded her, Miss, it is getting late. You should rest soon. Unbeknownst to her, it was already the witching hour. Yun Wonking responded to Nanxing's reminder, I understand. I shall retire now. As the cicadas chirped through the midnight air, the bustling city of Shengjing gradually returned to tranquility, with only a few laborers making their way home. Occasional barks from dogs echoed through the alleys, accompanied by quarreling couples and the cries of small children. Beneath the surface calm of Shengjing, how many unsavory truths remained concealed. At that moment, Hua Xiai and Lu Sui found themselves sleepless due to an unresolved case that weighed heavily on their minds. Chapter 48. Reporting to the palace time rewinds to Gu Changyun and Lu Sui entering the palace. In the imperial study, each time Shunan lit the incense, delicate wisps of smoke rose from the burner, enveloping the entire room in a subtle fragrance. The Emperor Wenshu was deeply engrossed in reviewing memorials when he was suddenly interrupted by the request for an audience from Lu Sui and Gu Changyun. Unable to comprehend the situation, Lu Qi instructed Shun and to invite them into the imperial study. Gu Changyun knelt reverently, his forehead nearly grazing the floor, and proclaimed loudly, I, your humble servant, pay my respects to your majesty. His voice echoed through the palace, imbued with a solemn atmosphere. Lu Sui, on the other hand, performed a graceful bow, his movements elegant yet respectful, softly stating, I pay my respects to father. Seated upon the dragon throne, Emperor Wenshu slightly lifted his eyelids. A hint of confusion in his gaze and asked in a low voice, "Rise. What brings you two to me?" Gu Chongyun stepped forward, his expression grave, and clasped his hands in salute, responding, "Your Majesty, today, His Highness the Prince of Yong'an stumbled upon a particularly unusual memorial amidst the towering pile of documents. Although it appears ordinary, it does not belong to the Dali Temple, which is rather perplexing. Your Majesty, please take a look." Wenshu furrowed his brows, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, and then called out to the eunuch Shun and beside him, "Shunan, bring it here." Shun and hastily trotted over, extending his hands to carefully receive the memorial from Gu Chongyun, and then respectfully approached the emperor, presenting it with both hands. The emperor took the memorial and began to scrutinize it. As he examined the document, his expression darkened, and anger gradually ignited within his gaze. Moments later, he struck the armrest of the dragon throne with a fierce clap and bellowed, "Preposterous!" This thunderous voice reverberated throughout the palace, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. How could a memorial from half a month ago be languishing in the Dali Temple? Moreover, this document should not have even appeared there. The emperor, enraged, felt the veins on his forehead pulsating as his voice resonated through the hall, laden with fury and confusion. "Your Majesty, it appears that someone has deliberately concealed this memorial among the documents requiring my approval while I was away from Shengjing, likely to hide nefarious intentions." Lu Sui bowed respectfully, his demeanor neither submissive nor overbearing, his eyes reflecting determination. He understood that there must be hidden motives behind this matter, and he could not allow such a conspiracy to succeed. Gu Chongyun then stepped forward once more, respectfully clasping his hands and stating, "Your Majesty, I believe the forces behind this have stretched their reach far too wide. Despite the time that has passed, not a whisper of this has leaked. It is evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme. I fear the complexities of the powers involved may render this case anything but simple." Gu Chongyun's brows knitted tightly, his expression serious and grave, as if he had already discerned the layers of conspiracy lurking in the shadows. "How audacious to disregard me!" exclaimed the emperor. "Gu Chongyun, Lu Sui, I command you to collaborate with the Ministry of Justice to thoroughly investigate this matter." His voice, cold and laced with a piercing chill, seemed capable of penetrating the very souls of those present. Unquestionably, he issued the directive. "Your humble servant obeys." Gu Chongyun and Lu Sui responded in unison, their voices resolute and powerful, demonstrating their unwavering obedience to the emperor's command and their determination to resolve the case. Shun and convey the decree to the Ministry of Justice, demanding their cooperation with the Dali Temple in the thorough investigation of this matter. Emperor Wenshuan, without turning his head, addressed Shun and beside him. "Yes," Shun responded respectfully, then hurriedly exited the grand hall to convey the emperor's decree. Gu Chongyun, Lu Sui, and Shun swiftly departed the palace, heading towards the Ministry of Justice. Their steps were steady yet tinged with urgency, as the matters they were to address at the ministry were of great significance. Before long, they arrived at the Ministry of Justice, where they fortuitously encountered Huasi, who was about to conclude his shift. Clad in official robes, Huasi stood tall. Though his face bore traces of fatigue from his busy day, his gaze remained sharp and competent. Shunan cleared his throat, solemnly unfurled the imperial edict, and began to read aloud in a loud and clear voice. The words of the edict echoed through the grand hall of the ministry, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon completing the announcement, Shunan dared not linger, quickly adjusting his attire before hastening back to the palace to report. In the ministry's grand hall, only Gu Chongyun, Lu Sui, and Huasi remained. Gu Chongyun spoke first, his voice deep and measured as he meticulously detailed the specific matters that had brought them here. Not a single detail was overlooked, recounting the origins, developments, and current status of the situation at hand. Lu Sui occasionally supplemented Gu Chongyun's narrative, clarifying any points that had been omitted, his words concise and clear, enhancing Gu Chongyun's account and allowing Huasi to fully grasp the entirety of the situation. Let us start by investigating the Dali Temple to ascertain who has infiltrated the records there, Huasi deduced calmly from their dialogue. analyzing numerous details before swiftly organizing specific tasks. Additionally, we must thoroughly examine whether there are any concealed petitions among the 6 ministries. Very well. The Dali Temple will commence a systematic investigation today. We also need to ascertain the true circumstances of the floods in the south, Gu Changyan added. After we leave the palace, I shall dispatch someone to expedite the situation assessment in the disaster-stricken county of Qingshui, Lu Sui interjected, though this round trip will take a month. For now, let us first investigate the implicated officials in Shengjing. By the time the news returns, it may be too late. We should directly procure information. Huasi concluded, presenting a solution to the dilemma. Will we be able to acquire accurate information? Gu Changyan queried uncertainly. Huasi and Lu Sui exchanged a glance, with Lu Sui reassuringly responding, Teacher, Huasi and I will attempt to see if we can obtain the information. Seeing the earnestness in their expressions, Gu Changyan acquiesced. In that case, let's give it a try. Very well, Sir Gu. Please arrange the matters on your end. The Ministry of Justice will cooperate at any time. Huasi, tomorrow, Lu Sui and I will find a way to resolve this, proceeding as discussed. Then, I shall begin my arrangements, Gu Changyan said, bidding farewell to the two before hastily departing. Lu Sui glanced at Huasi and remarked, Yesterday, I informed His Majesty about Qingqing's situation, ensuring her safety is more secured. Understood. Today, Qingqing went out to play with Wen Jiao and the others. Tomorrow, we shall seek her out to see if we can gather news from Feng Lu. Huasi expressed his awareness of the situation and arranged matters with clarity. Lu Sui understood that Huasi was reluctant to disturb Yun Wangqing's enjoyment today, so he agreed, saying, No problem. I will seek out Qingqing for a chat after court tomorrow. He then inquired about how Huasi's family perceived Qingqing as Yun Wangqing's brother. It was essential for Lu Sui to ask this question. Huasi patiently explained to his future brother-in-law, with Qingqing's remarkable capabilities, there's no need to worry about any gossip from my family. You witnessed my mother's attitude in the palace that day. My father has always held great respect for military personnel who have seen battle. Given Qingqing's bravery, my father will certainly not look down upon her. Let us hope it remains that way. Should I discover any insincerity towards Qingqing, you must understand that the higher authorities will not spare you. Lu Sui warned. I dare not. Huasi pleaded for mercy. Chapter 49. Fenghua Tower. After a day of revelry and a late night, it was inevitable that Yun Wangqing would sleep in. There was nothing wrong with indulging in a lazy morning. Huasi and Lu Sui, having concluded their morning court session, hurried to find Yun Wangqing, only to discover she had just awoken and had yet to have breakfast. In the later hours of the morning, with her eyes still heavy with sleep, Yun Wangqing looked at Huasi and Lu Sui seated in the hall, and shyly inquired, What brings you and Huaiji here, brother? Do not rush. Please have your meal first. Huasi kindly urged her to eat. Lu Sui nodded in agreement. And it must be said that Huasi treated Yun Wangqing with great consideration for the little things, which greatly reassured Lu Sui. Have you and Huaiji a breakfast? Yun Wangqing asked gently, her sparkling eyes revealing her concern for the two before her. We have already eaten. We came to find you after court, Lu Sui replied. His gaze warmed as he slightly nodded. Dressed in elegant attire, he stood tall, exuding an air of refined grace. Oh, brother, if there is something to discuss, please proceed. Otherwise, we shall surely delay matters, Yun Wangqing said, her lips parting lightly. She was perceptive and understood that both Lu Sui and Huasi were busy individuals, and their visit at this hour must pertain to something important. She did not wish to hinder their essential affairs due to her own needs, so she decisively took the initiative to inquire about the matter at hand. Understanding the urgency of their visit, she was determined not to let her meal delay them. Her eyes sparkled like hidden stars, and though her tone was casual, it radiated a cleverness. Seeing this, Lu Sui smiled helplessly, a look of fondness directed at Yun Wangqing. He and Huasi began recounting the events of the previous day while she ate. Huasi stood by, his expression calm, yet imbued with a certain severity, quietly awaiting Lu Sui's narration of yesterday's occurrences. The atmosphere within the Golden Hall during today's court session was stifling, akin to the oppressive silence before storm. The emperor's countenance was filled with fury, causing all present, both civil and military officials, to tremble involuntarily. The elderly officials bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. This matter appeared exceedingly complex, resembling a tangled knot. Resolving it smoothly would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Huasei furrowed his brows. A look of deep concern etched across his face. By approaching the 6 ministries directly, do you not fear that we may alert the enemy? Yun Wanqing tilted her head slightly, her mind racing to analyze the situation, her lively eyes reflecting her uncertainty. She then softly voiced her thoughts. Lu Sui nodded gently, his expression grave as he provided the rationale for their course of action. Indeed, we are aware of the risks involved. However, the situation in Qingshui County may have deteriorated beyond our imagination. The common folk could be enduring untold suffering at this very moment. With each passing minute, more lives may be at stake. We must urgently ascertain the facts and unearth the shadowy figure orchestrating these events, ensuring they can no longer perpetrate their misdeeds. Qingqing, we have yet to secure a reliable source of information from Qingshui County. The journey for messages back to the capital is fraught with challenges and distance. It could take a month at the earliest to receive any concrete news. However, we cannot afford to wait that long given the current urgency. Would you be able to assist us? Huasei's demeanor was serious, his gaze earnest as he fixed his eyes on Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing fully grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that it not only impacted the safety of the citizens of Qingshui County, but also had implications for the stability of the court and the trust the populace held in it. Without a moment's hesitation, her eyes resolute, she replied, "Very well, I understand. Jingmo, send word to Fenghua Tower. I require a detailed report on the disaster in Qingshui County within 3 days. The remaining matters we shall investigate ourselves." Yun Wanqing instructed Jingmo to relay the message. "Why would you say that, Qingqing? Is Fenghua Tower not an ally of yours?" Lu Sui posed this question, his curiosity piqued. Huasei also awaited Yun Wanqing's response. Puzzled by the inconsistency, if they could easily obtain information, why was it necessary to uncover the truth behind the scenes? It is because my master has restricted Fenghua Tower from conveying information to me, so I cannot access many confidential documents. This outing is not for a significant event, and Fenghua Tower can only provide limited assistance. They wish for me to learn from these experiences, acquiring knowledge and skills I have yet to encounter. Yun Wanqing sighed, explaining her predicament. Huasei's eyes narrowed, a spark of inspiration illuminating his mind as he proposed a new idea. With a sly tilt of his head, he suggested, "What if we bypass you and purchase the information directly from Fenghua Tower?" Lu Sui, who had been deep in thought, was suddenly invigorated by Huasei's words, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Yes, they may refuse to provide you with information, but they never said we couldn't buy it. What a loophole." Yun Wanqing listened to their conversation, a frown creasing her brow as she pondered. Biting her lip, she contemplated for a moment before slowly responding, "I am uncertain, while Fenghua Tower is known for its intelligence. Whether this approach will be successful remains to be seen. However, since we have no alternative at present, why not pay a visit to Fenghua Tower? There may yet be fruitful results. Without delay, let us depart at once." Upon seeing that Yun Wanqing had finished her breakfast, Huasei's eyes sparkled with impatience, his body leaning slightly forward as he spoke eagerly. "Very well, Nanxing, prepare the carriage." Yun Wanqing, without a hint of hesitation, called out to Nanxing in a firm and resolute tone, her voice crisp and decisive, as if she had already resolved to unveil the truth at Fenghua Tower. Fenghua Tower, concealed within the bustling city, outwardly appeared to be an ordinary establishment, but its true nature as a flower house was a privilege reserved for the elite. This opulent venue, steeped in extravagance, was not accessible to all. There were 3 stipulations for entry. First, the ladies within offered their talents, not their bodies. Second, an entrance fee of 10,000 taels of gold was required. And third, those with notorious reputations were barred from entry. Upon arriving at Fenghua Tower, Nanxing produced a token, and the attendants, maintaining their composure, promptly notified the proprietress, Miss Tao, before gracefully allowing a select few to enter. Stepping into the grand hall of the flower house, One was immediately captivated by the lavish decorations. A magnificent crystal chandelier, resembling a blooming lotus, hung from the ceiling, adorned with countless crystal beads that refracted a spectrum of colors, akin to a cascade of starlight. The hall's floor, paved with polished marble, featured exquisite floral patterns, while the walls were adorned with scrolls depicting seasonal flowers, from the vibrant peach blossoms of spring to the resilient plum blossoms of winter. Each painting seemed to narrate the tales of nature's cycles. The interior exuded an understated luxury, with silk scrolls lining the redwood corridors. And at the center stood a grand stage, upon which lay an ancient guqin crafted from golden silk nama wood. A woman clad in a dark, flowing skirt gracefully descended from the second floor. Were it not for inquiries about her age, one might easily mistake her for being in her early 20s. "I am Bai Tao, at your service, Mississippi. You may address me as Miss Tao," she said, kneeling respectfully before Yun Walking. Bai Tao, the head of Fenghua Tower in Shengjing City, was indeed the current matron of the flower house, age 32. "There is no need for excessive formality. Miss Tao, please lead us upstairs," Yun Walking instructed with calm authority. "Yes, Miss, young master, please follow me," Bai Tao replied, guiding them to the third floor of Fenghua Tower, a private domain specifically prepared for Yun Walking and Yun Jing, not open to the public. Mo ran, "Please prepare refreshments for the miss and the young master." Bai Tao arranged with an air of tranquility. Chapter 50. In pursuit of information, Yun Walking sat at the center, flanked by Huasi and Lu Sui on either side. Gazing at Bai Tao, who stood before her, Yun Walking spoke softly. "Miss Tao, I trust you have received news from Jing Mo. I wish to know what information I might obtain," she inquired candidly. Bai Tao responded with utmost respect in response to the miss. "You may acquire information regarding the disaster situation in Qingshui County, but I regret to inform you that I cannot provide any further details, including those concerning these two young gentlemen." "Why?" Yun Walking inquired lazily. Only Nanqing understood that Yun Walking was quite displeased. Indeed, without external support, she felt as though she were missing a limb. Despite her capability to investigate the truth alongside Huasi and Lu Sui, the circumstances proved challenging. However, in essence, Yun Walking tends to favor swift resolutions, as the pursuit of evidence and witnesses demands considerable time and effort. The longer the matter lingers, the greater the likelihood of it being obscured. The enemy operates in shadows while we remain in the light. My lady, the myriad reasons will become apparent to you in due course. We are merely following orders. Bai Tao can offer no assistance in this regard. The Dark Cloud Pavilion serves as the underlying force that supports the normal operations of the Fenghua Tower. It can be said that some of the covert guards of the Dark Cloud Pavilion are instrumental in the reconstruction of brightness through the Fenghua Tower, with information primarily gathered by these covert operatives. Yun Walking and Yun Jing are the architects of this mechanism and serve as its ostensible masters. However, in reality, the Fenghua Tower is merely a branch of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, known only to its internal members. I would like to inquire, several months ago, the Fenghua Tower was able to relay information regarding military affairs and the situation in enemy territories, yet now it appears incapable of doing so. Yun Walking's probing takes a different path. "We were born of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, though we are assassins. We hold great respect for the valiant warriors who fight in bloodshed. They should not perish. My lady can utilize this information to swiftly resolve the military conflict, which is our fervent hope," Bai Tao retorted passionately. "Today's events mark the commencement of my lady's trials. We were already aware of the situation in Qingshui County and provided assistance from the shadows. As for the orchestrators behind it, that requires my lady's own investigation. The Dark Cloud Pavilion only eliminates those deserving of death, while the innocent should not perish. The dam in Qingshui County has breached due to substandard construction materials being used during its building, resulting in its collapse under the torrential rains." Bai Tao, aware of Yun Walking's presence, directly divulged all the information she could offer. Knowing that the situation in Qingshui County is not dire alleviates the concerns of the group. "Very well, I understand. Bai Tao, you may leave. We have matters to deliberate." Upon realizing that further information was unattainable, Yin Wonking instructed Bai Tao to depart. Once Bai Tao left, a silence enveloped them. Nanxing was the first to break the silence. My lady, since the dam has breached, we will begin our investigation from this point. Hua Xiai and Lu Sui expressed their admiration for Nanxing's suggestion. What an excellent idea. We shall trace the origins of the inferior materials they purchased. However, it is likely that they have taken precautions against our inquiries, perhaps even resorting to silencing witnesses. Yin Wonking calmly continued her analysis. That said, there should be records of the purchases in their ledgers. We must first locate the vendor to obtain the ledger. Hua Xiai added, the puppet master has concealed the truth for so long. It may complicate our search for answers. Lu Sui directed, I will immediately dispatch covert operatives to investigate and strive to uncover evidence that favors us. Ideally, we would find eyewitnesses. Indeed, Huaiji, the 6 ministries represent a significant breakthrough. The puppet master will go to great lengths to conceal this matter, likely embezzling a considerable amount of official funds. Yin Wonking's statement plunged Hua Xiai and Lu Sui into deep contemplation. What could all that public money be used for? It seems the capital city, and indeed the entirety of Bailing, is on the verge of a bloody storm. Nanxing murmured, following the trio's analysis. The situation is not as dire as it seems. We shall take one step at a time. Yin Wonking recognized that Nanxing's words were likely to resonate with reality. Yet she could only hope that circumstances were not as dire as they seemed. Qingqing, do not burden yourself with excessive thoughts. Your brother and I are here for you. Huizi remarked, observing the troubled expression on Yin Wonking's face, offering her consolation. Lu Sui rose and approached Yin Wonking, gently ruffling her hair as he spoke tenderly. Huaiji is right. You have already rendered us tremendous assistance. I understand, but I feel utterly powerless. Having departed from my family, I find myself still relying on the conveniences they provide. Yin Wonking confessed, her distress palpable. In the past, her senior brother, grandfather, and 5 masters had indulged her, ensuring that she never had to confront challenges alone, which left her unprepared for pivotal moments. Though she comprehended the principles outlined in books, her scant practical experience rendered her incapable of addressing the situation with complete composure. Qingqing, you have done remarkably well. Compared to most, your efforts are commendable. You simply place undue pressure upon yourself, Huizi observed, discerning her thoughts and patiently comforting her. Huaiji is correct. Qingqing, do not be too hard on yourself. We are here for you. Moreover, we have already identified a direction. Believe that, before long, the truth will reveal itself. Lu Sui felt a pang of sympathy for Yin Wonking, surprised to discover that the usually composed individual could also feel lost. Miss, we will surely uncover the truth. Nanxing lamented, realizing that he should not have broached a subject that would render Yin Wonking melancholic. Yin Wonking heard Huizi and Lu Sui's words clearly, with Nanxing chiming in beside them. Each phrase pierced her heart like sharp needles. She had never anticipated that the emotions she had diligently concealed would escape like moonlight hidden behind clouds, ultimately spilling forth without warning. She had always considered herself adept at managing her feelings. She should not have succumbed to such vulnerability. Yin Wonking, how could you be so fragile? She silently admonished herself. A voice within her urged her to rise from this despondency. Yin Wonking, believe in yourself. You are a unique existence with boundless potential. Moreover, behind you stands a family that loves you dearly, a steadfast support that will always provide strength and encouragement. With this self-encouragement, Yin Wonking felt invigorated, as if new life coursed through her veins. She inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Lifting her head, her eyes sparkled with renewed determination as she began to earnestly discuss the next steps with Huizi and Lu Sui. The 3 of them engaged in a spirited dialogue, meticulously planning each aspect of their strategy, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Before they knew it, their conversation had extended to midday. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden carpet upon the floor. Bai Tao, ever considerate, had prepared lunch well in advance. The enticing aroma of the meal began to permeate the air, subtly infiltrating the nostrils of the busy individuals, as if gently reminding them to pause their tasks and indulge in a delightful feast. Chapter 51. The Academy. After finishing lunch, Yin Wonking languidly reclined on the soft couch, lightly gesturing for Bai Tao to approach. A glimmer of anticipation shimmered in her eyes as she softly spoke. "Dear Tao, might I trouble you to help me find a suitable location? What place does the young lady seek?" Bai Tao inquired respectfully, inclining her body slightly, her tone neither servile nor overbearing. Her gaze was calm and focused, awaiting Yin Wonking's response. "A place suitable for establishing an academy." Yin Wonking straightened up, her expression earnest. As she spoke, she gestured gently with her hands, as if already envisioning the layout of the academy in her mind. Bai Tao's eyes widened in surprise, her voice involuntarily rising. An academy? She had never anticipated that Yin Wonking would suddenly wish to find a suitable location for such an establishment. It struck her as quite unexpected and unusual. She couldn't help but ponder Yin Wonking's intentions. Was the young lady aspiring to establish a school herself? Or did she harbor other plans? Bai Tao's mind raced, yet her countenance remained one of respectful composure. In this seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous situation, even the astute and perceptive Huasii and Lu Sui could not fathom the true intentions swirling within Yin Wonking's mind. Yin Wonking gently raised her gaze, her eyes radiating determination and composure, and slowly began to articulate. "Indeed, I have long harbored a desire to establish an academy. This institution will not merely serve as a place of learning. It is to embody my numerous aspirations. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance in finding an appropriate location. However, this matter is not urgent, as the most pressing task at hand is to address the calamity of the breach dam in Qingshui County, alongside the underlying issues of embezzled official funds." At this point, Yin Wonking paused momentarily, seemingly reflecting on something, before continuing. "Can you assist me with this matter, Bai Tao?" Bai Tao stood upright, her demeanor embodying utmost respect. With a steady tone, she replied, "Miss, you are aware of our principles. Aside from matters of officialdom that we cannot intervene in, there are no restrictions on other affairs. Therefore, regarding what you have entrusted to me, as long as it falls within these guidelines, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Upon hearing Bai Tao's response, a weight seemed to lift from Yin Wonking's heart, and she exhaled in relief. A slight smile graced her lips as she remarked, "That is splendid. I appreciate your assistance, Bai Tao. I have always trusted your capabilities. You are too kind, Mississippi. It is my duty to fulfill such responsibilities." "It is an honor to serve you," Bai Tao replied with calm assurance, her every word reflecting her refined upbringing and professional demeanor. Yin Wonking inwardly marveled. Truly, one cannot underestimate those who emerge from the Dark Cloud Pavilion. The individuals emerging from the Dark Cloud Pavilion are akin to swords forged through relentless trials, maintaining a demeanor of reverence in all encounters, neither haughty nor servile. "Very well. Miss Tao, I entrust this matter to you. Should there be any news, please convey it to Jing Mo and Wen Sheng. They have been diligently assisting me with various affairs, and I am confident they will contribute to this matter as well." Yin Wanqing meticulously arranged the subsequent affairs. "Indeed," Bai Tao replied respectfully before gradually retreating, her figure swiftly vanishing from the sight of the assembly. "Miss, why not take a moment to rest?" Nanxing, aware of Yin Wanqing's thoughts, felt a pang of sympathy for her, having stayed awake until the witching hour over matters concerning the academy, and now burdened with concerns over the torrential rains in the south. "Understood." Observing Yin Wanqing's weary countenance, Huasii and Lu Sui shared a sense of unease. "Xingxing, I shall go with Huaiji to arrange matters. You ought to rest well. You need not bear excessive pressure. We are here for you," Lu Sui advised with concern. "All right. I understand. I was merely overthinking. I grasp your intentions, brother. I will adjust my mindset, so there is no need to worry about me," Yin Wanqing assured them. "Brother, and Huaiji, you may focus on your tasks without concern for me. However, do be exceptionally cautious. This situation appears rather complex. We are in the open, while dangers lurking in the shadows resemble venomous serpents poised to strike. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Rest assured, we are mindful of that. Do not fret excessively." Huasii nodded with a composed demeanor. "Then we shall take our leave." Nanxing, Ensure you look after your mistress. Huasii turned back with a serious expression. Imparting his charge to Nanxing, Nanxing patted her chest in assurance. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to caring for my mistress. You need not worry. Yin Wanqing, observing their earnest expressions, could not help but chuckle. Very well. You may hasten to attend to your significant matters. I, too, should indulge in a brief afternoon slumber. In the middle of the day, a short nap is essential to maintain vigor for the afternoon. Chapter 52. The Duke of England. The study of the Duke of England was suffused with a faint aroma of ink. Rows of bookshelves stood against the walls, laden with a myriad of texts, encompassing everything from classics to military treatises. In the center of the study was a spacious desk, strewn with several books currently being perused, alongside an exquisite inkstone containing still wet ink. Before the desk sat a comfortable rattan chair. In one corner of the study stood a display case, showcasing antique porcelain and jade ornaments, each exuding an air of antiquity. Grandfather, uncle, Huasii, and Lu Sui have discovered the memorial. What course of action shall we take next? The third prince, Lu Yao, paced anxiously within the study, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. In Lu Yao's eyes, there was a profound sense of worry and unease, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety as he urgently inquired of Duke Shinsun and his nephew, Crown Prince Shunli. Meanwhile, the Duke and the Crown Prince appeared oblivious to his distress, calmly engrossed in their game of chess. The black and white pieces were meticulously arranged on the board, each move seemingly the result of deep contemplation, their expressions intensely focused, entirely unaffected by Lu Yao's palpable anxiety. Thus, Lu Yao found himself in the vast study, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, restlessly pacing back and forth. He alternated between tugging at his ears and stealing glances at the two chess players, his gaze imbued with hope that they might provide him with a strategy to address the pressing situation. Duke Shun, perturbed by Lu Yao's frantic demeanor, furrowed his brow and, with a tone tinged with impatience, reprimanded him. If you have nothing of importance, kindly remove yourself and do not hinder my game. His voice was low and authoritative, his grip firm on a black piece, his eyes remaining steadfastly fixed on the chessboard. Grandfather, the flames are licking at our heels. How can you remain so unperturbed? Lu Yao's voice involuntarily rose in pitch, his eyes wide with incredulity as he regarded Shinsun. He could not fathom how, in the face of such urgency, his grandfather and uncle could maintain such a serene composure. Yao, we anticipated that this matter would soon come to Lu Sui's attention and have already arranged a scapegoat. There is no need for concern, Shunli explained with an unruffled demeanor. His expression was calm and composed, his gaze tranquil, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters, his movements in placing the pieces unceasing. Lu Yao felt the stirrings of anger within him. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his palms. Struggling to maintain his composure, he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Have the arrangements been made? Why was I not informed?" His eyes betrayed a mixture of anger and confusion, as he grappled with the realization that he had been kept in the dark about such a significant issue, a source of great vexation. Duke Shin scoffed, his expression marked by irritation and exasperation. "How dare you question me? Look at yourself, so flustered and devoid of any composure. If you could possess the same steadiness as the Crown Prince, contemplating matters with care and not so readily displaying your emotions, then your uncle and I would not have to expend such effort and lose sleep over your troubles." As he spoke, Shinsun scrutinized Lu Yao with a stern gaze, one that conveyed disappointment and a desire for improvement. Deep down, Lu Yao was acutely aware of his own temperament, recognizing that he lacked the Crown Prince's level of composure. Under the weight of Shun Sun's admonishment, he could only lower his head in silence, stifling his frustration. Very well, Shun Sun relented, waving his hand in resignation. "What can one expect? You are, after all, my grandson. Your uncle and I will bear the brunt of these matters. You need not concern yourself with such weighty affairs. For now, your focus should be on uncovering the true nature of Yun Wanqing. She is not to be underestimated. There may be many secrets lurking behind her facade. If you can devise a way to seduce her into serving our purposes, it would indeed be a most fortuitous outcome. However, should she prove impervious to our influence, refusing to comply with our plans, we cannot afford to leave such a potential threat unaddressed. She must be eliminated to prevent any future repercussions. Shun Sun narrowed his eyes, calculating various possible scenarios with shrewd deliberation. Yes, his grandson would ascertain the truth. Lu Yao raised his head, respectfully accepting this task, fully aware that it was a test imposed by Shun Sun, a responsibility he must fulfill. Do proceed, Shun Sun advised, but exercise utmost caution and ensure that your intentions remain concealed. Should your negligence expose our scheme, it would all be for naught, and you must not hold me accountable for my lack of leniency. Understood, Lu Yao replied again, then carefully withdrew. After responding, Lu Yao turned and departed from the Duke of England's residence. Father, after all, Yao is still in his youth. It is natural for him to be ambitious, and he need not be overly chastised, Shun Li, the uncle, remarked, observing Shun Sun's countenance filled with ire. He understood Lu Yao's character well. The young man was brimming with the fervor and pride unique to his age. In this tender phase of life, a degree of recklessness could indeed be overlooked. Seated upon an intricately carved sandalwood chair, Shun Sun held a chess piece in his hand, already troubled by Lu Yao's actions. Upon hearing Shun Li's words, his grip on the piece tightened abruptly, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes blazing with intensity as he addressed Shun Li with a booming voice. Do you think it necessary for you to speak on his behalf? Are you not aware that his current audacity, if left unchecked, may hinder his future prospects? This child, while filled with ambition, is perpetually rash and lacks the steadiness required to shoulder the family's responsibilities. Seeing Shun Sun's fury, Shun Li felt a jolt of alarm. He knew well his father's temper, which, once unleashed, resembled a tempest that was difficult to quell. He hastily nodded, donning a conciliatory smile, saying, Yes, you are right, father. Please do not be angry. I am aware that Yao has erred in certain respects, and I shall endeavor to guide him more effectively, ensuring he tempers his spirit and comprehends your good intentions. His voice dwindled, becoming almost as faint as a whisper, laden with a tone of humble supplication. None of them bring me peace. Shun Sun seethed, his frustration mounting like an impending volcanic eruption. He abruptly hurled the chess piece onto the board. It bounced several times, producing a crisp sound akin to the heartbeat of his anger. Subsequently, with a swift flick of his sleeve, he stirred a gust of wind and departed, leaving Shun Li standing in place, gazing at his retreating figure with a resigned sigh. In the vast study, having just witnessed a tumultuous dispute, only Shun Li remained, striving to regain his composure amidst the silence. Shun Li stood there in serene silence, as if the tumult surrounding him had never occurred. His eyes were gently closed, his breathing steady and tranquil, resembling a tranquil statue. Meanwhile, Lu Yao, filled with indignation, stormed back to his residence. Chapter 53. The gambling den. Lu Yao's chest heaved violently, as if a fierce blaze of fury burned within him, a tempest of anger that surged uncontrollably. Upon entering his abode, he bellowed for several guards, his voice laced with uncontainable wrath. You lot, accompany me to the training grounds for a sparring match. The guards, upon hearing this command, inwardly lamented, but dared not show any sign of dissent. Poor souls, upon reaching the training grounds, they could do nothing but endure Lu Yao's outpouring of rage. Lacking the courage to retaliate, they passively absorbed Lu Yao's relentless onslaught. With each strike that landed, waves of agony coursed through their bodies. Yet they could only grit their teeth and silently endure, their expressions a portrait of suffering that evoked sympathy. Crown Prince, Huisi, Lu Sui, I shall make you pay dearly. Lu Yao thought bitterly as he swung his fists, his eyes gleaming with vengeful light, as if he wished to devour those three men whole. They were like thorns deeply embedded in his heart, filling him with jealousy and resentment. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Lu Yao halted his movements, his eyes narrowing, a glint of malice evident within them. He promptly dispatched his covert guards. Investigate Yin Wonking. I must uncover how that woman has captivated Huasi and Lu Sui, even winning the admiration of the emperor. I refuse to believe she possesses any extraordinary charm that could ensnare them so thoroughly. The covert guards, having received their orders, quietly withdrew, swiftly disappearing into the shadows, leaving Liu Yao standing alone in the training grounds, his hatred still palpable in his gaze. After the midday rest, Yun Wanqing emerged from Fenghua Tower, not returning to her residence, but instead veering down another street. The entrance to the gambling den stood wide open, resembling a greedy maw. The door, crafted from heavy solid wood, bore mottled marks, seemingly narrating tales of yore. Flanking the entrance were two large red lanterns, casting a warm, ambiguous glow even in daylight, mirroring the unpredictable fortunes within. The roof's blue tiles appeared somewhat dilapidated, with wild grass sprouting through the crevices, swaying gently in the breeze, as if observing this opulent den of iniquity with a discerning eye. Come, I bet big. A burly man, with a face flushed with excitement, bellowed, his eyes wide as copper bells, his voice tinged with a frenzied urgency. Small, it must be small. A nearby man, thin as a reed, retorted defiantly, craning his neck to peer intently at the dice cup, his voice high-pitched, yet imbued with unwavering certainty, as if he had already glimpsed the outcome, even before entering. The cacophony of enthusiastic shouts surged forth like a tide. Yun Wanqing and Nanxing exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding in silent agreement. Nanxing meticulously adorned herself in the guise of a scholar's attendant, a portrayal that was remarkably vivid. She donned a long gown of azure cloth, which, though made of ordinary material, was impeccably laundered, devoid of any creases. Atop her head rested a petite square scarf, its two corners neatly cascading beside her ears. Nanxing slightly lowered her head, her hands respectfully hanging by her sides, while a small cloth pouch, containing items that young Master Yun Wanqing might require at any moment, was suspended at her waist. In contrast, Yun Wanqing presented himself as a dashing young master. He wore a long robe of moonlight-hued satin, intricately embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns in silver thread. As he moved, the design seemed to flow gracefully along the fabric. His lustrous long hair was casually gathered with a jade hairpin, a few strands gently framing his face, enhancing his nonchalant charm. He held a folding fan, its ribs crafted from precious sandalwood, the fan surface adorned with a landscape painting that exuded a sense of vitality. With a buoyant stride and a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, he radiated an innate nobility and carefree spirit. Thus, the two of them blended seamlessly into the largest gambling house in Shengjing. Upon entering the gambling hall, one was immediately greeted by a distinctive aroma, lang of sweat, smoke, and the scent of copper. The hall buzzed with animated chatter, a cacophony of excitement. Several large gambling tables stood at the center, each surrounded by eager patrons. These tables, crafted from sturdy mahogany, had surfaces so smooth they reflected the faces of those around them, expressions etched with greed, exhilaration, or despair. In the corners of the hall, small tables catered to those engaging in modest wagers. A few ragged individuals occupied these tables, their eyes betraying a flicker of hope intertwined with a sense of resignation. The meager chips they possessed rendered each bet a cautious endeavor, starkly contrasting with the lavish expenditures of the high rollers at the grand tables. The two charming young masters did not stir much attention within the casino. Most gamblers merely glanced at them before returning to their games. Yun Wanqing leisurely guided Nanxing around the first floor of the casino, observing rather than wagering. The entire establishment was thick with an atmosphere that was both fervent and oppressive. Emotions oscillated between hope and despair. Each roll of the dice and every flipping of a card felt like a decree of fate. Here, wealth changed hands as easily as water flows, and the frailties of human nature were magnified infinitely. The tantalizing prospect of sudden riches, akin to a ghost, lured one after another into this realm of temptation and peril. Yun Wanqing's demeanor caught the attention of the manager on the second floor, yet the manager, displaying shrewdness, refrained from alarming them. Instead, he discreetly instructed an accomplice to follow and observe the intentions of the two young masters. Amidst the bustling chaos of the casino, Nanqing's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Yun Wanqing and whispered, "Young master, shall we try our luck?" Yun Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. He replied, unfazed, "There is no rush. Attracting attention is our true objective." Yun Wanqing's gaze was imbued with a hint of curiosity and exploration, as she subsequently expressed, "After all, I am quite eager to behold the fabled gambling king, who is said to be omniscient and omnipotent." The casino buzzed with a cacophony of voices, a symphony of chaos intermingling. Nanqing stood there for a while, feeling utterly bored. Her eyes darted around before she made her way to a nearby table to engage in a game of high-low on her own. Observing Nanqing's eager silhouette, Yun Wanqing called out, "Take it easy. Do not leave them without a stitch to wear." Upon hearing Yun Wanqing's words, Nanqing turned back with a mischievous smile, cheerfully replying, "Hee, I know, my lady." Nanqing's gambling skills were honed alongside Yun Wanqing, who had a master renowned for his gambling prowess. Yet it remained uncertain whether the gambling king of this establishment truly possessed such exceptional talent. Yun Wanqing, disinterested in spectating, quietly ascended to the second floor, only to be halted by an obstruction. "Esteemed young master, access to the second floor is not so easily granted." A young servant blocked her path, speaking with disdain. "Oh, may I inquire how one might ascend?" Yun Wanqing raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the servant's contempt. "Ha ha, it seems this young master is a novice." Unfamiliar with the rules of this gambling house, a bystander interjected. Following the sound, Yun Wanqing turned to face him. "Pray tell, what secrets does this gambling house hold?" she asked, unperturbed, displaying a willingness to learn. "Ahem, to gain access to the second floor, one must traverse all the major tables on the first floor and achieve victory at each one to earn an entry ticket for the second floor." The man cleared his throat and began his explanation. "Additionally, the second floor consists of 3 challenges. If one succeeds, they earn the opportunity to compete against the gambling king. Moreover, should one gamble with the king and lose, their life may be forfeit. However, should they win, they may receive a promise from the king," another person added. Yun Wanqing nodded in understanding. "I see. I observed earlier that there are 5 major tables on the first floor, thus 5 different methods of gambling. If I were to initiate a game with 5 individuals, would my success grant me the qualification for an entry ticket to the second floor?" She glanced toward a specific area on the second floor. "How could that possibly be?" someone questioned skeptically. Yun Wanqing paid no mind to the doubt and simply waited in silence. Soon, a middle-aged man in a blue robe descended from the second floor, remarking, "It appears the young master is prepared. I am Changsheng, the proprietor of this gambling house. I have met the proprietor. May I ask if you are willing to engage in a wager?" Yun Wanqing boldly posed the question to Changsheng. "Should you lose, you must leave a hand behind." "Are you certain?" Changsheng regarded Yun Wanqing with a tinge of contempt, speaking ominously. Yun Wanqing, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly stated, "Without further ado, let us begin." "Very well. Let's see what skills this audacious youth possesses." "Clear the area and prepare," Changsheng commanded, ushering away those of no relevance. Regrettably, Nanqing's brief foray into play was cut short, but knowing her association with Yun Wanqing, she positioned herself beside her companion. Yun Wanqing observed that 5 gambling tables were set and lazily declared, "Let the 5 of us play together." Such audacity indeed, with 5 different games. One could scarcely keep track of both sight and sound. The onlookers could not help but scoff. Ignoring their murmurs, Yun Wanqing focused intently in the center. As the 5 commenced simultaneously, her eyes casually swept over the scene, her ears subtly attuned. Approaching the first table, which involved comparing sizes, she boldly placed her bet on small, leaving everyone in disbelief at her nonchalance. "Let us begin." She confidently tapped the table. As the dealer casually glanced beneath the table, it was but a fleeting moment. Yun Wanqing noticed the dealer's sleight of hand, but remained silent. "Oh, it truly is small," gasped an observer in astonishment. The dealer's face turned pale upon realizing it was indeed small, hastily glancing at Changsheng, who merely shook his head, aware that cheating was commonplace in such establishments. Yin Wonking remained unfazed. As she tapped the table, the dice had already changed, and it was evident that both she and the dealer were aware of the outcome. Yet the mechanism on the table reflected the cards after her intervention, nullifying each other, resulting once more in small. Yin Wonking effortlessly won the first round. The second table involved Pai Gao, with the cards already shuffled. As Yin Wonking and the dealer drew their cards in turn, the dealer confidently revealed his earth card. This poses a challenge. The young gentleman must draw either the Supreme or Heaven card to secure victory. Quite difficult, noted an observer, while another rolled their eyes, dismissing the astonishment as unnecessary. Yin Wonking had observed the shuffling process and memorized the positions of the crucial cards. A mere switch would be no trouble. Knowing her opponent held an earth card, she opted for a Heaven card, deeming the Supreme card too conspicuous to reveal her true prowess at this juncture. When she unveiled her card, it was without question. Yin Wonking achieved her second consecutive victory. Likewise, she gracefully triumphed at the remaining 3 tables, achieving an impressive 5 victories in total. The expressions of the 5 dealers and the shopkeeper grew grim. Changsheng, wary of Yin Wonking, promptly invited her upstairs. The spectators transitioned from shock to numbness, with some admiring her, while others simmered with resentment, each harboring their own motives. Changsheng wore a beaming smile, his obsequious demeanor almost dripping with honey as he said, "Gentlemen, please hold on a moment. Our 3 dealers on the second floor are preparing meticulously." Yin Wonking, her expression serene and her tone exuding calm assurance, replied, "Very well, shopkeeper, fetching a pot of tea should pose no challenge, I presume?" "Naturally," Changsheng responded, hastily signaling his subordinates to bring the tea. Before long, the tea was served. Meanwhile, the 3 dealers completed their preparations, fortuitously as Yin Wonking finished her tea. "Gentlemen, please." Changsheng gestured an invitation. Changsheng's face registered surprise, his eyes widening slightly as he inquired, "Young master, shall we all play together?" Yin Wonking lifted her gaze slightly, speaking at a measured pace. "Indeed, I am pressed for time, so let us not linger." "Very well, you 3, let us engage together." Changsheng then instructed the 3 dealers accordingly. Just moments ago, Yin Wonking achieved a remarkable 5 kills, which did not go unnoticed by the 3 onlookers, who instinctively showcased their own formidable skills. Their betting strategies were not dissimilar to those employed below, yet these 3 exhibited a greater steadiness, capable of navigating the depths of the second floor's complexities. However, Yin Wonking remained unfazed, diving straight into the fray. Within a mere half an incense stick's time, she secured another 3 kills. Changsheng was now utterly restless, instructing his bodyguards to summon the gambling king. Nansheng, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "Innkeeper, my young master has already triumphed over 8 gamblers both upstairs and downstairs. May we now meet the gambling king?" "Certainly, but the gambling king is not often present here. I have already dispatched someone to fetch him. I kindly ask for your patience for a moment," Changsheng replied obsequiously. "Very well, innkeeper, please prepare some dinner, as Yin Wonking has grown weary of play." "Understood." All of this was keenly observed by an individual concealed in the shadows, who cleverly disguised himself as a gambler, thereby eluding Yin Wonking's notice. However, this was not lost on Danju, a member of the Dragon Shadow Guard, who was prepared to cast a long line to catch a big fish and discover the identity of this mysterious observer. The gambling den was populated with skilled players, and although Yin Wonking effortlessly defeated 8 gamblers, it did not imply that she sought enmity with those of the gambling house. Only by successfully competing against the gambling king would Yin Wonking avoid being consumed by the hidden masters lurking in the shadows. Having finished her dinner, Yin Wonking found that the gambling king had yet to arrive, prompting speculation among the crowd about whether he would appear that day. As time dragged on, Yin Wonking and Nanshan grew bored and began to descend to watch others play. As night fell, a figure clad in a black cloak and a ghostly mask appeared in the gambling den. "Your Excellency," Changsheng said, trembling as he bowed to the man in black. "Rise and explain the situation," the man commanded, lifting a teacup to toy with. Changsheng, unable to conceal anything, recounted Yin Wonking's exploits in detail. "Interesting. I know a few individuals who possess such prowess. Based on your description, I believe I can deduce who it is." The man smirked, then ordered, "Bring her to me." Suppressing his surprise, Changsheng affirmed, "Yes, Your Excellency." Changsheng found Yun Wangking and Nansheng on the first floor, informing them that the gambling king awaited them on the third floor, which was not open to the public. Yun Wangking, putting aside her playful demeanor, followed Changsheng upstairs. Upon opening the door, they encountered a man in black seated before them, holding a scroll utterly indistinguishable as the gambling king. Once Yun Wangking and Nansheng entered, Changsheng prudently closed the door behind them. Chapter 55. The Gambling Den. 3. Yun Wangking and Nansheng cautiously stepped inside, the atmosphere in the room exuding an air of mystery. Subsequently, Changsheng discreetly closed the door, the sound resonating distinctly in the stillness of the space. In the center of the room stood a masked man, his presence radiating an indescribable authority. Yun Wangking was filled with bewilderment, yet she endeavored to suppress the myriad of swirling questions within her mind, politely stating, "I pay my respects to the gambling king." No need for excessive formalities. "Come and take a seat," the man replied, his voice low and seemingly emanating from a distant realm. It was none other than Yunju, who at that moment lowered his voice to address Yun Wangking. Upon hearing that voice, Yun Wangking felt as if a feather had lightly brushed against her heart. The sound was remarkably familiar, yet she could not immediately recall where she had heard it before. Meanwhile, Nansheng appeared to be struck by an overwhelming revelation, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at Yunju, exclaiming, "You are Yunju?" Her voice brimmed with astonishment, as if this realization had completely exceeded her expectations. Yunju himself was taken aback. Among the group, it was surprising that Nansheng was the first to recognize him. A flicker of subtle astonishment passed through his eyes, concealed beneath his mask. Upon hearing Nansheng's words, a sudden flash of clarity struck Yun Wangking's mind, and fragments of memory that had nearly faded away surged forth. At last, she recalled the identity of the voice. It belonged to her senior, Yunju. "My apologies, Senior Yun," she said respectfully, her face radiating reverence as she slightly bowed. Yunju, no longer concealing his identity, removed his mask to reveal a youthful visage, reminiscent of a cherubic face. Who would have imagined that the gambling lord was so young? His youthful appearance necessitated the wearing of a mask whenever he ventured out. However, the mask he wore today was unfamiliar to Yun Wangking, which is why she had not recognized him at first. Nansheng recognized him by his voice alone, as Yunju often teased her about her gambling skills, making him unforgettable even in the most unlikely circumstances. Yun Wangking never expected to encounter Senior Yun in such an ostensibly ordinary place. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes as she hastily engaged in polite conversation. "Senior Yun, it has been a long time. How have you been lately?" Yet, Yunju merely lifted his eyelids lazily, appearing indifferent to her presence. He replied slowly, "Little junior sister, I presume you have come to my gambling den with a request. Am I correct? Do tell, what is it that you wish for my assistance with? I have heard that the rules of this gambling house dictate that one must win before making a request. How about we have a little wager?" Yun Wangking set aside her politeness and teased him with composure. I'm all too familiar with your gambling skills. There is no need for that. Haven't we had our share of contests in the past?" Yunju's words brimmed with pride. "Indeed, our matches have always ended in a stalemate, which is rather dull." Yun Wangking adjusted her demeanor, stating, "I have come here today to inquire if you are aware of the floods in the south." It seems that the news concerning Shengjing and the surrounding cities has been concealed. Our channels have been aware of the situation for some time and have already arranged for relief efforts," Yunju replied with a hint of irony, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. Yun Wangking nodded gently, saying, "Yes, the news from Taonyang of Fenghua Tower has reached me. I now wish to know how many places have had their information suppressed. Such stringent secrecy must conceal some unmentionable truths." Upon hearing this, Yunju furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before he slowly responded, "All cities that have entered the northern territories have been sealed off. Although I received this information long ago, I am unable to intervene. The cities appear to be ensnared by an immense web, with every individual and piece of information entering where exiting strictly monitored. Upon hearing Yunju's words, Yin Wanqing could not help but let out a sigh of frustration, remarking, "No wonder. Half a month ago, we had just crossed from the Western Territories into the Northern Realm. At that time, I sensed a certain heaviness in the atmosphere of the North. Yet I paid it little mind. Had we departed a bit later, perhaps we would have noticed these anomalies sooner. Now, we are left in ignorance regarding the circumstances there, and it poses quite a dilemma." Observing Yun Wanqing's vexation, Yunju offered a gentle smile and reassured her, "There is no need for such distress, junior sister. What has transpired cannot be undone, and lamenting will not alter the situation. Our focus now should be on devising a solution. Regardless of the conspiracy lurking behind this, we shall find a way to confront it." Noticing that Yunju did not extend an offer of assistance, Yun Wanqing speculated, "So, brother, it seems you cannot provide tangible help?" "Ah, it is beyond my capabilities," Yunju replied sheepishly. "Very well, I understand. Brother, with your extensive connections, please keep an eye out for accomplished tutors, regardless of gender or nationality. Compile a list of suitable candidates, and I shall send someone to retrieve it later." Without hesitation, Yin Wanqing took advantage of her brother's willingness to assist. "What do you need a tutor for?" Yunju inquired, tilting his head in confusion. "Naturally, it is of great importance. This matter has further developments, and I will require your assistance again," Yin Wanqing replied, choosing not to elaborate. "All right, brother, it is getting late. I shall take my leave with Nanqing." Yunju, unfazed by Yun Wanqing's burdens, kindly stated, "Rest assured, I will ensure your path is cleared." Both Yunju and Yun Wanqing had learned their gambling skill from the same master, one of whom was a member of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, known as the Jade-Faced Official. Most of the time, Yunju roamed the martial world, but upon learning that Yun Wanqing had arrived in Shengjing, he made preparations in advance, allowing him to swiftly appear before her. After Yun Wanqing's departure, Yunju summoned Changsheng and instructed, "From now on, when that young master arrives, send word directly to me. Fulfill any of her needs to the best of your ability, except for matters concerning the court. All else is permissible. Additionally, inform everyone below that young Master Yun has won, and the terms of the agreement are to remain confidential. Warn them against provoking young Master Yun under the guise of the gambling house, for it would lead to dire consequences." As Yunju slowly donned his mask, an aura of chilling detachment emanated from him. The warmth he had just displayed vanished, replaced by the resolute demeanor of the gambling king. His expression grew serious as he diligently began to address the aftermath of Yun Wanqing's predicament, each decision emanating an undeniable resolve. Meanwhile, in the shadows, an unseen figure lay in wait. Upon learning of the outcome of the gambling match, he hesitated not for a moment, slipping into the darkness like a phantom, vanishing into the endless night. He then hastened towards the residence of the third prince, moving with a speed reminiscent of a black lightning bolt streaking across the night sky. In a corner, Danju stood with a smirk of cold amusement playing upon his lips. He was acutely aware that this individual was a spy sent by the third prince, and beneath the seemingly tranquil facade lay a swirling vortex of conspiracy. Chapter 56. The Prison of the Ministry of Justice 1. The third prince, Liu Yao, was taken aback upon receiving news from his shadow guards. He had not anticipated that Yun Wanqing possessed such remarkable prowess, managing to triumph over the gambling king and even extract benefits from him. As he recalled Yun Wanqing's breathtaking beauty, Liu Yao silently vowed to make her submit to him. "Yun Wanqing, you are destined to be mine," he mused, resolute in his ambition. Returning to her residence, Yun Wanqing felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to uncover some leads through the gambling king, only to discover that he was, in fact, Yunju, thus blocking her path yet again. "Very well. I shall inquire with Hui Siyai and Lu Sui about the progress of our matters tomorrow," she contemplated. Nanxing, prepare water. Certainly, Mississippi. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Yun Wanqing settled into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, those covertly observing her, including Jing Mo and others, were exasperated by the relentless waves of spies, akin to an incessant adhesive plaster. Also awake was Emperor Wen Xuan, who, aside from the accepted Danju, had another formidable shadow guard concealed in the darkness, tasked with reporting on Yun Wonking's circumstances. The shadow guard relayed the day's events in detail, only to be surprised that Yun Wonking had taken Huasi and Lu Sui to Fenghua Tower. Emperor Wenxuan was unaware of the connection between Fenghua Tower and Yun Wonking, but knew that Yun Ran hailed from there. Years prior, Yun Ran had positioned herself within Fenghua Tower to discern the true nature of men, only to unexpectedly fall in love with the then-crowned prince, Lu Qi. Reflecting on Yun Ran's origins, and with Yun Wonking's visit to Fenghua Tower, a sudden realization dawned upon Emperor Wenxuan. He was well aware of the true nature of Fenghua Tower's operations and surmised that they were likely seeking intelligence. What was the situation with the gambling house? Comprehending Yun Wonking's motives for venturing to Fenghua Tower, Lu Qi remained perplexed. He was uncertain, but speculated that Miss Yun must have had a request for the gambling king. Nevertheless, once she exited the gambling house, she suppressed her discontent, likely due to the flooding in Jiangnan and the inability to uncover the identity of those behind the information blockade, as analyzed by the Shadow Guard. Very well. Continue to watch over her and emerge to protect her in times of peril, Lu Qi instructed, dismissing the Shadow Guard when no useful intelligence was forthcoming. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was shrouded in darkness, as thick as substance itself, with only a few feeble oil lamps flickering in the corridor, casting a dim yellow light. The shadows danced upon the damp walls, reminiscent of restless spirits. The jailers wore stern expressions, clad in coarse uniforms, with keys and short daggers hanging from their waists. As they patrolled the corridor, their footsteps were heavy and rhythmic, their gazes imbued with coldness and vigilance. Indifferent to the prisoners' suffering and pleas, they functioned as mere machines of the prison, tasked solely with surveillance, devoid of any emotion. Huasi and Lu Sui had also uncovered some clues, revealing that over 10 individuals across the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had concealed memorials or failed to report what they knew. Speak, who is the mastermind behind this? And how did you manage to conceal it to such an extent? Huasi sat in the main seat, coldly surveying the more than 10 individuals before him. It appears that the esteemed lord has misjudged us, Lu Sui admonished, frowning. How dare you speak so audaciously? The evidence is laid bare before you. What excuses can you possibly muster to refute it? Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Huasi warned all present with an impassive expression. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow within the grim jail. If you choose silence, then you shall experience the instruments of torture here, Huasi declared. Casting a glance at Huasi, it was evident that Huasi had lost patience waiting for them to speak. Without further ado, he ordered the application of torture. Zhongshu Shilang Gao Yin, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of trepidation and struggled to contain his outburst. What are you doing, Huasi? Are you intending to extract confessions through coercion? At Hui's command, the suspect Gao Yin was dragged forth, heedless of his struggles. With a technique known as the plucking of nails, he commenced his grim task. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the dungeon. Gao Yin curled up in agony, bloodied nails discarded on the ground, pain engulfing his entire being, yet he still managed to seethe. Huasi, I will report you to the emperor for your illicit use of torture, attempting to force confessions from us. Is that so? Huasi scoffed dismissively. You may find it difficult to leave this prison. He derisively advised, I suggest you refrain from wasting breath. I shall report the truth to my father. So there is no need for you to concern yourself, esteemed Gao. Lu Sui's words effectively sealed Gao Yan's fate. Huasi's patience waned once more. What are the others? Are you all similarly obstinate as Gao, bowing your heads in silence? You will not shed tears until you see the coffin. If so, prepare a dagger. I shall personally administer the interrogation. Huasi spoke with a cruel and sanguinary tone. Soon, He presented Huasi with a dagger, which he toyed with indifferently, casting a barely perceptible glance at those kneeling on the ground. The timid had begun to tremble, while the bolder displayed an attitude of indifference, as if daring him to end their lives. Huasi spoke in a measured tone. I have heard that there are 36 points on the human body where a dagger can pierce, causing immense pain, yet sparing life. resulting in mere superficial wounds. A brief pause ensued. The blade enters, the blood flows. Each cut is painful, yet not fatal. I wonder, who among you wishes to experience this? Huasi knew this information from Yun Wonking's enlightening discourse. These 36 points represented the body's most vulnerable areas. The inflicted wounds would torment them to the core, rendering them unable to seek life or death. Who dares to challenge you, the valiant one? Huasi's scornful tone directed towards one of the men. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly and accurately lunged at the individual. The man's scream was even more harrowing than Gao Yan's. Such was the potency of just a single strike. Huasi refrained from delivering another blow, instead continuing to toy with the dagger, the blood dripping onto the dim floor. Each drop fell like a harbinger of doom upon the kneeling figures, reminiscent of an hourglass of death, each drop proclaiming the brutality and bloodlust of the dagger's wielder. You know, patience yields exquisite work. I shall ensure that your wounds are rendered most aesthetically pleasing, so do not rush. Lu Sui maintained an impassive demeanor, quietly observing, and coldly suggested, let's set a time. How about half a stick of incense, and see how long he can endure? Excellent. Huasi grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. The individual in question was a vice minister of rites, his wound incessantly oozing blood and causing him excruciating pain. Despite this dire predicament, Gao Yin felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had only lost a fingernail. The blood dripped continuously from the wound, falling to the ground, serving as a grim reminder to all present. Huasi casually remarked, "Time's up. I shall proceed with the next incision. Dear Vice Minister, do hold on." Chapter 57. The Prison of the Ministry of Justice. All those kneeling widened their eyes in terror. A double dose of delight. How surprising. Huasi offered a psychological suggestion, yet deviated from the norm, inflicting 2 successive cuts. The individuals present regarded Huasi with expressions akin to that of encountering a monstrous being. Gao Yin could not help but shudder, contemplating that enduring prolonged agony was less preferable than swift suffering. Perhaps it would be wiser to confess. Gao Yin curled his body and slowly approached Huasi, pleading, "Lord Hua, might we refrain from employing torture on me?" He gulped nervously after speaking. Gao Yin, inherently fearful of death, spoke candidly, which was precisely what Huasi had anticipated. Well, it is as follows. I do not know the true perpetrator, but one day, a memorial and 100,000 taels of gold appeared on my desk, accompanied by a note instructing me to conceal the memorial, lest I face death. I was compelled. Gao Yin did not dare withhold any details and recounted everything in full. Upon hearing Gao Yan's words, the Vice Minister of Rites disregarded his pain and urgently interjected. I am in a similar predicament as Lord Gao. Are all of you in the same boat? Uchichakuld in these bidyeth. Indeed, the Vice Minister of Rites, hoping to redeem himself, proposed an idea. Could it be that the mastermind intercepted all the memorials regarding the Southern Flood and instructed us to conceal this matter? What do you think their intentions are, Lord Hua? Huasi remained silent, deep in thought. As he cleaned his dagger, a crucial realization dawned upon him. Lu Sui, prompted by the discussion, suddenly illuminated. Might it be that the mastermind's aim was merely to delay matters until our return to the capital? In other words, was the mastermind orchestrating such a grand scheme merely to buy time? This notion seemed implausible. Gao Yin also engaged in the analysis. Huasi remained inscrutable, glancing at the individuals kneeling before him. Huasi decisively proclaimed, "It appears we shall not uncover any useful information through you. He shall be confined to prison, with a date set for further interrogation." Huasi and Lu Sui did not depart the Ministry of Justice's prison. Instead, they cleared the area to confer privately. "This matter is exceedingly peculiar," Lu Sui remarked. "Indeed, the considerable effort to conceal this is no simple matter. Our immediate priority is to locate the account books. However, we must ascertain whether these records are genuine, which poses the greatest challenge." Huasi sighed wearily, rubbing his temples. Meng Bai, the shadow guard of Lu Sui, reported, "Your Highness, Lord Hua, we have made progress on the suppliers of the defective dam materials. There are 5 in total, 3 of whom have already been silenced, while the remaining 2 sense the danger and fled in advance. We must locate them before they take further action. Huisi swiftly decided to assign a few individuals to accompany Meng Bai and expedite the search for the other two suppliers. Lu Sui instructed Meng Bai, ensure you relay your findings to them with utmost clarity, leaving no room for error. Understood. Realizing that no more valuable information could be unearthed today, Huisi and Lu Sui returned home. Yun Wanqing slept soundly until dawn, quickly completed her morning exercises and breakfast before secluding herself in her study. Having heard some information from Yunju the previous day, she meticulously compiled the clues, hoping to uncover the slightest hint of truth. It was evident that she too was perplexed as to why these revelations had been concealed for half a month. What ulterior motives could be at play? Greed? Indeed, profits could be gained from the dam construction. Yet amidst this web of officials protecting one another, who truly stood to gain the most? The clues were still too scant, and Yun Wanqing found it challenging to form a coherent line of inquiry. At that moment, Huijiao delivered the testimonies of the individuals from the previous day. Because Yun Wanqing did not belong to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court, Huisi provided her with a modified version of the original testimonies. It was then she realized the reason behind the concealment of the memorials, yet the identity of the mastermind remained elusive. Wen Sheng, investigate the veracity of these statements and see if there is any evidence that has not been destroyed, Yun Wanqing contemplated for the better part of the morning, instructing Wen Sheng to attend to this matter. Nanxing entered the study. Miss, it is time for lunch. Coming. Yun Wanqing set aside her concerns and followed Nanxing to the dining hall. In recent days, the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice have been arresting individuals indiscriminately, instilling a sense of dread among the populace. Some were relieved, while others were filled with trepidation. Upon learning of this situation, Wen Jiao sought her father in the study to inquire about the specifics. When Jiao frowned, "Father, how could the flooding in the south involve 3 provinces and 6 ministries? Logically, such a memorial should not appear in the 6 ministries. This matter is not simple. In my view, it indicates a struggle among certain parties in the shadows," remarked Prime Minister Wen Qian with a grave expression. "This likely relates to the 3rd prince, but we have no concrete evidence." When Jiao understood her father's implication. "Indeed, Yao, it would be wise for you to venture out less. I know you are on good terms with Huisi and his associates, but as the future crown princess, it is best to remain uninvolved in this affair," Wen Qian advised. "Father, I may stay indoors, but I shall secretly assist them in gathering intelligence," Wen Jiao declared resolutely. Very well. My daughter should not be a caged bird, but rather take charge of her own fate. However, do ensure your safety. I will arrange for a few shadow guards to assist you," Wen Qian said with a look of contentment. How could the future crown princess retreat in the face of such matters? To become a mother of a nation, one must possess both courage and skill to win the hearts of the people. "Father, I must take my leave," Wen Jiao, unable to remain still, announced. "Go, and be cautious." "Understood. Ruorua, fetch me paper and ink. I need to write a letter to Qing Qing." Wen Jiao returned to her chamber and set to work. "My dear Qing Qing, though I cannot appear due to my sensitive position, I have heard about the floods in the south. I kindly ask you to send me any information you can share, and I shall discreetly assist in the investigation, for my connections in Shengjing remain quite extensive." Wen Jiao summoned her secret guard to deliver the message to Yun Wanqing. The recipient of the letter was Nanxing. Upon Yun Wanqing's return from the gambling house to her residence, decided not to burden her further and placed the letter in the study, knowing she would inevitably visit it the following day. When Yun Wanqing inquired about the timing of the letter's delivery, Nanxing did not conceal the truth. Understanding that Nanxing acted out of goodwill, Yun Wanqing could only smile wryly. "Very well. I shall transcribe the gathered clues and have Jingma deliver them later." "All right, miss. You should rest a bit. Do not exert yourself too much," Nanxing pouted. "You have only been in Shengjing for a few days and have already lost so much weight. Tonight, I shall personally prepare soup to nourish you." "Thank you in advance, Chef Nanxing," Yun Wanqing teased. "Aside from this matter, Nanxing, do take some time to disguise yourself and visit the Yuan Medical Pavilion to inquire about the disaster situation in the south. Town Yangzi and Yunju's accounts were too simplistic. I remain unsettled." Floods often lead to epidemics, and we must be prepared in advance. This thought suddenly struck Yin Wanking. Very well, I shall go tomorrow. A light rain began to fall, pattering gently against the windowsill. With the flower window half open, the courtyard's beauty revealed itself in a different light. Yin Wanking had intended to visit the Dali Temple in the afternoon to meet Lu Sui, but the unexpected rain thwarted her plans. Lacking further clues, she resumed her contemplation of the Academy's specific matters. Thus, another busy day came to a close. Chapter 58. Yuan Medical Pavilion Imperial Study Huasi reported, Your Majesty, these are the testimonies I compiled with Prince Yongin, totaling 12 in number. The accounts are largely consistent, and we have been unable to uncover more useful information. Furthermore, we have preliminarily assessed the impact of the dam breach on Qingshui town, and the disaster is not severe. We await accurate reports to return to Shengjing regarding casualties, Lu Sui added. Emperor Wen Xuan declared sternly, This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Within 10 days, you must provide me and the people with an explanation. As your son, I shall spare no effort. Eastern Palace brother, I pay my respects. Huasi greeted. Greetings, Crown Prince, Lu Sui replied. Upon leaving the imperial study, Huasi and Lu Sui were invited to the Eastern Palace by Lu Shiyan. There is no need for excessive courtesies. I have summoned you both today to inquire about the progress of this matter. After all, 3 of the 6 ministries fall under my jurisdiction, and I cannot evade responsibility for this incident. The urgent task is to collaborate with the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice to uncover the true culprit and deliver justice to the people. Lu Shiyan stated directly. Based on the current clues, Lu Sui detailed the findings to Lu Shiyan. Huasi sipped his tea, pondering the logical connections of the case. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Shiyan furrowed his brow, his expression grave. It seems this matter is directed at me. With 3 of the 6 ministries under my control, if we fail to identify the mastermind, I too may bear the blame for ineffective oversight. Cousin, this matter is likely related to Lu Yao. Keeping a watch on him may reveal a breakthrough, Huasi casually remarked to Lu Shiyan. Very well, Lu Shiyan replied. As per your suggestion, I shall arrange for someone to keep an eye on him right away. Being a man of action, Lu Shiyan promptly made the necessary arrangements. As Lu Sui pondered the lack of further leads, he decided to return to the Dali Temple to attend to other documents. Meanwhile, Huasi returned to the Duke of Zhangguo's residence, presumably to discuss some matters with his father, the Duke. A light rain fell, casting a melancholic shadow over the already dreary weather. The following day, after much contemplation, Yin Wanking and Nanxing disguised themselves and made their way to the Yuan E-Pavilion. The Yuan E-Pavilion, present in nearly every city across the 4 nations, offered free medical consultations on the 1st and 15th of each month, providing hope to many who could not afford treatment. This was the very purpose of its existence. The pavilion primarily profited from medicinal pills, particularly the elusive 9 turns soul returning pill, reputed to have the power to snatch a person back from the brink of death as long as there was still a breath left. This precious pill was highly sought after by the nobility of various nations. However, only one was auctioned each month across the 4 realms, going to the highest bidder, which led to an insatiable demand. Yet, what the masses sought was merely a half-finished product, as the true formula for the 9 turns soul-returning pill had been lost to time. Yin Wanking and Nanxing arrived quite early, and the crowd seeking consultations on non-festive days was sparse. Upon entering, the examination area was to the left, while the apothecary was on the right, with the shopkeeper seated at the central counter, busy with accounts. Nanxing promptly approached the shopkeeper, stating, Shopkeeper, my young master wishes to procure some medicinal herbs. Might we discuss this in private? Shopkeeper Zhou, upon noticing Yin Wanking, paused momentarily, set aside his current task, and instructed the other physicians to attend to their duties before leading Yin Wanking and Nanxing upstairs. Please, Shopkeeper Zhou courteously invited Yin Wanking to enter. Once seated, he bowed slightly, saying, I am Zhou Chu, and I humbly greet my master and Miss Nanxing. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Members of the Yuan E-Pavilion at the mid-level and above had either seen Yin Wanking or a portrait. Despite her disguise, Zhou Chu recognized her at once. There is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat, Yin Wangking invited him. As they sat facing each other, with Nanxing to Yin Wangking's left, she forwent any pleasantries and directly addressed him. Shopkeeper Zhou, I have come to inquire about news from Qingshui Town. Zhou Chu explained, I see. Qingshui Town has been experiencing heavy rainfall for the past month. The governing prefecture believed the levees would hold and thus did not take the situation seriously. Unfortunately, the levees collapsed, flooding half of Qingshui County. Upon receiving news, the Yuan Pavilion dispatched aid. Thankfully, the county was situated on an incline when the levees broke. The county magistrate wisely ordered an evacuation to higher ground. Only 10% of the populace perished. The sole calamity was a shortage of food, and tragically, some individuals succumbed to starvation before our arrival. Zhou Chu sighed heavily at this point, expressing his lament. This is the situation in Qingshui County. Other distant counties have not been significantly affected. Upon receiving the information, the provincial government immediately dispatched urgent communication back to Shengjing. Unfortunately, it was intercepted. Zhu Chu sighed, noting that the advisors of the provincial government promptly placed it under house arrest. The urgent message was intercepted by one of those advisors. Zhu Chu lamented, if it were not for the timely disaster relief from the medical pavilion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides the medicinal herbs, we have also invested countless loads of grain. The grain should not have been the responsibility of the medical pavilion. I will write to Emperor Wen Xuan, informing him of the actual situation in detail, and requesting compensation for the disaster relief grain. Yin Wangking paused. However, having just finished a battle, I wonder if the treasury can withstand it. Never mind. Let us ask for compensation for 60% of the grain. Manager Zhou, please calculate the total amount of grain we have contributed and prepare a detailed account to be sent to my residence. Yin Wangking added. Naxing, considering Yin Wangking's situation, suggested. Let me take care of the letter, Mississippi. You will be preparing for the spring examination, and it's easy for someone to make use of your writing style. That is indeed a concern. Thank you for bringing it up. Zion Naxing, you are a great help. Yin Wangking acknowledged, realizing the merit in Naxing's point and not refusing. Of course, I am your diligent assistant. Naxing boasted. Yin Wangking chuckled, huh? A diligent assistant is not employed in such a manner. Who cares? Naxing protested playfully. All right, I entrust the rest of my days to you, Naxing. Yin Wangking responded, indulging in Naxing's antics. Zhou Chu observed the playful exchange between the two, and the once tense atmosphere lightened considerably. All right, enough of the merriment. Manager Zhou, you may return to your duties. Naxing, and I shall take a stroll in the streets. Yin Wangking concluded the playful interlude. Very well, miss. Take care, Zhou Chu replied. After some contemplation, Yin Wangking and Naxing visited a clothing shop to purchase women's garments. After changing into their new attire, they strolled through the streets. Miss, what are we doing? Naxing asked, puzzled. Fool, we are luring the snake out of its hole. Yin Wangking playfully tapped Naxing's head. Naxing stomped her foot in frustration. I am not foolish. You are being mischievous. Then can you guess what I intend to do? Yin Wangking continued to tease Naxing. Fortunately, Naxing deduced Yin Wangking's intention through the phrase luring the snake out of its hole. With a hint of pride, she said softly, Miss, you plan to target the third prince, Lu Yao, don't you? The 12 individuals implicated in the investigation of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were mostly under the Crown Prince's command. If the Crown Prince were to be implicated, it would indeed be a case of shooting oneself in the foot. However, Lu Shiyan would not act so recklessly, thus making Lu Yao the third prince, the primary suspect in this case. Ah, you truly are my diligent assistant, to have guessed so quickly. Yin Wangking teased. Naxing pouted. Miss, this is no time for jokes. All right, let us go to Yuding Pavilion and wait for our opportunity. The two continued their leisurely shopping while making their way to Yuding Pavilion. Chapter 59. The ambush during the morning court session. Lu Yao's faction accused Crown Prince Lu Shiyan of mismanagement, which led to such issues arising in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Punishment was warranted. In the end, the 2 factions clashed in the court, resulting in a punishment of 10 days house arrest for Lu Shiyan, a minor reprimand for a significant dereliction of duty. However, this punishment was rather mild. Lu Yao was not entirely satisfied with the outcome. Yet, Seeing that Lu Shiyan had to swallow this hidden loss, Lu Yao felt a sense of delight. At noon, a grand feast was laid out at Yudingshuan. Coincidentally, Yin Wangqing was set to lure out the snake, and she unexpectedly encountered it. The spies dispatched by Lu Yao were dealt with by Jing Mo and his companions, resulting in Lu Yao failing to receive any recent updates from Yin Wangqing. Even the spies from that day were intentionally let go by Jing Mo Wensheng. For the snake to take action, an enticing trigger was undoubtedly necessary. Oh, is that not Miss Yin? What a coincidence to dine here. This prince has reserved a table. Miss Yin is welcome to join, if you do not mind. As Yin Wangqing arrived at Yudingshuan, she bumped into Lu Yao. He, shedding his former demeanor, graciously invited her and Nanqing to dine together. Ah, it is His Highness the Third Prince. I am indeed honored, Yin Wangqing replied politely. Such modesty. Would you care to join us, Prince? It is lunchtime, and I cannot guarantee a seat that Miss Yin may desire. It would be better to dine with this prince, Lu Yao continued, anticipating her refusal. Would that not trouble His Highness too much? Yin Wangqing responded, caught in a dance of politeness. Nanqing, observing from the side, felt exasperated. It seemed their lady was truly determined to lure the snake out of its den. Not at all. If Miss Yin is concerned about my company, I can have him depart. Lu Yao lowered his stance. Since His Highness is so graciously inviting, I shall respectfully accept. Yin Wangqing finally acquiesced to Lu Yao's invitation. Excellent. Waiter, ensure that my table is served with the finest signature dishes. Miss Yin, please follow this prince, Lu Yao commanded. In the spacious private room, there were only Lu Yao, his personal shadow guard, Yin Wangqing, and Nanqing, 4 individuals in total. Miss Yin, you are indeed remarkable to have garnered the favor of the emperor. I admire you. Lu Yao initiated the conversation. Come, let us drink to friendship. Thank you for the kind words, Your Highness. I cannot refuse, Yin Wangqing replied, raising her glass and downing it in one go. Ha ha ha, such decisiveness. Lu Yao, not to be outdone, also finished his drink. Yudingshuan was remarkably efficient, and soon, the dishes were served. Miss Yin, I have a rather unwelcome request, Lu Yao said thoughtfully, and I hope you will consider it carefully. Oh, if His Highness has something to say, please do. Yin Wangqing adjusted her demeanor. This prince wishes to take Miss Yin as his legitimate consort, with the kingdom as a dowry, Lu Yao declared audaciously. Both Yin Wangqing and Nanqing were taken aback, not expecting Lu Yao to be so brazen, openly displaying his ambition without regard for her feelings. Could it be that His Highness jest? Yin Wangqing replied, lowering her posture. How could a humble girl like me possibly be worthy of His Highness? Ah, are you reluctant to part with Hua Xi? Lu Yao retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. Unable to endure any longer, Nanqing unleashed a handful of illusion powder, aptly named for its ability to ensnare individuals in hallucination and compel them to speak the truth. This was a concoction that she and Yin Wangqing had created during their leisure, available for sale at the Yuan Medical Pavilion, though its origins remained a secret. This powder swiftly incapacitated Lu Yao and his shadow guard. Well done, Nanqing. Of course, Nanqing replied with a proud lift of her chin. Yin Wangqing gazed upon the disoriented Lu Yao and began her inquiry. Is the recent flooding in the south and the collapse of the dikes in any way related to you? Lu Yao hesitated for a moment upon hearing Yin Wangqing's question. Under the influence of medication, he replied, there is a slight connection. The decisions were made by my grandfather and uncle. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Wangqing pressed on, are you aware of the specific arrangements? No, I'm not privy to the details. My grandfather and uncle deemed me too impetuous and made decisions without informing me. Had the memorial not been discovered, I would have remained oblivious to their deceit. Ah, since they do not have faith in me, I shall demonstrate my worth. If I can secure Yin Wangqing's favor, I shall be able to win over Lu Sui, thereby diminishing Lu Shiyan's support. My chances of success will increase significantly. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao grew increasingly animated, even divulging his sordid thoughts regarding Yin Wangqing. Struck by disbelief, she realized that Lu Yao was merely a puppet of the aristocracy. It appeared that the Duke of England had long harbored treasonous intentions. One could only say that the old fox had disguised himself too well. Indeed, experience is a valuable teacher. Miss, his words alone are insufficient for conviction. We must seek substantial evidence, Nanqing analyzed. What a waste of time. He is even inferior to Prince Hao Yue, who at least succeeded in claiming the throne. In essence, he is merely a puppet, ineffectual yet overly ambitious. Yin Wanqing quipped with a sharp tongue. Nanqing began to conclude. Your Highness, today you enjoyed a delightful gathering with Miss Yin. In a moment of carelessness, you indulged in a few too many drinks. Nothing else transpired, do you remember? Yes, I found a kindred spirit in Miss Yin. Lu Yao nodded. Nanqing, mindful of the presence of a hidden guard, added, and you, wait in the restroom for a moment. This is your master's command. You are to know nothing else. Understood. With a snap of his fingers, Lu Yao and the hidden guard fell unconscious. Miss, I believe we should honor His Highness's intentions and finish the meal. Nanqing justified his gluttony. Indeed, we must not waste food. Yin Wanqing comprehended the underlying message in Nanqing's words and responded in agreement. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Yin Wanqing and Nanqing returned home. Upon hearing the news, Huixi and Lu Sui simultaneously instructed their hidden guards to seek out Yin Wanqing for an update, concerned for her well-being. Yin Wanqing reassured them. I am perfectly well. There is no need for concern. She also asked Nanqing to prepare some pastries for the guards to take back. Today, Yin Wanqing did not rest in the afternoon. Instead, she immersed herself in her study, having learned about a certain individual from the medical pavilion, necessitating arrangements for investigation. Blind inquiries would be futile, so Yin Wanqing summoned Danju. Miss, Danju, can you retrieve the list of officials serving in various counties? Yin Wanqing inquired directly. That I can assist you with by inquiring of the Emperor, as I am not currently under the direct command of the Dragon Shadow Guard. Danju deliberated before responding. Very well, please provide me with a prompt reply. Yes. Yin Wanqing sought to ascertain the identities of the officials and their advisors in Shui County. Information that Zhou Chu had failed to provide. Huixi and Lu Sui were preoccupied, and Yin Wanqing chose not to disturb them, deciding it was prudent to await further verification of the news. Chapter 60. A glimpse in the Prime Minister's residence, when Jiao was in earnest discussion with her secret guard. Miss, based on the backgrounds and interpersonal relationships of those 12 individuals, I have discovered that nearly half are closely allied with the Crown Princess faction, reported when Xian. While their political stances remain somewhat ambiguous, they share a significant rapport with a certain aide of His Highness, often socializing over drinks. How unexpected to have a traitor within, when Jiao remarked, deducing from these clues the presence of a domestic thief. Who is this aide of the Crown Prince? She inquired further. It is Pan Wu, a scholar from the Hamlin Academy, when Xian replied. Convey this intelligence to the Crown Prince, and do not neglect to inform Huixi and Prince Yongin, when Jiao instructed. Understood, replied when Xian, departing as when Jiao took up her pen to compose a letter. Ruo, deliver this letter to Qingqing, she ordered, sealing the missive and summoning Ruo to pass it to Yin Wanqing. Certainly, Mississippi. In the evening, Yin Wanqing, through Emperor Wenxuan, acquired information regarding the governor and the aide, immediately relaying the message to Huixi and Lu Sui, which eventually reached Lu Shiyan as well. The governor, Qi Liang, had been appointed to Qingyun Prefecture 2 years prior. The following year, he fortuitously oversaw the construction of a dam in the upper reaches of Shui County within his jurisdiction. The Duke of England, having learned in advance of Qi Liang's pliable nature, positioned his people close to him to manipulate him for his own ends. As for why Qi Liang was merely placed under house arrest, the answer lay in the fact that a dead man could hardly serve as a scapegoat. Everything was under control, allowing Qi Liang to remain alive, merely waiting to be discovered and become the fall guy. Before long, the Crown Prince learned from Wen Jiao of the presence of a mole in his circle and promptly ordered an undercover investigation into Pan Wu. Lu Shiyan, too, was taken by surprise to find a traitor among his ranks. At that moment, Lu Shiyan lightly tapped the table, a smirk playing on his lips, and those familiar with him understood that someone was about to face dire consequences. In less than 2 hours, Lu Shiyan had procured irrefutable evidence, and Pan Wu was secretly brought to the Eastern Palace. Lu Shiyan, perched in an authoritative manner, looked down upon the kneeling Pan Wu. who was still oblivious to the exposure of his clandestine dealings. Lu Shiyin kept Pan Wu in suspense, but the latter, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, stammered. "Might I inquire what urgent matter has prompted His Highness to summon me to the Eastern Palace today? Do you truly not grasp my meaning, Lord Pan?" Lu Shiyin retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I beseech your Highness for clarification." Pan Wu suppressed his unease. With a decisive slap of his hand upon the table, Lu Shiyin tossed a letter towards Pan Wu. "Examine this letter for yourself," he commanded, displeasure evident in his tone. "It appears I have nurtured your treachery, Lord Pan, allowing you to thrive in the very act of betrayal." Pan Wu hastily picked up the letter and scanned it in haste, only to hear Lu Shiyin's words rob him of his ability to speak. "What is this? Have I wronged you? And no, I dare not." Pan Wu realized he had no path of retreat left and desperately sought to salvage his fate. "Your Highness, I was momentarily blinded by greed. I implore you to show mercy." "Mercy? That remains to be seen. Depending on what you know, Lord Pan." Lu Shiyin offered him a glimmer of hope. The astute recognized the importance of descending the steps with caution. Pan Yu contemplated the situation, realizing that for the time being, the Crown Prince would not seek his life, even if he were to be sacrificed by the Duke of England to bear the blame. Given the Crown Prince's nature, he would likely take care of his family. Should he be fortunate enough to survive, he would resign from his official duties once the turmoil subsided, distancing himself from the intrigues of the court. "Your Highness, prior to entering the Eastern Palace, individuals from the Duke's household approached me. They were aware of your preference for my presence in the Eastern Palace and sought to recruit me to secretly infiltrate your side. The recent events have also been orchestrated by me, knowing that those memorials could potentially reach Shengjing. I conspired with the Duke's associates to intercept and conceal them within the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, aiming to implicate you in negligence. I'm their scapegoat. Even if I were to disclose this to you now, they would unhesitatingly exonerate themselves and cast me into the fray." Pan Wu spoke with a calm demeanor, detailing his predicament in hopes that Lu Shiyin might offer him assistance. "Do you possess any evidence?" Lu Shiyin disregarded Pan Wu's last words. "None." Pan Wu acknowledged the futility of expecting rescue from Lu Shiyin, closing his eyes to accept his impending judgment. After a brief silence, Lu Shiyin pressed on, "Regarding the dam, what do you know?" The officials responsible for its construction had already been placed under house arrest by the Duke's men. It was evident that the Duke stood to gain from this affair. They had eliminated all suppliers, and unearthing evidence would require considerable manpower and resources. Even if survivors were found, their records would likely be compromised. Your Highness would do well to adopt a long-term strategy to catch a larger fish. Pan Wu shared all he knew and even offered a thoughtful suggestion. "Oh, a long-term strategy to catch a larger fish? Please elaborate." Lu Shiyin expressed keen interest in this notion. The state of the house arrest had already been relayed to him by Huasi today, and he had dispatched someone to locate that individual. "Expose me, conclude the concealment of the memorials, allowing them to lower their guard while we continue our investigation. I believe your Highness understands their true intentions regarding the accumulation of wealth. Such accumulation likely indicates their scheming towards usurpation. And how do you propose to resolve the dam issue?" Lu Shiyin inquired, eager to hear Pan Wu's perspective. Pan Wu pondered deeply, and after a moment, he suggested, "The official under house arrest could be discreetly brought back to Shengjing, which would resolve the matter. However, we are all mere scapegoats. They may choose to protect themselves and even accuse your Highness of defamation. I implore you to consider this carefully." Lu Shiyin contemplated the feasibility of this plan. After all, since Pan Wu was his aide, such actions would inevitably attract scrutiny in the court and implicate him as well. "I shall ensure the safety of your wife and children, and I will grant you 3 days to bid them farewell," Lu Shiyin ultimately resolved after a lengthy silence. "Thank you, your Highness. May you achieve your desires. I shall take my leave." Pan Wu earnestly knelt in farewell to Lu Shiyin. At this juncture, the situation became clearer. The Duke intended to exploit this incident to severely undermine the Crown Prince's faction. Although everyone was aware of the true mastermind behind the scenes, the lack of concrete evidence forced them to endure in silence. Chapter 61. The Grand Tutor the following day. Huasi, Lu Sui, Yun Wanking and Wen Jiao were already aware of the situation, now merely awaiting the apprehension of the individual from the provincial government. Lu Shiyin had granted Pan Wu 3 days. Thus was Ci and Lu Sui needed to feign an investigation to deceive the Duke of England and the third prince, Lu Yao. Having learned that this matter would soon reach a conclusion, Yun Wanking devoted herself to the affairs of the academy. Other investigations were entrusted to the secret guards, allowing Yun Wanking some leisure time. After a stretch of dreary rain, the skies unexpectedly cleared, and the morning air was refreshingly crisp. Yun Wanking rose early to prepare for her visit to the Grand Tutor's residence. 3 days prior, she had dispatched an invitation via Nanxing. Today, she intended to visit the esteemed Ji Tai Fu and engage in intimate conversation with Ji Yuning. The bustling streets were filled with lively vendors, and as Yun Wanking observed the scenes untouched by war or torrential storms, she felt a wave of emotion. It was a relief that they could uphold the world, allowing people to continue living their lives as before. Yet, this was a busy marketplace, abundant with common folk, many of whom resorted to begging. They were indifferent to wars and natural calamities. Their sole concern was whether they could fill their bellies and see the sun rise the next day. Yun Wanking pondered deeply, wishing to create a sanctuary for the impoverished, yet realizing the enormity of the challenge. Resolving to amend the academy structure, she decided to open its doors to all. As long as one could pass the entrance examination, anyone would have the opportunity to study at the academy. With this thought, she retrieved her ink brush, paper, and inkstone from a hidden compartment, embarking on refining the academy's mechanisms and infrastructure. Nanxing diligently ground ink beside her, even offering new ideas to enhance the endeavor. "Miss, we have arrived." Jingmo's voice resonated from outside. Yun Wanking rubbed her sore wrists and replied, "All right, I understand." Nanxing assisted Yun Wanking down from the carriage, where the steward of the Grand Tutor's residence awaited, demonstrating Ji Shu's regard for Yun Wanking. "I am Fu Hai, the steward. Miss Yun, please follow me." Fu Hai respectfully welcomed Yun Wanking as she alighted from the carriage. "Thank you, Steward Fu," Yun Wanking responded courteously. "Orchids in bloom, a gentleman of humility." Noticing Yun Wanking's interest in the gentleman's orchid, Fu Hai smilingly remarked, "This orchid is a cherished possession of our master. Though not rare, I believe it perfectly embodies his character." Indeed, the orchid, one of the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, truly reflects Ji Tai Fu's gentlemanly demeanor, Yun Wanking praised. "Miss Yun, this way." Fu Hai turned a corner, leading her to a more serene area. "Please, inside." "Thank you for guiding me, Steward Fu." Nanxing, wait outside. Yun Wanking expressed her gratitude. "Miss Yun, no need for such formality." As she entered, the fragrance of books enveloped her. This was the study designed by Ji Shu himself. Unlike traditional libraries, it was vibrant, with greenery and books harmoniously intertwined, banishing any sense of fatigue. Ji Shu sat at the center, gesturing for Yun Wanking to take a seat. She bowed politely. "I have come to pay my respects to Ji Tai Fu." "Too kind, Miss Yun," Ji Shu replied. Yun Wanking raised an eyebrow and remarked, "In that case, I shall not hold back." Having said this, she seated herself beside the desk of Master Ji. Yishu, feeling somewhat helpless, began to reminisce. "You bear little resemblance to your mother. She was exceedingly serene, her temperament starkly contrasting with your exuberance." Yun Wanking listened quietly. "Exuberance? It is merely that I have suppressed myself for far too long. Now, I yearn for a life of greater freedom." She inhaled deeply. Ji Shu felt a pang of sympathy. "Miss Yun, you should be free to pursue your desires. Even when you inherit the position of the valley leader, you can still live splendidly, though perhaps not entirely freely." This sentiment, however, Ji Shu chose not to voice, silently contemplating it in his heart. "Free to pursue my desires?" Yun Wanking furrowed her brow. "Never mind, the master is right. I am Yun Wanking, and there is no need for me to be shackled by the past." "Ah, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, miss?" Ji Shu, aware that Yun Wanking had matters to discuss, refrained from beating around the bush. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Wanking spoke. "Master, you were aware of the southern floods from the very beginning, were you not?" "Indeed, Jishu acknowledged, then suddenly shifted his tone. My reluctance to intervene is due to you. Due to me? The trials of the Dark Cloud Pavilion? Yin Wonking responded, perplexed. Precisely. As you are a disciple of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, you must honor their investment in your training. For centuries, you are the sole apprentice of the jade-faced official of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, Jishu elucidated. Ah, I see, Yin Wonking replied, grasping the answer to her query. She continued, Master, I wish to establish an academy. Might you have any suggestions? I was quite astonished and heartened to hear of your intent to open an academy at Fenghua Tower, Jishu expressed. Your visit today indicates you seek my assistance in founding this institution. Truly, Jishu was perceptive, immediately discerning Yin Wonking's intentions. She nodded, yes, master. Your many students are much sought after, and your endorsement would be immensely beneficial. However, have you considered that I am a subject of the emperor? How do you suppose he would perceive my involvement in such an endeavor? Jishu, not vexed, pointed out the potential complications. I admit, I had not thought that far ahead, Yin Wonking confessed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I understand your desire to provide opportunities for others to enter the academy and become pillars of our nation, Jishu guided her. Since this is your aspiration, pursue it under your own name, rather than relying on the influence of others to achieve your aims. Indeed, Yin Wonking instinctively wished to lean on the established success of Jishu, to harness his influence to fulfill her ambitions. You are right, master, she humbly accepted. Moreover, your initial steps are paramount. You must contemplate them carefully. Thank you, master. I shall deliberate with great care, she promised. Jishu, wishing to say no more, suggested she speak with Ji Yuning. Chapter 62. Consequences. Ji Yuning had been waiting anxiously for Yin Wonking in her boudoir since early morning. Having never spent time alone with her, there were questions left unasked that gnawed at Ji Yuning's mind. Upon seeing Yin Wonking arrive with Nanqing, Ji Yuning eagerly pulled her into her chamber, dismissing the servants. Fortunately, Ji Yuning had prepared refreshments in advance, for prolonged conversation often leads to a parched throat. Qingqing, please take a seat, Ji Yuning urged eagerly, having suppressed her thoughts for many days, finally ready to voice her inquiries. Qingqing, tell me the truth. Are you concealing something about my father? Yin Wonking was taken aback, not expecting Ji Yuning to broach such a subject so directly. This matter was indeed delicate. Why did Ning ask this? Yin Wonking countered with a composed demeanor. Ji Yuning, oblivious to Yin Wonking's expression, hurriedly responded, My father has never met you. Yet he insists I cultivate a friendship with you, claiming I could learn much from you. He has revealed nothing more, but I sense his concealment. Ah, I see, Yin Wonking replied. The truth is, I had a fortunate encounter with your father. The Grand Tutor is acquainted with my master. I believe this is why he encouraged you to befriend me. Furthermore, you are engaged to Lu Sui, and I am recognized as his sister. This connection necessitates a bond between us. Is that so? I thought it might be something more, Ji Yuning said, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Now, considerably more relaxed. Yin Wonking added, It's simply that my master's identity is rather special, making it inconvenient to elaborate, which is why the Grand Tutor did not provide you with further details. All right, I understand now. Qingqing, come, taste the pastries made by my family-esque chef. Ji Yuning, now untroubled, shifted into the mode of a good friend engaged in lively conversation. The two found great affinity for each other, and Ji Yuning invited Yin Wonking to share a meal, only reluctantly allowing her to depart afterward. The next day, upon learning of this event, when Jiao penned a letter chastising both individuals, succinctly expressing her displeasure at being excluded from their private chat. Oh dear, when Jiao is not pleased. In the Hall of Golden Chimes, Shunan announced, If there are matters to discuss, please present them. If not, you may leave the court. At the Imperial Censorate, the censor Zhao Yuanfang stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. He held forth evidence obtained from the Ministry of Justice for the Emperor's review. Shunan, quick-witted, seized the document from Zhao Yuanfang and respectfully handed it to Emperor Wenshuan. Crown Prince, what do you have to say? Emperor Wenshuan asked, having swiftly read the contents of the memorial with displeasure directed at Lu Shiyan. The memorial detailed how Pan Wu had cunningly concealed this matter through the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, yet only implicated a trivial superior, with no further evidence available. Lu Shiyan respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, this matter reflects my negligence. I allowed this treacherous individual to exploit a gap, committing acts that threaten the stability of our nation. I am willing to accept punishment to rectify the court's governance." Retreating to advance, he sought to safeguard himself. The inconsequential individual was, however, a supporter of the 3rd prince. Sacrificing this one would likely pose no threat to the 3rd prince's faction. Seated upon his elevated dragon throne, Emperor Wenxuan exuded an air of authority and anger, stating coldly, "The crown prince has failed in his vigilance, putting trust in treacherous individuals. This is a grave error. I have always ruled with fairness, and such conduct from the crown prince makes it difficult to entrust him with the management of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Henceforth, I shall oversee these affairs myself. I am determined to bring order to the court and shall not allow treacherous individuals to find further opportunities to exploit." Having spoken, Emperor Wenxuan paused momentarily, the chill in his gaze intensifying before issuing a decree. There is also the crown prince's advisor, Pan Wu, a man of insatiable ambition, whose heart is deserving of punishment. The crimes he has committed are beyond forgiveness. I have decided that, 3 days hence, he shall be executed to uphold the law of the realm. His wife and children shall escape the death penalty, but cannot evade a life of exile. They will be banished to a desolate, frigid land, where they shall ponder their transgressions amidst the icy wilderness. The emperor's voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, akin to a thunderclap, rendering the assembled ministers mute with trepidation. He then raised his voice further. "Those who conspired with him shall meet the same fate. I shall show no mercy to anyone who dares to disrupt the order of the court." Subsequently, Emperor Wenxuan's expression softened slightly as he regarded the Minister of Justice. Huasi, Prince of Yong'an, Lu Sui, and the chief of the Dali Temple, Gu Changyun, saying, "Minister Huasi, Prince Lu Sui, and Chief Gu Changyun, your diligent efforts in thoroughly investigating this matter have been commendable. I reward you all with 1,000 taels of silver. And I hope you will continue to alleviate my burdens and uphold the stability and prosperity of our dynasty." Finally, with a flourish of his robe, the emperor declared, "The court is dismissed." The air stirred with an undeniable authority as his sleeves swept through. The ministers promptly bowed, exclaiming in unison, "We humbly bid farewell to your majesty." In the Eastern Palace, Lu Shiyan and Huasi were engaged in a martial arts contest, while Lu Sui observed from the sidelines. All were well aware that Lu Shiyan was displeased due to recent events, having been outmaneuvered by Lu Yao. When Jiao, cognizant of the discomfort this morning's court session would cause, Lu Shiyan accompanied Yun Wanqing and Ji Yuning to the Eastern Palace. Upon arrival, they witnessed Huasi and Lu Shiyan sparring in the training ground. Realizing that this contest would not conclude swiftly, Wen Jiao instructed the attendants to prepare refreshments, and she joined Lu Sui to watch the proceedings. It was Yun Wanqing's first encounter with Lu Shiyan's martial prowess, which could be said to rival that of Huasi. However, Huasi seemed adept at discerning Lu Shiyan's maneuvers, consistently evading lethal strikes. Although both had the same martial arts master, Yun Wanqing perceived Huasi as superior, albeit currently holding back. Understanding the unspoken dynamics, she intended to inquire about Huasi later, suspecting he wished not to overshadow Lu Shiyan. Remaining idle was not a viable option. Thus, when Jiao ordered the kitchen to commence preparations for lunch. As the contest concluded, the kitchen's dishes were being served just as Lu Hanyun arrived at the Eastern Palace. When Jiao invited everyone to partake in the meal, but before dining, Yun Wanqing administered a bowl of medicine to Lu Shiyan. Observing that Lu Shiyan had been harboring some pent-up frustration, she prepared a remedy for him. Wen Jiao, aware that Yun Wanqing had acted out of concern for Lu Shiyan, mentally noted to express her gratitude with a token of appreciation later. Unbeknownst to Yun Wanqing, who was oblivious to Wen Jiao's thoughts, she engaged in whispered conversation with Huasi after preparing the medicine, only returning when lunch commenced. As for Lu Sui's lack of intervention regarding Huasi, it was due to Ji Yuning having whisked him away, likely to discuss the incident involving Yun Wangqing's visit to the Grand Tutoress residence. After finishing their lunch, Yun Wangqing shared the news she had gathered about Qing Shui Town from the Yuan Medical Pavilion with everyone. At that moment, Lu Shiyan also needed this information. In an effort to assist him, Yun Wangqing handed over a letter intended for Emperor Wen Xuan from the Yuan Medical Pavilion. She explained that she was merely asked by the shopkeeper to deliver it while inquiring about the news, and since she held no official position, she decided to pass the letter to Lu Shiyan. Huasi, observing from his side, felt displeased. He noted that Yun Wangqing had been conversing with Lu Shiyan for over a cup of tea, displaying a rather alarming possessiveness. As Huasi felt that Yun Wangqing had conveyed enough, he took her away from the East Palace, their destination unknown. Lu Shiyan, aware of Huasi's jealousy, shook his head with a helpless smile. Lu Sui excused himself, as he still had matters to attend to at the Dali Temple. Ji Yuning followed Lu Hanyun to the Empress's Pepper Hall, while Wen Jiao remained in the East Palace, accompanying Lu Shiyan in handling state affairs. As for the letter, Lu Shiyan planned to address it at the morning court the following day. Whether the treasury could provide such a quantity of grain remained an open question, necessitating verification from a Ministry of Rites regarding the treasury's stocks before a decision could be made. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries were no longer under his direct control and required the emperor's intervention to resolve. Chapter 63. A minor mix-up after Huasi escorted Yun Wangqing out of the palace. They headed straight for her residence. Aware of Huasi's fatigue from days of investigating, Yun Wangqing urged him to rest in the carriage. However, Huasi took advantage of her kindness and lay his head on her lap. Amused yet sympathetic, Yun Wangqing allowed him to do as he pleased. She quietly instructed Nanxing to prepare a more substantial dinner that evening and leaned back against the carriage, closing her eyes for a brief nap. An hour later, Yun Wangqing gently roused Huasi and led him into her home. Huasi clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, eliciting exasperated eye rolls from Nanxing. Huasi interrupted Yun Wangqing as she attempted to remind him to temper his behavior. "Qing, I'm still tired," he said pitifully, "and here with you it's just family. So it's fine." Reluctantly, Yun Wangqing acquiesced. She guided Huasi to her study, where he obediently followed. "Huaiji, what is your perspective on today's events?" Yun Wangqing inquired, sensing that there were deeper implications to the day's occurrences. Huasi drew her into his embrace, inhaling the scent of her neck, which made her lose her irritation. Aware of the need to moderate his behavior, he eventually released her. "The emperor can think of what we can think of. He is merely biding his time to catch a big fish, offering them a chance. If they do not squander it, they will find themselves with no way out," Huasi remarked, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. Fearing that Yun Wangqing might not appreciate his current demeanor, he quickly reverted to his usual self. Understanding this aspect, Yun Wangqing no longer dwelled on it and began discussing the construction of the academy with Huasi, surprised that she had confided this matter to him. Huasi felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Upon seeing the initial vision of the academy that Yun Wangqing desired, he genuinely admired her boldness. "My Qing is truly remarkable," he praised without reservation. "Stop being silly," Yun Wangqing chided him playfully. "All right, let's continue," Huasi pleaded. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yun Wangqing and Huasi had spent the afternoon discussing matters in the study. Nanxing, keeping track of time, called the two for dinner. Huasi, not one to be courteous, devoured the meal, grateful that Nanxing had prepared an ample feast. He was indeed a famished soul. The food at Qing's home was truly to his liking, he complimented. Yun Wangqing chuckled in exasperation. "You only know how to come to my house for a free meal. Don't you think you should show some gratitude?" Qing, do not be impatient. Allow me a little time, and I shall present you with a surprise," Huasi remarked mysteriously. "A surprise? I hope it's not a fright," she retorted. "How could it be? You trust me, don't you?" Huasi pouted playfully, unable to resist his charm. Yun Wangqing relented. All right, I believe you, why? Now, let us eat before it gets cold." "Okay, Qing, this dish is delightful. Do indulge." After finishing the meal, Huizi lingered with Yin walking a while longer before heading home. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and the crescent moon hung low. Some rejoiced while others lamented. The next day, Wen Jiyun arrived early to find Yin walking. Having been cooped up in the East Palace with Lu Shiyan all afternoon the previous day, she was quite bored. What a coincidence! She caught Yin walking at breakfast. Since she was here, they might as well dine together. Nanxing, please ask Jima to bring out a few more breakfast dishes, Yin walking instructed, watching Wen Jiyun eat without reservation. Oh, Qingqing, you truly care for me, Wen Jiyun exclaimed, taking Yin walking's hand and playfully teasing her. Enough of your banter. Let us eat. All right. The weather was splendid that day. After finishing breakfast, Yin walking and Wen Jiyun decided to meet in the pavilion at the back garden for tea and chess. As the mist gradually lifted during the late morning, sunlight streamed through, casting a golden veil over the greenery in the courtyard. The two enjoyed a most delightful time under the pavilion. Qingqing soon, Princess Wenhua will host a lotus banquet at a villa in the outskirts of the capital. I received the invitation yesterday. I wonder if you have received yours? Princess Wenhua, Lu Ruan, is the biological sister of Emperor Lu Qi, having lost her husband at a young age. She has only one son who is currently studying abroad. When she has the leisure, she travels to the capital to pay respects, which explains why Yin Walking had never met the princess. A lotus banquet? I have not received the invitation from Princess Wenhua, Yin Walking replied, puzzled, and expressed her lack of an invitation. Wen Jiyun, equally perplexed, said, How could that be? The crown prince mentioned to me yesterday that Princess Wenhua holds you in high regard. Surely there must be an invitation for you? Perhaps it was delayed. Yin Walking suggested nonchalantly. Maybe so, Wen Jiyun agreed, not dwelling on the issue any longer. What is meant to come will arrive. If it does not, it is simply as it should be. In the shadows, Danju grew anxious upon overhearing their conversation, for he had forgotten to deliver the invitation to Yin Walking. He had intended to give it to her after she returned from her affairs with Huizi, but alas, it slipped his mind. What an unfortunate blunder. Upon discovering the truth, Yin Walking found herself in a perplexing situation, knowing full well that this post had originated directly from the palace. It seemed that Danju deliberately chose to avoid certain individuals, as the likelihood of being recognized as a member of the Dragon Shadow Guard was indeed present. To spare Yin Walking from any potential trouble, Danju opted for discretion. Fortunately, Yin Walking understood the gravity of the matter and did not hold it against Danju. Instead, she advised her to communicate any urgent matters to Nanxing, Jingma, or Wensheng, allowing them to relay the information on her behalf. This minor episode quietly passed, and Yin Walking along with Wen Jiao engaged in an intense game of chess, utterly absorbed. Losing track of time, 2 hours slipped by before they reluctantly set aside their pieces as noon approached. Nanxing, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration. Miss, how many times must I remind you? Lunchtime is crucial. All right, I understand. I want tea, let it happen again. It's such a rare treat to have Yao Yao with me, so I indulge in a little extra playtime. Yin Walking attempted to charm her way out of trouble. When Jiao chimed in with supportive words, Oh, Nanxing, this is just a one-time occurrence. We promise it won't happen again. Both Yin Walking and Wen Jiao gazed earnestly at Nanxing, their large eyes pleading, as if to say, Please, don't be angry with us. Eventually, Nanxing, worn down by their antics, relented but admonished, There cannot be a next time. I will keep a vigilant eye on you both. If I catch you again, well, let us just say you find it amusing. Cough. Nanxing, Walking is quite skilled in medicine, Wen Jiao retorted, revealing a slip of the tongue. Then I shall summon the person you both dread the most to treat you. Nanxing exclaimed, fuming. Miss Wen, I believe you have a particular fear of His Highness the Crown Prince, and you certainly wouldn't want me to write home and tell on you, would you? Upon hearing Nanxing's words, the two girls quickly responded, We wouldn't dare. We will definitely heed your advice from now on. Follow me, lest you starve. I have more plans to execute. Nanxing haughtily turned away, not missing the opportunity to tease them. Indeed, Wen Jiao mused inwardly, reflecting on how, after knowing Nanxing for so long, she had not anticipated her mischievous side. At that moment, Yin Walking felt a twinge of guilt. realizing that Nanxing would undoubtedly send word back, and those in the valley would learn of her revelry, potentially adding to their burdens. After all, as the heir, her indulgences could lead to a series of complications. She resolved to remind Nanxing later to be cautious and to subtly convey her desire to return. Ah, what a conundrum! Though the outside world was enchanting, Yun Wangqing was acutely aware of the unavoidable weight of her mission and responsibilities. Sensing her unease, when Jiao swiftly inquired, "Wangqing, you seem unwell. Is your health in question?" "Oh no, I'm perfectly fine. I was simply lost in thought earlier," Yun Wangqing quickly reassured her friend. Seeing the anguish etched on Yun Wangqing's face, Nanxing discerned her thoughts, realizing that her earlier words had merely served to frighten her. Understanding the young lady's sentiments, Nanxing gently reassured her, "My lady, those around you are unlikely to dwell excessively on your current emotions. What matters most is your happiness. It is sufficient that you find value in your endeavors. The future is not a burden for you to bear at present. Do not perceive your moments of indulgence as a disservice to them. Rather, reframe your perspective. They would prioritize your joy above all else. Aware that the burdens you carry may feel like shackles, yet they will continue to believe in you and in your capacity to overcome. My lady, I have been by your side since childhood, and I recognize that you often conceal your true emotions. It is not only I who notices. Those around you are equally perceptive. Prior to your departure, they sought me out, requesting that I assist you in managing your feelings. I am truly delighted that you have found like-minded friends who allow you to express your genuine self. However, when matters concerning your family arise, you tend to retreat into your own world, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to them. Remember, they are your family, your strongest support. You are not a burden to them, but rather the cherished person they wish to love and care for. Indeed, Nanxing's words awakened Yun Wangqing to the realization that she had become ensnared in her own thoughts, placing undue pressure upon herself. Having granted herself the opportunity to venture forth, there was no need to confine her spirit. With clarity, Yun Wangqing sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Nanxing. I am immensely grateful for your steadfast presence. You understand my every turmoil and are always there to remind me, preventing me from descending into despair." "Ah, my lady, come here," Nanxing sobbed, unable to contain her emotions as she sought solace in Yun Wangqing's embrace. "Thank you, Nanxing," Yun Wangqing whispered softly in her ear. From the brief exchange between the two, Wenzhou gleaned that Yun Wangqing's family held her in deep affection, yet the clan rule seemed unjust to everyone involved. The fluctuating emotions of Yun Wangqing and Nanxing finally settled, and the trio recalled that they had yet to have lunch, dismissing the earlier episode from their minds as they proceeded to dine together. Meanwhile, this incident reached the ears of another dragon shadow guard and subsequently made its way to Emperor Wenchuan. Lu Qi learned some details from Lu Sui, but remained unaware of Yun Wangqing's true nature. Through this occurrence, Lu Qi became acutely aware of his daughter's sensitivity. A father's heart ached at the realization. He felt fortunate to have learned of this matter, as it appeared that time to cultivate Lu Shiyin was dwindling. Given the recent calamities in Jiangnan, it was evident that Lu Shiyin's abilities were still lacking. Had it not been for Hui Xi and Lu Sui's support, the outcome might have been dire. Well, let Lu Shiyin preside over the autumn examination. There are numerous intricacies involved, which will serve as excellent training. As for Yun Wangqing, she was aware of the presence of another dragon shadow guard, yet as that individual chose to remain in the shadows, she saw no need to disrupt the current equilibrium. Things were satisfactory as they stood. After lunch, Nanxing escorted Wenzhou to the guest room for a nap, while Yun Wangqing retired to the study to compose a letter destined for the Divine Physician Valley. Following Nanxing's counsel, Yun Wangqing gradually set aside her unease and trepidation, finally freeing herself from the weight that had burdened her heart. When Jiao understood that both Hui Xi and Lu Sui needed to be informed of this matter, she transmitted the news to them through her hidden guards. To her surprise, both men arrived at Yun Wangqing's residence promptly, just before dinner. When Yun Wangqing emerged and saw Hui Xi and Lu Sui sitting neatly in her home, she was momentarily taken aback. While she was not surprised to see Wen Jiao, the presence of Hui Xi and Lu Sui caught her off guard. Upon reflection, she suspected they must have learned about the incident that occurred at noon. Yun Wonking glanced at Wen Jiao, who averted her gaze, unwilling to engage in eye contact. "I am astonished," Yun Wonking said. "You should still be busy wrapping up the case. How did you find time to come here?" Lu Sui replied with displeasure. "If it weren't for Wen Jiao, would you have intended to keep this matter to yourself?" "I did not. I wouldn't tea," Yun Wonking stammered, but upon noticing the concerned look in Lu Sui's eyes, she felt a pang of guilt and fell silent. Ching, Huasi spoke earnestly. "We understand from past experiences that you are sensitive and thoughtful. Since we've broached the subject, let us speak openly. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, please communicate with us promptly, rather than bottling it up. Such restraint will only lead to unhappiness." "I concur with Huasi's sentiments. Ching, we are your family. We care for you deeply and could never blame you." Lu Sui added. "Indeed, Ching, whether joyous or sorrowful, feel free to share with us. You shall never be a burden. You are deserving of love and support." Wen Jiao sincerely expressed to Yun Wonking, "Love often feels like a debt owed." "All right, I understand. Thank you all. I will strive to change gradually," Yun Wonking replied, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. "I am grateful to you for illuminating my monochrome world, freeing me from the shackles of darkness." Yun Wonking was uncertain when she began to conceal her emotions, preventing others from perceiving her true self. Perhaps it was the knowledge of her impending inheritance of the Divine Physician Valley, or perhaps it was after her mother's passing. Though bound by responsibilities, her heart yearned for freedom. She bore these burdens, not wanting to disappoint her family, yet they were her kin, and she felt compelled to sacrifice her own desires to shoulder these obligations, even as they steadfastly maintained their own duties and missions. Nevertheless, there are 2.5 years remaining. For now, I shall simply be Yun Wonking. I will cast aside all else. Chapter 65, The Lotus Banquet, Part 1. As summer quietly approached, the Lotus Banquet hosted by Princess Wenhua had arrived. Aside from palace feasts, this was Yun Wonking's first time attending such a grand gathering in Shengjing. Before long, Nanxing had already begun to groom and adorn Yun Wonking. Not wishing to stand out, Yun Wonking requested that Nanxing bring out the summer attire made by Xunyang. Nanxing, however, expressed her reservations. "My lady, is this not a bit too simple?" She attempted to persuade Yun Wonking to reconsider. Yun Wonking remained unperturbed. "No need. We are not attending a beauty pageant. Besides, being overly ostentatious would not be appropriate, especially since an esteemed guest is my nominal aunt." "Well then, I shall acquiesce to your wishes," Nanxing relented, opting not to contest further. One cannot help but admire Nanxing's deft hands, as she skillfully styled Yun Wonking's hair with remarkable ease, complemented by a simple yet exquisite hairpin. Yun Wonking, having adorned her forehead with an irise's motif, lightly applied some lip color, and with her naturally striking features, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Though lacking in ostentatious attire, her beauty was captivating enough to leave an indelible impression. Had Huasi been present to witness this, it is likely that Yun Wonking would have been unable to step outside today. Alas, that troublesome man. The light green chest-length skirt paired with the hairpin was nothing short of perfection. The skirt, devoid of intricate patterns, bore the distinctive designs of the Jiangnan region. With a gentle twirl, the fabric billowed like a lotus in bloom, every step taken evoking a sense of grace. Satisfied with her appearance, Yun Wonking set out with Nanxing. Having arranged to meet Wen Jiao early, she found her waiting eagerly at the entrance. Upon seeing Yun Wonking, Wen Jiao's gaze remained fixated on her, causing Yun Wonking to feel somewhat self-conscious. As they settled into the carriage, she sought various topics to divert Wen Jiao's attention, though her efforts proved futile. "Oh my, I had not anticipated how splendid you would look in that skirt. Your taste is impeccable, as always. Unfortunately, my mother prepared this outfit for me before I returned to the capital. While the color and style are to my liking, it still lacks a certain charm." After complimenting Yun Wonking, Wen Jiao began to bemoan her own skirt. "I believe this pomegranate skirt truly suits your temperament," Yun Wonking remarked, pausing briefly. "However, if you were to add a decorative motif, it would be even more splendid." Wen Jiao lightly brushed her forehead, acknowledging Yun Wonking's insight. Then I must trouble you to adorn me with one. Conveniently, I have some vermilion on hand. Without further ado, Yun Wonking procured the materials and contemplated the design. After a moment's reflection, she set to work, her wrist deftly twisting as she completed the motif in no time. I believe this decoration beautifully complements your attire today. Upon hearing Yun Wonking's words, Wen Jiao retrieved a bronze mirror from a concealed compartment. Her skin resembled polished cream, her lips were full, and the fiery lotus motif on her forehead made her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting. Wow, Qing, you are truly remarkable. How did I not think of this myself? Wen Jiao exclaimed, her surprise evident. I'm delighted that you like it. I absolutely love it. Both Nanxing and Ro observed their respective young ladies with a sense of pride, as if witnessing the blossoming of their own daughters. Nestled within the verdant depths of the garden, the estate resembled a reclusive hermit, quietly concealed from view. From afar, its layout appeared harmonious and well-structured, with several courtyards interlinked yet distinct. The grand crimson doors stood solemn and timeless, flanked by imposing stone lions that seemed to serve as loyal guardians of the abode. The Lotus Feast, held annually by the Princess Wenhua every summer during the peak bloom of the lotus flowers, was rumored to commemorate the bond shared with her late husband, evoking memories of a cherished past. As she traversed the tranquil corridor, a lady was seen gazing vacantly at the distant lotus flowers, her expression tinged with a gentle sense of loss and nostalgia. This lady was none other than Princess Wenhua, Lu Ruan. Princess, the guests have begun to arrive. It is time for you to prepare, reminded Mama Lan, who stood nearby. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Ruan responded to Granny Lan's inquiry, asking if the prince had returned. Lu Ruan and the son of the prince, Qi Yun, had both been granted the title of prince from birth. In answer to the princess's summons, a servant had just reported that the prince had indeed arrived and was preparing himself before coming to see her. Very well. The guests must be arriving soon. I shall change my attire. As when Jiyu and Yun Wonking arrived, they found that a number of young ladies and gentlemen had already gathered. The Lotus Flower Banquet held a deeper significance, as it provided an opportunity for young men and women to find a match under the auspices of the Princess Wenhua, who delighted in seeing love blossom even though she herself did not share such a fate with her husband. Ji Yuning had arrived early with her mother, but chose to wait for Wen Jiyu and Yun Wonking at the entrance. As soon as they appeared, the two spotted Ji Yuning standing a short distance away. Yun Wonking noticed Ji Yuning first and nodded in acknowledgement before presenting their invitation to the doorman. After verification, the doorman respectfully ushered them inside. Miss Yun, please enter. As when Jiyu stepped inside, she eagerly pulled Yun Wonking towards Ji Yuning. Ning. I didn't expect to see you here so early. I came with my mother, Ji Yuning replied with a smile. Yao and Qing. Your attire and makeup are truly exquisite today, resembling ethereal fairies who have descended from the heavens to frolic among mortals. Seeing the elegant adornments of Yun Wonking and Wen Jiyu, Ji Yuning offered her heartfelt admiration. Not at all, Ning, you look splendid as well. While in the carriage, Qing adorned me with a floral design, which complements my outfit beautifully. Wen Jiyu praised Ji Yuning while also ensuring that Yun Wonking was included, demonstrating a delightful sense of equality. Ji Yuning suddenly realized, so it was Qing's touch that added such charm. Without that floral design, it would indeed feel somewhat lacking in spirit. All right, let us proceed inside, Yun Wonking interjected, feeling it improper to linger at the entrance. If we continue conversing here, we risk losing our decorum. Come, I just walk through. I will lead you all inside. Ji Yuning took the lead. Excellent. The trio of young ladies chatted joyfully as they wandered through the expansive estate. The front courtyard was adorned with a variety of lush greenery, and the banquet was set in the rear courtyard, necessitating a complete traverse of the front garden before reaching the rear, a considerable distance indeed. As they entered the front courtyard, they were surrounded by an array of diverse plants. Towering locust trees spread their dense branches, providing a refreshing shade during the summer months. In a corner, plum blossoms bravely bloomed in the cold of winter, their vibrant red petals standing out beautifully against the backdrop of white snow. A few slender bamboo stalks swayed gracefully in the breeze, producing a rustling sound that seemed to compose a melodious symphony of nature. Along the way, they encountered several noble ladies and gentlemen, some of whom, intrigued, engaged in conversation with Yun Wanqing, Wen Jiu, and Ji Yuning, while others exchanged greetings before moving on. However, the trio was not in a hurry, and soon, Ho Si, Lu Sui, Lu Shiyan, and Lu Hanyan caught up with them. The large group had now assembled. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Shiyan, Lu Sui, and Lu Hanyan, they all proceeded together towards the banquet hall. Greetings. It appears that many are paired together. Except for the seventh princess, Lu Hanyan, while Ziki arrived earlier than several others and thus did not encounter them. The flowers in the front courtyard are evidently cultivated with great care, indicating that Princess Wenhua is indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 66. The Lotus Banquet 2. The rear courtyard reveals a charming little pond, its waters crystal clear, with goldfish frolicking among the aquatic plants. In the center of the pond stands an exquisite artificial hill, its stones shaped in a myriad of ways, as if meticulously sculpted by nature itself. The courtyard-esque ground is paved with blue stone slabs, and the gaps between the stones are adorned with tender green grass, adding a touch of vitality to the setting. Fearing they might be late, the group hurriedly made their way to the banquet hall, where many guests had already gathered and the banquet was drawing near. They took their seats, as directed by the maidservants and attendants. Upon entering the guest hall of the villa, a gentle fragrance of sandalwood enveloped them. The room was furnished with antique redwood furniture, exquisitely carved, with every intricate pattern reflecting the artisan's painstaking effort. On the walls hung several pieces of calligraphy and paintings by renowned figures, exuding an air of refined artistry. In the corner stood a blue and white porcelain vase, its patterns delicate and vivid. How fortuitous that these pairs are seated together. It seems Princess Wenhua has orchestrated this arrangement. However, Lu Hanyan is seated alone, and the young girl has been quite discontent for some time. Naturally, Lu Shiyan is aware of his dear sister's sentiments and instructed a servant to place Ziki beside Lu Hanyan. This arrangement made it evident to all that the seventh princess already has someone in her heart. The young noblemen harboring feelings for the princess discreetly concealed their desires. After all, Lu Hanyan is the sole legitimate daughter of the emperor and empress, a true treasure. Were it not for her engagement to Ho Si, the number of suitors vying for her attention would be countless. Lu Hanyan's affections lie with none other than the grandson of the Grand Chancellor, while Ziki, previously a companion to the Crown Prince, now holds the esteemed position of director of the Guozijian. Some harbored resentment for not catching Lu Hanyan's eye, allowing Ziki to gain the upper hand. Lu Hanyan looked gratefully at Lu Shiyan, who responded with a gentle smile, offering her a reassuring glance. This banquet was divided into two sections, one for young ladies and gentlemen, and the other for the wives of officials, with Princess Wenhua seated in the center. As the Crown Prince, Lu Shiyan attended as a younger generation and thus did not occupy the main table. Princess Lu Ruan entered gracefully, accompanied by Prince Qi Yun. Clad in a vivid crimson palace gown, Lu Ruan wore her hair up, adorned with a nine-treasure coral hairpin. A delicate waistband cinched her slender waist, and her phoenix eyes held an air of authority and solemnity, untouched by the passage of time. Following her was a gentleman in a crescent-patterned long robe, whose demeanor exuded elegance and poise, as if he were naturally the kind of noble youth that commands admiration. Having met Princess Wenhua and the prince, there was no need for excessive formalities. They were to treat this gathering as a family banquet, free from constraint. Indeed, such a banquet must feature competitions of talent to capture the audience's attention, where one may either achieve glory or face disgrace. Once again, the legitimate daughter of the British noble family, Shunyu, who had previously faced defeat, has begun to stir trouble. However, she has displayed a measure of cunning this time, opting not to directly challenge anyone, but rather to showcase her talents. Shunyu mused that since she could not capture the attention of the illustrious Ho Si, she might as well set her sights on another. Thus, her interest turned to Qi Yun, the son of the Grand Princess, whose lineage is equally impressive. The Grand Princess is amiable, alleviating any concerns Shun Yu may have about Qi Yun's fidelity. Shun Yu's graceful performance of the water sleeve dance won her the favor of the Grand Princess, Wenhua, while Wen Jiao discreetly rolled her eyes in response. Lu Shiyin, observing this interaction, ordered a platter of chilled fruits, all of which were Wen Jiao as favorites. "Thank you, Your Highness." Wen Jiao playfully winked at Lu Shiyin. His heart stirred by her playful demeanor. Lu Shiyin chuckled and affectionately tousled Wen Jiao's hair. Meanwhile, Huixi and Yun Wanqing were subtly engrossed in their own flirtations. Though Yun Wanqing was taken aback to discover that Qi Yun was the Grand Princess's son, nonetheless, Qi Yun did not recognize Yun Wanqing, as she had worn a mask during their previous encounter, allowing her to remain anonymous to him. "Qingqing, I just noticed you stealing glances at Qi Yun. Why is that?" Chi murmured discontentedly in Yun Wanqing no ese Heir. Surprised by Huixi's jealousy, she quietly explained, "You know the nature of my relationship with him. It's merely curiosity." For the moment, Yun Wanqing had no intention of revealing her true identity from the martial world, thus using their relationship as a pretext. "Very well. I trust you, Qingqing." Huixi sensed that Yun Wanqing was withholding a crucial truth, yet he did not wish to pressure her, believing that she would eventually confide in him when the time was right. As the evening's festivities wore on, the atmosphere, once vibrant with song and dance, began to tire. The Grand Princess Wenhua concluded the banquet, sending the younger generation to admire the lotus blossoms while the matrons retreated to their chambers for rest. However, the Grand Princess chose to keep Yun Wanqing behind, leaving everyone puzzled, including Qi Yun. Though Qi Yun knew his mother appeared to be gracious to all, he understood this to be merely a fade. Even he, her own son, received little genuine concern from her when he ventured out into the world. She offered only a few brief words of caution, perhaps reserving her warmth solely for his father. After dismissing everyone, the Grand Princess raised her gaze to Yun Wanqing, who stood demurely before her. "Your eyes resemble his," she exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "So, that is why he asked me to take care of you." Lu Ruan smiled knowingly at Yun Wanqing. "Indeed, by rank, I should address you as aunt." Yun Wanqing accepted this with ease. Lu Ruan chuckled. "You are quite unreserved. However," she continued, "I was unaware that Qi had an estranged child, one whose identity he kept concealed while ensuring your safety from the shadows. This is rather peculiar." As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she suddenly understood. "Now I see why Xiao Sui regards you as a sister. It turns out you are true siblings." "Yes, aunt, you are correct. And how is your mother?" Lu Ruan inquired, thinking of Yun Ran and wishing to know her recent circumstances. Yun Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, sorrowfully informing Lu Ruan, "Mother has already departed from this world." Lu Ruan gazed at Yun Wanqing in disbelief, her lips poised to utter something. Yet upon perceiving Yun Wanqing's earnest demeanor, she swallowed her words. Instead, she inquired about another matter. "Do your father and brother know?" "They are aware, and when the time is right, I will take them to see my mother," Yun Wanqing replied candidly. "Alas, it is regrettable," Lu Ruan mused, sinking into her own reminiscences, lamenting the finality of death. Both she and the prince had met with a tragic end, as had Lu Qi and Yun Ran. "Aunt, look forward. Perhaps venturing out is also a form of liberation." Yun Wanqing paused momentarily, "If given the opportunity, I shall take you to see the place where my mother and I grew up. It is truly beautiful, though certain customs constrain our freedom." Her desire to bring Lu Ruan along was also motivated by Qi Yun, who had briefly shared his family circumstances with Yun Wanqing. Years ago, she had promised Qi Yun that she would assist his mother in finding her way out. Understanding the weight of such sorrow, the two had agreed to meet again should he ever visit Shengjing, though at that time, Yun Wanqing remained unaware of Qi Yun's true identity. He had not traversed the world under the guise of a prince, leading Yun Wanqing to naturally assume he was merely a young master from a prominent family seeking adventure. "Aunt, Qi Yun likely wishes for you to let go. His suffering is no less than yours." Yun Wanqing reflected deeply before voicing her thoughts. "They are family, hence the hope that you may find happiness." Lu Ruan replied with a bittersweet smile. "Good child, this lifetime, your aunt has only held on to that person. I appreciate your good intentions, but as for little Yun, I have failed him as a mother. In the future, I must trouble you to watch over him more closely. I know he bears his own pain, yet I am powerless to alleviate it. Very well, I shall assist him, and I hope you can find peace as well. Yun Wonking affirmed, understanding the turmoil within Lu Ruan's heart. Having endured her own trials, she yearned for everyone to find solace. I am weary, Lu Ruan confessed, pressing her fingers to her temple, fatigue etched across her face. Rest, aunt. I shall not disturb you any further, Yun Wonking said, bowing respectfully before taking her leave. However, she discreetly signaled to the awaiting Granny Lon outside, who, comprehending the gesture, calmly instructed the attendants to attend to the princess. Chapter 67. The Lotus Blossom Banquet 3. Yun Wonking pulled Granny Lon aside. Granny, you have been by the princess's side for quite some time. I shall speak plainly. The princess is burdened with excessive worries. If she does not properly care for herself and untangle her knots of distress, it may lead to grave consequences in the future. Granny Lon hesitated, uncertain of the truth behind Yun Wonking's words. Miss Yun, such statements should not be made lightly. The imperial physicians visit monthly and have reported no significant issues, occasionally prescribing restorative tonics. Are the physicians merely quacks? Yun Wonking intended to clarify, but just then, Qi Yun approached. What are you discussing with Granny Lon, Miss Yun? He inquired, his tone tinged with suspicion as he misunderstood her intentions, fearing she might conspire with Granny Lon against his mother. Your Highness, it is this way, Granny Lon interjected. Miss Yun has requested that I relay the conversation we just had to you in full. Upon learning the circumstances, Qi Yun found himself perplexed by Yun Wonking's actions. Miss Yun, I would appreciate a reasonable explanation for Xiao Wang, he stated with an icy demeanor, clearly placing greater trust in the physician's words. With no other recourse, Yun Wonking replied, if His Royal Highness does not believe my words, then I suggest summoning a physician from the Yuan Medical Pavilion for an examination. Your Highness may dispatch someone immediately. Qi Yun scrutinized Yun Wonking for a considerable time, attempting to discern any telltale signs on her visage, yet found nothing. He thus instructed his hidden guard, go fetch a physician from the Yuan Medical Pavilion. The Yuan Medical Pavilion, renowned as the second-best institution for healers after the enigmatic Divine Physician Valley, accessible only to the affluent, was known for its inclusive approach. They accepted patrons from all walks of life, whether noble or destitute, with consultation fees that were remarkably fair. This was the primary reason Qi Yun consented to Yun Wonking's request to summon a physician from the Yuan Medical Pavilion, as even the court physicians held them in high regard, occasionally engaging in mutual discourse. Your Highness, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Yun Wonking said, aware of Qi Yun's cautious nature and preferring to refrain from further explanations, confident that the truth would emerge once the Yuan Medical Pavilion's physician arrived. Qi Yun, uncertain about why Yun Wonking had garnered his mother's special attention, remained resolute in not allowing her to depart. Miss Yun, this matter is of utmost importance. Please rest in the adjacent hall. I shall notify His Royal Highness Yongin. Realizing her departure was not an option, she acquiesced. Very well, I understand. Lan Mama, please escort Miss Yun, came the instruction. Yes, Miss Yun, do follow this old servant, the attendant replied. After becoming informed of the situation, Hui Xi, Lu Sui, Wen Jiao, Lu Han Yun, and Ji Yuning lost interest in the flowers and hurried to the side hall to keep Yun Wonking company. As for Crown Prince Lu Shiyan, he had returned to the Eastern Palace to attend to state affairs, having grown increasingly cautious after recent events. This development left Yun Wonking both amused and exasperated. Uoqi, noticeably anxious, rushed to Yun Wonking and inquired, Qing, are you all right? Did Qi Yun bully you? I am perfectly fine. I merely possess medical knowledge and felt compelled to offer a reminder, Yun Wonking clarified. Qing, I know you do not engage in futile endeavors. So it seems your aunt's health is indeed compromised, Lu Sui analyzed with a calm demeanor. Yes, given my brother's circumstances, I felt it necessary to alert him. However, there is no need for concern, Yun Wonking thought, using Lu Sui as a convenient excuse. His Royal Highness has already summoned a physician from the Yuan Medical Pavilion, and barring any unforeseen events, my words will soon be validated. Furthermore, The Grand Princess is currently resting, so let us refrain from disturbing her. Understood, they replied in unison. Huasi took Yun Wonking's hand, gently patting the back of it, signaling his reassurance. Huasi, Lu Sui, and Wen Jiao were aware of Yun Wonking's true identity, and upon reflection, they understood why she had informed Qi Yun about the Grand Princess's ailment. As they observed Huasi and the others depart in haste, speculation arose among the remaining individuals, pondering whether Yun Wonking had incurred the wrath of either the Grand Princess or the Prince, with many reveling in the drama. Especially Shun Yu. Her triumphant demeanor was unmistakable. In her exuberance, she eagerly pulled her close friend to seek out Qi Yun, wishing to witness the current predicament of Yun Wonking. Fearing the wrath of the young lady, the young master refrained from following Shun Yu recklessly, instead feigning indifference as he continued to admire the lotus flowers. Those feeling fatigued soon departed to the chambers for respite. Within the hour, the physician from the Yuan Medical Pavilion was summoned, and fortuitously, the visitor was none other than manager Zhou Chu. Qi Yun convened Yun Wonking and the others in the flower hall. Upon spotting Yun Wonking, Zhou Chu discreetly cast a glance her way, saying nothing. Commoners pay their respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yong'an, His Highness the County Prince, and His Highness the Heir. Manager Zhou Chu bowed respectfully. He was familiar with the prominent figures in Shenyang, as these royal relatives occasionally invited him for consultations. But this was the first time he had encountered the illustrious Princess Wenhua in such a manner. Manager Zhou, there is no need for such formalities. Please bear with us for a moment. My mother is still resting. I appreciate your understanding. Qi Yun replied casually. I cannot presume to seek the understanding of His Highness the County Prince. It is merely my duty, Zhou Chu responded with composure. After another half hour, Princess Wenhua finally rose, surprised by the extensive preparations Qi Yun and Yun Wonking had undertaken. Upon hearing from Nurse Lan, she felt that Yun Wonking was overreacting. She was well aware of her own health and did not wish to burden Qi Yun. However, given the circumstances, Lu Ruan could not decline the examination. Recognizing that the physicians from the Yuan Medical Pavilion were far more reliable than those from the Imperial Medical Bureau. After deliberating, Lu Ruan requested Zhou Chu to take her pulse. During the examination, Qi Yun experienced the most distress, fearing that Yun Wonking's claims might indeed be true. Unsurprisingly, the conclusions reached by Zhou Chu and Yun Wonking aligned, causing Qi Yun to become increasingly anxious. Manager Zhou, do you possess a remedy? He implored. Emotional afflictions are challenging to treat. I can only prescribe a few medications to nurture the spirit, but the deeper issues require opening the heart, Zhou Chu thought to himself. Shaking his head inwardly, emotional turmoil was indeed the hardest to heal. Qi Yun was acutely aware of Princess Wenhua's internal struggles, yet he was at a loss for how to help his mother overcome them. Each time the topic arose, her emotions became exceedingly volatile. Nothing he said seemed to matter, and over time, he ceased to bring it up, unwittingly allowing his mother to suppress these feelings. Lu Ruan, upon hearing Zhou Chu's words, displayed no signs of surprise, indicating her prior knowledge of the situation. It was likely that the imperial physicians had also diagnosed her, but were silenced by Lu Ruan's orders. Qi Yun's heart tightened at the realization that his mother was capable of such actions, and he inwardly chastised himself for not fulfilling his filial duties while under her care, instead choosing to rebel and venture into the world, leaving her to endure her suffering alone in Shenyang. Observing Qi Yun's distress, Yun Wonking set aside her concerns and took his hand, leading him to a side hall. Chapter 68. The Promise. With a furrowed brow of confusion, Qi Yun questioned. Miss Yun, what are you doing? His eyes were filled with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the significance of Yun Wonking's actions at that moment. Yun Wonking's gaze was resolute and fervent as she looked at Qi Yun, her voice imbued with determination. Qi Yun, I am here to fulfill my promise to you. Although Yun Wonking's voice was soft, it seemed to encompass boundless strength. Qi Yun appeared to have received an utterly unexpected revelation, his eyes widening in disbelief as he retorted. What? He endeavored to sift through his mind for any clues regarding this promise, but remained utterly bewildered, akin to a lost monk grappling with confusion. In the martial world, I am known as Yiwuyo, Yun Wonking stated, gazing intently at Qi Yun. After a prolonged moment of shock, Qi Yun regained his composure and exclaimed, "So, is Wuyo? I thought you were reminding me of my mother's health due to Lu Sui, but I never anticipated this." Qi Yun's voice trembled with despair. Observing his distress, Yun Wonking replied, "I attempted to reach out to your mother, yet she declined. Is there any hope left?" Qi Yun grasped onto the last thread of possibility, pleading earnestly. "I too have lost someone dear, and I understand how difficult it is to extricate oneself from a fixation. Our immediate objective is to guide your mother out of this stifling realm." Yun Wonking analyzed with a calm demeanor. "We must create a fissure, allowing us to address the issue effectively. You, at this moment, are likely the sole breakthrough. Spend more time with your mother," she added thoughtfully. "I shall instruct Manager Zhou to prepare some calming incense. Your mother often suffers from nightmares and requires some restorative care." "Thank you, Wuyo. Ahem, I am Yun Wonking now. Do not mistake it." She reminded him of her proper title. "Understood. Manager Zhou is trustworthy, so I shall have him tend to my mother's health," Qi Yun acknowledged, aware of Yun Wonking's connection to the Yuan Medical Pavilion, which assured him of Manager Zhou's competence. "Do not be too hard on yourself, Qi Yun. Now that we have grasped the truth, we should strive to amend the situation rather than dwell in remorse. The priority is to resolve the matter, not to wallow in guilt," Yun Wonking consoled him. "Yes, I understand. I will compose myself. Today is not suitable for reminiscing. I will invite you for a drink on another occasion," Qi Yun stated, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, and promptly returned to the flower hall. As fate would have it, Xinyu arrived just in time to observe the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Qi Yun and Yun Wonking exit the side hall together, her feelings of jealousy and resentment surged to a boiling point. She believed Yun Wonking, with her flirtations with Huixi and Lu Sui, was insatiable. Now it seemed she sought to entice Qi Yun as well, though he was preoccupied and unaware of Shun Yu's watchful gaze from distance. Shun Yu's venomous thoughts spread like rampant weeds in the darkest recesses of her heart. "Yun Wonking and Huixi, do you think you can continue to thrive in Skade? I will ensure that you suffer. Like a concealed serpent, I will wait for the opportune moment to strike, inflicting upon you the pain you once imposed upon me, returning the humiliation and suffering 1,000-fold." Blocked at the entrance by a maidservant of the princess, Xinyu found herself unable to enter, thus departing with her dark thoughts still festering within her. After Yun Wonking pulled Qi Yun away, those present were left in a state of bewilderment. Wu Qi, consumed by jealousy, maintained a facade of indifference. Lu Ruan was the most astonished. She had not anticipated that Yun Wonking would take Qi Yun away, indicating that there was an untold story between the two. Qi Yun and Yun Wonking returned to the flower hall in succession, aware of Huixi's inner turmoil. Yun Wonking instinctively approached Huixi, signaling that she would clarify matters later. Qi Yun, unsure of how to confront Lu Ruan, deliberately turned to Zhou Chu and said, "Manager Zhou, please prepare some medicinal herbs for my mother's health, including the best calming incense." Zhou Chu responded respectfully, "Certainly. I will do my utmost to assist the princess in her recovery. You need not worry, Your Highness." Recognizing her son's earnest intentions, Lu Ruan allowed him to proceed. "Xiaoyun, I have something to say to you." It was evident that Lu Ruan was beginning to address each person individually, prompting Yun Wonking and the others to withdraw discreetly. Once they had departed, Lu Ruan sighed. "Xiaoyun, why must you suffer so? Since your father's passing, I have lost all desire to live. If it were not for you, I might have followed him in death." "Mother, things will get better. Trust me," Qi Yun said, filled with sorrow as he realized his mother endured such pain for his sake. The thought of his mother suffering in this manner would surely cause his father great heartache. "But I miss him dearly," Lu Ruan cried, a tear falling on her garment. The mother and son wept as if they were two broken souls. It took Qi Yun considerable effort to console Lu Ruan. After a heartfelt discussion, they silently agreed to venture out more often to appreciate the beauty of the world together. Following a period of introspection, Lu Ruan gradually regained her composure and finally mustered the courage to speak about her complex and subtle relationship with Yun Wonking. After sharing her thoughts, she turned to Qi Yun, filled with curiosity about how he and Yun Wonking had met. Upon hearing Lu Ruan's inquiry, Qi Yun remained calm and simply explained that he had met Yun Wonking during his adventures in the martial world. Their bond was extraordinary, akin to a life-and-death friendship. Qi Yun further mentioned that the words Yun Wonking had previously spoken were rooted in a long-standing agreement between them. Just as they were conversing, Zhou Chu arrived with the prescribed herbal formula as previously arranged. Qi Yun took the prescription and immediately instructed Granny Lan to closely monitor the princess. With a serious expression, he emphasized to Granny Lan the importance of ensuring that the princess adhered strictly to the prescription, leaving no room for negligence. Additionally, he reminded her that during the princess's convalescence, if she found herself at leisure, taking walks would greatly benefit her recovery. Granny Lan listened intently to Qi Yun's instructions, nodding earnestly while committing every crucial detail to memory, as if these directives were an immensely important mission. Chapter 69. The Accusation 1. Once again, the group returned to the side hall, all eyes fixated on Yun Wonking, leaving her utterly bewildered. Unable to withstand their gazes any longer, she began to explain, "You see, I was acquainted with Qi Yun during my time wandering the martial world under a different identity. I never imagined he was the son of the Grand Princess. He briefly mentioned his mother, and I promised to seek him out in Shengjing to help her. So that's how it is. I had no idea you had once traversed the martial world," exclaimed Wen Jiao, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Sui, perplexed, inquired, "But why didn't he recognize you?" Huasii gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Yes, I too wish to know. I had designed a mask to appear more impressive and mysterious. So it was only natural he wouldn't recognize me. As for my identity in the martial world, that will be revealed to you all in due time." Yun Wonking replied, recalling how she had insisted on wearing the mask back then, feeling quite embarrassed. "Wonking, if I find myself struggling in the court, you must look after me in the martial world," Huasii said shamelessly. "Indeed, Wonking, if I face any bullying in Shengjing, I shall pack my bags to seek refuge with you," Wen Jiao added, her tone earnest. However, Ji Yuning and Lu Hanyun were unaware of Yun Wonking's past, leaving them puzzled by the ongoing conversation. The other three, however, speculated that Yun Wonking's family had ties to a reclusive clan within the martial world, explaining the current situation. "All right then, when the time is right, I shall take you to witness my martial world," Yun Wonking declared confidently. Yi Wuyo and Yi Wushuang were well-known figures in the martial world, renowned by all. 2 years prior, at the martial arts conference, they had single-handedly defeated the former leader and vice-leader of the Martial Alliance, their names echoing throughout the realm ever since, compelling even the alliance leader to bow low. However, Yun Wonking and Yun Jing felt that the novelty had worn off and gradually withdrew, with Yun Wonking being merely 13 and Yun Jing